Chapter 1. You ever have one of those mornings where you really don't want to get out of bed? Not because it felt so nice just to continue to lie on, but because you just couldn't be bothered to get up and do anything because your head felt like someone had beat it to a pulp with a 9-iron? Well, if you have, you'll be familiar with how I'm feeling right about now. My head's splitting, but I don't remember drinking last night. In fact, I haven't had a drink that would cause this kind of a headache since that poker night the guys and I had a few weeks back. Man, that was a night. Right now I just want to curl up in my sheets and, wait, these aren't my sheets, they don't feel right. Forcing my eyes to open, I look at the bed covers and blink, seeing they were red. Okay, that wasn't right. My sheets are black and grey, something's not right here. Pulling the covers down, I sit up in the bed that wasn't mine. It was wooden and not my leather frame. It was a 4-post instead of my base and headboard. This was not my bed. Looking around as my eyes adjust to the lighting, I can see I was in an old room that felt oddly familiar. The walls were plastered over with an old pale and brown wallpaper that looks to have faded over the years. The floor was wooden boards that looked just as old as the rest of the room. There was a wardrobe, a dresser, and a desk in the room, but not much else. I could see the door was opposite a window. Both looked just as old and worn as the room. The more I looked around, the more I felt I recognized this place, but I couldn't put my finger on it. But the questions on my mind was, where the hell was I, and how did I get here? I bring my hand up to rub the bridge between my eyes to try and soothe my headache, but when I saw my hand I stopped. It was smaller, not the hand of a 23-year-old but the hand of a young child. It had none of the scars I got in my teen years but felt so familiar. I turned my head and my eyes bulged as I looked to the dresser mirror, and my eyes widened as I saw the reflection that I hadn't been paying attention to. It was me that I saw, but not the 23-year-old me that was staring back, rather it was an 11 or 12-year-old me looking back at me. My black hair was short like my mother used to keep it, instead of my shoulder-length hair that I grew out during my college years. I looked down at myself to see I wasn't seeing things as I threw the covers off me to see I was in a pair of grey long-sleeves pajamas. Getting out of the bed I stumbled a bit, not used to this body. I made my way over to the dresser, my eyes wide as I looked myself over. I looked exactly the same as I did when I was younger, except my brown eyes were grey now and my cheekbones were a little higher. Taking a deep breath, I tried to remember what had happened, but the last thing I remember was that I went to bed after a long night of gaming like I usually did. I couldn't remember coming here at all, wherever here was. Looking in the mirror, something white caught my eye. On the bedside table there were 2 letters. Walking over, I looked at them. They both looked strange. The paper was thicker than normal, and the first had the words "Read Me" written on its front, while the second one had already been opened, its wax seal already pulled free from the lower half of the envelope. I opened the first and took out the thick paper inside and started to read, which only confused me more and first. Hello, Magnus. I suppose you are wondering where you are and how you got here. And why you look like your 11-year-old self again. Well, the answer is simple: magic. Your old life had come to an end, rather abruptly as it turns out. So you've been reincarnated into a new world. Most think reincarnation happens from the moment you die and then you begin a new life. That is the way it normally is, but there is the odd occasion when it can happen in the first 11 years of a person's life, so that way the souls can merge into one and there aren't a lot of memories to interweave with the new soul. Some of them will start filtering in a few minutes once you've finished reading this, and your new world will become very much recognizable to you, if it hasn't already. From there it'll be up to you on how you want to proceed. The world will be at your fingertips to enjoy. But I'll just give you a quick rundown of your new self so you know what to expect. You're human, obviously. You're 11 years old. Your birthday is the same as your last life. Your name is the same, except for your last name that will come later, and you are a wizard. Yes, you read right, you're a wizard. Magic exists in this world, and the second you read the next letter you'll realize just where you are, and I know it will blow your mind with the possibilities that are open for you to enjoy. Have fun. I sat down on the bed as I finished reading, as I tried to process the information. I just died then, and now I've been reincarnated. This is just too weird. I can't really think of any way to dispute what the letter is telling me. I mean, I was 23 before I went to sleep and now I'm 11, this is just too insane not to be real. As I read the letter again, I felt myself swallow slightly. So I'm a wizard, that's cool, I guess, an 11-year-old wizard. That sounds so familiar in some way. Turning over the other letter, I looked at it again and froze, seeing the wax seal. It was a shield with 4 animals on it, a lion, a snake, a badger and an eagle. Is that the crest I'm thinking of? It couldn't be, but it fits. Am I in that world? I quickly opened the letter and took out the thick sheet of paper inside. Parchment, that's what it was called, this type of paper. I unfolded it and read the starting line that any fan of the series has been wanting to read since reading the books and watching the movies. We are pleased to inform you, you have been accepted at Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry. Holy shit, I'm in the world of Harry Potter. I said as I read the line out loud, not actually believing it the first time. But the second I did, I felt like my head was being squeezed as images flashed before my eyes, memories, but these weren't mine, they were the souls that mine joined with. it was the life that was led before I took over. Memories of growing up in an orphanage, of having small accidental bouts of magic that made other children stay away from me. That made the caretaker of the orphanage keep me at a distance. Memories of receiving my letter, of being met by Professor McGonagall and being told about magic. Being brought here, to the leaky cauldron in London and given instructions on what to do. I could remember it like I actually lived it. Weird. Folding the letter back up and put it away. I could remember what it said already, having already read it once apparently. I couldn't help but smile like a kid, which I guess I am again. An actual Hogwarts acceptance letter, talk about a strange feeling. And these memories. I'm an orphan whose mother died in childbirth. My father was never in the picture for some reason, and I grew up never feeling that I belonged with the other children in the orphanage. Well, I could certainly see why now. Looking at the letter, I was excited by it. The idea of going to Hogwarts was something that anyone would be excited about, but then it hit me what this actually meant. I was in magical Britain. Not 10 years ago they had been embroiled in a civil war with Voldemort, who's set to return in 4 years from now in the final stage of the Triwizard Tournament. War was only 4 years away and I'm going to be thrown headlong into the middle of it by attending Hogwarts. Shit, how the hell am I meant to deal with this? I get a new life only to realize that I have only a few years until I have to fight for my life. If I'm a half-blood or a muggle-born, then I'm really in the shit, which is the only options I can think of right now. I'll be fair game to Death Eaters when the war starts. Wait, do I have to go to Hogwarts? Surely there could be other magical schools in Britain that I could try. With the number of witches and wizards in Britain, even after the war, surely one school wouldn't be able to support the entire populace for magical education. There was barely 700 students in it in the movies, there has to be more. But then it's probably the largest and the most well-known, but it just doesn't add up. Now that I think of it, not much in the Harry Potter books do. The war 10 years ago. How could one man have caused magical Britain so much chaos? Sure, he had a couple hundred Death Eaters, at most, and then a mix match of other dark creatures around him. But there was no way they outnumbered the rest of magical Britain. If they all stood against him, he wouldn't have lasted the week, Horcruxes or not. It only took one deflected killing curse to destroy his body. Did no one think to actually use one on him in the first place? But then with Dumbledore and his order, plus the corrupt ministry, I would think that none of them would condone using a so-called unforgivable even if it was to end a war. It's ridiculous if you ask me, labeling magic as light or dark. Their whole system is flawed. A hammer is a tool, but it can be used to kill a man. The same can be done with magic, it's the intent behind its use. Magical Britain is just so stagnant that they just can't see it. They're stuck in the 1800s for Christ's sake. They need a wake-up call. Voldemort may have been a murderous bastard, but he had it right in the first book when he spoke on the matter. There is no good and evil, there is only power, and those too weak to seek it. Sure, there were lines that a guy shouldn't cross with magic that crosses over into evil, but used right, magic wasn't good or evil, it was just magic. But if the ends justify the means, using dark magic to kill a so-called Dark Lord, who would kill countless, I'm pretty sure that justifies it. The same as using dark magic to protect yourself and others, it's justified, not evil. There was just so much about magical Britain's logic that didn't make sense, at least to me. Hogwarts was the main example of this. Looking at the school from a serious point of view, it was a complete joke. There was an entire castle to use, filled with hundreds of rooms, but there was only 9, maybe 10 core subjects taught, with a further 7 in the elective years after 3rd year, and only a handful of extracurricular subject to choose from. That was at most 30 rooms worth of classes, and how can one professor per subject possibly teach 700 students? High schools with the same number of students need at least 4 or 5, and even if each class used 2 classrooms each, there would still be loads of rooms unused. That was probably why Dumbledore was able to justify making an entire half floor of the school out of bounds in the first book for his little Philosopher's Stone test. On top of all this, there was just no way that Hogwarts was able to teach all aspects of magic with such a limited staff and extremely short curriculum list. 17 classes in 7 years, what a joke. What about conjuration, alchemy, enchanting, wizard law, magical healing, and I'm sure there are loads more subjects that Hogwarts probably doesn't even touch on. So how is it the best wizarding school in Britain, unless all the others were even worse than this? Shaking my head, I set the letters down as I resolved to think about the flaws of magical Britain another time. If I continued now, I'd never stop, and I could probably write another series of books on the matter on just the flaws alone. Right now I had to focus. There were things I had to do now that I remembered what was going on. I had to get my school stuff gathered up, but before that I had to go to Gringotts first. I remember Professor McGonagall mentioned something about a student stipend for orphans attending Hogwarts. Maybe that was the reason I had to go there, that Hogwarts was the only school that was able to take orphaned magical children. It would make sense in a way. I quickly moved to get dressed as I saw my bag at the end of the bed with a couple of sets of spare clothes. I'd get breakfast after my business in the alley was done. Once I was dressed in my jeans, t-shirt, and jacket, I went to lift my Hogwarts letter. I blinked seeing that it was on its own. The other letter had disappeared. I guess it wasn't going to stay, it would be kind of hard to explain if someone found it. It's not exactly a fact I want people to know. If people knew I know what's going to happen in the future, it could be very bad for me. Best to keep that fact on the down low. With my letter in hand, I headed over to the door out of my rented room. I knew the way down and out and my destination, and I couldn't help but feel giddy with excitement as I walked down the corridor and the stairs as I thought about where I was actually going. Stepping out the back door, my eyes widened, seeing a group of other people standing there as the wall parted. It was just as cool as in the movies, watching the bricks part, creating the doorway into the alley. I walked through the gateway and into the alley after the people in front of me, and I had to fight to keep my jaw from dropping. It was as amazing as I thought it would be. The alley was bustling with activity, not as busy as in the movie but still very busy. I had to keep my head down as I made my way down the narrowed alley through the crowd. This was something else that confused me about magical Britain. Surely there were other places to shop in the country other than the alley. This couldn't be the only place that catered to the magicals of Britain. There would be no way it could accommodate everyone. Maybe there were smaller places hidden out in other locations the books and movies just didn't touch on? That had to be the case. Just like other magical schools, they weren't brought up till the Triwizard Tournament. There were bound to be others. Finally, after about 10 minutes of weaving in and out of the crowded alley, I made it to the steps of Gringotts Bank and sighed a breath of relief after the rather annoying task, before straightening myself out and starting up the steps. My Hogwarts letter still in hand as I made my way inside. Stepping inside, I looked around in slightly awe at the size of the place. It was much larger inside than it was out, and I quickly remembered the reason: magical size enchantments like on the tents that were used at the Quidditch World Cup in Hermione's bag. One of those, or something similar, those could come in handy in the future. As I made my way through the room, I saw all the goblins moving around and some other wizards and witches speaking with different tellers at their benches. I didn't know the proper protocols to follow at this time, though I had some ideas on things from reading fanfictions. But I didn't know if they counted, and the wiki didn't really give much more than the basics, and so I decided to just wing it for now and hope for the best. Walking right up to the head teller at the tallest desk, I cleared my throat. "Excuse me, my deepest apologies for disturbing you, but I need some help." I spoke, keeping my tone as strong as I could, which wasn't much given I was 11 years old. The small goblin stopped his scribbling and looked down at me with a raised eyebrow. A young wizard with manners? Now this is a rare sight. What business does a child have with Gringotts Bank? And be quick, lest my sword find your throat. Time is gold. He spoke with an amused yet annoyed voice, likely trying to scare me. It didn't work. I held up my letter to the goblin. "I was told to come to Gringotts to get my school funds to buy my supplies for Hogwarts. I was hoping you could help me," I stated plainly, my voice solid. The goblin took my letter, giving me a curious look, likely because of my not reacting to his threat, and read through it quickly. He nodded. "I see. Very well. You will need to undergo an inherency test first, to check that you are indeed legible for the funds. If you have magical relatives, they or your house would be required to pay for your schooling," he said as he waved his hand to another goblin who came over. I heard them speak in some kind of language which I remembered was called goblin speak from the wiki, and before my letter was handed back to me, "This goblin will show you to a meeting room where you shall have your blood tested. If you are not part of any house, you shall be given the key to a Hogwarts student vault with your funds inside," he said in dismissal. I nodded and turned to follow the goblin, who led me to a set of double doors where I was led inside. "Wait here," the goblin said gruffly before leaving. Looking around the room, I could see there was decorated rather nicely, though it could do with a clean. There was a solid wood desk and 2 chairs in the middle of the room where I assumed I was to wait, and so sat down in the chair facing the door to wait to be met. After a minute or so, the doors opened and a goblin came in pulling a large wooden box on wheels. He looked to me before grinning. "Are you the to-be student, who's here for an inherency test?" he asked. I nodded my head stiffly. "I am," I replied as I watched the goblin approach the desk before stopping to open the wooden box and taking out a stone bowl that had a number of carved runes on its rim with a red ruby in its center, and a curved knife with similar runes. "I need your blood, boy," the goblin said with a grin as he sat at the desk and placed the bowl in front of me. I looked at the bowl before speaking. "How much do you need for the test?" I asked straight. That seemed to take the goblin back for a moment at my unflinching. It would appear some of the fanfictions were right. Goblins did like to make wizards squirm. Well, I must have been a bit of a shock for them. Shaking the shock off, the goblin cleared his throat. 5 drops will be sufficient," he said before handing me the knife. I nodded back, taking the knife and pressing the tip to the tip of my index finger and pressing hard enough to break the skin before holding it over the bowl and letting 5 drops fall in before taking my hand away. I watched on with slight awe as I watched the cut close up at the same time as the runes on the blade glowed. So that's what they were for. I handing the knife back to the goblin. As the goblin took the bowl back, I watched on as he tapped the runes in a sequence as they light up and my blood was soaked into the ruby in the center of the bowl. Seconds before, a thick black smoke started to pour out of it, floating up and forming a shield. My eyes widened as I recognized it from the wiki. I had seen it a number of times and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was a shield divided into 2, the top half with an armored arm holding a sword and the bottom part with 3 birds, ravens, or crows, I felt my mouth open seeing it before I looked at the goblin, who looked to be just as shocked as I before he cleared his throat. Well, this is most surprising. It would appear, child, that you are a lost son of the most ancient and most noble house of Black. The goblin spoke as I looked back up at the crest as it faded away. I was a Black, like Sirius, but... how? I asked openly, not understanding how this could be. I knew that Sirius didn't have any kids, unless he did and I was him. I just couldn't think how else this would be possible. The goblin grinned. Let's find out, shall we, he said as he moved to the box and took out a quill and a sheet of parchment. I will need some more of your blood, the goblin explained, handing the bowl and knife back to me, 10 drops this time. Once it's done, I will use the quill to trace back your magical family lines for 3 generations on either family side. After that, I'm required to hand you over to your family's account manager. I believe he will have a number of things to discuss with you now that you have been identified as a son of the House of Black. I nodded, taking the knife and once again cutting my finger and giving the required blood into the bowl. The same thing happened as before as I watched the cut on my finger heal before I passed the bowl over. The goblin placed the quill in the blood and in a couple of seconds it soaked it all in before he placed it on the parchment, and we watched the magic take effect. The quill lifted up into the air and then proceeded to write, starting with my name and then going backwards. I watched with wide eyes as I saw my birth father's name written next to Sirius, and my eyes were fixed on it. Regulus Arcturus Black is my father, I said in awe, watching as the quill writes 3 generations backwards of the Black line before it started on my mother's side, and Alicia Parker was my mother. I said, looking on as I saw the quill scroll back 3 generations of the Parker family before stopping and falling still on the parchment. The goblin quickly took the parchment and looked it over. Yes, it would seem that your mother was a 3rd generation witch, born to a lower power magical family but with 3 generations in her. She would be seen by most wizards to be better than most born from muggles, though not by much. But enough to make you the equivalent of a pure blood, being both her child and the son of a pure-blooded house with such lineage as the House of Black. He said before rolling the parchment up. I will take this to the account manager for your new house so that he can confirm it. He will be with you momentarily to continue your business with Gringotts. Before moving to collect the other items back into the wooden box and dragging it behind him as he left the room. I sat there as I tried to contemplate just what this meant. I was a Black. I was the son Regulus Black, that would make Sirius Black, my uncle. But if Sirius was removed from the Black family, that would make me the last one of the Black family, wouldn't it? As I sat there trying to contemplate just what was happening, the doors to the meeting room opened once again and another goblin came in, this one wearing an all-black suit looking older than the last. I noticed he had the Black's house crest on a black sash over his coat. He immediately walked up to the table and looked at me with a somewhat hard gaze for a moment before speaking. Master Black. My name is Ironclaw. I am the account manager for the most ancient and most noble House of Black. It is an honor to meet you, and a relief to know that the House of Black has once again been revived with your discovery. He spoke with respect to me. I had absolutely no idea where to begin right now. All this information in my head, I didn't know where to start, so until I had time to sit down and make a plan, the best thing to do would be to go with the flow of things. I steeled myself and nodded. Thank you, Account Manager Ironclaw, your words are most welcome. However, I'm slightly uninformed at the moment, being raised outside of the wizarding world, and behind on some things. I would seek your counsel as to how I should proceed from here. As you are no doubt loyal to my apparent house, I believe I should trust your advice on things. I replied, knowing it could be taken one of 2 ways. Luckily it went the better way. He grinned. Well, I can see that you are quite wise, seeking the help of others, Master Black, and yes, you are right. I and those of my clan have been loyal to the House of Black for close to 200 years. It would be my honor to aid you until you can keep your own counsel. He said, giving me a toothy grin. Now, as you said you are just now rejoining the magical world, I would ask if you have had your inoculations as of yet. I paused for a minute before speaking. I have had my inoculations for mundane diseases, but if I am to go by what you are suggesting, then there are others I am in need of, for the magical kind. I asked. Ironclaw nodded. Yes, young master, there are. Normally I would send any common wizard to the Wizarding Hospital St. Mungo's for theirs, but for the last son of the House of Black I would recommend seeing a goblin healer, for such as it would be faster, and we can also offer a full magical scan to gauge any other latent magical abilities you have. House Black had a few in generations past, it could be possible that they reawakened in you. He added. Our healers are trained in both wizard and goblin treatment. Given that Gringotts employs a number of wizards for various tasks, it is beneficial to be able to treat them in-house, should something go wrong on a job, rather than send them to be treated at a wizard hospital. I thought for a moment as I seemed to recall some mentions of magical diseases in the books, dragonpox, and the like. I nodded. Yes, thank you, Ironclaw. I believe I will take you up on that offer. I said with a bow of my head. Ironclaw bowed back. Of course, young master. Please follow me and I will see you to our healers personally. Following Ironclaw, the goblin led me from the meeting room and deeper into the bank and through several more doors until we came to a set of larger white doors. Passing through we came into what looked like an examination room, and to the side sat a goblin in a white suit who turned to us as we entered. Ironclaw immediately approached him and the two conversed in goblin speak as I looked over the room. There was a metal table with a thin cloth over it with a movable curtain to provide privacy. In the display cases on the walls there were jars that looked to be filled with different things ranging eyeballs of different animals to various fungi. Hearing the talking stop, I turned to the goblin pair as they approached me. Master Black, it is an honor to be able to provide aid to one of such an honorable and old house such as yours. The goblin stated, giving a bow. My name is Healer Balgriff, and your account manager informs me that you require Gringotts services in a medical review at this time and inoculations for diseases of the magical variety. I nodded. Yes, that is true, Healer Balgriff. I have just recently rejoined the magical world and find myself unprepared in such matters, so I asked my account manager to aid me in such, and here we are. I stated. Balgriff nodded. Indeed. Well, if you would like to have a seat on the table, I will retrieve the potions for you to take, and I will then perform a magical medial scan in order to see if there is anything else I can aid you with before we move on to your magical check. I nodded and moved to sit down on the table as instructed and waited a few moments as the goblin leaves the room for a few minutes only to return with a wooden box with a number of files. He then set it on the table beside me. Drink these, Master Black, they will inoculate you from all known magical diseases. He instructed. I nodded and took up one of the files and uncorked it, giving a wince as I caught the scent. It was revolting, like someone had put 3-week-old socks in a blender and put it on high. All I could do was hold my breath as I swallowed down each file and try not to gag as each one tasted worse than the last. As I set the last empty file down, I blanched. That was probably the single most disgusting experience of my life. I said, trying not to throw up from the aftertaste. Balgriff and Ironclaw gave a chuckle at my expense as Balgriff stepped forward and raised his clawed hand and began to wave it in front of me. Yes, most say that. But better the taste than the diseases they protect against. He said before he started to chant as the tips of his fingers glowed and I felt the magic wash over me like a tingling sensation against my skin. I sat up and let him continue his skin for a few minutes more before he stopped and nodded. Master Black, I can find no other ailments on yourself at this time that will not naturally fix themselves on their own as you age and grow. With your permission, I would begin your magical scan to test your magical core and check for any latent magical abilities. He asked politely. I swallowed slightly, a little nervous, and nodded. Yes, please continue, Healer Balgriff. I instructed as politely as I could back. Balgriff nodded back and raised his hand as he started to chant again. This time his claw tips began glowing a bright blue instead of the white glow from before, and slowly as he continued the glow separated and small orbs of light broke off and changed color for reasons I couldn't identify. Although apparently they were important, as with each one Balgriff raised an eyebrow and looked a little more excited as he continued. By the end there were 3 small lights in front of me, one a bright blue, the other a bright silver and a third a bright green. Lowering his hand, Balgriff grinned. Well, this is certainly a welcome surprise. He stated, looking to my account manager. It would seem you were right. Some of the Black family abilities have resurfaced. He stated. After a moment I cleared my throat. Would someone please tell me what these lights mean? I asked as politely as I could. I was getting a little annoyed about being left in the dark here. Balgriff turned back to me with a toothy grin. Of course, Master Black, my apologies. He stated before indicating to the light blue light. This orb represents your magical core's state. It is healthy and a good size for someone your age, indicating you will be magically powerful as you grow older. He explained before moving on to the silver orb. This one is a latent magical ability that was thought lost to the Black family line, but it would appear with the addition of new blood and magic to the line has been enough to awaken it once more, if partially. Possessors of this ability can change their appearance at will with practice. Those with this skill are called metamorphmagus. Though only partially awakened, you will now have the range of abilities as a full user would have. You will still be able to do minor changes. Congratulations, he said, giving me a toothy grin before moving on to the last. And this green orb represents another ability, this one a full ability that you will be able to learn. Some wizards learn how to transform into different animals. This ability is called being an animagus. Some are born with the ability to use this more easily than others. Once you have learned what form you can take on, you will find it easier than your peers should any of them try to achieve such transformations. He finished. I sat there in shock hearing this as I tried to comprehend what I was being told. Not only was I magical, but I possessed 2 kick-ass skills that I could learn and use. This was getting better by the minute. Wait. Metamorphmagus, isn't that what Tonks is? Holy shit, I'm related to Tonks, and Bellatrix, Draco, not sure how I feel about those last 2. I felt like an idiot now that I heard about my skills. I remember reading about such on the wiki and the fanfictions, it was obvious. Quickly snapping back to reality, I blinked. Cool. I said plainly, not really sure how else to react to the news openly. I didn't want to give away anything like how I already knew about all this when I wasn't meant to. Ironclaw nodded. Indeed, Master Black, now if you would follow me to my office. You need to don your air ring before we can continue with any further business you have today. He said before gesturing to the door. I nodded and got off the table, before looking to the other goblin. Thank you for your assistance, Healer Balgriff, your help has been most appreciated. I said, giving a bow of my head. Balgriff smiled back at me. It was my pleasure to aid the House of Black, young master. He returned before both I and Ironclaw left the room and started back down the corridor. As we walked, my mind was racing a mile a minute as I tried to think what all this meant now. There was so much happening and so fast. I needed to priorities. If the air ring was like I had read about in fan fictions before, it was going to make me next in line for the title of Lord Black, when I came of age, whenever that would be. I clearly needed more information. Account Manager Ironclaw. I spoke curiously. What is this ring you spoke of earlier, and what is an heir? I asked, doing my best to sound like a curious child. Ironclaw glanced over his shoulders towards me as he spoke. As you are the last son of the House of Black, the line of inherency falls to you, making you the heir apparent of the House of Black. The ring signifies this. When you reach your majority at 16, you will become Lord Black unless emancipated before such, when you can take up your title earlier. Emancipated? I asked, still using my best curious tone. Ironclaw nodded. It means you would be recognized as an adult and not as a child. Such automatically happens when you reach your majority. He explained as we neared his office. Okay, that was yet another thing I would have to research when I had time. While I had read a number of fictions that involved the taking up of lordship where the character was emancipated, I wasn't sure if it was a good idea yet. I had no clue on what was fact and what was fiction, so I would be better to hold off on that until I got a proper lay of the land, as it were. As we arrived back in his office, I noted it was well kept and furnished much like the rest of the bank. Account managers must all get their own offices for some reason or another, likely so they can manage more important accounts who would like their finances kept secret. I could understand that much. As we entered, I was gestured to wait as Ironclaw made his way over to the large vault within his office. I watched on as he ran his finger down the middle of the door, as I heard the sounds of the internal mechanics clicking open before he opened it, retrieving an ornate wooden box form inside before returning to me and opening it. Inside, laid on the black cloth interior, was a cameo-styled ring sitting with its circular head pointed towards me. The black sapphire gem flashed with the House Black crest for a moment before fading to leave only the sapphire. I took a moment to look at it before reaching out and taking it. The gold of the ring felt cold to the touch, and it was rather large. I knew that I wouldn't be able to wear it. But no sooner had I put it on my finger than I saw the gold flash, and then the band shrunk to match my finger width before there was a rush of what I can only describe as something cold rushing through my veins for several moments before it faded, and I let out a gasp and panted slightly, suddenly feeling very drained. What was that? I asked as I tried to get my breath back. Ironclaw only smiled at me as he closed the lid of the box. That was the final confirmation that you are indeed the heir Black. It was the heir ring confirming you were worthy to wear the ring, and as such worthy to be the Black heir and then the next Lord Black. My apologies for not telling you about it, but it was not my place to do so. He said with a bow of his head before he turned to take the box back to his vault and close the door without another word. I took several deep breaths, trying to get my breathing back under control. I looked at the ring before I spoke, and if it didn't judge me worthy to be the heir, and I put it on. I asked, not sure I wanted to know. Ironclaw gave me a grin. That would depend on if you weren't a Black. If you weren't, then the family magic in the ring would have simply killed you, very slowly. As you are a Black, you would have only been in a lot of pain until you passed out. Then the ring would have removed itself from your finger by shrinking so much that it cut it off. He said as if it was common knowledge. I did my best not to gulp hearing that, and thanked whatever deity there was looking out for me. I forgot that House Black was a rather dark house. Of course, their heir ring would be cursed to do something like that to discourage any who wasn't the heir. Ironclaw then cleared his throat. Congratulations, heir Black. Now if it pleases you, I can take you down to your family vault for you to collect any gold you may need, as well as browse your other belongings. I thought for a moment on that. I did need to gather some gold for my school supplies, but I was also curious just what else was in the vault. Part of me was wary about them, given the Black's history. I'd just have to be careful. This was too good an opportunity to pass up. Who knows what I could find down there to help me? I nodded. Lead the way. Ironclaw nodded, and we soon departed his office, heading for the carts. Scene break. That was intense. The books and the movies don't do the cart system justice. It was completely mind-blowing and thrilling, and I'm not ashamed to admit I screamed a couple of times when I nearly fell out when we went down a very sharp dip that I hadn't seen coming. Staggering out of the cart once we came to a stop. I was a little unsteady on my feet after that experience. It might take me a couple goes to get used to the ride. Ironclaw just smirked as he watched me stagger my way to the door as he waited for me. What a ride! I said as I steadied myself on the wall beside the vault door. Ironclaw gave me a grin. Indeed. Many young wizards say so their first time. Now to business. Please place your right hand on the vault door, heir Black. The magic upon it will recognize you as the heir Black and will permit you entry. I nodded as I straightened up, and after a moment to prepare myself, I placed my right hand on the door as Ironclaw had told me. I could feel the faint hum below my fingertips. it was nothing like the feeling I had when I put on the air ring. It was much less potent. It faded away seconds later and I heard the loud clicks of the inner door workings moments later as the door began to open and I couldn't keep the shock off my face when I looked inside. To say the inside of the vault was huge does not do it justice. The inner ceiling was at least 2 floors high and it went in at least 100 meters after the entrance corridor. Towards the back I could see shelves filled with tomes and books and to the side were various other shelves with dozens of items on each. Trunks stacked up in multiple stacks made of various fabrics filled one section of the wall. In the center of the room was a huge mound of gold galleons that was stretched back at least 60 meters and was nearly touching the ceiling. There was just so much. Ironclaw bowed his head to me slightly. I shall wait here for your return, call if you need me. I nodded my head in response before I started forward down the small entrance corridor and into the main vault. Walking in I let my eyes roam around. I didn't know where to start when suddenly I jumped when a male voice spoke. Who are you and what are you doing here? I jumped and swerved to find the source of the voice and my eyes widened as they settled on the source. Along the back wall of the vault were paintings, a large number of them which I hadn't seen from the entrance hall, and the voice had come from the second to last one. The painting was of a man with long black hair and hard features, and piercing grey eyes, dressed in rich-looking black robes who was watching me with his hard gaze. My eyes flickered to the golden nameplate and my eyes widened. Orion Black. I said as I realized looking at the portrait of just who it was, Sirius and Regulus's father, my grandfather. I will not ask again, boy, who are you? And what are you doing in here? Orion said, his tone hard as he looked at me with his hard gaze. I straightened slightly and my shoulders set as I turned fully to look at the portrait before I spoke. My name is Magnus Rourke Black, and am the newly named heir to the most ancient and most noble house of Black. Orion's eyes grew a fraction wider when he heard this as he seemed to take in my appearance more as he looked me over. How is this possible? He spoke, his tone somewhat lighter. The only way you could be heir Black at your age would be if you were born of the family, he said as he narrowed his eyes once more. Who is your father, boy? I didn't falter as he questioned me, nor as I replied. I am the firstborn of your second-born, Regulus Arcturus Black, the lost son of the House of Black, now found. I blinked. Why had I just said that? It was like something was telling me it was the correct thing to say. Orion's eyes definitely did widen when I said that, and it looked as if someone had smacked him across the face. His eyes then darted down to my hand and the ear ring and he seemed to let out a breath before swallowing. I see, I had thought that the house was all but lost when I was told of my son's, your father's death. I am glad to see that the black blood still flows strong. He said as he nodded his head to me. You are most welcome here, heir Black. I am sorry, but your father never had his portrait made. So you will not be able to speak to him, but myself and my wife Walburga will assist you with anything you need. He said respectfully. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask us. I nodded. Thank you, grandfather, I will do that. But I fear that I may do so quite often. I was raised outside of the wizarding world. Until recently I was in an orphanage, and until not half an hour ago I did not know I had any family at all. I said before gesturing around me. All of this is completely new to me. Orion nodded to my words. I see. Yes, you do have a lot to learn then. But at least you seem to possess a strong fortitude, which is good. You will need that if you want to be the next Lord Black. Knowledge can be learned, but it takes a certain fortitude and strength to be a lord. I think you will do nicely. If you will wait a moment, I will fetch your grandmother from her portrait at Black Manor. She will want to speak with you now that you have been found. I suppressed a wince at that as I watched him walk out of his frame. From what I can remember in the books and movies about Walburga Black, she wasn't exactly the most pleasant of people. I didn't know if I wanted to meet her, but it was unavoidable at this point. As I waited, I turned and looked around once more, waiting, and I blinked when I saw the other side of the vault. While one side had books and what looked like a number of heirlooms of such, the other had shelves that were filled with what looked like various potion ingredients, a large number of them, and from just a quick glance the collection was very extensive. But my attention was quickly drawn back to the portraits when I hear movement, and I turned only to meet the gaze of Walburga Black. She was an older woman, in her mid-40s at least, with wild black hair and pale skin, but was rather beautiful. Her gaze that of a woman that demanded respect and would raise hell if not given it. I immediately felt my back straighten and set my shoulders as though I had just been challenged to a fight. I could tell that her gaze was a test to see my reaction, a test I was not going to fail. After a moment her gaze seemed to soften if slightly as she sat back in her portrait in the chair in it, and she nodded to me. I see what you mean, dear, he does at least have a spine. She said as I heard Orion chuckle from his portrait. He does indeed. Orion agreed. He will make a fine lord when he comes of age, once he has learned of his duties. Walburga snorted. That remains to be seen. Just because he wears the ring does not mean he will survive to become Lord Black. She stated rather amusingly. I shot her a look at that comment, and just what is that supposed to mean? You think just because I am a child that I will let another take what is mine? I am not something for your amusement. Walburga's eyes widened at my words and Orion burst into laughter. Haha, well said. You see dear, he will make a fine lord. He said with a smile, neither of our sons had the nerve to downright defy you at that age, portrait or not. The lad has spirit. Walburga snorted again. Spirit means nothing when his age, it only means he's brash and foolhardy. He's already admitted he knows little of our world, how does he expect to last when he doesn't know what to expect? I clenched my fists and took a breath. As expected, she was proving to be just as stubborn a woman as she was in the books and movies, by using what I do know. Learning as much as I can as fast as I can, and playing it safe until I know who I can trust. As grandfather said not 5 minutes ago to me, knowledge can be learned, but it takes the right person to be a lord. If the Black Lordship is my right, I will excel and claim it. Walburga seemed to look at me a little differently at that, and Orion nodded and gave me a pleased-looking smile before glancing to Walburga's painting once more. What say you now, dear? Does he meet your standards? Walburga continued to look at me for another several seconds after that, but nodded. He does, before bowing her head to me. I am at your service, Heir Black. It has been many years since the House of Black had an heir worthy such as you. Should you have any need of me, you have but to ask. I nodded my head, doing my best not to exhale a sigh of relief. Thank you, grandmother, grandfather, but please, call me Magnus. We're family after all. I said with a small smile. Both seemed to smile at that and nodded to me in acceptance, and I nodded back. I then, gesturing to the rest of the vault, is there anything in here that you can think of that would help me in my studies, or would be of an advantage for me to have at Hogwarts? I asked plainly. Orion nodded. There are many books and tomes on the far shelves that may prove interesting, although some may be too advanced until you are older, but they may prove to be something there you can learn from. I know that Hogwarts Library doesn't stock many of these tomes, as some could be considered questionable in nature. But their contents are nonetheless useful. He explained. As for aiding you in your studies, I would suggest you browse the heirlooms. Those trunks are all multi-compartmental trunks, each with the space of a medium-size house inside with various other features. Such would be advantageous to have at Hogwarts to have a private place to study away from prying eyes. Orion continued. I nodded, hearing that. Those did sound very useful. Thank you, grandfather. Is there anything else? Orion thought for a minute and nodded. Yes, now that you mention it. In the heirlooms you might find an old pocket watch, gold casing and chain with a black sapphire on its casing. Similar to your heir ring, it was enchanted many years ago and its effects may prove useful. I looked at him, waiting for him to continue, but he didn't, so I only nodded. I will keep an eye out. Thank you once again, grandfather. I said before turning and starting towards the stacked trunks. Reaching the wall of trunks, I was about to start taking one down one at a time and give each a once-over till I found the one that had the best insides when I stopped to look again. Each had a folded-up piece of parchment on the lid with a drawn map and a list of rooms inside, along with a list the additional charms and features each had. This would prove to be quicker than I thought. Scene break. 20 minutes later I had gone through each of the trunks and chosen the best one I could find. It was large with a thick dragon hide finish and came with a number of features. It was both fire and waterproof, had a deterrent charm so people would stay clear of it, a weightless charm so that it would be easy to carry, a security charm linked to my own magic which was linked to a penalty charm that would stun anyone who tried to open it who wasn't me, a concealment charm that kept the interior and its contents invisible to anyone when active so I wasn't worried about someone seeing what was inside it when I wasn't around. It also had a self-shrinking charm on it so I could shrink it to the size of a matchbox and put it in my pocket. The reason I chose it was because not only did it offer the most space but it also had a number of rooms I knew I would find useful. A potions lab with a large ingredients store, a huge training room with a built-in dueling ring, a combined large library and office space, on top of living quarters with a kitchen and pantry, and a master bedroom with bathroom and large closet space. It was practically a house on wheels. With my trunk shrunken in my pocket I had started to browse through the heirlooms, keeping my hands to myself as I did so. I didn't want to risk touching anything knowing how nefarious and dangerous some of the items might be, and last thing I wanted was to be cursed by touching the wrong thing. I was looking for the pocket watch that Orion had told me about and it was proving difficult to find. Only when I came into the jewelry area did I finally come across it. It was in a display case along with a number of other pieces, brooches and necklaces, and other pieces that looked expensive. I noticed they were all tagged with different labels and before I picked up the watch I took a quick glance at its label and my eyes widened. Time dilation pocket watch. My mind started to race thinking just what that meant. Was this something similar to a time turner? I wasn't sure I wanted to mess with that kind of thing. But all the same it would be a waste to pass up something that could aid me. Hermione had used such magic to advance her education in her 3rd year, or she would, surely this could do the same for me. With a nod I lifted the pocket watch and placed it in my pocket, but before I closed the lid I stopped to browse some of the other tags to see what the other pieces were capable of. Getting to a pendant necklace I read over the tag and my eyebrows shot up, Legilimency Barrier Pendant. Once again my mind had started to race with all the possibilities I had read in the past. How could I have forgotten about one of the most invasive magics in the wizarding world? If someone was to read my mind with legitimacy, they would know everything I would know in seconds, and I would be helpless to stop them. I would have to learn to defend myself from such things, but for now this pendant would be the best place to start to at least give me advanced warning about such an attack. Taking up the pendant I looked it over, it was a black sapphire same as that of my ring, but only this one was cut into the shape of a shield with a number of small runes etched into it. It looked very impressive as it hung from the silver chain. I quickly put it on myself and took a final glance over the other things there, stopping finally on a ring that was a plain silver with 3 diamonds in it, and reading the tag I paused for thought as I read it: detection ring, potions, curses, charms, self-sizing. Nodding to myself once more, I lifted the ring out and slipped it onto my middle finger next to my air ring. I can't count the number of times that I've read fanfictions where people were slipped love potions or food with some magical alteration effect. I knew it was better to be safe than sorry as I watched the ring sized itself to my finger. I would have to ask my grandparents' portraits how these worked later. After I finished looking through the enchanted jewelry, I move on to the bookshelves to see if I could find anything that would pique my interest. I knew of a couple of topics that I wanted to learn already, and I had several books stacked out on various subjects that caught my eye, ranging from rituals, warding, ruins, battle transmutation, curses, occlumency and potions, as well as 3 books that I could find on metamorphomagus. While I could have browsed the topics here forever, I was quite wary to touch the older looking books. When I held my hand over some of them, I could feel a buzz in the air, and the far right diamond on my detection ring turned black. I didn't know what that meant, but I didn't want to risk looking any more in case I touched something that I shouldn't, until I knew more. There hadn't been any books on airships or lordships or anything like that. I could only assume such books were at Black Manor. I would just have to buy my own copies when I went shopping later. With the books taken care of, I made my way to the potions area to look at the ingredients just out of curiosity. I didn't plan on taking any, not this time, as I didn't know if there was anything that the ministry would label dark here. The last thing I wanted to do was take something like that with me and have it found on me. That would only get me in trouble, so I would just wait till I knew more about that field before taking any of them out. With a final glance around, I started back to my grandparents' portraits. Having put my books into my trunk, the only things left that I needed were the galleons, but I didn't know how much to take, so I thought I had better ask. While I could just shovel a pile of them into my pocket and hope for the best, I just knew there had to be another way about it, like I had read in the fanfictions. Coming back to my vault every time I needed gold was just too tedious. There had to be another way. Finished, grandfather. All I need now are the funds for my other school supplies. How much should I take? I asked Orion's portrait. The man smirked and pointed to a number of small sacks hanging from hooks on one of the pillars next to the galleons. You don't need to take galleons from the vault. Those sacks are linked to the vault, simply take one with you. Think about how many galleons you want and the bag will fill for you. It's bottomless and charmed to be weightless, so you can use it for all number of charges, and they are like the vault doors, only your magic can use it to pull funds from the vault. I nodded, just as I thought. Thank you, grandfather. Before walking over and lifting one of the sacks, Orion nodded to me. If you spotted anything in here that you can't take with you, simply call the manor's house elf. His name is Creaker. Now that you are Air Black, he will answer your call. You can have him bring you anything from the vault that is too big for you to carry out. I nodded my head to his suggestion, in part recognition and thanks. I had thought about Creaker as I had been looking through the heirlooms. I had spotted a couple of things that might be useful to me later, but I had decided against calling Creaker. Given that I knew if I did I would be questioned as to how I had known about him, and that would have me answering some questions that I didn't want to answer. I had to be careful. Walburga nodded as well. I'm sorry to say that Black Manor has fallen into a bit of a mess since my death. I have attempted to keep Creaker cleaning, but I cannot see beyond what my portrait will permit me, so the manor needs a thorough going through. I will instruct Creaker to begin such while you are collecting your school things. If need be, you can call him to take your things back to the manor. I shall have him prepare a room for you before he begins cleaning. I nodded again. Thank you, grandmother, but I do not know where Black Manor is. How? As I began to say it, my mind flooded with information and I felt something click inside my head and I realized what it had been. I had known where Black Manor was before, but arriving here had locked the information away from me because of the secret keeper charm placed on the manor, but now I could remember. I staggered slightly. Whoa. What? How do I know this? Orion gave me a smirk. It is the air ring. It and the Lord's rings are keyed to a special magic that hides Black Manor from the rest of the world. It permits you and the Lord Black to tell others where the manor is, but because of the charm no one can tell others. Nor will anyone simply happen upon the manor, looking for it or not. It was your interest in Black Manor that let the ring fill in the blanks, as it were. Have you not noticed it subtly telling you the correct things to say as well when addressed? It is meant to do so as an aid for younger or uninformed heirs like yourself. I nodded and looked at the air ring on my hand and gave a small smirk. I should have guessed there was more to this ring than just that bit of magic from before. Orion seemed to look at me with interest and smirked. I see you happened upon the detection ring, a handy piece of jewelry to have. I looked to him with a bit of a smile. Yes, I found it when I was looking for the pocket watch you told me about. But there were no instructions on how it works, nor on what the watch does. Though I take it from its name that it does something with time. Orion nodded. Yes, the pocket watch creates a sort of time dilation bubble in a 3 feet radius in every direction. Inside, time moves 3 times faster than outside it, but it will only last for an hour a day, before it needs to recover its magic from the user while it is kept in their position. With it 1 hour becomes 3, which proves quite handy for studying and doing parchment work when you are a lord, or homework as a student. He smirked. I slowly nodded my head. While it was by no means a time turner, I couldn't deny that such an item would come in very handy. It would give me more time to study what I want to in private, and it would allow me to get any homework done in record time when I'm at Hogwarts. Very handy indeed. Orion cleared his throat and continued. As for the ring. Well, the 3 gems are the indicators to watch. It's useful for checking food, mail, or any gifts given to you. Simply wave it over an item and watch the gems. Black means there is a curse or hex on the object, blue means some sort of harmful or invasive charms are at work, or purple means there is a potion involved. If purple turns to pink, it means there's a love potion. If purple turns to yellow, it means there's a mind-altering element, or if black, it means poison of some sort. I looked at the ring and gave a low whistle. This was going to come in very handy in making sure that everything I ate or touched was safe to do so. I knew I was likely sounding a bit like Mad Eye Moody when I thought it, but given the route I was thinking about, it would be better to have this and not need it than get caught out and eat something that would mess with my mind or kill me. I looked at my grandparents' portraits and smiled. Well, it's time for me to go now. I still have my shopping to do, after all, lots to do. Walburga nodded. Once you are done, Magnus, call for Kreaker. He can take you to outside Black Manor. You will have to unlock the front with your ring. It will tell you how. I nodded my head once more and started out of the vault, turning to Ironclaw as the doors shut behind me. I believe that concludes my business today with Gringotts, unless you have other business to discuss with me. Ironclaw shook his head. No, that is all, Air Black. If there is anything that comes to my attention, I will owl you to inform you of it. Once more I nodded my head. Thank you for your assistance today, Ironclaw. You have been of aid to House Black and it will not be forgotten. Now if you will kindly see me out of these caverns, I believe that I have my school shopping to do. Ironclaw nodded in response and we both started back to the car to leave the vaults. I absent-mindedly rubbed my air ring and smiled. Things were going to be interesting with all that's at my disposal. While I still had to stop and make plans, it was good to know I had a lot to work with. But what to do with it all is the question, so many possibilities and so much fun to be had. I was really looking forward to Hogwarts now, things were getting better by the moment. Chapter 2. Well, I literally just finished this, and given the number of reviews I've been getting asking me to continue, I've decided to post right away. I've run it through Grammarly, so there shouldn't be that many grammar mistakes in this one, hopefully, and by the time you're reading this I'll have gone back and updated Chapter 1 with an edited version, so the mistakes people spotted, fixed, sorry about them. Anyway, thanks for the reviews so far, keep them coming and I'll be getting to work on Chapter 3 in about 12 or 13 hours time. It's in the early hours of the AM for me, so I need my sleep before I can begin the next chapter. So make sure to drop a review cause I love reading them, though please try to include something other than mentioning any grammar mistakes. I am looking for a beta reader, preferably one who is quick and has plenty of free time on their hands and can do a good job. If you are interested, PM me in 9 hours time. I won't be on before that and I don't need my PMS full of beta reader applications, thanks. Chapter 2 Shopping, Wands, and Black Manor. Soon after leaving Gringotts I realized one very important thing. I hadn't had any breakfast yet and I was starving, and so that was how I ended up in Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Now while the adult in me tells me that ice cream for breakfast is a bad idea and unhealthy, the kid in me doesn't care and thinks that ice cream for breakfast sounds delicious, and so I was now sitting at a booth in the back of the parlor on my own with a large ice cream float in front of me and was currently tucking into it while I was reading over the occlumency book that I had gotten from my family's vault, and from what I read of it so far, occlumency seems like a very beneficial magic to learn, allowing for much more than just protecting your mind, but aids you in controlling your emotions and even drastically improving one's memory and ability to sort and recall information quickly. This would come in handy if I was going to remember every little fact in order to plan out things later on. It would also aid in my studying in class to better recall what I was taught. I don't see why this isn't a taught class at Hogwarts. Many students would benefit from this and drastically increase exam outcomes if students could easily recall everything they were ever taught. There's only one reason that I can think of as for why it isn't taught at Hogwarts, and if I was right then it just meant I would have to be a hell of a lot more careful. The information inside my head about future events would basically be a cheat sheet for either side, and right now I'm not sure the light is so light. Scene break. With my stomach settled with a good helping of ice cream, I decided it was time to start my shopping. I knew I was going to be getting more than just what was on the list of necessary items. I was a black with plenty of money to use to get myself set up with everything, plus the fact that I virtually had nothing with me on coming here meant that I had everything to buy for myself over again. It was going to be a very long day of shopping. So with the fact that I had only 2 sets of clothing to my name in mind, I started off to my first destination of the day, Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. I knew it was unlikely they would sell Muggle clothing there, but I at least could get my Hogwarts robes ordered, and I wanted to make sure that I got all the flashing lights, if you get my meaning. Walking in through the doors, I looked around. There were some very fancy dress robes on display, and the shop seemed rather busy, but then it would be with all the Hogwarts students and their parents. A woman who I assumed was Madame Malkin herself looked up from behind the front desk where she was currently writing down orders. She was an older woman with short curly silver hair and wire-rimmed glasses, wearing a violet robe with an intricate flower design woven into it. She looked to be rather stout and a little on the plump side of things, but pleasantly so. "Another one for Hogwarts robes, dearie?" she asked me from behind the desk. I nodded in response and she pointed to a set of chairs currently all vacant. "Take a seat and I'll be with you in a minute," she said, and then went back to writing. I nodded and did as I was told to, sitting down on the chair to wait as I rubbed at the detection ring on my right middle finger. Currently it was the only ring visible on my hand. My ear ring was currently hidden from sight so as not to show off who I was. A hand trick Ironclaw had shown me before I left Gringotts. The last thing I needed right now before I could sit down and think about things for a while was for someone to realize I was from the House of Black, whose sons are notorious. Sirius for his apparent betrayal of the Potters and my father for being a Death Eater. No one else bar me and those involved knew the truth, and while part of me wanted to go right to the DMLE and get Sirius released, I knew I couldn't do that. It would mess up the timeline and then I wouldn't know what was happening, not to mention I hadn't the first idea how to go about it, as I highly doubt that Madame Bones was just going to take the word of a child who wasn't even out of nappies when it happened. No, I needed to plan, but for now, I would go with the flow until I had time to sit down and make one. I had a whole month before Hogwarts to do it in, plenty of time. Once she was finished writing down whatever it was in her ledger behind the front desk, making her way over to me with a pleasant smile, "The kind you give to children not to frighten them. I guess I would have to get used to that for a while." "Well, dearie, come along, let's pop on into the changing room so I can take your measurements for your robes," she said as she gestured to behind a large curtain to the right of the chairs. I nodded as I stood up. "Yes ma'am, but I'm actually here for more than just my school robes today. I need to have a full wardrobe made up. I've only recently joined the magical world, but my parents left me an inheritance so I am able to look after myself." I saw Madame Malkin frown slightly at that. "I'm sorry to hear that, dearie, but don't worry, I'm sure we can get you sorted out," she said before pointing to the stool. "Now just stand up there and I'll have your measurements taken and then we can discuss what all you need. We'll focus on your Hogwarts robes first and get them out of the way," she smiled. Nodding once more, I moved to the stool and stepped up onto it, keeping my balance as I did, which I found was actually a little harder than it normally was for me, which I think now is just more than me not being used to this body, and more to do with my being a metamorphmagus. Tonks was always clumsy, wasn't she? I'll have to try and think of some way to fix that. It could get me killed if I'm in a fight and I trip up when it's most important. No sooner was I stood straight on the stool, Madame Malkin tapped the long measuring tape that was over her shoulders and it zipped right off her and started to encircle me. "Hold your arms out, dearie," she instructed. I did so and the measuring tape went to work measuring my limbs and torso. Right about now I had wished that I had taken some time to learn how to use my metamorphic abilities. Changing my measurements mid-measure would really throw her off. Ma'am, it might be important for you to know, I'm a partial metamorphmagus. I haven't learned to control it yet though, so that might be relevant to my clothing," I told her as I continued to watch the tape take my measurements. Madame Malkin looked at me and blinked. "Oh, I see. Well, that is very fortunate for you, dearie, and I can easily factor that in with your clothing. Some resizing charms can be put onto your clothing so that it will grow right along with your body when you do change," she told me as she watched her quill write down my measurements. That had been the opening I wanted. What other charms can be put onto my clothing, and do I have any choices about my uniform, materials, and the like?" Madame Malkin smiled. "Yes, dearie, we provide a selection of fabrics for you to choose from to have your uniform made from, as well as a selection of useful charms that can be applied. The better the fabric and the more charms, the more expensive it will be though. How much can you afford to spend on your uniform and other clothes?" I smiled. "Money isn't a problem. My inheritance was rather large. My parents wanted me well looked after." I could practically see the twinkle in her eyes when I said that, and I went for broke. "Do you sell just robes here or do you sell Muggle clothing as well? I would like to be able to go out into the Muggle world as well, so I'll need Muggle clothing as well." Again, money is not a problem. Madame Malkin looked like she wanted to burst out into joyous laughter at my words, and I can tell that I had just made her one very happy with. Scene break. About 2 hours later I was finally coming out of Madame Malkin's. My order placed for a full wardrobe or robes for all my needs from formal to casual wear, and my Hogwarts robes. I was told I would need to give her at least a day to have them all made up. I had ordered the very best. I could practically see the galleon signs in her eyes when she rounded off the total, and I paid for it all before leaving. I had already put all my Muggle clothing into my shrunken trunk. They all had various charms on them as well, though not as many as my robes. Apparently Muggle clothing can't hold as many enchantments as wizarding robes. Something to do with the materials. I didn't mind. Looking around the alley, I knew where I was going next. I wanted to leave getting my wand to last, so I was steering clear of Ollivanders for now. As I walked on towards Flourish and Blots, I knew that Black Manor likely had a library, but like the one in the Black Vault, every other book was likely cursed. so it would be like trying to navigate a magical minefield to not get cursed, ring or not. I didn't want to risk that, at least not yet. Walking into Flourish and Blots, I was relieved to see that the crowd that had been there before had lessened while I was in getting my clothes seen too. They had a number of tables set up with stacks of books on them in bundles, each table with a sign on it for each year group. I realized looking that they had created packages of the books each student would need for their core subjects in their years so as to speed things along. A handy idea, but I knew that I was here for more than just the standard books and went in search of others, browsing the shelves, checking the above labels to find the books on the subject I was looking for, and I quickly found them and started to take a copy of each. Copies of each wizard law book, pure blood politics, and any guide for muggle-born students just entering the wizarding world. I wanted to learn all the facts so I wouldn't be caught out on things, while I was tempted to try for some more advanced textbooks on other subjects. I knew I would have more than my fair share of topics to study over the month, and so adding more to my list would be pointless until I got all my facts straight and my occlumency training underway so I could remember it all. Taking all my books plus the first year package up to the till to pay, I could see the girl behind the till raise an eyebrow at my choice of books, but didn't say anything after I put the galleons on the front desk to pay for it all. She offered to shrink them for me, but I declined and just loaded them into my trunk before leaving for my next destination, already having enough to preoccupy my mind for now. Scene break. Walking to the next shop on my list to get my cauldron and my potion ingredients, I paused as I walked past Ellipse Owl Emporium. There in the window was sitting the cage containing the beautiful white snow owl soon to be known as Hedwig. I couldn't help but smile seeing her, and I was very tempted to go in there and buy her myself, but she was Harry's owl, and changing the timeline even in a small way like that had me on edge. I didn't want to risk throwing anything off balance in a major way. Not for a while yet, and while I had thought about getting an owl, I didn't exactly have anyone to write to, and I could always change my mind later in the month and pick one up if need be. Plenty of time after all, but I had to remain focused at the moment and resumed my pace as I continued on to my next destination. Time skip. 3 hours later found me at the door to Ollivander's to get my wand. Finally, I had splurged in every shop I had been to, buying more than what was on my list to get. I always did like to be over-prepared for everything, and you never know what might happen. So with a final step I pushed open the door and walked inside. It was just as the movies showed. It walls upon walls of wand boxes of all shapes and sizes, way too many to count by hand. I was looking around in slight awe as I entered. I well knew that Ollivander liked to sneak up and weird children out who come to his shop to get their wands, so I was prepared for him to jump out from behind a corner in an attempt to scare me. I was not, however, prepared for the old wand maker's voice to sound from behind me. I practically jumped 3 feet in the air and swerved to find the man behind me chuckling in amusement. It took me several seconds to get my breathing under control and to stop my heart from thinking it was a good idea to exit my body by means of busting through my rib cage. "Ah, Mr. Black, I was wondering when I would be seeing you." Ollivander spoke clearly as he smiled at me. "Sorry for the scare, I just wanted to say hello." He smiled wider. Getting my breath under control, I was about to speak when my voice caught in my throat when I realized what he had just called me, and I swallowed. No problem," I spoke as I tried to figure out how he knew my name. Sir, how did you know my last name? I haven't told anyone about that," I asked, a little put off by the fact the man knew a fact I was trying to keep secret. Ollivander smiled at me. "That is simple, my dear boy. I was the one who made your mother and father's wands. You look the spitting image of them at your age," he said with a proud smile. "Your father's was a hazel and dragon heartstring, nice and flexible, good for shields and powerful enchantments. While your mother's was willow with unicorn tail hair, very swishy, good for charm work and healing." He recited off the top of his head. "I wonder which you might take after, or perhaps you're your own man. Shall we get started then?" I swallowed and nodded my head as I ran those facts through my mind, and tried to think what this would mean. If Ollivander knew, who else did? Was my identity compromised before I even had a chance? Would Dumbledore know before I even arrive at Hogwarts? There had been speculations that Ollivander reported to Dumbledore, but I hoped to hell that wasn't true now. Ollivander simply continued to smile. "You have little to worry, my boy, your identity is safe with me. I shan't tell a soul what I know," he promised me. I just looked at him with wide eyes. How did he know? That's what I was thinking. Has he been using legilimency on me this whole time and I not know it? No, my pendant would have warned me if he was. He was reading my expressions. I couldn't help but want to facepalm myself. "Magnus, you idiot, you are going to turn out just like Moody at this rate, thinking everyone's out to get you." I gave him a deadpan look and sighed. "Nice trick. Now, as you said, shall we get started then?" Ollivander chuckled. "Oh, seen through me already, have you? My, aren't you a clever one? Very well then, hold out your arm hand, my boy, and let me get started," he said as he tapped the magical tape around his neck, just as Madame Malkin had, and it shot off his shoulder as well and started to measure my arm. But as I suspected it would, it didn't stop there. It continued on measuring everything, the length of my fingers, my legs, my feet, even my ears, and what I now want to know is what the bloody hell the circumference of my nostril has to do with picking my wand. All the while Ollivander wasn't even taking down the measurements and started off to browse the shelves of his stock while I was practically molested by his measuring tape. It was trying to measure my groin when I finally put a stop to it, grabbing the tape measure and it falling limp in my hands before I put it down on Ollivander's front desk as I took deep breaths trying not to scream. It certainly wouldn't do for the heir of the House of Black to throw a yelling fit in the shop of the oldest wandmaker in Diagon Alley. Where the hell did those thoughts come from? My eyes darted to the space on my hand where my heir ring was and I realized what it was. It was my heir ring advising me on what to do. It was subtle but it was there, a minor compulsion. It would be easy for me to ignore it now that it was there, and it would likely go away once I had learned how to raise my occlumency barriers to keep all outside influence out, but it was nothing bad, helpful in fact, and I suppose it was right in a way. While I was mulling over this latest discovery, Ollivander had returned to his desk and broke me from my thoughts as he set out a number of wand boxes, lining them all up before picking one at what appeared to be a random selection and held it out to me. Here we are, Willow and Phoenix Feather, nice and swishy, he told me. Taking a breath just in case something happened, I took a breath to brace myself before I reached out and took the wand, and I felt a slight tremor in my hand, but there was no large flash or light of any kind as I expected. As I went to hand it back to him, shaking my head, I felt a pull inside me and then a row of wand boxes fell over. My eyes widened before I winced. The sound made Ollivander jump with surprise and I heard him sigh when he saw the tipped over box before waving his hand, and they restored themselves to their original place before he turned around and the wand back from me. All right then, he said as he put the wand back in the case before lifting another two of the boxes he brought with him. Phoenix Feather late responsive, he mumbled to himself as he placed the boxes below the table and handed me another. And so on it went, for the next hour and a half. Wand came and wand went. I tipped over shelves, cracked his desk, knocked myself on my butt more than once and even blew out the shop's window with a loose spell. I was getting rather irritated with the fact we couldn't find one, but come on, Harry got his on the third try. And the more wands that didn't work, the more excited Ollivander seemed to get with each failed attempt until finally, he came back with a long black box with a white ribbon falling off its front and top. He carefully lifted the top of the box off and set it to the side as he took out the wand inside. It was white like ivory white with a circular body that tapered slightly and then dipped un for a small bit like a sword and handle without a hilt before coming back up. Down its length were carved small runes that looked very intimidating. The fact that Ollivander was treating the wand with such care had me weary, and as he held it out to me he spoke. 13 inches, you, with the dragon heartstring core, rigid, he spoke softly. As he held it there I could actually feel it, and I knew why. This was his. Reaching out I grasped the wand and my eyes widened as I felt something fill me as a tingle ran down my arm and I gasped, feeling as though I had just had the best sleep of my life. It felt amazing. Ollivander seemed to smile. Very good choice, Mr. Black. It is rare that I make wands of you and even more rarely do I sell them. That you should choose this wand says a great deal about you. I think it's fair to say that we can expect great things from you, Mr. Black. Whether they are good or bad is yet to be seen. He said and then seemed to relax. All right then, that will be 12 galleons. I nodded as I looked at my wand. Could I get a wand wrist holster as well please? Dragons hide with anti-summoning charms and disillusionment charms, I asked as I remembered them in some fanfictions I read. Ollivander nodded as he took one out from below the desk and placed it next to my wand box. That will be 20 galleons and 7 sickles, Mr. Black, he smiled. Scene break. I exited the shop with my new wand placed inside its holster on my left wrist. I would have to add drawing practice to my list of things to learn later. Now when I start learning and training, I have 5 years to get myself ready. The war is coming and I am going to be ready for it. Making my way back to the leaky cauldron, I went up to my room and made sure the last of my things were packed away in my trunk. I could just throw the old clothes away, but I needed a safe place to call Kriaker anyway. When I knew I was set, I turned to the empty room and called out, Kriaker. The next second the old house elf was there with a pop. Who be you to call Kriaker? Kriaker wrenched as he looked at me with his small beady eyes. There be black blood in you, but I know not who you are. I kept my expression cool. I remembered that this is what Kriaker was like in the movies, so I was more than expecting such. Holding up my hand and willing my heir ring to appear, I responded, I am Magnus Rourke Black, son of Regulus Arcturus Black, heir to the ancient and most noble house of Black. That is who I am. I spoke with complete authority in my tone. It wouldn't do to let the old elf see any doubt in me. As I spoke I watched as Kriaker's beady eyes seemed to widen. You be Master Regulus's son? He spoke, his voice a little shaken by my declaration. I nodded. I am. I did not know my father nor my mother. I was orphaned and only found my way back to the house of my birth this day. Did my grandparents' portraits not tell you? Kriaker nodded. Kriaker was told of the return of the heir to the House of Black, but Kriaker knew not that it was you, he said before he quickly knelt before me. Kriaker will gladly serve young Master Black. What does young Master wish of Kriaker? The old elf spoke submissively. I smiled slightly, very pleased with how things were going. I am ready to go to Black Manor now, please take me there. I spoke and watched a shiver run through the elf on my words. Oh right, he was used to people making demands of him. Probably has never been asked nicely to do something in his life. After a moment Kriaker seemed to snap out of the shock he had fallen into and held out his hand to me. At once, young master, please take Kriaker's hand and I shall do as commanded. I nodded and reached out, taking the elf's hand before feeling a tug, and my eyes widened when the whole room started to spin as I felt like I was lifted off my feet and sent spinning on my head for several moments before suddenly my feet touched the ground again and I felt like my stomach was doing backflips. I stumbled back, letting go of Kriaker's hand before falling flat on my arse as I tried desperately not to puke. It took another moment or two for my stomach to settle before I started to look around me. We were on a pavement across the way from a block of houses. I recognized where we were immediately and slowly stood to my feet as I took a final calming breath. I will not be doing that anytime soon for a while if I can help it. I looked to Kriaker. Where is the manor? I asked. No sooner had I that than I heard the creaking and groaning as I watched on as the space between numbers 11 and 13 started shaking and moving, as everything seemed to reveal itself, as Black Manor, also known as 12 Grimmauld Place, showed itself. I looked over the exterior of the manor and swallowed slightly. It was very imposing, and it also looked very filthy, the external walls with layers of dirt on them, though it didn't look as bad as I remembered it from the movies. But then that would have been after another 5 years of disuse to allow more to build up. It gave me slightly more hope for the inside of the manor. Both Kriaker and I crossed the street and went up the steps to the large black door of the manor. I was about to reach for the handle when I stopped, something telling me that it was a bad idea to do so, and then I felt knowledge of just what to do enter my mind and I blinked. Guess that was the air ring again. Holding up my right hand, I willed my air ring to appear before reaching out and placing its head against the door. I could feel the two magics touching each other, the magic of the manor and the combined magic of myself and the ring. They seemed to clash for a moment but immediately settled down. That was when I spoke. I, Magnus Rourke Black, heir to the ancient and most noble house of Black, demand entry into my family's home. I spoke firmly as I kept the ring pressed firm against the door. No sooner had I finished than I felt a humming resonate from with the air ring and the whole door flashed before creaking open partly. I sighed in relief as I took my hand back and willed my air ring to disappear before entering the manor. As I entered the hall, I began to glance around. It definitely wasn't as bad as it was in the movies, 5 years from now. But it was still pretty bad, though I could see where Kriaker had been trying to make repairs and clean. The floors were swept clean and it looked as though the hall at least had been dusted, though that helped about as much as putting a small plaster on a bullet wound. Wallpaper was peeling away, the floorboards were rocking and creaking beneath my feet, and there was a musky scent in the air. In short, the house was in need of some major repair work. I'd have to see to such eventually, but for now, I had other things to focus on. I turned my attention to Kriaker. Where is the room I will be staying in? I asked. Kriaker with his head bowed gestured to the stairs. This way, young master, Kriaker will show you, he said, and I nodded before following him up the stairs. The room I was led to had green carpet with dark and light blue striped wallpaper with a fireplace on the opposite side of the room from where I had entered, with a large double bed in between the door and it, and above the fireplace hung a plaque with the Slytherin emblem on it. I recognized the room from the wiki. It was Regulus' old room. The wallpaper was peeling in some places and the bed didn't look overly comfortable, and I could tell with how several bits of furniture in the room were misplaced that the room had once had an expansion charm applied to it to make it much larger, but by the looks of things that had faded some time ago, reverting the room to its original size. Taking my trunk out of my pocket, I set it down and with a double tap to its top I stepped back, watching as my trunk grew to its full size. Opening its lid, I descended down into its depths via the ladder that was on the inside front wall of the trunk. After climbing down the 10 feet, my feet touched the bottom and I was standing in a 2-meter wide corridor that had multiple doors, and at the far end was a large open space that was like a living and dining area with a large fireplace with a number of chairs and sofas sitting in an arch around the fire. The kitchen was to the side of it with another door leading to a currently empty pantry. I made my way down the hall and came to a stop at the door just before the living area and walked in. The room inside was large, 2 floors high at least, and 3 of the walls were nothing but bookshelves, all of them currently empty except for one at the far side behind a large oak desk and chair. On the wall opposite that was a large fireplace with 2 armchairs sitting at angles partly facing each other and the fireplace in a triangle setup. Closing the door behind me, I started over to the desk and the shelves behind it. I knew exactly what book I was looking for that had the most chance of containing the information I was looking for, though I had yet to even start reading it. I remembered from past fictions I had read about Albus using paintings to spy on students in Hogwarts, same with the house elves and ghosts, they were his eyes and ears around the castle. I also knew what was in his office, portraits of all the past headmasters, but I was currently only worried about one of them, and while I knew these facts myself, I needed to be able to back them up to anyone who asked about them. I couldn't just claim to know something and not remember where I had found the information. That would get people asking all the wrong questions. Reaching the shelves, I quickly found the book I was looking for, Hogwarts, A History, and took it to my desk and started to scan through it for the proof I needed. I was able to find a list of previous headmasters quite quickly, though it took me a bit longer than that to find mention of the headmaster portraits, but find it I did. While I had no proof that what I suspected going on was actually going on, I couldn't take the risk and rose from my chair and started out of my office library and headed for the ladder out Hogwarts, A History under one arm. Starting out of my bedroom after leaving my trunk, I looked around. Kriaker, I spoke in a soft tone, not wanting to shout in case I was overheard by the portrait in question that I am worried about. The old elf appeared in front of me with another small pop and looked down at him. Creaker, is there a portrait of Phineas Sirius Black anywhere in the manor? I asked him. Creaker nodded to me. Yes young master, there is, on the third floor just outside the library. I frowned hearing that. It was rather clever to have the portrait placed there. The library was no doubt filled with dark texts and the portrait could easily report back to Dumbledore about anyone who entered. It also meant as long as it was there, I couldn't even risk going to the library if I was spotted by that portrait. There was a very high chance that Phineas would jump to his other portrait at Hogwarts and tell the old man about someone being in Black Manor, and I had no way of knowing. If Dumbledore was already privy to the knowledge of where the manor was, and I did not want Dumbledore to pay me a visit this early on. Snapping out of my thoughts, I nodded to Creaker. I have a task for you Creaker, one that you have to be very careful about. I need you to remove the painting of Phineas Sirius Black from where it is currently, cover it and place silencing charms on it, before taking it to the Black Vault in Gringotts. If Phineas currently resided in that painting, you are to hit it with a stunning charm to knock him out before proceeding. Do not let him see you or escape his portrait if he is here. Creaker nodded his head to me and then disappeared with a pop to go and carry out his given task as I sighed a breath of relief. That would be one problem sorted. I did not need Dumbledore having eyes and ears here, not until I got my measure of the man in person when I went to Hogwarts in a month's time. Scene break. I gave it 5 minutes before I started toward the stairs once more and ascended to the third floor, wanting to make sure that Creaker had removed the painting before I risked anything. I couldn't avoid to take any chances. But as I rounded the corner from the stairs onto the third floor, I sighed a breath of relief. There were 3 corridors to go down here, one to the left, the other to the right, and the third was straightforward and the shortest of the 3. It was rather obvious to me that the right and left-hand corridors had expansion charms on them, as they were by far longer than the total width of the house, and there was a clear spot down the left-hand corridor next to a set of double doors that was a lot lighter than the rest of the wallpaper, where it was fairly obvious that a painting had hung till recently. No sooner though had I had my moment of relief than the sound of my grandmother's voice filled my ears. Magnus? Care to explain why Creaker has just removed the portrait of one of your ancestors? She asked. My eyes turned to the sound of the voice. The portrait hung just a few meters away from where the portrait of Phineas Sirius Black had once hung, between the 2 doorways, and was watching me with calculating eyes. I had no doubt that she was wary of me, but I also knew that I had little to fear from her, as she was only a portrait and all she could do was screech at me. But given how I was playing things carefully, I knew I needed to placate her. "Oh course grandmother, I was just erring on the side of caution," I said as I gestured to the book in my hand. "It's my understanding that Phineas Sirius Black was once a headmaster at Hogwarts, and like you and grandfather he has 2 paintings, one here in the manor and another at Hogwarts," I explained. Walburga's eyes narrowed. "What are you suggesting?" she asked me. I could practically see the wheels in her head turning as they listened to me. "I am suggesting that Phineas might not be completely loyal to House Black, and I didn't want him to see me and then jump back to Hogwarts to inform Dumbledore about me," I said plainly. Walburga kept her eyes on me and nodded. "I see, it is likely a wise choice. His portrait has rarely came by to visit in the past number of years, so I don't think he'll notice straight away, but what I want to know is why are you against Dumbledore knowing you are here?" I smiled. "For the same reason I don't want others to know. They would all see to use me to better themselves. The second that it was discovered that I'm the heir Black and I'm underage, they are going to try to use me and restrict me, have someone placed as my guardian. That is the last thing I want. I don't need someone to tell me what I can and cannot do." Walburga watched me closely and nodded. "I can tell that you are not telling me something, but I will not push the matter. You are the Black heir now, and like it or not there is little I can do about it, but everything you have said up till now sounds just as though it should for a Black. We are never tools to be used. However, you may run into a problem when you begin Hogwarts once there your heritage, position, and the fact you have no guardian will come out." I took a breath and nodded. "There are things I am not telling you. I have suspicions that have no basis as of yet, and until they do I will keep them to myself, and you have my word that I will not do anything to endanger the House of Black," I said firmly, disliking the fact that I had to admit something like this, but I had little choice in the matter given she already suspected me. As for that fact, I am already aware of such, and I will be searching for a way to get out of such. I have some ideas, but nothing that I am willing to state will work for sure. Walburga nodded in acceptance. "I am unsure how you will go about it, but should you need any advice, your grandfather is quite versed in both the old and pure blood laws. I am sure he might be of aid to you. His portrait is in his office, the single door to your right. You will also have to engage the wards. Orion will walk you through how to do so." I nodded. "Thank you grandmother," I said before moving to the door and opening it, stepping into the large office space. It had 2 tall windows, both with dark green curtains with a number of holes in them, and one wall was a bookshelf with a large oak desk in front of it, with a coating of dust over it. There was a deep green carpet on the floor, and the 2 other walls had a number of portraits on them. All of them seemed to be frozen in sleep aside from that of my grandfather, who was the middle portrait on the wall opposite the desk. "Well, you certainly took your time about coming here. I trust your shopping went well?" Orion asked me. I nodded. "It did. I got everything I should need, and I can always go back to get some more, though I'm a little hesitant about letting Creaker take me. His way of travel is a little sore on one's stomach." Orion nodded. Yes, Kreaker is getting on in his years and his magic isn't what it used to be, evidenced by how the manor has fallen into such disrepair. I nodded my head in agreement. Yes, I have seen as such when I came in. The manor is in much need of repair, but I fear that Kreaker will not be able to do much on his own. Perhaps if we could acquire another elf it might make things easier for him, I suggested. Orion seemed to nod in response to my idea. Yes, a second elf would be beneficial, I think, but such are hard to come by. Most if not all are owned by the pure-blood families. You would have to get in touch with one and request to purchase one, and even then I suspect the price would be very high, as they are hard to come by and those who breed them control the prices. I frowned at that but nodded nonetheless. I had an idea about how I could go about getting another elf, but at this stage, it might affect things more than I would like if I was to do so. I would have to think more about this before I did anything. Coming out of my thoughts, I cleared my throat. Grandfather? Grandmother said something about my needing to raise the wards and that you could show me how to do so. Orion nodded. Yes, I was just about to mention that actually, he said before gesturing to the bookcase behind the desk. Third shelf, third book from the right, push it inwards and stand back. I nodded and walked to behind the desk and did as instructed. The shelves were lined with a number of old books, each covered with a layer of dust having not been touched or moved in so long. I counted out the books and found the one grandfather had told me about and pushed it inwards. I heard a clicking sound and then the whole middle area of the bookcase shuddered and I stepped back. The middle section of the bookshelves sunk back behind the sections on its right and left, until it was well behind them, and then with a second click it slid to the right, revealing a hidden section of the room behind it. The area was only 2 meters deep, but in it was an altar with a large stone on it with a number of runic symbols carved into its surface that seemed to pulse weakly, and next to it was a stone bowl with a silver knife in it with similar etchings. Behind me my grandfather's portrait spoke. That is the master ward stone that controls the wards and enchantments placed inside the manor. You might have noticed some of the rooms don't seem very grand or spacious. That is because their enchantments were suspended in order for the ward stone to save what was left of its limited magical supply, he explained. Once it is reactivated, the enchantments will restore themselves and the wards will link themselves to you, while normally it would be the lord of the manor that would control the wards. In his and his lady's absence the heir takes command of them. I nodded in understanding. And how do I reactivate the stone? I asked, though looking at the knife and the bowl I think I already had an idea. Blood, my grandfather said. Your blood. You must fill the bowl with your blood and then pour it over the stone while chanting the incantation to simultaneously recharge the ward stone and connect it to you. Your ring will have the information on the incantation. I nodded and stepped into the small area, picking up the bowl and placing it in front of the stone while I lifted the knife. I could see the edge of the silver glisten along its edge. I took a breath as I put my left hand over the stone bowl and placed the edge of the blade to my palm, knowing that if I had to fill up the bowl then a small cut on my finger wasn't going to do it this time. With another breath to brace myself before I pulled back on the blade and let out a hiss as the razor-sharp edge of the blade cut into my skin and blood immediately began to pool in the palm of my hand. I put the knife to the side as I tilted my hand and let the blood begin to pour into the stone bowl on the altar and watched it fill with my blood. No sooner had it reached near the rim did my bleeding stop and the cut on my palm heal up. I gave a relieved sigh when I saw my cut close up. Part of me had been worried that it wouldn't, given the black's dark nature, but I shook that off. I needed to remember there was a difference between dark and evil. The fact that I was just being foolish came to mind, given that it was highly unlikely that a lord would use a knife on himself for such a purpose and not have it charmed to heal the wound after the fact. I took up the bowl and held it over the ward stone, and as I did so I felt the knowledge of what to do come to the front of my mind and began to chant as I began pouring the blood. Familia custodius restituet, I said as the blood poured over the stone and seemed to seep into it as the ruins glowed brighter as I continued my chant. Sanguis sanguinem meum, the blood continued to pour and I finished my chant. Coni ungri ad novum dominum. As I finished uttering the last phrase and the last of the blood dripped onto the stone, the ruins pulsed and the stone let out a pulse, like a shockwave that washed over the entire manor. I felt my skin tingle and my eyes widened as I suddenly was aware of everything going on in the manor, everything everywhere inside it, from where each portrait was on the walls, to the infestation of Cornish pixies that had taken up residence in the downstairs fireplace. I knew everything about the manor. My mind suddenly raced with possibilities of what this would mean, and I instantly thought of the location of the Slytherin locket, the Horcrux that my father stole and that got him killed, and instantly I knew exactly where it was, in the second floor broom closet under rags hidden away. I knew there was no point in even thinking about getting the locket now, given that I would have no means to destroy it until my second year, which I would be doing because whether Dumbledore is a manipulating bastard or not, Voldemort is a psychotic psychopath with murderous tendencies, and out of the two of them is the more likely to curse me in the back, or at least I'd like to hope so. I was once more pulled out of my thoughts by the voice of my grandfather's portrait. Excellent, Magnus, that flash signals that the bonding is complete. You should be able to feel everything that's going on in the manor now. Do you feel it? I turned and nodded. I do, grandfather. It feels quite strange in a way, I said, not lying one bit. It was a little creepy, like I was everywhere in the manor at once. Orion nodded to me with an amused smile. Yes, it will be a little strange at first, but you will get used to it. But for now let's just focus on bringing up the wards. I need you picture the manor in your mind and think about it being encased in a bubble that will keep everything else out, he instructed. I nodded and did so as I closed my eyes and pictured the manor and then the bubble as instructed, and almost instantaneously I felt the inviolable protection wards of the manor snap up and into place. Black Manor was now one giant lock encased in concrete. No one was getting in here without a hell of a lot of magical power, and even then they'd be in for one hell of a fight getting through what I could feel the wards were capable of. There was nothing lethal of course, but there were a large number of what were definitely dark curses now protecting the manor, and anyone who tried to get in would wish they were dead 100 times over. As I opened my eyes I saw Orion smiling at me again. Good job, you're a natural. With the wards up the manor is secure and no one can get in unless you lower them or permit them entry. I nodded. Thank you, grandfather, I said with a smile. Now I was wondering if I could ask your advice. Grandmother said that you are well versed in the old and pure blood laws and that you would be able to help me. Orion seemed intrigued when I mentioned the laws and nodded. I will to the best of my knowledge. I am here to help. What seems to be troubling you? I sighed a breath of relief. When I go to Hogwarts in a month's time, people will know I am the Black Heir, and the fact I am without guardians, magical or otherwise, I said, knowing I could reference my source for the information on magical guardians to Hogwarts. A history after seeing it mention that while there that the headmaster becomes the magical guardian for all Muggle-born students until they graduate. What I want to know is that is there anything in the laws old or pure blood that would help keep me from being placed under a guardian? If I was, I fear they may try to use me or House Black for their own gains. My grandfather seemed pensive at this for a moment and nodded. I see, your reasons seem to be well based and I can see your worries, and while there are a number of ways in the old laws to have someone removed from being your guardian, there is nothing in them to my knowledge that would aid you from being assigned one. I sighed. I figured, it was worth a shot anyway. I guess I will just have to put some more thought into my other option then. I said as I shook my head, a little annoyed that this was going to be my only other option. My grandfather raised an eyebrow at my statement. Oh, and just what is this other option? He asked curiously. I smiled. It's still in the works, but I shall tell you more about it when I have a firmer grasp on what needs doing, I said, seeing the approving nod from the portrait. For now I need to focus on my studying and getting the manor restored, and perhaps purchasing another house elf to see to things. My grandfather nodded once more. I would recommend going to see Ironclaw again and asking for his assistance on both the matters on the restorations of the manor and the acquisitions of a new house elf. Gringotts take fees for their connections, but they value privacy about all else, he advised, and as for your study, the Black Library is open to you to view. Each book has protectively cursed on them to harm anyone who attempts to read them without the Lord's permission, as you are the heir. No black curse will harm you, so do not worry about the gem on the detection ring turning black, it is just a protective curse. I nodded. That was very good to know. I had spotted a number of books back in the vault that I had left because of the curses. I would have to add a stop to the vault to my list of things to do the next time I went to the vaults unless I found the same books in the library here. I believe I will go and see the library now. I'm quite eager to begin my studying. Orion seemed to smirk. You sound too much like a Ravenclaw. Knowledge is good but only when it is useful, remember that. He told me. I nodded and turned to leave before smirking. All knowledge is useful, one just has to know the right time to use it. I could hear the portrait of my grandfather let of an amused chuckle as I walked out. Scene break. Considering the library and the Lord's office are next door to each other, it was a relatively short walk to the double doors. I had originally not planned to learn anything in here until I got through what books I already had in the library in my trunk, and I still didn't, but it could never hurt just to take a quick peek at just what I had to work with once I was finished with what I had. Putting my hands on the double doors, I tried to open them but they wouldn't budge, and I scowled, but before I could do anything further my grandmother's painting spoke up. You will have to use your heir ring to get in. Before my death I used my magic to seal the library off. I didn't want to risk the Black Library or our family grimoires falling into unworthy hands before they could be rightfully claimed. Walburga's portrait told me. I nodded in understanding as I moved to place my heir ring to the doors. The mention of grimoires had caught my attention somewhat, as I had never heard mention of such things in either the books nor the movies, but I had in the fanfictions, and I couldn't help but feel a little excited about seeing what was inside them. With my heir ring once again in place, I spoke out as I felt the magic flow around the door and my ring before fading as I demanded entry. When I was down I simply pushed forward and the doors opened and my eyes widened at what I saw. The room was huge. No, strike that huge doesn't even begin to describe how big this room is. It had to be at least 3 floors high. I walked inside in a state of awe. It was incredible. There enough space for 10 or 12 people to stand side by side at least and wave their arms about freely. There were old-looking but comfortable sofas, chairs, and small tables around the place, with a large main table at the crossroads where the room broke off in a sort of cross or X-like profile. At each of the curves in the profile of the room, there was a ladder that I saw leading up to each of the walkways, of which there were 2 evenly spaced. As I neared the middle of the room I couldn't help but be amazed. I don't think that even Hogwarts has a library this extensive, but given my views on how limited the subject matter of Hogwarts is, that isn't hard to believe. And once more I was broken from my thoughts by a voice, this one new to me. I don't believe I have seen you before, the male voice spoke, though it has been a while since I've seen anyone, it added as I turned to find the source to be another portrait. My name is Magnus Rourke Black, the newly recognized heir to House Black. I introduced myself and showed my heir ring. The man in the portrait, who looked to be very late-fashioned robes making it hard to tell what time era he was from given the wizarding world's sense of clothing seemed to have stagnated in the late 16th century, nodded at my words when he saw my ring. I see, well this is very exciting isn't it? I am Sirius Black, the first, and you are most welcome here. It is good to see the House of Black will be able to recover. After the death of Walburga I had feared we would be absorbed by another house. You are our saving grace young man. But might I ask why I have not seen you before this day? I nodded. My father, Regulus, died before I could be introduced to the family, same with my mother. I was left at a Muggle orphanage, and only just found out my heritage today. Arcturus nodded his head. I am sorry to hear about your father. Regulus was a good man. It broke his mother's heart when he disappeared. No one ever found out what happened to him. She held out hope, but when she finally got the courage to check with Gringotts it was confirmed his vault had merged with the main vault, confirming his death. I nodded, not sure what else to say about the matter. In truth I kind of felt a bit like I was intruding on another person's moment here, given that I had my own memories of my life before this, something else I will have to get over. This is my life now, my past life is gone, there's no going back. Luckily, probably sensing I didn't know what else to say, Arcturus changed the subject. Might I ask what bring you to the Black Library this day? Are you just exploring your new home? He asked. I smiled. Actually I was wanting to learn as much as I could before I began Hogwarts next month, and I have a lot to learn given that I wasn't part of this world for 11 years. Arcturus nodded. You have a good head on your shoulders then, you will be sure to find anything and everything in Theseus' shelves. The Black Library is very extensive, there is not a branch of magic in the world that we do not have a volume of somewhere in here, though I am sad to say that even with a month of free time you will be hard-pressed to learn everything other heirs your age will know. Even if you retrieved my time dilation pocket watch from the house vaults, you would be hard-pressed. For time. I blinked hearing that and reached into my pocket and took out the pocket watch that grandfather had told me to collect from the vault and held it up to him. You mean this one? I asked. Arcturus blinked when he saw it and laughed. Ha, the very same, an ingenious little device that my own invention, because it works like the time dilation bubbles the goblins can put up. Those goody two-shoes in the ministry couldn't claim it was interfering with time like a time turner, though its effects are somewhat minimal, I'll grant you that, but any extra time is always an advantage, is it not? I nodded as I slipped the watch back into my pocket. It definitely is, but now only one question remains. I said as I turned to look at all the shelves of books and tomes. Where to start? Chapter 3. Alright then everyone, literally just got this chapter finished and ran it through Grammarly less than 5 minutes ago, so this is as hot off the press as it gets. This chapter wasn't technically planned originally, as I had planned this to be the chapter he got the train to Hogwarts with flashbacks to some events, but things have expanded with my writing and I decided to add this to bring more stuff into play and clean some things up earlier than I intended. Now the next chapter will be what I had planned originally for this chapter, so I will begin its writing in the next 12 hours or so. I find myself on a roll with this at the moment and I want to keep that momentum going, so chapter 4 will be the Hogwarts Express, and chapter 5 will be the house sorting. I've already decided on what house he will be going into. I originally went with one, but then a friend made me realize another was a better option for this particular fiction, so I will be going with it, but I'm not saying which just yet. That's half the fun for you all to guess, so have fun reading and make sure to leave detailed reviews. Chapter 3: Reconnecting with Family. It was early in the next morning that Creaker and I appeared with a pop in a side alley of Diagon Alley. I bent over with my hands on my knees as I took several deep breaths as I waited for my stomach to settle. I don't think I'm ever going to get used to traveling like that. I looked to Creaker and nodded my head. Thank you for bringing me here, Creaker. I may be in need of your services later. Be ready, I told him as I straightened myself up. The old elf nodded to me. Young master is too kind, he said before popping away as I turned and walked out of the alley into the main alley as I started towards the large building that was Gringotts Bank. After 3 hours debating with myself the previous night, I had come to the conclusion on what needed to be seen to and arranged before someone else to try and pull something that I didn't want. While I would rather the position of my magical guardian remained unfilled, the fact of the matter was it couldn't. If it was still not filled by the time I made it to Hogwarts, then chances were good that I would be saddled with someone who would be under Dumbledore's thumb, and I wanted to avoid that at all costs, so the only option left to me was to arrange for my own guardian, but only if they met my criteria. Walking up the steps of Gringotts, I headed directly for the head teller's desk, stopping in front of it, and I was internally happy that I had glanced over a couple of books in the Black Library on goblins to see what was fact and what wasn't, and I was very happy with what I read. Greetings, Master Goblin. May your vaults fill with gold and your enemies fall by your blade, I greeted him, while internally grinning like a child. The greetings, along with most of the other stuff that I already knew about the goblins, had turned out to be facts. They had been a warrior race, and while they still were ferocious warriors that only the foolish would cross, they now tended to channel their warrior spirit into their banking, which is why I was treated so well given that House Black was one of the oldest and wealthiest families. My assertion to Heir Black had brought the house's gold out of stasis, which meant more gold to be made, which pleased them greatly. The head teller looked at me sharply, his eyes blinking rapidly at my greeting for a couple of seconds before a toothy grin broke across his face. and may your gold pile higher and your enemy's blood flow red. Young wizard, what business do you have with Gringotts this day? He asked, still grinning. I held up my hand to him as my air ring appeared on it for a couple of seconds, letting him see before it faded from sight. As I withdrew my hand, I need to speak with my account manager. Can you have someone escort me to his office? The teller nodded, and looking over his shoulder he let out a snarl out in goblin speak, and another goblin came around the desk. The head teller looked to me once more. Filnick here will take you to Ironclaw's office. May your vaults overflow and your enemies fall to your mercy, young wizard, he said as he continued to grin. I nodded. May your gold overflow, and your enemies cower in fear. I returned before I was led away by Filnick down the corridor towards Ironclaw's office. In truth, I remembered the way to it as I had just visited the day before, but I figured it would be better to have a goblin escort rather than just go walking around Gringotts Bank without one and risk being accused of trying to steal from the goblins. Reaching the door, Filnick gestured for me to go in. I nodded to him and entered. Ironclaw was behind his desk when I did so, and he looked up from some paperwork and grinned, seeing me. Ah, Master Black. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? I smiled. I have 3 matters that I need your aid in. My grandfather's portrait told me that Gringotts knows how to be discreet in matters, which I feel is most important until I am ready to announce to the rest of the wizarding world that Host Black has returned, heir and all. Ironclaw grinned a toothy grin at my statement. Indeed we are, Master Black, and what are matters can Gringotts Bank assist the House of Black in today? He asked as he gestured for me to sit down in the chair on the opposite side of his desk. I nodded and took my seat. Well, as you can likely imagine, after so many years of sitting idle, Black Manor has fallen into disrepair. I have recently restored the wards and bound them to myself with my grandfather's instructions on how to do so. They are working well. It is the rest of the house that needs to be seen to. I would like to ask to enlist Gringotts' aid to see the manor restored. Ironclaw nodded on this. Yes, I had suspected as much. We can easily arrange to have renovations be done on Black Manor, but we will need to have a surveyor out to see all that needs doing before we can begin. Of course, all with complete confidentiality as expected, he grinned. Of course, I nodded in response. We can schedule a day. I was hoping to have the renovations start in the next week or so, and take however long is needed, as I will be away at Hogwarts in the months following this, I explained. Now, as to the next matter, I am sure you are aware, being the account manager for the House of Black, that the manor only has one house elf, Creaker, and he is getting on in age, and it is this fact that has caused the manor to fall into such a state. I was informed that Gringotts could arrange for the acquisition of a new house elf, preferably a young one or even a pair that could better care for the house and aid its heir, me, in anything I need. Ironclaw nodded once again. A very expensive purchase but a necessary expenditure. I can arrange to have a showing of elves for you in the next 2 to 3 days for you to take your pick. Would that be acceptable? I nodded. Yes. Would the showing take place here at the bank? Ironclaw nodded and I nodded once more. Send me an owl with notice as to the time and date when you know, and I shall attend. Now this third matter is one that I need to be taken care of today, that is of the utmost importance. I said as I leant forward. As I came into the wizarding world just recently, I was only made aware of the fact that when I attend Hogwarts that the headmaster will take on the responsibilities of being my magical guardian, as I have none and will do so for the time I am there. Ironclaw nodded. Yes, this is fact. It was put into place in the beginning of Hogwarts when it was obvious that those with only Muggle parents couldn't make informed decisions for their children when attending the school. Rather foolish if you ask me. I nodded. Yes, and something I want to prevent happening to myself, but as I have been informed by my grandparents it cannot be stopped, so there is only one option left to me, and that is to choose my own magical guardian before I attend Hogwarts so that the headmaster can't do so for me. Ironclaw grinned. A wise decision indeed. I take it you have some people you would like to ask. I nodded. I do, and I have a proposition to make them involving it. After all, one never goes to someone to ask for something and not have a way to make sure they get what they want out of it. Ironclaw seemed to chuckle darkly at that statement. Indeed, young Master Black, do tell me more, he inquired. Scene break, third person POV. Andromeda Tonks née Black was not a woman most people dared trifle with, as most people knew the women of the House of Black were forced to be reckoned with, and regardless of the woman's chosen profession of being a medwitch, she could still throw curses and hexes like Blacks were known for when angered. Her husband, Edward Ted Tonks, was another who most knew not to cross, as he was an ex-Auror who retired to become a law wizard after his daughter was born, but still kept up his training and could keep up with his wife in order to have her back in any duel or fight. Their daughter Nymphadora Tonks, who hated her first name, was a recent graduate of Hogwarts, and was currently sporting her latest bright pink hairstyle as she and her mother and father walked up the steps of Gringotts Bank after receiving a missive from the Tonks account manager requesting a meeting with all 3 Tonks most urgently, but none had any idea as to why it was requested, as the letter hadn't specified. This is really strange. You sure you have no idea what this could be about? Tonks asked her father. Ted shook his head. Not a clue, Dora. We'll just have to wait and see, he said as they walked in. Andromeda was watching around wearily. I don't like this. Why would they ask for all 3 of us? It doesn't make sense, she said as she voiced her concerns. Ted nodded his head. It is unusual, but I highly doubt the goblins mean us any wrong. Come on, let go, he placated her as the three turned and headed down a side corridor where the lesser account managers were and soon came to theirs, and with a knock and a call to enter they did so. The Tonks account manager, Ragluck, was sitting behind his desk with a rather large grin on his face which put the Tonks off somewhat. A grinning goblin was a strange sight for most wizards. As good, you've all come as requested, good, this will all run more smoothly then, the goblin spoke. Andromeda stepped forward. For what purpose did we all have to come, goblin, she demanded, wanting answers. Ragluck put up his hands in a placating manner. All will be explained shortly. An offer has been made from another house for aid and an alliance, but there are stipulations. One of such is that I have to ask each of you a question, and your answer to said question will decide if the offer still stands or not. Ted frowned at this. It was unheard of for a house to just offer aid to another out of the blue and not want something in return. He suspected that's what the other stipulations were, but he needed more information. Which house is offering us this aid and what are the other stipulations? He asked. Ragluck shook his head. I have been instructed to withhold such information until after I have been given your answers for the first stipulation. Please take a seat in the 3 chairs in front of his desk. The Tonks gave each other glances but nodded to one another and each took their seats with no further complaints. Andromeda sat forward in her chair. After a moment, ask the question, goblin, she instructed. Ragluck gave a sharp nod. The other house requests to know, what is your opinion and do you trust Albus Dumbledore, he stated plainly. That got various responses from each of the Tonks. Tonks first was too shocked to answer and Ted blinked as he tried to figure out just what the other house could be after wanting to know such information, while Andromeda just crossed her arms and sat back before stated her answer. No, I don't, she said, getting looks from both her husband and her daughter like she had just grown a third head. Oh, don't give me those looks. I was in Slytherin when I was at Hogwarts. My views of him are different for a reason. But he's Dumbledore, Tonks said, sounding scandalized. How can you not trust him? Because I don't. The man has a power complex. He holds 3 powerful positions in our world. He claims to be light but yet his actions say differently. He works his wording very carefully and plays manipulation games with others as his pawns. I saw him do so in the last war. It was through his actions that got my cousin Sirius locked up in Azkaban. I don't care what anyone said, he was innocent. There was no way a Black would have betrayed the Potters when he knew he was the only one capable of doing so. It would have been like him walking into the ministry minutes after the deed was done and declaring it was him who set them up. Gryffindor or not, that would be just plain stupidity, and Sirius was anything but that, she stated firmly. Ted nodded his head as his wife continued. I'm of a similar position on the matter of Sirius. The man was not a fool and there were too many unanswered questions involving his incarceration, and Dumbledore has never been the kind to strike me as letting questions go unanswered except in this instance. I don't trust the man either, he said before deciding to cover his bases, but if he offered aid I wouldn't turn it down. Tonks couldn't believe what she was hearing. Neither of her parents trusted Dumbledore. Sure, she knew that neither of them had ever spoken highly of the man, but to completely not trust him was something she wasn't expecting, and while she wanted to argue differently, both her parents made good points and she didn't honestly know what to think anymore as she swallowed. I'm not sure anymore. I used to think he was a good guy and part of me still wants to believe it, but with what my folks are saying, I'm just not sure anymore, she said, sounding a little downhearted. Ragluck nodded. Good, those answers are acceptable, he said as he stood up from his chair. Please follow me. A meeting room has been set up for you and the current head of the other house to meet to discuss the other stipulations. He requested all of you to be there as there is a single stipulation for each of you that each of you will have to agree to, or so I have been told. The 3 Tonks stood up and followed Ragluck out of his office and down through the corridor to a prepared meeting room. As they walked in they were greeted with the sight of Magnus sitting on the opposite side of the large table in the room. Magnus smiled before looking at Ragluck. Thank you, Ragluck. I take it their answers fell within what I asked. Ragluck nodded. They did. I would not have brought them if they didn't, the goblin replied. Ted looked from Ragluck to Magnus and back before speaking. What is this? What's going on here? I thought, he said before Magnus cut him off, that you were coming to talk with another lord about offered aid for your house. Magnus said with a smile. I assure you, Mr. Tonks, that this is that meeting. While I may not be a lord, I am capable of offering you aid. Please sit down, and let me explain, he said and looked to both Andromeda and her daughter, all 3 of you. The Tonks looked to each other for a moment before they moved to take their seats, both Tonks women taking a seat on either side of Ted as he sat in the middle facing Magnus, who sat with his fingers stapled below his chin as he rested his elbows on the table. All right, young man, care to explain just what is going on? Ted asked sternly. Magnus smiled. It's really very simple, Mr. Tonks. I am the heir apparent to a very prominent house, one ancient and most noble, currently the last of my name, but I am in need of assistance. Magnus explained. You see, being as both my parents are dead, I am without a guardian, magical or otherwise, and come September I am going to be attending Hogwarts School, and by magical law all students who attend Hogwarts School who do not have magical guardians, have that position filled by the prestigious headmaster at the school for as long as I am there. I would like to avoid this, and there are only 2 ways at present to do that. One is not available to me and the other is to have it filled. I would like to request House Tonks aid in doing this. Tonks blinked. Wait, all this is because you don't want the headmaster to be your magical guardian? Why not? She asked Magnus, not understanding his thinking. Magnus smirked and shook his head. I would have thought that was obvious from the question you were all asked before being brought to meet me, he explained before saying in a deadpan tone, I don't trust Dumbledore. While I have never met the man, just reading his title is enough to tell me he's not to be trusted. He has his finger into many pies, holds to many cards, and I don't want someone like that using his control over me and to an extension my house for his own gains. Andromeda smirked. So that's one of the specifications you have for us if we want your house's aid, one of us take on the role of your magical guardian then, she mused as she voices her suspicions. Magnus nods, one yes, that one is meant for you Mrs. Tonks, while I would request that your husband here becomes my legal counsel, I hear that he is quite the law wizard and I would like to retain his services for any future needs for my house. I'll make sure that all your fees are paid in full, of course, he explained as he smirked. Andromeda gave a snort. Those are quite the specifications. Anything else? She asked with a smirk of her own. Magnus grinned. In point of fact, I do, but it to do with your role of my magical guardian, I would request that you would only hold that as a title only and not use such power to arrange things against my will. I've already had a contract drawn up by the goblins for you to sign to this effect that I will be expecting you do so should this come into effect. As a precautionary measure, I don't like to take chances. Ted shook his head. Nobody will be signing any contracts. We are just talking right now, he said, waving his hand to me, but I am intrigued by your request to retain my services. Young man, I'm sure we can work something out if your family is as reputable as we have been led to believe. Andromeda looked at Magnus pensively. You're talking some big game for such a young boy, who by all accounts should only have just been introduced to the world of magic. If what you have said is true, so how is it you know so much? What makes you think that I would even accept signing a contract like that? She said as her eyes narrowed. Magnus smiled as he repositioned his hands so his right cheek was resting on his right hand with his fingers showing as his ear ring flickered into view. Oh dear cousin, I would have thought it would have been obvious, that you never go into a negotiation without making sure you had something the other person wants. He spoke as he watched Andromeda's eyes widen as she saw the ring, and realization dawned on both the other Tonks as they heard him speak. While the condition for House Black's aid in an alliance between House Tonks and House Black is for you to take up my magical guardianship, your signing the contract is in exchange for me offering to welcome both you and Nymphadora here back as daughters of House Black, lifting your unjust banishment. He explained with his smile never leaving his face. Andromeda looked at Magnus, her eyes wide. Who are you? She asked in shock, not understanding at all. Magnus smiled. You can call me Magnus. I'm Regulus's firstborn, born after his death, and only recently discovered. I claimed my heirship to the House of Black yesterday, but as you can understand I'm in a little bit of trouble. Andromeda looked like she had just been slapped. Regulus. She said as she put the pieces together. Yes, I remember. I heard rumors that he had been dating a girl whose family was just only barely recognized as purebloods with 3 generations of magic in their line. You were hers then? Magnus nodded. I am, which is why I am seeking out House Tonks' help. I honestly don't like the whole way you were thrown out of the family. Hell, you are probably the closest thing I have to blood who isn't currently locked up, which is another reason I don't trust Dumbledore. The whole thing around Uncle Sirius's incarceration is very suspicious to me, but I have no way to even try and look into it yet, which is one of the reasons I'm wanting to bring Mr. Tonks here in as a law wizard for House Black to try and get the ball rolling and see if everything is on the up and up, he explained to them with a straight face. Andromeda sat back gobsmacked by what she had just heard, as did Ted. The prospects of what Magnus was proposing would be huge for them both. Tonks, who had been too shocked seeing the ring she had only ever been told about to hear her hated name being spoken, finally snapped out of things and leaned forward curiously. So, cousin, we were told you had specifications for all of us. What's mine? She asked as she crossed her arms across her chest. Magnus looked to Tonks with a smile. Yours is simple really, he said as he shook his head and his black hair turned pink, matching Tonks' own shade, something that he had been practicing all night doing after getting a book on metamorphomagus from the Black Library. Turned out they had an entire row devoted to them. Tonks gasped. You're a metamorphomagus like me, she said with a smile on her face. Magnus nodded. Yep, it's a magical skill passed down the black line, isn't it? He grinned as his pink hair turned to his usual color. Sadly, I'm told I'm only a partial metamorphomagus. I can only alter little things about myself, but it's still tricky enough, and I was hoping to enlist your help in learning how to master what of the skill I have. He smiled to her before looking the 3 over with a grin. So are you 3 interested? Scene break. Half an hour later, Magnus and the Tonks came out of Gringotts Bank with the contract signed and Andromeda set up as Magnus' new magical guardian, thereby protecting House Black and Magnus from any manipulations that Dumbledore could have tried. Right then, I'll leave you 3 to get to things. I have files to go hunt down to see if we can't get to the bottom of this whole serious matter, Ted said as they walked down the steps. Magnus nodded his head. Do that, but be careful. If people hear you're asking around about this, you could get the wrong kind of attention, Magnus warned him. Ted gave him a smirk. I've been doing this a while now, Magnus. I think I can look after myself. I know well and good that this is a sensitive matter. I'll tread lightly as possible, he said reassuringly before giving Andromeda a kiss on the cheek and operated right after to get to work. Andromeda nodded. Right, you said that you had some business to take care of in the alley first before we can go to Black Manor. She stated. Magnus nodded. I did. I have to pick up my robes from Madame Malkin's. I ordered a completely new wardrobe yesterday, need to pick them up before we leave, and I need to get myself an owl. In hindsight, I should have gotten one yesterday so I could correspond with Gringotts over house matters, but that had slipped my mind given that yesterday that I had no one else to send mail to. That's changed now. Tonks smirked. Well, I can go and get your clothing if you want. Bet the madam will be scared to see me again. I gave her quite the headache all those years I was getting my robes, as I constantly changed my height and other measurements while she was taking them, she explained with a grin. Magnus smirked. Sure, thanks, just tell her it's for the second metamorphmagus she knows. I didn't tell her my name or what house I was from on account of not wanting that information to get out yet, he explained. Tonks nods. You got it. See ya in a few, cousin, she smirked before heading down the alley ahead of them. Andromeda looked at Magnus with a raised eyebrow. You really are a strange little boy, you know that. Planning all this out and hiding your house, all one big plan to keep who you are hidden and not let anyone know, just to get things your way. Very Slytherin of you in a way. Magnus smirked. I'll take that as a compliment, he said with an amused tone. He was rather pleased with his actions, as of late things were falling into place nicely. Nothing had gone wrong yet to his knowledge. He had covered all his bases in the meeting. They had agreed to all his terms and he had kept to his, with an alliance now formed between House Black and House Tonks. Both women were reinstated back into House Black, and he had even set up trust vaults for them both with 10,000 galleons in each to be refiled yearly from the main vault. Given how well the Blacks were off, he didn't see the problem with it, as they were entitled to it as much as he was. I just don't like the idea of someone I don't know controlling me and making me do things I don't want to do. You spend 10 years in an orphanage day in day out being told what to do by adults who look down on you because they can feel you're different, being treated like a pariah by the other kids. You learn to dislike people controlling you. Andromeda just nodded, accepting that answer as they walked down the alley and into the Owl Emporium. Inside they were greeted with the sight of many cages with a number of owls all in their cages. Magnus began to browse the store looking for one that caught his interest, and spotted Hedwig still outside but brushed that idea off immediately, not even giving the idea another thought before moving on deeper into the store before coming to a stop at a cage with a most unusual sight. The owl inside was clearly that of a common barn owl, but the colors were completely wrong. Instead of having a white body with brown wings, it was instead had a brown body and its wings were a dark brown that was almost black, and when he looked at it he could feel something almost like a force pulling him towards the bird. Thinking to himself for a moment, Magnus raised his hand with his detector ring on it, thinking that perhaps it was a charm at work to make him drawn to buy the bird, but none of the gems on the ring lit up. He frowned and stepped closer to the bird and looked at it with intrigue, and watched in amusement as it tilted its head at him. He smirked and nodded. You perfect, he said, and lifted the cage down from its hook gently as Andromeda came around the corner. Made your choice? Andromeda asked, seeing him with the cage. Magnus nodded. Yeah, he'll be perfect for my owl, he said as he held up the cage for her to take a look. Andromeda made an O with her mouth as she saw him. Oh my, what usual colors for such an owl, but he is very handsome looking. Do you have any idea what you will call him? She asked. Magnus looked to be in thought for a moment before nodding. Erebus, from the Greek primordial deity representing the personification of darkness. This seemed to get another head tilt from the discolored owl. Andromeda raised an eyebrow. Erebus, it suits him, even if it is a tad unusual, she smirked and turned, heading to the front. Magnus followed closely behind her with his new owl as he tried to go over things in his head about what was next to do when he got back to the manor, when suddenly there was another voice in his head. Thank you for the very fitting name, young wizard, not many would give such a name to an owl. Magnus stalled in his steps but quickly fell back into his stride so as not to let the sudden happening be known to those around him. Erebus, he thought mentally. Yes, young wizard, you are hearing my voice inside your head, though we are not bonded yet. I hope to do that shortly with you. It is only because of our close proximity that I am able to speak with you like this, the voice said. Magnus looked down at the owl and raised his eyebrow. I take it that you aren't a normal owl then? Erebus seemed to slightly shake its head. No, I am not, but it would be best if we were in private for me to reveal my true form, and for us to bond properly, but might I request that you purchase a perch for a much larger avian? I have been cramped in this cage for so long. Magnus seemed to smirk at the comment and chalked up the next thing on his to-do list as he made the necessary purchases, much to Andromeda's confusion before they left the store to meet up with Tonks before they operate back to the manor. Scene break. The three appeared on the streets outside the manor. Both women looked around. Tonks was confused. Mom, what are we doing here? I thought you were taking us to the manor, she asked, looking around. Andromeda nodded. I was, but all I can seem to remember is this street, she said before looking to Magnus. I take it's because of some form of magic over the manor? She asked, unable to remember what was the reason. Magnus nodded to her before speaking aloud to them both. Black Manor is located at number 12 Grimald Place. Tonks looked to him for a moment as his words registered before she looked ahead and her eyes widened. Wow, where the hell did that come from? She said, shocked as if seeing the manor for the first time. Andromeda groaned and held her head as something seemed to fall into place, and she looked up, seeing the manor as well. I see, I remember now, the manor was hidden by a Fidelius charm. When I was cast out of the family, all knowledge of it was sealed in my mind, so I couldn't betray the family any further. It certainly looks a lot more run down than I remember. Magnus nodded. Yeah, just what I thought when I first saw it. The inside isn't much better, but I have arranged with Gringotts for a surveyor to come out in the next couple of days to do a quote on how much it would cost to see the manor restored to its original state, and I have another meeting with house elf breeders to purchase a pair of new elves to keep the house in good working order. Kriaker is getting too old to do it himself. Andromeda groaned. Kriaker, I had almost forgotten about that monstrous little elf. Is he still as foul-mouthed as I remember? Magnus shrugged as they walked towards the manor's doors. He seems all right with me, but I think that's something to do with him serving my dad before me and to do with my heirship of the House of Black. He's treated me rather well. I even had him restock the pantry and clean the kitchen up last night. The library and my bedroom are probably the only 3 well-kept rooms in the house at this point. Opening the door, the 3 stepped in and Tonks gave a whistle. Yeah, I can see what you mean. This place could really do with a good clean out and some major renovations, she said as she looked around. Andromeda gave a sigh. Home sweet home, she said with a droll. Doesn't look like much has changed but the dust since I last set foot in here, she said, not sounding one bit impressed. Magnus nodded. I didn't think it would have. So what do you two want to do first? He asked them. Andromeda gave a smirk. I think I'm going to go have a word with my dear old auntie. I can't wait to rub it in her face about this. She took a little too much pleasure in blasting me off the family tapestry. Just wait till she finds out that I've been welcomed back. Tonks shrugged. I'll go fix the 3 of us some lunch then after we can make a start on cleaning yet? Looks like there's a lot to do. Magnus nodded. Sure. Andromeda, mind waiting till I get Erebus set up in my trunk before I join you? I'd rather explain my reasons to my grandmother, so she isn't screaming down the house. Andromeda nodded. Sure, I don't mind. What room are you staying in? 2nd floor, in the room that used to belong to my father, Magnus said and gestured towards the stairs. Andromeda looked sad for a moment but nodded. All right then, come on, she said, starting towards the stairs carrying the large stand that Magnus had bought for Erebus. Magnus followed behind her holding Erebus's cage and she shrunk in boxes with his clothes in his pocket, while Tonks headed for the kitchen area to start making them lunch. Reaching Magnus' bedroom, Andromeda opened the door and she was greeted with the familiar sight. The room was now restored to its original size, 3 times the size that it had been when Magnus had first come in. The fireplace was further back and there was much more room to move. 2 large armchairs were placed on either side of the fireplace facing it, their green upholstery looking worn with time. The dresser was still against the wall, which was now further away from the bed, giving more room to walk. It's just how I remember it, Andromeda commented as she came in. Magnus smirked. I haven't changed much of it. I spent last night in my trunk's bedroom. The bed is more spacious and comfortable in there, he said as he walked over to the trunk and opened its lid. I'll climb down, and you can pass me the stand when I'm in. Would you mind waiting till I have Erebus set up on his stand? He asked. Andromeda nods. I can do that, she said as she looked around the room with fond recollection. Magnus nodded and started down his trunk with Erebus's cage in hand. Getting down, he was past the large stand as well and carried both it and Erebus down the corridor of the trunk. All right, where do you think I should set you up? My library and office, or maybe out in the living room? Magnus asked aloud, knowing that Erebus could understand him. Your office works fine, and we still have matters to discuss, and our bonding to go through, Erebus responded in his head. Yeah, you mentioned something like that back in the alley. What's your deal anyway? What's with this bonding? Magnus asked as he opened the door to his office and walked in. It is what must happen with every wizard when they are the chosen one to be bonded with a phoenix. Magnus stopped in his tracks when he heard that and looked down at the cage in shock. Why, you re a phoenix? Like Fox? He asked in shock. Erebus bristles his feathers at the comment. Don't compare me to that poor excuse for a phoenix. Fox is only a shadow of what a true phoenix is meant to be like. His powers, size and capabilities have greatly diminished since he was forcibly bonded to that wizard of his. Magnus was taken back by the comment as his mind raced to put together what that meant and his eyes widened. Dumbledore forcibly bonded Fox to him? But why would he do that? Erebus snorted in Magnus' mind as if amused by the question. Simple, because people are easily fooled by what they believe, and are easily manipulated by their beliefs, such as the belief that we phoenixes will only bond with those who are forces of good, because we ourselves are the embodiment of light, when the reality couldn't be farther from the true, as we phoenixes are like magic itself, neither good nor evil, we just are. As for our choices in outbonded, we can feel when someone has a great destiny in front of them and we choose to bond to them in order to go with them through that destiny. It doesn't matter to us if that destiny is to be the world's savior or its destroyer. We choose who are bonded are because we feel their destiny is worthy of us to be a part of it, just like I sense of you. Fox would have never willingly bonded with a pathetic excuse of a wizard such as he is now. What phoenix would judge that man's destiny to be worthy of their partaking in it? Magnus didn't know what to say to that, but one thing was clear to him now. Dumbledore was definitely not as he seemed to be. He had already suspected the man, but if this was true then it just confirmed it for him without a doubt. Why do you look like an owl if you're really a phoenix then? Magnus asked. Erebus bristled his feathers again. Like I said before, we phoenix are thought to be the embodiment of light, and so expected to bond with wizards who are light. We are hounded by various wizards wanting to try and persuade us to bond with them. Some even try to force a phoenix into bonding like that Dumbledore did to Fawkes, which would have been no small feat. It gets annoying after so long, and after the last fool tried to force me into a bonding and failed, I was able to convince his student to place a spell on me that would allow me to hide my true form so that I would not be bothered by fools who would attempt such again. Magnus listened as he set up the stand for Erebus and raised it to its full heights and screwed its top on, placing the metal dish below it meant for food, but Magnus realized it would more than likely be used for Erebus's ashes on his burning days. But that's something I don't get, Magnus responded as he finished setting up the large standing. If bonding a phoenix is such a hard thing to do, why did you call Dumbledore a pathetic excuse of a wizard? Wouldn't it take a powerful wizard to do such a thing? Erebus was silent for a moment but bobbed his head in agreement. It would, yes. The wizard would have to have the power to constantly bombard the phoenix with his will, to force the bonding to happen. Doing so revelry weakens the phoenix and we are drained of our strength in the battle. Many wizards don't have the strength on their own to do this. That's why forced bondings are so rare. Dumbledore could never do such on his own, not with how strong he actually is. Magnus' eyes seemed to widen at the realization of what Erebus meant. The Elder Wand, that's how he did it. The strongest wand. It increased his power to the point that he could easily do something such as force a phoenix into a bonding. Yes, young wizard, that is it, Erebus responded. It was only after his attaining that wand was Fawkes seen with Dumbledore, because he had never the power before to force the bonding before he claimed the wand from the Dark Lord he defeated. Grindelwald, the last owner of the Elder Wand before Dumbledore, Magnus stated as he started to put the pieces together. Once again Erebus nodded his head. Yes, after defeating his so-called friend and claiming his wand, the wizarding world was already singing his praises, his image only bolstered by his magic, which was secretly enhanced by his new wand. But when he was seen with Fawkes as his familiar, it solidified it in people's minds that Albus Dumbledore was a true force for good in the world. Like I said, people are easily fooled by what they believe, and are easily manipulated by their beliefs. Magnus shook his head as everything fell into place. He tricked and manipulated all of them into believing that he was a force for good so that he could attain his own greater good. Funny that it's the same saying that his friend Grindelwald used to follow. You have to wonder just whose greater good he is trying to achieve. Erebus snorted again. That's a very good question. Perhaps one day you can ask him that to his face. Magnus snorted in return with a smirk. Perhaps one day I will, but for now let's get you out of that cage and get this bonding done, he said as he walked over to the cage and opened it, taking the beautify-colored owl out of its cage and over to the large stand, placing it on its perch. Just out of curiosity, how do you know all of this? Erebus gave what could only be described as a smirk. We phoenix have our ways. The tale of Fawkes is something all phoenixes know well, as it was one of the successful forced bondings. Why do you think phoenixes stay clear of Britain in general? None wish to take the chance of him forcing another bonding. The only reason I stayed is because I can hide myself. No other phoenix wants to even risk it. Magnus nodded at that. It made sense. So how do we go about this bonding thing? He asked curiously. Erebus stretched his wings out, glad to be free of its small cage, and bristled its feathers. It's simple really. I just need to peck your hand and draw your blood. Our magic will do the rest to bond us, and then I can show you my true form. Magnus sighed and shook his head. What is it with magic and blood? It seems like every day now I have to bleed to do anything, he stated in mock annoyance as he held out his hand to the bird. Erebus snorted in his mind once more before his head bobbed forwards at Magnus' hand and his sharp beak nipped at the boy's finger with a quick nip that drew blood. Magnus gave a hiss and withdrew his hand, seeing the blood, and groaned. It. Erebus nodded his head before his whole body seemed to glow at the same time as Magnus felt a pressure on his head which made him wince, like the world's worst migraine compressed into a couple of seconds before it began to fade with the glow. Magnus had shielded his eyes while gripping his head from the pain, but when he looked at Erebus again his eyes widened at what he saw. In the place of the different colored barn owl that had been there moments before, there was a phoenix that was at least twice the size of Fawkes, its colors matching that of its previous form, and it looked to be very healthy, which made Magnus realize just how bad the effects of the forced bonding were on Fawkes if this was what he was meant to look like. You're gorgeous, Erebus, so this is what you really look like? Magnus stated, looking at the magnificent creature. Erebus nodded his head, his black eyes never leaving Magnus. It is. As you have no doubt guessed from my different appearance to Fawkes, we are not the same kinds of phoenix. While he is a fire phoenix, I am a dark fire phoenix, a distant cousin of Fawkes's as it were. Magnus nodded. I did notice. He stated, I take it now that we are bonded it means something more? And is it possible for you to return to your owl form? Erebus looked to Magnus for a few moments as his reasons for the questions were made clear, and the phoenix nodded again. Yes, I can. I will be able to hide my form from Dumbledore as you plan on, such he will not suspect or realize what I am until you want him to know. As for our bond, we can now talk over much greater distances. You will be able to call me from anywhere and I will know exactly where you are in order to go to you. Magnus nodded as he went over everything he could remember about phoenixes and looked to Erebus. Is it true that you can travel with fire like wizards can apparate? He asked, checking. Erebus nodded. We can, and we can also take passengers, so should you ever need to be taken from a place, calling me to get you out is always an option." Magnus nodded again, and a handy one at that. He said aloud before looking to the door, "Listen, I've got to go for now, can we talk later? Andromeda will be waiting up in the room and I don't want her getting impatient and coming down here." Erebus nodded, "Very well Magnus, I will wait for your return. Should you need to talk to me, just think of me and your thoughts and I will hear them." Magnus nodded, and after leaving his shrunken clothes in his office he quickly made for the ladder and started climbing out of the trunk, only to find Andromeda sitting on one of the chairs with an old photo in her hand looking at it with fondness, and it was a picture of a young Regulus and a young Andromeda both in their Hogwarts uniforms. She set it down as she looked to Magnus coming out of the trunk. "Sorry, that took so long, the perch was harder to set up than I thought," Magnus commented as he closed the lid to his trunk. Andromeda nodded as she stood up. "Understandable, you could have. You're bleeding," she said as she saw the cut on Magnus' hand. Magnus looked as well and winced slightly, completely having forgotten to ask Erebus if he could heal the cut for him, and quickly thought up a lie. "Oh yeah, I was a little overexcited with Erebus. He didn't appreciate it apparently, and gave me a little nip. No big deal." He brushed it off. Well, it wasn't completely a lie as it had been Erebus who'd given him it, just not for that reason. Andromeda gave a sigh and a smirk, rolling her eyes. "Children will be children," she muttered under her breath as she took out her wand. "Come here and let me fix that for you. You don't want to be getting blood everywhere," she said as she walked over to Magnus, taking his hand up as she waved her wand over it with an utterance of episki. The wound gave a hiss before closing itself. "They're all done." Magnus smirked. "I'm going to have to remember that one. Could come in handy," he said offhandedly. Andromeda smirked as she put her wand away. "Episki is a mild healing charm, good for small things like this but not larger things," she told him. "Now shall we go and say hello to my dear aunt and your grandmother?" Magnus nodded. "This should be fun, but I stand by bringing you back in. Your blood, my only blood still alive," let her yell. "I'll have her removed if she doesn't shut up about it." Andromeda smirked. "I can see why she might have taken a liking to you," as they walked out of the room and proceeded up to the 3rd floor. No sooner were they 1 foot off the stairs was the voice of Walburga heard yelling. "You, what are you doing in this house? How dare you set foot back inside the house that you turned your back on, you blood traitor, Kriaker, remove this blood traitor at once." Walburga screeched, and in a pop, Kriaker appeared to carry out the portrait's orders. Magnus then stepped forward. "Kriaker, stop, as Air Black, I order you to stop this at once," he said, his voice hard, making the aged elf stop as ordered before kneeling and bowing his head to Magnus, who waved his hand to the elf. "Leave," and with that Kriaker popped away again. Walburga's portrait looked enraged, her eyes wide as she glared at the scene. "Magnus, what is the meaning for this outrage? What is that blood traitor doing in this house?" she screeched. Magnus turned his glare on her and spoke again, his tone hard. "You will be silent and listen to what I have to say before you speak on matters you know not about," he said as he unintentionally channeled magic through his voice that made it boom throughout the manor. Walburga's eyes went wide. To most it would seem out of further anger about being spoken to like that, but in actual fact, it was out of shock and a little fear that she did so, and that kept her from speaking on the matter further, waiting for Magnus to continue. Andromeda also looked at Magnus in shock. The sudden booming voice had caught her off guard. It made her rethink her stance on the boy yet again, this being at least the 5th time since meeting him. She just couldn't get a feel for him, and every time she did, he did something else that seemed to throw her entire perception of him off. Whether it was intended to or not didn't matter, it was pissing her off a little bit. She had never had this much trouble reading someone before, and it was driving her up the wall. Magnus for his part kept a cool face at his sudden booming voice, while inside he was rather impressed with himself. He had intended just to raise his voice a bit, but that was way better than what he had intended it to be. He quickly made a mental note of what he did so he could repeat the effect later if necessary, before quickly continuing his talking a couple of moments later, just long enough for the effect he wanted. "I spoke to you yesterday evening about the matters of my magical guardianship, how I did not want Albus Dumbledore to retain such position nor anyone else, for fear that they might abuse that power over me, and by an extent use that control to control House Black, and after talking with grandfather, I was informed that there was no way to prevent someone from being placed as my magical guardian, nor to keep Albus Dumbledore from taking that position, as he does with every muggle born or orphaned child that goes to Hogwarts." Magnus started, his eyes never leaving the portraits. "The steps that I have taken today were to keep this from becoming an issue in the future, by choosing my own magical guardian on my own terms to prevent any such abuse of power over myself or House Black. As such, cousin Andromeda has been reinstated into House Black on my authority, along with her daughter Nymphadora. Both are now, as they should have always been, daughters of House Black. And because of the rules in place, I retain my heirship of House Black, and through negotiations House Black and House Tonks are now allied houses, with cousin Andromeda taking up my magical guardianship, to which extent she signed a contract that stipulates exactly what control she has over me in House Black, which is exactly none, meaning she is only a figurehead, a place filler as it were, to keep the position from being filled by another who would not be limited by the contract she signed." Magnus continued as he watched Walburga's eyes continue to widen more and more at his every word. On top of this, I also retained her husband's services as a law wizard for House Black, and he will begin searching into the questionable incarceration of my uncle some 11 years ago, which I am certain he will find there is something amiss with. Every action I have taken this day is for the betterment of House Black and myself, all of which leave you no ground to voice your objections to my actions. Walburga seemed to be pensive at that comment, while Andromeda seemed to look on impressed at Magnus' stance. He didn't let her have any ground in that argument. She didn't see much that Walburga could argue against his actions with. Everything had been done as he said for the betterment of him and the house. After several seconds, Walburga cleared her throat and nodded to Magnus. I concede that your actions have had the effect that you wanted them to have, even though you did so through questionable means, she said as she eyed Andromeda with distaste. Magnus narrowed his eyes. Please elaborate, grandmother. In what way do you define my means as questionable? He asked, his tone not wavering as he did so. He was more than ready to defend all his actions. Walburga raised her chin slightly at the question. Bringing back a blood traitor into the family. Andromeda chose to shun the family when she married that mud-blood husband of hers. She is a traitor to her house. It was the reason she was cast out. You could have sought out her sister. Narcissa is a fine woman and am sure would have gladly have taken up your guardianship had you asked her to do so. Magnus shook his head. Let me go in reverse order here and tell you why I did as I did. Your recommendation of Narcissa is noted, but you fail to note one key fact. Her son Draco was, before I was discovered, the next in line for heirship of House Black. Had she been informed of my existence, she would have told her husband about it, and from what I know of Lucius Malfoy, he would not take kindly to what he would perceive as my stealing his son's heirship, especially when his son realizes how much he's lost out on and starts complaining about it. If Narcissa was my magical guardian, it would only be too easy for her husband to see me shuffle off this mortal coil in order for his son to slip right back into his position as the next heir Black, he explained, making Walburga's eyes widened before they narrowed somewhat, and she began to nod in agreement. She hadn't taken in that into account apparently. Andromeda on her part snorted in amusement. She knew her sister well, and it wouldn't have been on Lucius's orders. Narcissa would have taken the initiative herself to see her son as the next Lord Black before ever consorting with her husband. It was no secret how badly her sister wanted back into the Black Vault and the wealth inside it. Sure, the Malfoys had money, but they were nowhere near as wealthy as the Blacks, and even with both her allowance as Lady Malfoy and her trust vault from being a daughter of the House of Black, she still wanted more, and with her son to become the next Lord Black she was sure to get it. Well, that was until Magnus showed up and snatched that hope away. She had no doubt that if given the chance, Narcissa would see Magnus disappear if it meant her son would become Lord Black. Now to address your comment about her being a blood traitor, Magnus continued, unaware of the thoughts going through Andromeda's mind. That is complete dragon dung. Her actions in marrying Ted Tonks should be commended, because of their outcome, which is one of the reasons I find her banishment so unfair and was why I was so quick to rectify it, he stated, and saw the look of shock and confusion on Walburga's face and the look of confusion that came over Andromeda when he said that. Let me explain, as I can see you are both confused on this. Tell me, grandmother, what is one of the Black's magical skills that has all but died out over the generations? He asked. Walburga frowned at this before she spoke. The skills of the Metamorphmagus. It used to be that such skill was ours, but as the years went by the skill has faded from our blood. But what does any of this have to do with what we speak of now? Andromeda's eyes widened hearing that, and she looked like Christmas had just come early as Magnus spoke. Well, grandmother, you will be excited to know that during my checkup the other day I learned that I possess a lesser form of this skill. I have been told that I might not be able to change my appearance to great extents. I will have some talents in it, but the reason I bring this up in this instance is because of Andromeda's daughter, who is an accomplished Metamorphmagus, the first ever to come from the Black family in generations, Magnus came out with as he watched the look of complete shock come over Walburga's featured and the wide shit-eating grin on Andromeda's face at that moment, before Magnus continued, and the only conclusion I can draw how both I and Nymphadora were born with our skills is our blood, and that it was the inclusion of fresh blood from outside the other families that the Blacks have married into before that has caused this to happen, and therefore her actions at the time, though unproven, were of benefit to House Black, and thus her banishment was unjust and undeserving, he said, his tone with an air of finality to it. Walburga was left utterly speechless at that final statement. She had no way of disproving what Magnus was saying, nor did she have any way to rebut his actions about lifting Andromeda's banishment. If this was true, it meant that quite possibly everything that the whole belief system of the pure bloods, that she had been raised to believe, was wrong. She didn't know what else to say, and so was left with only one option left, to eat some crow. I apologize for my statements. They were unfounded and spoken before I could take full stock of the situation and all that it entailed. Walburga stated solemnly, I ask your forgiveness, Heir Black. It is not my place to question your decisions, merely that to give advice when sought. Magnus nodded his head. Apology accepted, grandmother. Now if you will excuse me, I will see how Tonks is getting on with lunch, and I shall leave you two to talk, as you have much to talk about, he said before bowing his head and turning back to the stairs to return to the bottom floor. No sooner had he rounded the corner and was halfway down the stairs, Andromeda turned to look to the portrait of her aunt, having watched Magnus leave, and gestured with her head to the stairs. He's really something, isn't he? The portrait of Walburga nodded her head in agreement. Indeed, he is something, she said as she looked at the stairs, her thoughts on her grandson, who continued to surprise her with his every action. Chapter 4. Alright everyone, another chapter freshly finished. Sorry this one took so long. I've just been really busy here. For those of you who have noticed, I did a major clean-up of chapter 1 seeing as I had so many complaints about things. Hopefully that should make some people happy. Now to comment on some people's review saying that Erebus being a phoenix is too much. I'm sorry if you feel that way. It was actually a spur-of-the-moment thing for me but has then blossomed into something more when I did the whole forced bonding story about Dumbledore and Fawkes, plus I figured it add a bit of foreshadowing to Magnus' future, as a phoenix only bond with those who have great destinies ahead of them that they deem worthy to be a part of. Kind of sets a theme for what to expect lol. Anyway I hope you all enjoy this new chapter, and please leave a review when you're through. I enjoy reading all. Chapter 4 The Hogwarts Express. I sat cross-legged on the newly laid carpet of the Lord's office in complete darkness thanks to the drawn curtains that kept light out much better than the old ones. The reason for my current position was simple, it was part of the new morning routine that I had fallen into in the past month here at Black Manor. I had finished my morning exercises half an hour ago and now I was just completing my latest occlumency session. Clearing my mind was difficult at first but over the month with daily practice, it was something that I was able to do at a moment's notice, and in the very next moment I was able to raise up my defenses. Which if I was to say so were very extensive. Occlumency at its base was the concept of creating a space to store your thoughts in an organized way and then erecting strong stable barriers in order to keep people out of them. The better someone is at occlumency the stronger the barriers will be and the greater the number of them. The thing was once you had learned to erect a single barrier learning to put up more was easy, it just took time to practice doing so in order to make them stronger and more numerous. So far I was up to a cool 235 barriers in under a second, and they were pretty strong. The rest of my time I had put into actually organizing my thoughts and memories, and let me tell you there are a lot of them. There was also the emotions that I had involved in it all, as with occlumency your emotions can be better controlled. I had reached that stage by the end of the first week, which was interesting. You accomplished this by creating an image of an object inside your head which is the embodiment of the emotion you are trying to control and then you are able to close it away. It was more like emotion suppressing than controlling but it worked. As for my actual mindscape, that was the place where all my memories were stored so I could view them when I wished simply by closing my eyes to review my thoughts. I chose to make my own little library with books filling the shelves with the various memories within their pages. I had spent a full 3 days organizing things to just how I like them, a shelf for my early years and all the unimportant things and then shelves with things that were relevant to my life now. Mainly all things relevant to the world I was now living in, and it was with this that I had come to the conclusion on how things were going to go along with all the ways I could make them happen, though currently, I was in no position to see any of them done as of yet anyway. So until I just had to sit back and wait and build on what I have and know to prepare myself for what was to come, which I had been doing for the past month. In the month that had passed things had only gone from good to great, with the surveyor coming from Gringotts the day after my meeting with the Tonks. I had been given a quote and a timescale on how long it would take to fix all that was wrong with the house, which wasn't all that much, aside from a complete recarpeting and reflooring of most of the rooms, with new wallpaper or paint put on and updating the furniture and some decor. It didn't take that long at all. Well, it would have had I went about organizing it all myself, but through Gringotts, Ironclaw had everything managed for me with each group that came to the manor sworn to secrecy as to who they were doing work for. As soon as one group was done with one task the next group came in to do the next with no downtime. It took a grand total of 5 days but after those 5 days, the manor was looking by far more like the manor that it was when I first moved in and with the 2 new elves I had purchased the manor was kept spotless. During the renovation, I even discovered there was a back garden that Aunt Andy had shown me. I had taken to calling her that gift that it didn't really seem right calling an older woman my cousin when I was in the body of an 11-year-old. Aunt Andy had taken to renovating the garden when she was here with the aid of one of the elves, and it now had various fruits and vegetables growing in one area and magical herbs and other plants growing in the other. She has even offered to give me potion lessons during the summer using the ingredients grown in the garden, saying that she understands from having to give Tonks potion lessons in the summer during her time at Hogwarts. That apparently the current potions professor at Hogwarts was sub-par than expected, something that I didn't doubt as I knew it was Snape, and while I respected the man for his achievement of becoming a recognized potions master at such a young age, even if that was because of Dumbledore's manipulations, I don't like the man on a whole for his character. But I hadn't been ideal the past month and just studied occlumency, not when I had the whole Black Library at my disposal and both my grandparents to give me advice on what to learn. I had spent my days in 3 parts. The first was on my Hogwarts books, going over everything in them, and practicing the spells, with Auntie Andy or Tonks here to give me some pointers on things I didn't understand, which wasn't much given that the books were written for 11-year-olds to understand. When Tonks was here we went over various lessons on how to develop my skills as a metamorphmagus. Things were going, well, in a word, great, surprisingly. Tonks turned out to be a reasonable teacher on the subject and was able to break everything down for me on how it all worked, and in the end, it came down to practicing, which I had been getting plenty of during my other lessons. The second third of my day was spent on my air lessons, spent going over everything an heir or a lord would have to know, and that was a lot. Those lessons were split in half as well, half with Walburga on manners, etiquette, and the more delicate matters, while the second half would be with Orion going over the laws and matters of importance involving politics. In the second week of it all I had a joint lesson with them both on the importance on controlling my emotions. This had led to the progression of emotional control and occlumency and the development of what I termed my ice mask, where I clamp down my occlumency barriers and lock away my emotions. I truthfully didn't like the feeling of it. It left me feeling cold and hard to the world, hence why the term for the mask, but I had no doubt it would be necessary at times in the future. And the final third of my day, well, that was when I had the most fun. I spent the first half of it learning about spells that most would consider dark magic, curses and hexes of the most brutal kind, and questionable forms of other magics and the more combat-orientated versions of some magics, like battle transfiguration or conjuration. Now those two were some of my favorites after looking over several spells, but some of the curses were more particularly brutal, and after spending the first half of that time learning about them, I started to practice them using the training room in my trunk, which I had added a lot to. Given the amount of space I had available in it, I had made a lot of improvements. On the non-magical side, I had gotten a number of exercise and weightlifting equipment set up, so I had basically the equivalent of a fully working gym in my trunk, and while I know that it will be a year or so before I was able to start using them, it made me feel good to know I had them ready in advance. On the magical side of things though, I was set up as well. On the recommendations of my grandparents, I had went to Gringotts at the end of the first week and gotten a hold of a number of enchanted training dummies, but these weren't for punching, oh no, these things were magical and mechanical, made from goblin steel and enchanted near indestructible with a magic core of their own, that were enchanted to respond to different phrases used for target dummies as well as dueling opponents. I had 7 of them ordered, and I spent at least 3 hours a day flinging spell and dodging the returns from one of them as I grew accustomed to my smaller body in the midst of combat. It seemed the more I trained myself on my metamorphomagus skills, the less of a pain my clumsiness became, and I was moving more naturally, though I had researched ways in which I might rid myself of the clumsiness by other means, and I had found an option, a ritual of sorts that I meant to attempt, though it was somewhat dark. I didn't intend to use it for a while yet at least, as after thinking through the things I would need I determined my second year was my best bet to get them all. But right now that was all neither here nor there, as I opened my eyes and with a flick of my wand the curtains opened, flooding the room with light. It was September 1st, and the day I was go to get the Hogwarts Express. I rotated my neck and stood to my feet as I stretched my limbs out as I looked around the new decor of the Lord's office. The deep green carpet of the office that had been worn by time was replaced with a warmer wine red that was so dark it was almost brown, but gave the room a warmer atmosphere. The mothballed, dark green curtains had been replaced by thick black ones with silver lining, and the walls that has been painted a pale eggshell color with paint that was starting to peel had been repainted with a darker shade of red than the carpet, which pulled the room together. "How are you progressing?" my grandfather's portrait asked me as I stretched my legs after sitting like that for half an hour. "Same number of barriers," I replied, "but they're certainly a lot stronger than they were when I started, should be enough to keep anyone foolish enough to try a passive probe out of my thoughts." Orion nodded his head to me. "Good, you've come a long way in just a month. Do you think you're ready?" he asked me. I sighed as I slipped my wand back into my wrist holster. "As ready as I will ever be at this early stage of my training. I wouldn't mind another month to be sure, but whether I'm ready or not doesn't matter. I have to go ready or not." Shaking my head, I ran my hands through my now shoulder-length hair, courtesy of my metamorphomagus abilities, which was only one of the tricks I had picked up in my training with Tonks. While my abilities were subtle, that was all I needed for them to be useful in the right situations. With my hair back out of my face, I looked to the clock on the wall to see the time before I called out, "Zeph." And with a pop, one of the 2 elves I had purchased at the beginning of the month appeared before me. "Yes, Master Black," the young elf said as I glanced down to hi. He was shorter than Kriaker and looked at me with his large, almost tennis ball size eyes that were bright green. While dressed in the black cloth clothing I had given both he and his brother after I purchased them, it had taken some explaining that I wasn't given them clothes but a uniform to wear that they were expected to keep clean to represent House Black as its elves. They had seemed very happy and pronounced it their honor to do so. Kriaker also seemed happy with the uniform, given that it was softer and warmer than the rags that they were used to. "Is my trunk packed and ready, as per my instructions yesterday?" I asked, looking down at him. Zeph nodded his head rapidly. "Oh yes, Master Black, everything is as you commanded." Zeph and Zebei made sure everything was done, he said with a proud smile. "Your books are all in the library, your robes are all pressed and put away in the master bedroom, your pantry is stocked, the firewood is cut and by the fireplace, your potion store is stocked, and beautiful Birdie's food is all done, your bed is made, all items you requested are in your office from the Black Vault at Gringotts, and Mistress Andromeda has been given the item as per your orders." I smiled at that. Erebus and these two had been getting along splendidly the past day. Both the 2 elves had seen him in his phoenix form and immediately dubbed him the beautiful Birdie, much to Erebus's amusement. "Excellent work, Zeph, that will make things run much more smoothly with everything set up," I said as Zeph seemed to glow at my praise. "Now I still have an hour before I have to go for the train. Can you have your brother make me up a filling breakfast, while you prepare me something to eat on the train? I don't wish to get hungry on the long journey," I asked. Oh, right away Master Black, Zeph said before he disappeared with a pop. Orion chuckled slightly, those two elves you purchases are quite the pair, I've never seen two elves more pleased to work, and they do look well in those robes you gave them. I nodded, I have to maintain an image after all, as I see it they represent House Black as much as any of its members, and having them run around in filthy rags sets a bad precedent I said before walking over to the large mirror I had installed on the wall to the left of the desk as I checked over my appearance, something I had been doing quite a bit recently with all my metamorphmagus lessons and my lessons from Walburga about how an heir is expected to act and appear. My steel grey dress shirt was well kept along with my black trousers and shoes, when combined with my grey eyes and shoulder-length black hair I looked quite good for my age, or as Walburga would say I looked like a proper heir. While I could turn my hair or eyes any color I wanted and even add several inches to my height at a moment's notice. I was comfortable with my current height and appearance, my only modification being my hair, given that I was so used to as being this length when I was older it helped somewhat. My grey eyes also played well to my appearance, as while most tend to overlook them when I am talking to them, working well with my ice mask, but should I desire I've learned that with a slight color change to my eyes and increasing my height when I am up close to someone can prove to be rather intimidating, and I'm looking forward to when I can put it to use. Satisfied with my appearance I nodded as I lifted my black overrobe from the desk and turned to head for the door out to the hall when my grandfather's portrait spoke, "Good luck Magnus, and be safe." I smiled and nodded, "Thank you, grandfather, I'll try to be," I said before I left the room. Scene break. An hour later I was stepping out of the public flue and onto platform 9 3/4 pulling my trunk out after me, thankful for the weightless charm that was on it, making it as light as a feather. While I could have just shrunk it and kept it in my pocket, I didn't want people to know my trunk could do that yet, nor did I want anyone knowing all the enchantments on my trunk. It was my ace in the hole. I started to brush the soot off my shoulders from the flue as I walked down the platform. It wasn't overly crowded yet given that I had arrived well ahead of the departure time, given that I wanted to make sure I was able to get a compartment to myself so that I could have time to myself to go over my plans for my first year of Hogwarts. Auntie Andy and Tonks had offered to see me off from the platform. I had kindly denied them both as it would draw some speculation for them to be here given that Andy didn't have any more children, so people would be wondering who I was. I didn't need that attention, yet anyway. I had no doubt that things would get interesting at the sorting feast, given that now that I had found my house the attendance book filled with names of Hogwarts students would reflect that, and so would all Hogwarts documents including the list that would be called off at the sorting, meaning that my identity as a Black would be made public knowledge tonight. Though I already had steps in motion with Ted in order to counteract what I predict would obviously happen after tonight, I was confident I had all my bases covered. Stepping into the train I went down the compartments until I stopped at the first empty one I found, before stepping in and shutting the door behind me before taking my wand out, and with a wish and a flick I levitated my trunk up and into the above storage space with a smirk at my own silent casting. Even if it was a simple charm, it had taken me ages to get that, and a couple of others learned in the month to that extent. Casting verbally was easy, it's the silent casting that's a pain. I had only started getting the spells working silently in the last week of the month. I knew that I was going to be training just as much to learn the others to the same extent. With the compartment door closed and my trunk stored, I returned my wand to my sleeve and moved to sit on the left-hand window seat of the compartment as I started to filter through my memories about what would be happening in the next hour. On the Muggle side of the platform, Harry Potter would have his first run-in with the Weasley brood, which was only a result of Molly Weasley blatantly tossing the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy aside as she openly talks about platform 9 3/4 and Muggles aloud for all to hear, in order to draw Harry's attention to them in an obvious setup so that him and Ronald would become friends later. It wasn't obvious to me at first when I reviewed the first movie, but when I watched the second I realized that something was off. The Weasleys were a pure-blood family, weren't they? They had no reason to take the Muggle-born passage into platform 9 3/4, not when their parents could just apparate them all here in a couple of jumps, or even do as I did and take the flow here. It was all that plus Molly's actions that had me convinced that it was all a set-up on Dumbledore's orders in order to get Harry in with a family that was loyal to Dumbledore. Given that Harry had been staying with his abusive Muggle relatives, he would cling to any and all love and affection gave to him, no matter how small, because of his upbringing, all because of Dumbledore's manipulations. And all that was just the start of Dumbledore's manipulations this year. When looking at things through realistic eyes, it's plain to see how the first year of Hogwarts was all just one big test for Harry. First, the announcement during the welcoming feast announcing the third floor on the right-hand side out of bounds to draw Harry's and everyone's attention to it to start the Hogwarts rumor mill running, and then the year spent gathering clues which a certain loose-lipped half-giant just keeps dropping. Also, the three of them could get past the traps, if you can even call them that. That's meant to keep the Dark Lord from getting his hands on the Philosopher's Stone. What an absolute joke. I had spent a day doing research in the Black Library on their so-called traps, as I knew what they were beforehand, and I was not impressed with Dumbledore's actions, and the number of safety violations he's committing in this year alone. The first trap, Fluffy, the Cerberus, is a Class 5 dangerous beast, and he puts it behind a door that can be opened by a simple first-year charm in a school full of children? And his only preventative measure is him at the beginning of the year saying for them not to go near the corridor? Then the second trap, Devil Snare, no strike that, a giant devil snare, a plant that strangled people to death, dangerous for people like Ron Weasley who don't pay attention in class and know how to get out of it, which it just so happens is a topic taught to first years. One hell of a coincidence, that don't you think? Then the next two traps, the keys and the chest set, are both blatantly obvious about who they are targeted to, Harry being the youngest seeker in a century, and then Ron and his passion for chest, about the only bloody thing the idiot is good for. Then if you follow the books over the movies, there's the troll which Quirrell dispatches and the potions riddle to get through the enchanted fire to the final test, and this is what really gets me, the Mirror of East. How the hell did Dumbledore think that taking that mirror into a school of children and leaving it in an unguarded classroom was a good idea? Everything I've read about the mirror screams dangerous. The thing is enchanted to compel people to look into it, and when you do, you don't ever want to look away. I suspect that the only reason Harry was able to was because of Dumbledore messing with it in order to change the enchantment such as to protect the Philosopher's Stone. The mirror would have trapped him otherwise, and like Dumbledore even said, people have wasted away in front of it, yet he puts it in a castle full of children. Taking all that into mind, I'm of a firm belief that the title Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone should be changed to Harry Potter and the School Full of Death Traps That Don't Work. Because while all those things are dangerous, there is no way in hell that they would stop someone of significant power like Voldemort. I mean, come on, Quirrell made it right to the very end. Dumbledore was out of the castle, and if Harry hadn't turned up given enough time, Voldemort would have figured out how to get the stone, and then he would have returned 4 years earlier and Harry would have been as good as dead. My own plans for the year were somewhat proactive, given that my goal was to pilfer the stone myself. I had already devised a number of ways that Quirrell or any Death Eater could have gotten through those traps with the smallest of efforts. I figured I'd give it until I knew that the stone was in the mirror and then make my move to get it myself. I have my own reasons for wanting the stone. If the stone turned out to be the real deal, that is. I figured that the odds were about 50-50 in my favor that the stone was the real thing. It could have been a fake for a number of reasons. Flamel tricking Dumbledore and gave him a fake stone is the first reason that comes to mind. Mainly because I don't think the man would be dumb enough to just hand over his key to immortality to anyone just like that. Another could be that Dumbledore made a fake copy of the stone himself to use as bait while he keeps the real one safe in his office, where he could try to find out its secrets and make his own, or just so that the real stone was never in danger and thus Voldemort never had a chance that way of actually coming back. I just wanted to see for myself if the stone was the real thing, and see if my plans on how to get it worked, and if along the way the stone did turn out to be the real thing and not a fake, well, that was just the icing on the cake, knowing that when I had it and Dumbledore tried to retrieve it he would be unable to do so. He'd likely be pulling his hair out trying to figure out why he couldn't retrieve the stone, and then he would have to tell his friend that he had lost the stone that he had so graciously lent him for his plans. Oh, what I wouldn't give to be a fly on the wall for that conversation. Some might call it underhanded that I would steal the stone, but the way I look at it, it's Flamel's own fault if the stone turns out to be the real deal. He shouldn't have so foolishly lent it to the old manipulator in the first place. He created it anyway. If he wants another he can just make it himself and hopefully be a little more careful with the second one. I sat back in my seat, putting my feet up on the other side and leaning back to get comfortable as I waited for the train to leave as the time approached. Originally I had pondered the idea about going in search for Harry on the train, but I decided against that after a few minutes of thought. Given my name, things would only turn out poorly the second Weasley turned up, and to be honest I don't want anything to do with that jealous git. Plus my interference at such an early stage could mess things up in the timeline. Not that it already hasn't. I know for a fact in 4 or 5 years' time I'm going to have a headache on my hands when the Order of the Phoenix is brought back, when Black Manor was meant to be the meeting place for the Order after Sirius offered it as such. Now I have no idea where they will try and base the Order, so things will be thrown for a loop when we reach that point. Not that it matters much, really. What did the Order of the Fried Chicken really do when Voldemort came back the second time other than play bodyguards for Harry when he was out of Hogwarts? That was it. They were, on a whole, useless. But if I had to place a bet where they would set up their new base, if it wasn't at Grimmauld Place it would be at Hogwarts. Mainly to do with what I had previously read in Hogwarts a history, seeing as I read the thing twice over in the month beforehand, I knew everything that it had about the ancient castle. The first thing being was that Hogwarts was a sovereign land to itself. The ground on which the castle stood as well as the town of Hogsmeade rested on was all separate from the Ministry's control. It has been that way since the founders founded Hogwarts over 1,000 years ago, so that no ministry or government body could interfere or influence what was being taught there. And in order to protect the castle and its occupants, powerful wards were erected over the castle to defend against attacks and monitor the inner workings of the castle, which the founders used to watch over the castle while they ruled it and the surrounding land as its lords and ladies. But as time passed, so did the control. The Board of Governors was created to take over from the founders to manage the welfare of the school, and the appointed headmaster was given control of the wards, which were extensive. The first one the book mentioned was the Unforgivable Detection Ward, that notified the headmaster whenever an unforgivable curse was used in the school. Next was the Dark Magic and Dark Objects Detection Wards that scanned everything that was brought into the school. If any such items were brought in through the wards, the headmaster was notified and it was up to him on how to deal with such items. It wasn't hard for me to figure out that Dumbledore was seriously abusing the wards in order to allow all the things that were going on this year to happen. The the wards would go nuts when the Cerberus and the mirror was brought into the school. On top of that, there was no way the wards didn't warn him about Quirrell being possessed. The old man knows and does nothing about it. He is allowing it all to happen because he wanted it to happen for his greater good, and I now know to be wary if I hear him say that, because I figure it means one of three things. That someone is about to get shafted, someone has been shafted, or someone is in the process of being shafted. I rubbed my brow as I felt the train pull off from the station and sighed. I was about to be put into the school run by this manipulative bastard with a beacon on my head that was my heirship of the House of Black, because to his knowledge I had no guardians of any kind. I was just another pawn for him to use. I grinned. We would see about that. That old fart is about to find out that not all his students are pawns for his amusements. Scene break. The train ride was underway for about 5 minutes when there was a knock at my door. I turned my head to see the door being opened and 2 girls standing outside it, both in witches' robes with trunks at their sides. I blinked at them and I found it very odd that I didn't immediately recognize them. I realized that they must have been lesser-known characters in the books. Not everyone made an appearance in the movies. Sorry, but do you mind if we sit here? The first girl asked. She was a blonde with long silky smooth hair that ran down past her shoulders for a couple of inches. She had a near-perfect complexion, a round face and blue eyes. I shook my head. Not at all. Please take a seat, I said as I gestured to the empty seats in the compartment. Both girls nodded, and as the first girl came in I got a better look at the second. Unlike her blonde friend, the second girl was a brunette with hair the same length as the first but only with some curves near its ends, and she had small freckles on her slightly rounded cheeks and brown eyes. Both came in pulling their trunks behind them, and I noticed the initials on both of them. The blonde's had a DG on its side and the brunette's had a TD. I thought it over in my head and I couldn't place the initials with any girls off the top of my head, but quickly came back to the present when I saw them both start to help each other to lift their trunks up to the above head storage, struggling slightly. I smiled. Here, let me help, I offered as both girls looked to me as I pulled my wand from my sleeve and with another swish and flick both trunks lifted up off the ground and slotted into place above them. Both girls turned from watching their trunks float into place to me, both with looks of shock and wonder. How did you do that? The blonde asked, her eyes wide. I didn't even hear you speak. I smiled. Practice, I responded. My grandparents, they have me practicing each spell on the curriculum weeks in advance and them take it to the next level with his silent casting. Takes ages to get it right, but it's worth it to see the looks I get. I grinned. Both girls were still looking at me in awe for a couple of seconds before the brunette was the first to snap out of it apparently and speak. Well, that's pretty cool, she said as she smiled at me. I'm Tracy Davis, pleased to meet you. Tracy's apparent introduction managed to shake the blonde from her shock as well, and I saw her cheeks pinked in embarrassment before she spoke. Oh, of course, I've completely forgotten myself, she said before curtsying to me slightly. Daphne Greengrass, my apologies for not introducing myself sooner, but I was a little sidetracked, she said as her cheeks pinked again. Hearing their names, my mind went into overdrive to pull together all I knew about both these 2 girls. Both were sorted into Slytherin House at Hogwarts. Daphne was a pure-blood heiress to the House of Greengrass, and had a younger sister who was a year or so younger, while Tracy was a half-blood born to a noble family. If I remember correctly, Daphne's younger sister is to marry Draco Malfoy, whom neither play much part in the actual movies. The largest thing about them is Daphne being a part of Pansy Parkinson's little cliché. I broke out of my thoughts a moment after seeing both looking at me. Oh, right, I was meant to introduce myself. What the heck, it will be out in a couple hours anyway, might as well have a little fun. I smiled and nodded my head to them. A pleasure to meet such fine ladies. Magnus Black, heir apparent to the ancient and most noble House of Black, at your service, I said, giving them both a smile. Both girls looked like they were trying to catch flies with their open mouths as they dropped to their seats at my introduction. I smirked and waited for them to snap out of it again. It was a little amusing seeing their shock. This time Daphne was the first to come around first. Are you really from the House of Black? I thought there was none left, she said, sounding shocked. I gave an amused chuckle. Well, I had better be. I've been living in Black Manor for a month. Nonsense, I was told by the goblins about my heritage and they gave me this fancy ring, I said as I held up my hand as my heir ring appeared. From what they told me, I have to be heir black to wear it. I got another set of gasps from both of them when they saw my heir ring, and I smirked. This was too much fun. After a couple of seconds, I watched as Daphne tried to school her features, but my statements had clearly shocked her. Tracy, on the other hand, was just shocked. But how? Everyone thought that the next heir to House Black was going to be a child born from one of the houses with black blood in it, like the Malfoys. Tracy stated. I shrugged. It likely would have been until I was found. I was born out of wedlock and left at an orphanage when both my parents died. I only just got tested a month back and here I am. My father was the last heir before he died. That means I'm next in line for succession, I explained. Daphne nodded her head to my words. Well, I'd watch my back if I were you. Your appearance is definitely going to rub a number of people the wrong way, because they thought they were in line for the Black Lordship. With you coming out of nowhere, you're going to have people out for your blood, or trying to discredit you in the least, she said seriously. I shrugged. I guessed as much. My grandparents told me that I might piss some people off, but I think I'm ready should they try anything. I explained. Tracy blinked. Hey, wait a minute, what do you mean by grandparents? All the other Blacks are either cast out of the family or dead. The last Lord Black died 12 years ago and Lady Black died 6 years ago, she stated. I chuckled. I mean their portraits in Black Manor. I've had them giving me lessons the past month while I also crammed my Hogwarts books. I've been learning as much as I can about the wizarding world while taking lessons from them on how to be a proper heir. The lessons are never ending, I said with shrug. That got a giggle from Tracy and a smirk from Daphne at my final comment. Welcome to the life of being a pure-blood heir, Daphne commented with her smirk. Yeah, we've been having those lessons since we were 6, about how to act and show ourselves in public, and be the perfect little daughters and heiress to our houses, Tracy added with a little pose before giggling, which got Daphne going as well. Yeah, I don't even want to think what it would be like trying to cram all that into a month, right before starting Hogwarts too, Daphne stated, giving me a pitiful look. I shrugged. Well, grandmother says I'm coming along well in most of my practicals, but that I still have a long way to go yet. While I've barely scratched the surface with grandfather, he says I have a lot more to learn about the laws and politics, I explained, but I've covered the basics so far at least. I watched as both girls exchanged glances before nodding. Well, we could probably help you out with it, Tracy offered. That's if we end up in the same house, that is. Daphne added, otherwise our efforts could be strained. I nodded and decided to bite the bullet. So what house do you think you two will be sorted into? I asked with a knowing smirk. Both girls smirked at my statement. Daphne crossed her arms with a smile. Well, my father was a Slytherin, and my mother was a Ravenclaw, so either is an option for me. But I suspect I'll be in Slytherin. It's the house of the cunning, sly, and ambitious after all. Tracy nodded, smiling. My mother was a Hufflepuff and my father a Slytherin, so either house is an option for me. But both my parents want me to be in Slytherin, though I suspect they wouldn't mind if I was in Ravenclaw, anything as long as I'm not in Gryffindor. She said with a shudder, mentioning the house of the brave. Or the foolish, in my opinion. Daphne gave me a look. What about you, Black? What house do you think you'll be in? She asked as both girls looked at me anxiously. I chuckled. Well, my grandparents' portraits both tell me I should be in Slytherin. As that has been where members of the House of Black have been predominantly over the years, aside from a couple in other houses, such as my uncle Sirius, who was in Gryffindor. Though he was disowned before he left Hogwarts, so I don't think he counts. I mused, but I'm not sure that I can fall under that banner. After all, I wasn't born and raised a Black. I wasn't raised in the wizarding world with its traditions and beliefs. I've only been learning about most of them over the past month, so labeling me as a traditional Black is a little early. Both girls were looking at me with curious looks as I continued talking. Daphne raised her eyebrow. So if you're not a traditional Black, then what are you? I shrugged. I'm me. If I'm being honest, I think I have traits from all the houses, but I don't think either Hufflepuff or Gryffindor is for me. I'm not blindly loyal like the Puffs or thick-headed like the House of the Lions are. I follow my head and I have my own goals. I think before I charge a head wand drawn, and I use the information I have to my advantage. Daphne smirked. Oh, you're a Slytherin, no doubt. She said confidently. Just listen to you, using information to your advantage, and having your own goals. She added, if you're not a Slytherin, then you've got to be a Ravenclaw then, with all the thinking you've put into this. I chuckled. Maybe, I think you're right about me being a Slytherin. I'm a bit too ambitious for my own good, but while I am, I don't think I'll be placed there. It just doesn't seem right. Tracy raised an eyebrow. What do you mean doesn't feel right? She asked as both she and Daphne looked at me like I had grown a second head. I smirked. Think about it. Slytherin favors the cunning and the sly as well as those who have ambition. I said simply, while it may seem obvious that's why people who value those traits would be placed there, it puts them at a disadvantage. Why would someone who is cunning and sly want to be placed in a house that labels them so? Both girls looked at me wide-eyed at my statement and I grinned. I had actually been thinking about this fact for the past 2 weeks. I had been trying to think about just where I should be placed. I had come to this conclusion after the first 5 days of thinking things through. I knew just where I wanted to end up that would prove to give me the best advantages, and that was just where I was heading. Daphne seemed to be in thought for a minute or so and nodded. It's a strange way of looking at it, I suppose. It would put people at a disadvantage if they wanted to do anything that required them to be cunning or sly about it. Because people would already expect them to do just that. She said and sneered slightly, but looking at it that way. Every past generation Slytherin would have made the same mistake by being put into the House of the Snakes. Tracy snorted a giggle. My dad would hex you into the middle of the next week if you said that to him. He's very pro-Slytherin. I'd love to see his face if someone pointed out that it wasn't very Slytherin of him to be placed in Slytherin. I chuckled and looked out the window watching the countryside move by. I'd imagine so. I said with a smirk. Hey, how long is the journey to Hogwarts meant to take? I asked. Not really remembering to check the times. Daphne smirked. It's a 7-hour trip. We'll arrive at Hogsmeade Station just after 6 in the evening. From there it's on to Hogwarts. I nod, that's a long trip. Here's hoping it's a peaceful one, I mused. Tracy looked at me with a raised eyebrow, why wouldn't it be? Are you expecting trouble? I smirked, no, but you never know what's going to happen. I said as I continued to look out the window. Scene break, third-person POV. The next 6 hours of the trip on the train proved to be quiet. The three remained in the compartment chatting ideally between each other and discussing things they'd learned from their Hogwarts books ahead of time. The lights in the compartment had just come on when the door opened from the outside. Magnus looked from the window to the door to see who it was and internally groaned before turning his attention back outside after seeing who it was. Draco Malfoy along with his two shadows, Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, stood at the door as Draco arrogantly walked in, glancing around and completely ignoring Magnus as his eyes went to the two girls and he smiled cockily. Ah, so this is where you've been. I was hoping I'd find you, Greengrass, Draco stated as he gave her a smirk. Daphne rolled her eyes and Tracy gave a snort, that's odd because we were hoping to avoid you, Malfoy. She stated with annoyance. But before Draco could utter his response that Magnus could see he was about to, Daphne spoke, what do you want, Malfoy? She asked with no small amount of venom in her tone, something that Malfoy clearly missed or didn't care about. I wanted to discuss house business with you. A matter that my father has been trying to breach with yours for some time, but he has been rebuffed on every advance on the matter. Draco responded with his best humble tone, which only came off as arrogant. I was hoping we could discuss it and you could raise it with your father the next time you see him. Daphne narrowed her eyes, and from what Magnus could see she wanted to give a rather crude retort, one that didn't need any words and only a single finger as a gesture to give it, but she took a breath and rolled her eyes. Matters of the Lord of the Houses do not concern the heirs and heiresses, Malfoy. If this was a matter for us to discuss or become involved in, then my father would have told me about it and that I was free to discuss it with you. As I have not been told as such, I will not breach the matter with you. But her brush off didn't seem to deter Malfoy. But if the matter is concerning our future and the futures of our houses, surely we should discuss possible outcomes and make plans. We both have our father's ears after all. Daphne's eyes hardened at that statement, as did her tone as she spoke. I already know the matter of which you speak, Malfoy. My father has already informed me of your father's advance on the subject, but my father has closed the matter entirely each time he was pushed on this topic. With that in mind, it is clear that the matter you wish to discuss the future of has no future and never will as far as my father and I am concerned. She stated with a glare. Now if that is all, I will ask that you leave me in peace to enjoy the remainder of my trip without your presence ruining it. When the obvious rejection finally registered with Malfoy, he scowled and looked as though he was about to press the matter, when Magnus finally spoke. I do believe the lady asked you to leave, Magnus spoke, causing Malfoy to finally look at him. While he continued to look out the window at the passing scenery, no one in this compartment wishes for your presence. You entered uninvited and without introducing yourself, and then you proceeded to harass these two lovely ladies here, both of whom clearly want nothing to do with you. If you do not wish to listen to them, perhaps you will to me. Magnus said as he turned from the window and looked right at Malfoy. Get out. Malfoy clenched his fists at Magnus' statement and he steps forward. How dare you talk to me like that? Know who you're talking to before you speak. I am Draco Lucius Malfoy, heir to the magical house of Malfoy, but then I wouldn't expect some filthy mudblood to know anything about addressing your betters. He stated in clear disgust as he looked at Magnus, not taking in the fact that he wore fine robes nor the fact that how whole little speech had affected him in the slightest. Both Tracy and Daphne just scowled at Draco, while Magnus just smirked. Oh goody, Magnus stated as he started to stand. I was hoping that someone would try to pick a fight, he stated plainly. While inside he was jumping for joy, he was going to enjoy this. The others watched as Magnus stood, but their eyes slowly widened as he suddenly stood much taller than they thought he would be. As he stood up to his full height, he practically towered over Draco by 5 inches as he looked down at the blonde with an unimpressed look. Malfoy for his part did his best not to let the fact that Magnus was much taller than him bother him. Given that he had both Crabbe and Goyle behind him, that was easy to do, but what little was left of his bravado quickly faded as he and the taller Magnus met eyes and Malfoy stared into a pair of red eyes that were practically glowing. Malfoy almost pissed himself when Magnus spoke. It is you who should know who you're talking to before you run your mouth, Magnus stated as his eyes pulsed, for I can assure you that I am no mundane-born wizard, he said as he held up his hand with his air ring visible. Malfoy's eyes went to his hand and his eyes widened in shock as he saw the House of Black air ring and he felt his throat run dry as Magnus continued to speak. I am Magnus Rourke Black, son of Regulus Arcturus Black, heir apparent to the most ancient and most noble House of Black and the next Lord Black, Magnus stated as his look turned to a glare as he looked down on Malfoy as he watched the smaller boy look on him with some fear while both Crabbe and Goyle gulped slightly at his words. It is you who should know how to address your betters. As my passion as heir of an ancient and most noble house outranks an heir to a house that is simply magical. Malfoy finally seethed as he spoke, you're lying. You can't be the heir to the House of Black. My father told me I'm the next to inherit the Black Lordship through my mother's side of the family. I am the next Lord Black. Magnus scoffed at that statement. Oh yes, I'm well aware of your mother. Narcissa Malfoy née Black is my cousin once removed after all. My grandparents' portraits told me all about her. As well as your claim to the Black Lordship. He said with an amused undertone, but I'm afraid your claim falls moot with me in the picture, cousin. I am a son of the House of Black, and a direct descendant of the last Lord Black. That makes me the heir, and not you. Malfoy started to shake his head. No, that can't be true. He said in denial about what he was hearing. Daphne snorted. It obviously is, she stated, getting Draco's attention again. He couldn't wear the ring otherwise. I'm sure the House of Black's heir ring has defensive measures just like any other heir or lord ring that prevent any but the true heirs or lords from putting them on. The ring is proof of his claim being true regardless what you say. She said, finding the whole scene of Magnus shoving Malfoy's own words down his throat to be very entertaining. Malfoy looked ready to lose it at Daphne as he glared at her and was about to start yelling when Magnus stepped in front of him again, his eyes still pulsing red. Now I am not going to tell you again, get out now, or I will make you. Magnus stated as he channeled his magic into his next words like he had a couple of weeks ago, making them boom, making Malfoy practically jump backwards with fright right out of the apartment. Now outside, Malfoy gulped but pointed at Magnus before snarling, you are going to regret this, that ring is mine and I will have it when my father hears about this. Magnus smirked as his eyes pulsed again, not even needing to say anything before both Malfoy and his two goons legged it as Magnus grinned and shut the door with a push. No sooner had the door closed, Magnus sighed, finally, I thought that idiot would never leave, he said as he turned back to his seat as he visible started to get smaller, dropping 5 inches from his height and his eyes returned to his normal grey color. Both girls watched on in shock seeing him shrink like he did, but Daphne was the first to speak. You're a metamorphagus, that's how you did all that, with your height and eyes, she said as she put it together. Magnus nodded, yeah, but I'm only a partial one. I can only do small changes. Nothing major. Hair, height, eyes, weight, and some minor appearance modifications are about the height of what I can do. But when used at the right time, even subtle things like that can make an impression. Tracy scoffed, you can say that again. I thought you were about to tear Malfoy's head off him there at the end when your voice boomed like that. Malfoy wasn't the only one who jumped a little. Magnus smirked, I wouldn't do that, the blonde Pons isn't worth the trouble of a fight. He's just an annoying prat who needs to learn his place. Though I doubt he will, judging by what he said about going to his father. I bet that will be a constant thing with him. Idiot doesn't have enough courage or wit about him to sort his only problems, so he goes running to his old man. What a joke. Both girls giggled at that. Yet I wouldn't be surprised if that turns into a regular thing, Tracy smirked. I just pity you for being related to him, Daphne said as she tried to stop her own giggling. Magnus groaned as he sat back and put his feet up, ugh. Don't remind me. If it wasn't for the fact that the blonde idiot would get the heirship, I'd give it up and deny all relations to him. He said in an over-the-top fashion. Tracy giggled, but Daphne gave a glare at him. Hey, lay off the blonde comments, I am one in case you haven't noticed. She said with a small amount of irritation in her voice. Magnus held up his hands chuckling, okay, sorry. He said half-heartedly, how about we call him the Platinum Idiot instead? He suggested with a grin. Daphne blinked, Platinum Idiot. She asked, not getting the reference, but looked at Tracy when she started giggling even more. What's so funny? She asked. Tracy finally started to calm down enough to explain after a minute or two, it's a Muggle thing, to say something is platinum, is another way of saying something is first class. It's to do with platinum music records, when a song gets really popular they say it's platinum. It's also funny because Malfoy's hair is practically the same color as platinum. She giggled. Magnus grinned, yep, so it's even more true, that Malfoy is a platinum idiot. Daphne finally got it and giggled, yep, that could work. She said with a smile, though aren't you worried about what Malfoy's father will do when he finds out about you? Tracy nodded, yeah, with you taking the heirship to House Black, out of his son's hands, you've just set House Malfoy back about 4 generations and ruined all of his father's plans. Magnus looked at Tracy with a raised eyebrow, what are you talking about? Daphne shook her head, she's likely referring to the status of House Malfoy as just a magical house, and that Lord Malfoy was more than likely planning to use House Black's influence once Draco became its lords to see House Malfoy rise from being just a magical house to being a most ancient and magical house, thereby drastically increasing the house's political power within the Wisengamot. And with both House Malfoy and House Black voting on the same bills, it would be like House Malfoy having twice the voting power of any other singular house, which would make Lord Malfoy a large voting power in sessions and allow him to carry more sway on what laws get passed. She explained slowly but then smirked, but now with the Black Lordship now blocked, House Malfoy will have to wait for another 4 generations before they can even try to increase their house's voting power on their own. Especially considering Lord Malfoy's imperious defense for his actions in the war. That was the only reason he had been able to retain his house's voting rights. But since then he's been blocked from taking the proxy seat for the House of Black early when it became vacant 5 years ago. My father told me that Malfoy has been waiting patiently for that seat to see his house rise up. He's going to be all kinds of angry when he hears about you. Magnus smirked, well, this is news to me as I've been lying low somewhat, and I didn't hear about the House of Black's seat on the Wisengamot being used as a power play. I don't even know who's meant to be holding its proxy. But I'm glad that House Malfoy doesn't have it because that would be a pain trying to get him out of it. Tracy nods, yet I doubt that Lord Malfoy would have given it up easily, and I doubt that he's going to give up on the seat even with your claim to the position as solid as it is. He'll likely try to have you stripped of your position in favor of his son. Magnus shook his head, he can try but he has no legs to stand on to do so. Firstly, I'm a son of the House of Black, which trumps Draco being the son of a daughter of the House of Black. Second, I'm directly descended from the last lord, while Draco is once removed. And thirdly, I'm 2 months older than Draco, I will come into my majority and subsequent emancipation before him. Tracy looks at him puzzled, if your claim is that solid then why does Malfoy think that his father can do anything to get him the black heirship? Magnus smirked, I think we've already established the reason why that is. He said sounding rather sagely as both girls looked at him waiting for the answer. Magnus grinned, he's a platinum idiot. Both girls burst out into another fit of giggles at the statement that couldn't be truer. Chapter 5. Hey all. Sorry for the delay in the posting as of late, things hit a bit of a snag. I made a modification to my original story plan and then that change had an unforeseen ripping effect through the chapters that I had planned, so I had to go back and replan out to adjust for the change, and then I got into thinking and made more changes, so things warped a bit and the next thing you know time got away from me, so apologies for that, but it's good to see that my views are still growing even between posts. Thank you for your support so far, please make sure to drop a review and let me know what you think of this chapter. It's the long-awaited sorting feast so I know people are going to have varied opinions on my decisions in this one. Enjoy. Chapter 5, The Sorting Feast. Arriving on time, the red steam engine that was the Hogwarts Express pulled into Hogsmeade Station, and a few moments later the doors on the outside of the carriages opened and older students started to step out and onto the platform. Magnus, followed by Daphne and Tracy, stepped out of their carriage into the cold air of the night all dressed in their Hogwarts uniforms. Like some, Magnus' uniform was noticeably different to others, not the style but the materials. At a casual glance one could tell it was of a higher material than most others, and while some wore robes that were too big for them, Magnus fit him perfectly. Looking around, Magnus was instantly grateful for his choices when purchasing his uniform, as it was well worth the extra galleons for the finer materials and the charm work he had requested from the offered listings. His entire uniform was made from a chromantula silk, and his shoes were dragon skin. All of his clothing currently was charmed to be water and dirt repellent, self-repairing, and was magically fitting. While his robe had the extra added enchantment of a warming and cooling charm set to keep his temperature regulated so he didn't get too hot or too cold at any time. No sooner were they on the platform they heard a booming voice ahead of them at the end of the platform, "First years this way, come on now first years, don't be shy." They all turned to see the massive figure of Hagrid standing with a lantern in his hand, not that he needed it to get their attention given how large the man was. Moving as instructed, the first-year students started toward the large half-giant, and looking ahead of them Magnus could make out the messy black head of hair next to a messy ginger one and smirked, realizing who it was as they started to move off the platform with the rest of the first years as the other years started to move off in a different direction. It wasn't long before they made it to the docks on the shores of the Black Lake and Hagrid turned to face the first years again. "All right, no more than 4 to a boat, come on now," he instructed, and the students started to obey. Magnus got into one of the boats and sat down rather carefully. This practice had always made him cringe when he thought about it. Taking the entire group of first years to the castle on small boats pulled by the giant squid of the Black Lake may initially seem like a good idea, but to Magnus it was just an accident waiting to happen. Putting young children into boats and putting them out on an open body of water with no means of keeping them from accidentally falling overboard. "You love to meet the guy who came up with that idea." As Magnus was mentally rolling his eyes at the first year tradition, both Daphne and Tracy had gotten into the boat and taken the seats behind him. That was when a voice broke Magnus out of his thought that Magnus recognized. Do you mind if I sit here?" asked a female voice. Magnus' head turned and looked up, and it was only thanks to his occlumency training that he kept his shock from showing on his face. On the dock looking at him was the young bushy-haired girl that all Harry Potter fans knew, Hermione Granger. Magnus quickly caught himself on before he stalled too long. "Sure, go ahead miss," he offered and asked with a kind smile. Hermione smiled as she sat down next to him. "Oh sorry, I'm Hermione Granger," she said with a smile. Magnus nodded. "A pleasure to meet you, Miss Granger. My name's Magnus Black," he said with a smile before gesturing to the two behind them, "and these two lovely ladies are Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis," he said as he introduced them. Both girls nodded to Hermione as Magnus introduced them. Hermione nodded back with a smile before looking go. "Magnus Black? You aren't related to one of the previous Hogwarts headmasters, are you? I read about someone called Black in Hogwarts, a history." Magnus gave a small chuckle. "Yes, the same, though I'm not sure how far back I was related to him. I do know he was a Black, though there's a painting of him in my family's manor," he told her before mentally smirking, "or there was." Before any more questions could be asked, Hagrid's voice boomed once again at the front of the pier, "All right then, forward." And with a jerk, the boats all started to move forward and out onto the lake. The illusion of the boats moving on their own had many of the first years in awe as they looked around in shock. You could tell the Muggleborns from the purebloods who weren't doing so as they were pulled out of the cove the dock was in and out onto the open water of the Black Lake, and that was when they saw it. Hogwarts Castle was certainly a lot bigger than Magnus had imagined as it stood looming out over the lake, its torches burning bright as beacons for all to see. "Wow, it's bigger than I thought," Magnus voiced unintentionally in his awe as the three girls around him nodded in agreement as they continued on their lap of the castle. It wasn't long before they beached the boats on the shore just 30 or so yards from the large castle doors, and the students started to climb out of the boats and followed Hagrid to the huge doors of the castle, which he easily opened. "All right, and yous go this way now," Hagrid said as he stepped to the side, and all the first years started into the castle as they looked around with awe as they ascended the steps ahead of them and continued up them until they came to the top where Professor McGonagall was waiting for them. Magnus kept to the side of the large group of first years as McGonagall looked them over and glanced at him for a second longer than he felt she should have, and that was when he realized and started to mentally berate himself. His hair, it was still the length that he had changed it to with his metamorphomagus skills. She had seen him less than a month ago with much shorter hair. Of course, she was going to find it strange. After looking over the students, McGonagall began her speech with Magnus tuned out of somewhat. While he knew that the houses were a key part of Hogwarts and its history, the idea of sorting children at a young impressionable age had always been something that made him pause for thought on whether this was a good idea or not. While on one hand, he liked the idea of the houses as they promoted individual ideals, there was also what they had become, labels for each student that would stick with them for the rest of their lives, not something you should force on children. But once again Magnus was pulled from his thoughts with a cry or Trevor, and his head turned to see the rather clumsy form of the boy he knew to be Neville Longbottom make his way through the crowd to collect the large toad on the steps just before Professor McGonagall's feet. Magnus suppressed a smirk and rolled his eyes. He had always wondered when he watched this scene how Trevor had made it all the way to Hogwarts if he had been lost on the train, and it was only after watching the movies multiple times did the answer finally hit him like a slap in the face: Hogwarts house elves. Magnus watched as Neville muttered his apology and slipped back into the crowd of students as McGonagall righted herself after being interrupted. "The sorting ceremony will begin momentarily," she finished before turning and leaving the first years standing on the stairs. Magnus smirked knowing what was coming next, and sure enough, right on cue, the pompous voice of Draco rang out. "It's true then, what they're saying on the train. Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts." Magnus, leaning against the railing, listens as the conversation continues as he watched from the back as he hears the other first years start muttering in excitement. "This is Crabbe and Goyle," Draco said as he introduced the two bookends behind him, "and I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." At that, a snort was heard and Magnus rolled his eyes knowing it was Ron's snort to keep from openly laughing, and then he heard Malfoy's retort. "Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask yours. Red hair in a hand-me-down robe? You must be a Weasley." Draco spoke with an obvious glare at the redhead before looking back to Harry. "We'll soon find that some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. Don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there," he stated as he held out his hand. It was then Magnus' turn to openly snort, getting eyes turned to him. "Oh please Draco. Stop embarrassing yourself. I know you're blonde, but surely you have a bit more tact than that." Magnus spoke, getting snickers from the other first years and a punch in the shoulder from a glaring Daphne, but Magnus continued unfazed. "I mean, who in their right mind would want to be friends with you? Hell, your family name is a warning to all, right? Bad faith," he said as he cast a glance towards the blonde who was practically red with rage. Magnus rolled his eyes and stood up from leaning against the railing and took the last few steps up the stairs until he was at the front and turned his glare on Malfoy, who had the wisdom to back off, remembering their confrontation on the train. With Malfoy subdued, Magnus then turned his attention to the twin gazes of Harry and Ron, who were looking at him with interest. Magnus smirked and held out his hand. "A pleasure to meet you, Harry Potter. My name is Magnus Black," he said with a smile as he took in the response to his name from the other first years. Whispers broke out again from all the first years just as much as when Harry had been identified. Ron, who was beside Harry, looked at Magnus, his eyes wide, obviously realizing the connection. Harry didn't seem to mind at all and reached out his hand, taking Magnus and shaking it. "Nice to meet you too," Harry said, returning the smile. Magnus nodded once as they finished the handshake just as the door behind them opened and Professor McGonagall came out. Magnus quickly slipped back into place as they were led from the stairs through the grand doors and into the feasting hall. As they walked in, Magnus could already feel all the eyes on them from the 4 tables, as they were led down the length of the hall. As they were, Magnus could hear just a bit behind him Hermione talking about the ceiling above them, how it was bewitched. As they walked up through the hall, Magnus let his gaze fall to the front of the hall as they walked, and it was then that Magnus first set eyes on the old man. Dumbledore sat in the middle of the staff table in a large golden throne of a chair in the most oddly colored robes Magnus had ever seen, his eyes twinkling as he watched down the hall as they approached. It wasn't long before they were all grouped at the front of the hall just before the steps up to where the sorting hat was placed on the stool in front of the staff table. "Now, before we begin, Professor Dumbledore would like to say a few words. Professor McGonagall stated before turning their attention to the staff table as the aged wizard rose from his seat. Magnus' eyes narrowed on the old man knowing what he was about to say and mentally rolled his eyes at the man's tact. To any intelligent third party who would hear this most would question his intelligence unless they realized what his motives were behind his statement. I have a few start of term notices I wish to announce. Albus began, the first years please note that the Dark Forest is strictly forbidden to all students. Also, our caretaker, Mr. Filch has asked me to remind you that the third floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a most painful death. Magnus mentally scoffed, yeah right, if the forest is so forbidden for students then why were the Golden Trio, plus Malfoy, sent out there for detention with Hagrid, doesn't sound so forbidden to me. And telling children from the ages of 11 and up that somewhere is forbidden or out of bounds, that's basically saying hey look kiddies adventure here, go have fun, but then again that is what that old bastard wants. Magnus mentally raged to himself. He watched on as Dumbledore sat down once more and everyone's eyes fell to the hat on the stool at the front as a ripping sound was heard as its eyes and mouth opened and soon the voice of the Sorting Hat filled the hall with its song. Oh, you may not think I'm pretty. But don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black. Your top hat sleek and tall. For I'm the Hogwarts Sorting Hat. And I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head. The Sorting Hat can't see. So try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folks use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on. Don't be afraid. And don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none. For I'm a thinking cap. As the song came to an end all the tables started to clap and the first years joined in, though Magnus could hear some of them talking in disbelief many commenting on the test. Magnus could make out Ron's voice saying he'll kill his brothers and mentally scoffed remembering how apparently the twins had told their little brother how he would have to fight a troll to be sorted, and the little idiot believed them. As the applause ended Professor McGonagall turned back to the first years with a rolled-up parchment in hand and cleared her throat before speaking, when I call your name, you will come forth, I shall place the sorting hat on your head, and you will be sorted into your houses. The professor explained as she unrolled the parchment and called out the first name, Hermione Granger. Magnus watched on as Hermione walked out of the group and started up towards the steps. Behind him he heard Daphne give a snort, she'll be in Ravenclaw. She couldn't stop talking about the books she's read. The blonde stated smiling. Magnus gave a single chuckle, don't be so sure, he said as they watched as McGonagall placed the old tattered hat onto Hermione's head, though Magnus raised an eyebrow when he didn't hear a physical conversation between the girl and the hat like he had expected and a few moments later the hat's mouth opened and bellowed, Gryffindor. The red table immediately burst into applause and cheers while the other tables clapped amicably as the hat was removed from Hermione's head and the young girl hopped off the stool and went to join the Gryffindor table. Professor McGonagall smiled watching the girl go before she looked to the list again for the next name and Magnus and everyone else could see her eyes widen in what was obvious shock at what she had read and her eyes immediately went to Magnus as she spoke, Magnus Black. The simple saying of Magnus' name first brought complete and utter silence to the hall, before the whispering started in earnest, and Magnus could see the looks of shock many at the staff table had as well, none more so than Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape, both of whom looked on in shock as Magnus stepped out of the crowd and started up the steps. Magnus watched the headmaster and potions professor as he started towards the stool. He could see that Dumbledore at least schooled his features after a couple of seconds, while Snape's shock seemed to fade into a sneer, but Magnus knew better than to look into either of their eyes. His occlumency training had taught him that a master of legitimacy did not need their wand nor an incantation to get into his head, he already suspected as much from fanfiction concepts, which stated that all they needed was to make eye contact with him and they could attempt to pull his memories. So there was no way he was looking either of them in the eyes and just in case he made sure to raise his occlumency shields to full strength to prevent any intrusions. Reaching the stool Magnus turned and sat down on it and took a deep breath as he felt the hat being placed on his head and immediately he felt something, a presence inside his head followed by a voice that echoed in his head. My, what do we have here? Aren't you an interesting one? The voice of the Sorting Hat sounded. Magnus frowned before mentally replying, hello hat, I take it you want me to lower my occlumency shields, he stated plainly only to get a chuckling response. Oh no dear boy, no need to do that, I'm already in your head. The founders enchanted me to be able to bypass any form of mental defenses. So your barriers don't affect me in the slightest, though I must admit your defenses are quite good for someone your age. Though not enough to keep the castle's resident pair of Legilimens out of your head should they try and force their way, though it should buy you the couple seconds you need to break eye contact with them if you don't want them to find out your secrets, the hat stated. Magnus mentally scowled hearing that and closed his eyes as he enters into his mindscape, which he had done so many times before, and opened his eyes again to find him standing in the library of his memories face to face with a floating sorting hat as Magnus mentally spoke. You're in my head, but that means... The hat shook the equivalent of its head in midair. It means nothing, dear boy. Your secrets are safe with me. The founders may have enchanted me to get by all mental defenses, but they also made it so that I cannot tell anyone about what I glance from a student's head nor have it pulled from my own. Not even the headmaster can order me to do so. Your secrets are still secret and will remain that way. Letting out a mental sigh of relief, Magnus mentally nodded his head. I see, he said before looking at the hat with an interested look. You don't seem surprised about my memories. Could it be that you've seen people like me before? The hat chuckled. The same as you know, but like you in a sense. People who have been reincarnated, I have seen my fair share over the years, and though I won't tell you who they are, I will say that none of them are as interesting as you are. You certainly have an interesting point of perspective involving the headmaster and certain individuals, a perspective that I in Hogwarts herself happen to agree with. Magnus blinked. You do? Wait, what do you mean Hogwarts agrees with me? Do you mean the castles? The hat chuckled. You've already worked it out. The castle is sentient, though this fact is only known to those who are connected to its wards. The castle, like myself, was enchanted by the founders in order to better protect the students, although its capacity to do so has been greatly diminished over the years by each headmaster that have come and gone, and from what I can see from your memories, that isn't going to change. Magnus blinked as he mulled over the thought of the castle being sentient, and he realized that on some level it was possible if he thought about it. There had to be some level of understanding if the room of requirements existed, and apparently the castle agreed with him. Okay, so what does that all mean? Magnus asked, still trying to wrap his head around the facts. It means that you will have Hogwarts support should you need it, but such support will be limited given the restraints placed upon her by the headmaster. It is Hogwarts' obligation to protect her charges. That is the duty the founders charged her with, but since Dumbledore has set foot inside her halls, that job has become next to impossible. I can see you are aware of what is to occur over this school year, what the headmaster has set up on the third-floor corridor. Hogwarts has protested against these to the headmaster, but he has ignored all of her pleas to remove them for the students' safety, and she is restricted from doing anything without the consent or orders of the headmaster. Magnus frowned. So even Hogwarts doesn't like the old man. Can't say I blame her. Indeed, this castle was meant to be a place of learning, but ever since Albus started here and gained favor with the previous headmaster, that has changed drastically. I can see you also suspect this by your criticism of what is taught here at Hogwarts, and you are correct. All branches of magic are no longer taught within the castle's walls. This is due to two reasons: the ministerial condemning multiple forms of magic that they deem to be dark. Now normally this wouldn't affect what classes Hogwarts has taught in the past, as it is a sovereign nation and not restricted by ministry laws. But ever since Dumbledore has been both chief warlock of the Wizengamot, the body who made the decisions on magic, and Hogwarts headmaster, he has used this as an excuse to have the subject cut from Hogwarts curriculum, and has done so to such an extent that it is what you see it today. Magnus scowled at that revelation. It was obvious to see what was happening. Dumbledore had been manipulating things to get what he wanted. He used his sway in the Wizengamot to get branches of magic ladled dark, and then used his power as headmaster of Hogwarts to remove them from the curriculum. Doing so in such a way that no one would question why, because it played to his persona as the leader of the light. But that only left one question: what was his real reason for doing so? The hat laughed. You are a clever one, seeing through his trickery and manipulations so quickly. Though when you think about it, it's really not that difficult to see why. Albus has always had a god complex. You know the saying that knowledge is power. Well, with magic that is more than just a saying, it is a fact, and by removing branches of magic from Hogwarts, by having it declared dark, magic that he already knows, he is effectively limiting the knowledge of future generations and making himself more powerful in the process. Magnus felt sick to his stomach. So he is effectively sacrificing generations of students' educations just to make himself seem more impressive. He's more twisted than I thought, and I was thinking pretzel twisted. I wondered why there were so many more books in the Black Library that I could recall seeing at Hogwarts, because the Black Library hasn't effectively been castrated by the Ministry with Dumbledore's permission and blessing. Indeed, the hat nodded once. Now, as much as I'd love to chat with you more about what other things the headmaster has done that is questionable over his many years, I do have my duty to perform, and I think I know just where to put you. Someone with your cunning, sly, and ambition would do well in Slytherin, wouldn't you agree? Magnus smirked. True, but it doesn't seem very Slytherin to be placed in Slytherin, does it? Plus I think we both know you aren't going to put me there. The hat chuckled. Oh, is that right? And why would I do that? You have all the traits of that house, and regardless of your belief about how un-Slytherin it would be to be placed in Slytherin, it is still my duty to sort you accordingly. This time it was Magnus' turn to chuckle. Simple, because you and I both know you don't sort students by their traits. You sort them by what they value the most. How else would you explain your sorting? Hermione in Gryffindor when she's clearly a Ravenclaw. Neville in Gryffindor when he's clearly a Hufflepuff. Harry in Gryffindor when with his upbringing he could easily be a Slytherin, Draco and his two bookends in Slytherin when they don't have an ounce of cunning or sly between the three of them he listed. All the time he was doing so the hat grinned and burst out laughing at the end. Ha ha ha, in over 1,000 years none have ever realized what you have, they all believed the drivel I spouted about having the traits of the houses. You really are something. So then tell me where will I be placing you then? Magnus smirked, you already know, I value intelligence and those who employ it above others, using it to reach my own end. By those values I'm more Ravenclaw than Slytherin. Send me there. The hat nodded, indeed, you will make a fine raven, you are not blinded by the labels that have been placed on magic by others, you seek the knowledge and the power that comes with it to better defend yourself and those who you see as your friends, a worthwhile goal. However, I need not warn you to be wary of using some of those spells you have learned in the presence of more light-minded individuals, they may not take too kindly to them, and you don't need that much attention from the headmaster just yet, though I fear that you will be getting plenty so enough. Magnus nodded his head in agreement, he already knew that with his name being announced he would draw the old man's attention and he already had steps in place to deal with him. While Magnus was being sorted. Outside of Magnus' head time was ticking by as everyone watched patiently for different reasons, many at the staff table were watching with intrigue at the back of the young heir Black. Dumbledore was stroking his beard slightly as he mulled over this latest development as he wondered just where this boy had come from as he didn't recall seeing any Black on the enrollment form. Had he seen him he would have gone to investigate himself as there shouldn't be any other Blacks left. The house was all but extinct now with the last remaining Black locked up in Azkaban. So the question remained just where had the boy come from and how had he eluded his knowledge. As Albus thought this over he tried to contemplate also just what this might mean for his plans. The appearance of an heir to the House of Black could possibly prove to be a problem if the boy was aware of his family and his heritage, which given how he was dressed in fine robes and the way he held himself left no doubt in Albus' mind he was. It meant that as heir Black he would be entitled to his seat in the Wisengamot when he reached his majority at 17, but Albus shook that thought from his mind. That was far in the future and as the boy was clearly an orphan he would have no guardian leaving such decisions in his own power. He could easily arrange for someone of the light to take up the voting power of House Black claiming he had consulted with the boy and no one would be the wiser, all the while giving more votes in his favor not that he needed it not with the Potter seat already under his thumb for the past 10 years but it never hurt to have more voting power. Then his thoughts turned back to his pawn and he couldn't help but feel a little giddy, everything was falling into place perfectly when he saw young Harry enter the hall looking around him in awe. His plan to be the boy's grandfatherly savior from his poor childhood at the hands of his Muggle relatives was coming along flawlessly. The boy was clueless about his heritage and he couldn't help but smile seeing his second pawn was by his side. He was delighted earlier when he received the flow call from Molly about their successfully meeting and helping young Harry through the barrier to the platform. Now with young Ronald by his side he would be able to monitor why young Harry has contact with, after all, it wouldn't help matters to have the boy learn about his heritage. It's not like he needed to know after all given that in order for Voldemort to die by Albus' hand in order to further his own plans young Harry would have to die first by Voldemort's. At first, Albus had cursed the prophecy when he first heard it. How could a child be the destined one to defeat Voldemort and not him, Albus Dumbledore? It was unthinkable. It had just been sheer luck that Severus had overheard the start of the prophecy and had taken that knowledge to his master. Of course, had he heard the full prophecy he might have been reluctant to attack as he had, but because he hadn't it allowed Albus time to plan and use this to his advantage. Once he had identified the two possible children the damned prophecy could have related to it was only a matter of time to separate them from all possible help by sending them into hiding. But of course Lily never made things easy, she was always a studious student and had voiced strongly with using the Fidelius charm on the cottage in Godric's Hollow in order to further hide from Voldemort, and James had, of course, agreed with his wife. It was only the miracle that they made the foolish decision on their choice of secret keeper that made Albus' plan not come to a dead halt. Of course, he'd know about Peter being a spy for the other side. He had been using this fact to feed them just the right amounts of information in hopes of drawing Voldemort out into the open for a confrontation. So he knew that the information on the Potter's whereabouts would get back to Voldemort. It was looking more and more like the Potter boy was the one the prophecy spoke of, and then the night finally came to pass and both James and Lily had been killed and Harry had survived by some ancient magics that Lily had found that Albus had never seen before, and to this day that still grated on his nerves. After hearing of the attack Albus had been ready to give Sirius the speech about how it was best that Harry be put into hiding and to grow apart from the wizarding world because of his fame, but as it turned out the fool had gone and gotten himself arrested, and because of the deceit that he and the others had played in making the rest of the world believe he was the Potter's secret keeper he was the prime suspect and with Barty Crouch Sr. and Minister Bagnold looking to sweep matters up quickly. To put this whole mess behind them it was easy for him to overlook the fact that Sirius never received his trial, as well as keep quiet that he was not the secret keeper. After all, Albus was the one to cast the charm so he was the one who knew the truth, but it would serve his purposes better if Sirius was out of the picture for now. All it took was a simple memory charm before he was sent to Azkaban to make him forget who cast the Fidelius in the first place, then all that was left for him to do was make sure that the Potter will was never read, a simple matter for him as the chief warlock of the Wisengamot, and like that he was able to claim guardianship of the child and have him put where he needed him in the less than tender care of his Muggle relatives so that the rest of his plan could unfold just as he needed it to. And as it had done so perfectly up till this point. Ravenclaw. The sudden declaration of the sorting had brought Albus out of his thoughts as he focused back on the young Black having just been sorted, and he frowned slightly. Such a sorting didn't fall within the usual for House Black, but then perhaps given the boy wasn't raised a Black there might be hope for him. While it wasn't Gryffindor, the house he was sorted into was a far better sign had he been sorted into Slytherin. He would need to meet with the boy, if for anything other than to determine his validity of being an actual Black, and it wouldn't hurt to be seen meeting with him for when he named someone to fill the Black seat on the Wisengamot. Magnus POV. I came out of my mindscape to the cry of Ravenclaw from above my head and couldn't help but smirk. That had gone far better than I had planned, and far easier. As the hat was lifted from my head, I hopped off the stool and made my way to the Ravenclaw table, who were applauding as I came to join them. I could see many of them wanted to ask me questions, most likely to do with my name and my status, but at least I could see that they were going to hold their questions until the feast or until we were in the common room. One thing about being in the house that values intelligence, everyone is likely to ask questions. I made sure to sit with my back facing away from the head table as best I could, didn't want to give the old man or Greasy Git the chance to try some passive legitimacy on me, not that they would get past my shields, but I didn't want to give them the opportunity, and watched the rest of the sorting as best I could without letting my gaze drift up to the head table. Everything was running smoothly so far and nothing had fallen out of place as of yet as I watched each student go to the sorting hat and get sorted as they should. Daphne Greengrass. Ravenclaw. I blinked. Wait, what? My head turned to see Daphne hopping off the stool with a pleased smile on her face as she made her way over to the Ravenclaw table. It took a moment before I started to clap with the rest of the table. That wasn't supposed to happen, I thought, worried. She's meant to be in Slytherin, did I cause her to be sorted here instead? I could see her pleased smile as she sat down at the table opposite me. I could practically see her giggling at my shocked look, and I shook my head. Okay, as long as she's the only. Tracy Davis. Ravenclaw. Oh fuck me, I mentally groaned as I turned again to see Tracy hopping down from the stool as the hat was lifted from her head, and smile all the way as she sat down next to Daphne, both girls giving me grins, and I suppress a groan. Great, I wonder how this will affect things, I mentally berated myself. Of course my talking to them could have caused this. I practically pointed out the facts that made them Slytherin, made the House of Slytherin unsuitable for them, and out of the only 3 houses remaining, of course, they would choose Ravenclaw. It, their Slytherin qualities would make them not even consider the House of the Brave or the house that is seen as taking the leftovers. Ravenclaw was the only logical choice left out of the 3. I guess I can be grateful that I didn't mention the houses to Hermione or Harry when I spoke to them. Last thing I needed was either of the Golden Trio not being in Gryffindor. That could have seriously messed with how things are meant to go in the long run. Guess I should be glad it was only these 2 that I had any real conversation with on the train. As the sorting ceremony finished and the hat and stool were carried off out the side door of the hall, I heard the chiming of the headmaster's McGonagall's goblet as she tapped it to gain everyone's attention. As the headmaster rose from his seat, everyone turned to look to him. I did my best to follow the crowd but kept my gaze firmly on his chest, not looking at his face. Let the feast begin. Dumbledore's voice carried through the hall, and just like that all the food appeared on the tables. I could hear the shock from all those around me at the magic that was performed, making it look as though Dumbledore had conjured everything. I smirked. It was a good trick, I'll give him that, but it just takes a little bit of thinking to realize the number of ways it could be performed. And the easiest answer was simple: House Elves. His command to have the feast begin was the command for all the house's elves to place the food on the tables via house elf magic, while it made it look like the old man was using wandless magic when it was really sleight of hand. I just rolled my eyes as I began to fill my plate and snorted, seeing other students looking at the food still in some kind of shock. Daphne looked at me with a raised eyebrow. What are you snorting at? I smirked. Just the headmaster's little parlor trick, I mused as I took a couple of spoonfuls of mashed potatoes, making sure to use my ring hand and letting the detection ring get close to any of the food to test for any potions. Not that I suspected anything, but it always pays to be safe. What little parlor trick? He used wandless magic. I'd hardly call that little, I heard from my left. I looked and smiled as I recognized who it was, Padma Patil, and I shook my head. No, that's only what it looked like, I stated as I subtly checked, then poured some gravy. I could see a number of older students giving me skeptical looks, while I could see Daphne trying to figure out what I meant, and I smirked. How many of you over here are purebloods? I asked as I ate, and I could immediately see some start to look at me with narrowed eyes. I sighed. No, I don't mean it like that. I'm only asking because if you're a pureblood it should make more sense to you as to how he did it. I said as I poured myself a drink. He didn't use his wand, nor did he utter any incantation, he spoke in English and gave a command. I said as I saw others now start to think as well. I smirked and sipped my water. I couldn't fathom how people could stand pumpkin juice. As I did so I gazed around and saw that still, it wasn't clicking for any of them. I finished drinking, he gave a command and his servants obeyed. The Hogwarts house elves, I stated, and I could see a number of eyes going wide at my statement. Oh come now, how do you think the castle stays clean, or all this food was prepared? I hardly think the staff do it, I stated, and I could see it click with Daphne. He had it all set up so when he spoke the food would appear. Clever, Daphne commented. I could see a couple of older students start to shake their head in disbelief and I smirked. I must have been the first one to put that together for them. Guess the house of the smart isn't as smart as it thinks. As I was eating, another voice spoke. Are you really a Black? It was a male voice this time and I looked to see it was a blonde boy my age who had been sorted a little while after. Yes, I am, I replied. I'm sorry but I didn't catch your name. I asked. I felt like I recognized him but I couldn't place him. Anthony Goldstein, the boy replied to my question, but aren't Blacks always in Slytherin? I shrugged. Well, Mr. Goldstein. That may have been the case in the past with my ancestors, but I wasn't raised a Black so it makes sense that I wouldn't have the same values as most of them, and thus I wouldn't be sorted the same, I stated, but I could see that others were getting ready to ask questions now that the first one had been asked. I'd bet nip this in the bud now before the floodgates open, I thought before speaking. Now I would thank everyone if they could keep such questions about myself and my family till we get to the dorm room. I don't know about the rest of you but I'm hungry after the train ride and I want to enjoy my dinner, I said, and I could see others nodding in agreement as they started back to their meals and idle chatter with each other. I continued to eat my meal, keeping my eyes down and away from the staff table, to prevent any chance of a passive legilimency probe from either Dumbledore or Snape, both of whom I knew were likely both glancing at me or Harry. But right now they weren't the only problems in the room given what I knew was under Quirrell's turban. Fact is I was a little nervous and it was only thanks to my occlumency training that I was appearing as calm as I was. I knew not to misjudge the Dark Lord just because he was a shade. He was still in possession of Quirrell, and I knew that the whole stuttering show was just an act. Quirrell was a threat and a dangerous one that I intended to keep an eye on. Time skip. Eventually the feast wound down to a close and each of the groups of the first years were led out of the Great Hall and started into the grand staircase. I followed along with Daphne, Tracy, and the other Ravenclaw first years as we were led by a blonde prefect which if I recalled correctly was Penelope Clearwater, Percy Weasley's girlfriend. That was if they had started dating already. I was never clear on when they did. As we all walked I did my best to memorize the path. It would definitely take some time to get used to the castle's huge layout, and then the absolute insanity of the changing stairs in the grand staircase. It was another 5 minutes before we all began to come to a halt in front of a wall with a large door with a large bronze eagle knocker in its front and the prefect, Penelope, turned to us. Here we are, now unlike the other houses who use regular single-word passwords as their security, in Ravenclaw we have to answer a riddle to enter, a way to prove our intelligence. If you get it wrong you will have to wait for another to come along before you can come in, as the riddle will only be asked once to each person and only they may answer, Penelope explained to us, and there were a number of murmured responses to that from around myself. Now let's see what the riddle for this evening is then, Penelope said before she turned back to the bronze eagle as we all watched. We all watched on as the eagle's eye opened and it flexed its neck as its head turned to Penelope before its bronze beak opened and it began to speak in a rather metallic voice. You are in a room with no windows, doors, or any exit. The only items are a mirror and a table. How do you escape? I smirked hearing that, realizing the answer straight away, but that smirk fell when I looked around and saw others looking confused. Even Daphne and Tracy looked like they didn't get it, and Penelope looked deep in thought for a couple of moments before speaking. Do I have my wand? The eagle knocker shook his head. No. Penelope sighed, looking a little embarrassed to have gotten the puzzle wrong before she turned back to us. Anyone want to give it a try then? She asked. No one immediately stepped forward. I sighed and did so. I could feel everyone looking to me as the eagle head looked down at me before speaking again. You are in a room with no windows, doors, or any exit. The only items are a mirror and a table. How do you escape? I smirked. You look in the mirror to see what you saw, you take the saw and cut the table in half, 2 halves make a hole, then you climb through the hole. I stated, much to the murmured confusion behind me. The eagle knocker knocked its head. Your logic is sound. You may enter, it spoke before it retook its original pose and the door clicked open and swung inward, revealing a winding staircase leading up to the tower. I turned back to my confused looking housemates and I smirked. It was a wordplay riddle, words that sound the same but have different meanings, I said as I could see it started to dawn on some of them. Clever, Black, Penelope said, looking at me with an impressed look before looking to the others. All right, this way, up we go, she said before leading us up the staircase. It was only about 2 or 3 turns before we were filing out of the rather narrow stairway through another door that led out into a large dome-shaped common room, with 4 grand archers' windows on the walls with 2 doorways leading to further stairs on the left and right of the room. The walls were painted a pale white, and the dome ceiling had the night sky painted on it with a decorative bronze lining separating the ceiling from the walls. A midnight blue carpet covered the main floor, which had a number of tables and chairs and comfortable sofa set out with bookcases filled with a number of books on different subjects, and on the far side of the room was an archer inset with shelves of books inside and a statue of a woman upon it who looked rather beautiful and regal, who I suspect was Rowena Ravenclaw. A number of the older students were still up and about in the common room chatting as we entered, and Penelope led us to the center of the common room as we looked around. Penelope turned to us all as we gathered before speaking. This is the Ravenclaw common room. we are the only house to have our own library in our common room that is open to all for research purposes and classwork. A handy thing so you don't have to risk missing curfew at night, though please keep the books from here and the library separate. Madam Prince keeps the school library in order and she does not need extra work in bringing books back here that was put there by mistake. She gave quite the lecture on the fact last year when she had to do so on 5 separate occasions. She explained as we listened. The left passageway leads up to the dormitories for the boys and down for the lavatories. Girl, it's the same on your right. Unlike some of the other dormitories, you will each have separate rooms. Your belongings have already been brought up from the train, so when you are heading to bed simply look to find the room with your trunk in it. The doors will all be open, so if a door is closed it means the room is taken. She continued. Bedtime is in half an hour for first years, so I suggest you go looking for your rooms shortly. Professor Flitwick will be along to address you all shortly. She finished before turning and walking off to join the other older students, leaving us to our thing. As soon as she had stepped away, the other first years all turned to me with inquisitive looks and I blinked before Daphne nudged me. Remember you said you'd take any questions about your family after the feast? She reminded me and I inwardly sighed. All right everyone, I'll take questions now, but only 3. I have my law wizard set to make a statement to the Daily Prophet this evening, so tomorrow's Prophet will have everything I'm willing to disclose about myself in it, so ask what you will now and read the rest tomorrow, I stated plainly. How can you be Air Black? Isn't the last one locked up in Azkaban? Asked of the first year boys. And you are? I asked. Terry Boot, the brunette boy, replied. Well, Mr. Boot, I was born out of wedlock. My father was Regulus Black, but he died before I got to meet him, same as my mother who died giving birth to me. I was raised in a Muggle orphanage, and my house was only discovered when I took my inherency test at Gringotts and as per law took up my heir ring, I explained. How come we're only just hearing about you now then? Wouldn't the Prophet have reported that an heir had been found? Asked a girl this time. My discovery was kept a secret on the recommendation of my account manager for both political and financial reasons. Given the amount of interest my sudden appearance would bring, steps needed to be taken to secure mine and House Black's well-being, and they have been, miss. I answered and asked. Lisa Turpin, the girl replied to my question. I nodded back. Okay, final question. I asked, looking around. What side do you fall? Asked Anthony. The Blacks were notorious for supporting he who must not be named in the war, but you said earlier you weren't raised a Black, so your views are different. Are you for the light? You could practically hear a pin drop after he finished and I could feel all eyes were on me for my answer, and I thought for a moment how to properly word my response before shrugging. While it's true that my family has been known to support the dark in the past, as I've already said I was not raised a Black, and while I am receiving lessons from my grandparents' portraits on traditions and the wizarding world in general, I am keeping an open mind to all views at this moment in time. I'm still new to all of this and so I'm looking at everything with a more rational mind. I stated as I looked at each of them. As of this moment I'm still taking in all the facts. So as far as I can say I am neither light nor dark. Given that I've only been in the wizarding world for a month, it's too early to tell. I need more information before I can decide. So, for now, I'm neutral, gray if you will. Until I have all the facts and I can make an informed decision on that fact. I finished as I could see some nodding and understanding to my reasoning. A couple of seconds after I finished talking there was clapping coming from behind us and we all turned to see Professor Flitwick in the doorway looking cheerful. Well said, just what I'd expect from a true Ravenclaw. Gathering all the facts before you pick a side, knowledge is after all very important when making a decision such as that. Very well said, Mr. Black, the small professor said to me. I smiled back and nodded my head. Thank you, Professor. Professor Flitwick nodded again before looking to the other. Let me be the first to welcome you all to Ravenclaw House. As you've no doubt already deduced, I'm Professor Flitwick, head of Ravenclaw House, and it's my privilege to welcome you all to your new house here at Hogwarts. He said with pride. Here in Ravenclaw we pride ourselves on intelligence, wisdom, and wit, as well as creativity, originality, individuality, and acceptance. Though we're only known for the first 3, keep the others in mind as they are just as important. Hearing that I inwardly scowled. Yeah right, what was with all the bullying of Luna then in the later years? Where was the acceptance there? Where was the acceptance of her individuality and creativity? That is not going to happen while I'm here, I thought to myself as I continued to listen to the speech. I expect to see great things from each of you during your time here at Hogwarts. Hogwarts is a place of learning, and for growing. And for Ravenclaws it is where you will learn all you will need for when you leave to go out and better our world with your knowledge and wisdom. The small professor beamed. Should you need any assistance or have any questions you can find me in my office in between class times, or at any other times you can ask any of the prefects for help. They will be able to help with homework by recommending books or passages to read or checking your work for corrections and give advice, but they will not do the homework for you. This is the house of learning after all. Now, I believe I have kept you all long enough, and I think it's time you all went to find your dorm rooms. Good night. With that, we all divided, boys and girls, and went to go to our dorms, but before I could get very far, Professor Flitwick spoke again. Mr. Black, a moment if you please, he said kindly. I stopped and turned back to the small professor as the others continued on to the stairway. Yes, Professor? I asked. Mr. Black, as you've no doubt guessed, your arrival has caused some shock this evening. As a result, the headmaster has asked that you attend a meeting with him in his office tomorrow morning to straighten some things out and answer some questions, Professor Flitwick told me with a gentle smile and a neutral tone. I nodded. I see, that's understandable, I replied, having expected this. I take it you will be accompanying me to, and during the meeting, as per the Hogwarts charter permits? I inquired. I saw Professor Flitwick blink a couple of times in shock at my statement before smiling a bit more. I say, you've read the Hogwarts charter? He stated, sounding shocked and happy. I smiled and nodded. Yes, well, glanced over it would be a better phrase. It's quite a large volume, but I managed to find a copy in the library in Black Manor, and I was interested in to learn more about Hogwarts. My grandparents told me what parts I should focus on first, but intend to give it a more thorough reading during the summer when I have some free time, I explained. Professor Flitwick's smile grew more and more with every word I said. Oh, splendid, I can see why you were made one of my ravens, Mr. Black, and I will certainly be attending the meeting with you. I'm quite curious to learn a bit more about you myself given your sudden appearance, he chuckled. Now I'd better not keep you, off you go. He said with a smile and a wave of his hand as he dismissed me. I nodded. Good night, Professor, I said before turning and heading towards the staircase leading up to the boys' dormitories. Luckily, by the time I had made it up the stairs, everyone else had already found their rooms, so there was only one door left open. Stepping in, I could see my trunk at the end of the large double bed with midnight blue sheets. I closed the door to my doom before going towards my trunk and opening it and starting down the ladder and closing the lid behind me, grateful that I had my own room, meaning that it would make it easier going in and out of my trunk without people seeing me. Reaching the bottom of the ladder, I started down the corridor and through the common area into my master bedroom and right to the bedside table, taking out the mirror inside, grateful that I had spotted these things when I had been in the Black Vault at Gringotts. Communication mirrors. Andromeda Tonks, I spoke into the mirror, and a couple of seconds later the reflective surface of the mirror shimmered and Aunt Andy appeared in the mirror. About time, Magnus, we've been waiting for over half an hour, Aunt Andy said over the line before a pink-haired Tonks stuck her head in. Watcha, cousin, damn, this thing really works, wish I had these when I was in Hogwarts, Tonks smirked as she peered at me from beside Aunt Andy through the mirror. I smirked. Sorry, Aunt Andy. Hey, Tonks. So how did it go during the sorting, like we suspected? Aunt Andy asked me. And what house did you get into? Ouch. Tonks asked impatiently, only to get a smack on the back of the head from Andy. I chuckled. It went exactly as we suspected it would. My name being called out shocked everyone, though I haven't had any problems yet because of it. Though I have been told that Dumbledore wanted to have a word with me tomorrow morning in his office, no doubt he will have a number of questions for me. I've asked that my head of house be present there already. Aunt Andy nodded her head as she looked to be in thought. I see, yes, just as we suspected then. Ted has already dropped off the information with the Daily Prophet as you wanted, and I'll make sure I'm free tomorrow morning to fly to Hogwarts for that meeting if you need me. I nodded. Good. Oh, and tell Ted that he'll want to be ready. I met Cousin Draco on the train. He's no doubt send an owl off to his father, and that will likely stir up some trouble. I explained. Aunt Andy nodded. Will do. Knowing dear sweet Lucius as I do, he'll likely try something soon as he hears, but given the time it won't be until the morning's prophet until we find out what, but we've got our bases covered, so we're ready for whatever he can pull, she said with a confident smirk. Tonks finally had enough. Oh, enough of the boring stuff already. Come on, the suspense is killing me. Come on, what house are you in? She asked as Aunt Andy sighed. I smirked. I landed in the Raven's Nest, I said with amusement to Tonks' playful attitude. Something that I had come to grow accustomed to over the month I'd known her. Ravenclaw. Tonks said with a grin. You landed with the know-it-alls? Ow. She said, only to get another smack to the back of the head from her mother again. Aunt Andy rolled her eyes at Tonks. Well, it was going to be that or Slytherin. No way you would have been in Gryffindor. I think Aunt Walburga's portrait would have died itself if you had been. I can see your idea of how the houses are actually sorted was true then, about their values and not their actual traits. What? Tonks asked, completely out of the loop on the matter, as I had only discussed my idea with Aunt Andy on this for her insight. I smirked. Aunt Andy can explain it to you later, Tonks, but the gist is, I'm a Ravenclaw with Slytherin tendencies, a snake in the Raven's Nest if you will, I explained, and it seemed to dawn on her then. You mean you tricked the hat? Tonks asked in shock. I shook my head. Nope, I just figured out how the sorting really is done, and used that to my advantage. After all, think about it, how Slytherin is it to be put into Slytherin? I asked. Tonks giggled. Now that you put it like that, not real ow. She replied, only to get a smack to the back of the head again from Aunt Andy, whose eye was twitching in irritation as she gave me a narrowed glare through the mirror. I chuckled. Still sensitive about that, I asked, grinning. Be thankful that I can't send stinging hexes through this mirror, young man, or you'd be getting a few. Andy said with irritation in her voice. I just grinned. Well, you can always try if you're here tomorrow, but you know I'm just stating the truth. I smiled only to get a grumbled response of wise-ass kid through the mirror, making both Tonks and me chuckle. Well, I have to go, wanna get a good night's sleep if I have to deal with the old coot in the morning, I said with a grin. Talk with you both later. Bye Aunt Andy, I said before my grin grew. Bye Nymphadora, I chimed as I ended the call as I saw red hair and hear a cry of hey. I chuckled as I put the mirror on my bed table and then went to get ready for bed. It had been a hell of a long day. Chapter 6. Alright everyone, reviews have been pouring in and I'm pleased to see that it is being well received, and as thanks for that I've been busting my butt to get this next chapter done as fast as possible to get it done and up for you all to read. Hey, 10,000 word chapters take time to do and this was probably as fast as I could do it. I had a couple days of writer's block there near the end, but I powered through today because I wanted to post it before I went to bed, and good new I am, so I hope you all enjoy. Make sure to leave a review and let me know what you think so far. Next chapter should be up in a week or two at the most, that's if another bout of writer's block docent hit me. Chapter 6 Meetings and Marauders. My first morning in Hogwarts started out like all my mornings had for the past month as I woke up taking my wand in hand and cast a quick tempest to check the time. It was just before 6 in the morning before I got up and went to do my morning training, which wasn't a lot considering I'm in the body of an 11-year-old, but enough to really make me sweat, before going for a shower and grabbing a quick bite to eat in the kitchen before heading to my office for my morning occlumency session to strengthen my mental shields. As I was sitting cross-legged in my office space reinforcing my shields, I took the time to review my memories from the day before on my conversation with the Sorting Hat. The more I did, the more I berated myself for not asking if there was any way I could free Hogwarts from the old coot's control. I would have to figure out another way to talk with the hat to see if it knows how I would go about it, but I knew I would have to be careful. If I took the control of the school away from Dumbledore, that could cause a whole mess of problems, not just for my plans but for my future knowledge. If his control of the school is crucial to anything that is meant to happen, I would have a lot of further planning to do to decide when the best time to do that would be so as not to mess anything up that I need to happen. I believe that I may be able to help you there, came the voice of my phoenix familiar, Erebus, in my head. Oh, and how would you be able to help? I asked in response, not opening my eyes as I replied mentally. You do recall I am a phoenix, there is nowhere I cannot go, and I can see from your thoughts that you know where the hat is kept. I could easily bring the hat to you so that you may ask it your questions, Erebus stated as if it was obvious. I mentally nodded. That could work, but we'll have to wait for an opportunity to do so. The last thing I need is to send you to pick up the hat and then either Dumbledore sees you or notices the hat is missing. We need to keep to the shadows, for now. The old man is both magically and politically powerful, taking him head on and out in the open would be foolish. Then doing so when he is away from the castle would be our best opportunity, and for a time when he won't be back, so as to give you time to ask your questions and have the hat returned. I recall you mentioning 2 times soon that we could do so, once at the end of this year and the other near the end of second year. I could retrieve the hat either time, Erebus reasoned. I thought over the 2 times and frowned. The opportunity at the end of this year would be best, the one when he's supposedly traveling to the Ministry for an emergency matter when Quirrell makes his move on the Philosopher's Stone, but something's troubling me about that. We need to make sure he's really gone, and I can think of only one way to do that. The map that the red-headed twins have, the one that was created by the Marauders. Erebus stated, reading my mind. Yes, the twins use it for their pranks and I don't think they're going to give it up easily. I'll have to have you retrieve it before you go to retrieve the Sorting Hat so that we can check that Dumbledore has really left the grounds. If he hasn't, we'll have to put it off until second year when he is suspended by the school board. At least then we will know he's really gone, I explained before opening my eyes as I finished my session before I stood up and began to stretch my legs out. Are you ready for your meeting with the old coot this morning? Erebus asked me as I stretched. As ready as I can be. I think I know what to expect in this meeting. But I'm entering into uncharted waters here, seeing as it will be the first time and all, I responded. Indeed, but I think you need to rethink your approach before you go to this meeting. You're not the only one who will have presumptions on how this meeting is going to go. The old coot has seen countless students. You might draw attention to yourself, Erebus said as I looked to him. What do you mean, might draw attention? I asked, trying to get what he was meaning. Erebus gave me a deadpan look. You're 11 years old, yet you act like you are much older. I know that's because mentally you are, but don't you think that's going to throw up some red flags in the old man's face when a student is serious and dead set against him from the start? I frowned. So you think I should try and act as old as I look? Like an 11-year-old? I asked as I thought it over, seeing the merits of it. Erebus gave me a nod of his head. Yes, a smart but well-read 11-year-old, who just so happens to be messing up the old bugger's plans on every turn, he said, and I swear he was grinning. I smirked, and I'd drive him insane in the process. It goes with my plan of keeping myself under the radar for now. I said, amused at the idea. It would be a good way to mess with the old bastard. And while you're at it, why not have some more fun? I do recall your uncle having a certain legacy that needs to be followed here at Hogwarts. Erebus said with what sounded like a chuckle. It would be a good cover for you, and hilarious all at the same time. I paused to think for a moment and my eyes widened. The Marauders? You want me to be a prankster? Like the Marauders and the Weasley twins? I asked as I started chuckling at the idea. Why not? You have advanced knowledge of various events that you could prepare pranks for in advance, you could have a laugh, drive Dumbledore mental at the same time, and keep alive the Marauders' legacy. You need to lighten up some, you're a bit too serious you know. Erebus told me. I chuckled and shook my head. No I'm not, I'm Magnus Black, Sirius is in Azkaban. I smirked. Erebus gave me a deadpan look again. Really the serious joke, you know what I mean. I smirked and nodded my head. Yeah I do, and you're right I have been a little serious, but considering the pressures on my shoulders and the odds I'm up against can you really blame me? I said as I started to count off the tasks using my fingers. I've got a war to prepare for, a Dark Lord in disguise to bring down, and Hogwarts classes to attend, on top of learning to be the head of a most ancient and most noble house. I think anyone would be as serious as I am. Erebus nodded his head once more. True, but you're forgetting that you are in the body of a young boy, people don't expect you to be so serious all the time. Loosen up, have some fun and think about the pranks. I snorted. Okay fine, I'll loosen up some and act more my age, and I'll think about the pranks I said as I turned and walked towards the door. Might be fun. I chuckled as I heard Erebus in my mind as I walked out. That's the spirit. Scene break. Ravenclaw common room. After climbing out of my trunk I closed it up before heading out of my dorm room and went down the stairs to the common room to find Professor Flitwick waiting for me. I blinked. Guess the old coot wants to have the meeting before breakfast then. A little off-putting, having a meeting with a young boy who in all likelihood wouldn't have been more than an hour out of bed, most wouldn't be properly awake yet. I thought to myself, and part of me wanted to play that up and act like it, but my current state did not look it so I just rolled with it. Good morning Professor, I take it you are here to escort me to my meeting with the headmaster? I asked politely. Professor Flitwick gave me a smile and a nod. Indeed I am Mr. Black. I must say it's good to see you're up, I was wondering if I would have to send one of the older students up to wake you. He said lightly, still smiling. I shook my head. I'm an early riser Professor, always have been. Professor Flitwick chuckled. Indeed, a good habit that. He said warmly. Right then, come along Mr. Black, we don't want to keep the headmaster waiting now do we? After you Professor, I said and with a bow of my head and a smile. Well no backing out now. Professor Flitwick turned and started towards the exit of the common room and I followed close behind as I brought up some of my occlumency shields to try and calm myself down. I could feel my heart thumping with worry. Time to meet the headmaster. Scene break. Headmaster's office. In the large and grand office, Dumbledore sat behind his oversized desk as he sucked on one of his favorite muggle sweets that he had taken a fancy to in his many years as he waited for young Magnus to arrive. To the right of his desk stood Severus Snape, whom he allowed to attend due to sate his curiosity, that they all shared about the appearance of the young Magnus, and to the left Minerva McGonagall whom had insisted on being here as her right as deputy headmistress and given that she had been the one to do the meet and greet with Magnus when she delivered his Hogwarts letter Albus had seen no way to deny her, and he didn't see the harm in it. He had reasoned with himself that Minerva's presence might help the boy to be at ease more so they could get answers out of him easier, or if it didn't then he could always resort to the lemon drops, the ones that he had out on his desk that he had Severus Snape calming draft in, to help lower the boy's guard and get answers out of him that way he was only a child after all, and children loved candy. He had already gleaned as much information as he could from his deputy about Magnus as possible. He had only stopped shy of asking for her memory of the boy, knowing that she would refuse him as she would never give over something so personal as a memory for another to view, not even to him. He had gathered from what she had told him about the boy, that he was quite smart but well-mannered and respectable, though when she had also mentioned that she found his rather rapid hair growth odd, but he didn't pay that any serious attention to that. Right now Albus' only interest was in getting the boy under his thumb as another pawn that he knew would prove to be useful, especially with how full the Black Vault was said to be. Though he knew there would be dark items in the vault given the family's past, he only cared for the galleons he could gain from acquiring control over such a reputable vault. While siphoning from the Potter vault would see his reserves well full in due time, the process was slow given that he was limited by the orders left with the account manager that limited the yearly amount he was able to take out of the vault, the amount that he claimed he was putting into the care of young Harry. But he knew that there would be no such restrictions on the Black Vault and that he could drain it dry in a matter of minutes. What use did two young boys have for such wealth anyway? Much better that it go to someone who could make use of it, mainly him. And now Albus started to think what he could do with all that gold once he'd taken control of the Black Vault. As he thought of all the uses he'd have for it, it would mean that he wouldn't be limited in his bribing funds anymore, not that he'd need to do much with both Potter and Black seats in his pocket. His attention was taken however by the thrills of his familiar who was sitting on his perch off to the far left of them. Albus just smiled his grandfatherly smile as he looked to his familiar, whom he had acquired many years ago. He could tell that Fawkes was unhappy as he normally was, though today he seemed particularly so. Perhaps he would buy him a new perch with some of the money, one that was grander and with gemstones on it. Such a purchase would only boost his reputation more if his familiar was on such a perch. Fawkes thrilled sadly. the perverse link that he had with Dumbledore told him what the old man was thinking and planning, and he could only watch on as his captor continued to get his way, not caring for other and using them to achieve his own ends. The bond that the old man had forced on him years ago limited his powers severely and weakened him physically. Oh, how he despised the old man and cursed himself for letting down his guard all those years ago and allowing himself to be captured and bond like this with no hope of escape and forced to watch on with no way of stopping the old man from achieving his ends, which he could see would not bode well for the wizarding world if he succeeded. Scene break with Magnus and Flitwick. Magnus continued to follow Professor Flitwick through the corridors as the small professor led him to Dumbledore's office. All the while Magnus was memorizing the route and doing his best to calm himself and control his emotions. So he was reasonably calm as they came up to the large stone griffin that guarded the entrance to the stairs to the headmaster's office and stopped as he listened to Professor Flitwick speak the password. Acid pops. Professor Flitwick states with amusement, and they both watched on as the wings of the griffin raised up as it turned and the steps began to rise up after it. The headmaster has a liking for muggle sweets, Professor Flitwick offered in explanation with an amused shake of his head before starting up the stairs as Magnus followed up behind him a moment after. The professor had only just knocked on the door when Dumbledore's voice spoke from the other side of it. "Come in, Sirius, Mr. Black," he called before the door began to open on its own as if commanded. Magnus felt himself tense slightly. How did he know that we were even out here? Was he just guessing, or was it some subtle magic? Magnus thought as he followed the professor into the office, only to find himself taken aback by the fact that it wasn't just Dumbledore waiting for them but also both Professor McGonagall and Snape. Talk about an ambush, all who's missing is Professor Sprout, and this would be a head of staff meeting just to see to one first-year student. Magnus mentally worried while he kept his features as regular as he could with his occlumency training and smiled a little nervously, as any child would be walking into a room full of adults. "Good morning, professors, headmaster." Magnus greeted them politely. Snape didn't seem to even acknowledge his greeting in the slightest, not that Magnus expected he would, but both McGonagall and Dumbledore both gave the young boy gentle smiles back, while Magnus also got an eye twinkle from Dumbledore through his half-moon spectacles, but Magnus already had his barriers up and keep his gaze away from the old man's eyes. "Already trying to draw my eye to read my thoughts, he doesn't waste any time," Magnus worried to himself internally as he kept his worries from his face. Dumbledore at the same time internally frowned as he failed to make eye contact with the boy. He had planned to do a quick mental probe to see the boy's thoughts on things so far to try and find an opening to exploit, but the boy didn't seem to want to make eye contact with him. For a second he worried that the boy knew about legilimency, but cast that thought aside after a moment of thought. The boy was obviously just a little intimidated. He would get an opening soon enough. With the first hurdle averted, Magnus decided it was best to shift his gaze for now so as not to give Dumbledore another chance at getting even a glance at his thoughts, and moved his gaze to Professor McGonagall. "Hello, Professor, it's nice to see you again," Magnus smiled. "Sorry I'm not in your house, looks like I'm not as brave as I thought." He lightly joked, remembering some of the conversation they had shared about the Hogwarts houses when she had given him the full introduction at the orphanage. Professor McGonagall's smile was small but warm. She had taken a liking to Magnus when she had first met him at the orphanage and was a little sad that he wasn't one of her lions, but that didn't mean she'd treat him poorly now because of where he was placed. "Indeed. It's nice to see you again as well, Mr. Black. You seem to have caused quite the stir with your new name." Magnus rubbed the back of his head as he feigns embarrassment. "It wasn't on purpose, Professor, honest," he said as he did his best to act like an embarrassed young boy who was embarrassed about the whole thing. Professor McGonagall's smile grew a little bit seeing Magnus respond as he had, as he reminded her of the only Black to go through her house, and she didn't know to be happy or a little worried about that given how that Black had turned out in the end. Dumbledore, seeing the opening, smiled as he rose from behind his desk. "Yes, well, hopefully we can get to the bottom of this before we all go to breakfast this morning," he said in his best grandfatherly tone as his eyes twinkled before he looked to Flitwick. "Thank you, Sirius, you can go. I'm sure you're hungry," he said in an effort to dismiss the small professor. Having Minerva there, he would be limited enough as it was. But the small professor just stood his ground. "Thank you, headmaster, but I think I'll stay. Young Mr. Black here has requested beforehand that I attend this meeting as well as his head of house, as the Hogwarts charter allows him to do," Professor Flitwick stated, knowing he was in the right. Dumbledore paused for a moment, shocked at the rebuttal, but didn't let his irritation be shown on his face at being refused. "Very well, Sirius, if you insist," he said as if it was no problem before once more turning his twinkling gaze to Magnus and with a flourish of his hand conjured a chair for the boy. "Please have a seat, my boy," he said before gesturing to the bowl on his desk. "Lemon drop," he offered. Magnus nodded his head politely and took the offered seat, and looked at the candy that he was offered and instantly had warning bells going off in his head about all the fanfictions that had suspicions about those sweets. He would find out not if any of them held true. Magnus smiled, reaching forward as it to take a sweet with his right hand. He did so, making sure his detection ring had its gems beneath his hand so as not to let anyone else see the glow, and sure enough, as his hand neared the bowl he saw she gem flash purple and then yellow, indicating a mind-altering potion of some sort was at play with the sour sweets. Magnus let a moment of hesitation come to his face before he withdrew his hand. "On second thoughts, I wouldn't want to spoil my breakfast," he offered as an excuse. That didn't seem to raise any eyebrows with whether Professor McGonagall or Flitwick, but did get a slight eyebrow raise from Snape, while Dumbledore was mentally frowning as his subtle ploy had failed but didn't let it show as he smiled his grandfatherly smile. Now then, my boy, could you please enlighten us as to why when Professor McGonagall went to meet with you at the orphanage your last name was Parker, but yet when your name was called out yesterday evening it had changed to Black? Dumbledore asked inquisitively, his eyes still twinkling. Magnus for his part took note of the familiar way that the old man addressed him, referring to him as my boy, and remembered as to how Walburga had told him about how he should address others, and that as a professor Dumbledore should be addressing him formally as Mr. Black if anything, and could easily tell that Dumbledore was trying to act more friendly and lower his guard. Not letting the realization show on his face, Magnus only continued to look slightly embarrassed as he kept his gaze well below the man's eyes. I'm sorry, Headmaster, but with how things went down it was decided that my discovery was kept secret at the time for the protection and well-being of House Black, Magnus stated, and if he had been looking at Dumbledore's eyes he would have instantly seen the twinkle fade from them. It was when I went to have my blood tested by the goblins before I could gain access to my Hogwarts vault for my funds that it was discovered that I was actually an illegitimate son of the most ancient and most noble House of Black, and because of that I was made a Black, given that there aren't many of them left. And because of who my father was I was named the rightful heir Black. Magnus explained as he raised his hand and his heir ring appeared, getting some wide-eyed looks seeing it. Dumbledore, seeing the ring, was worrying slightly. This was the kind of thing he should have been informed of immediately, not only as headmaster but as a member of the Wizengamot. An orphaned heir to a most ancient and most noble house was something that many of the members would try to pounce on and try to claim guardianship over through various links to House Black. Internally he started scowling. The goblins had covered this up for some reason. Had he known about Magnus when he was discovered he would have easily have been able to claim guardianship over the boy before word had ever reached the Wizengamot's ears. But as he hadn't done so before, he knew his right of guardianship could be contested and other parties could try to claim such over the boy, and he was now required, by law, to inform the Wizengamot of this revelation. Unless he could discredit the claim, if he couldn't use the boy to his own ends he would have to prevent others from doing so. I see, Dumbledore stated as he realized his next course of action. Well, perhaps they were not wise to do such. After all, illegitimate children often have no right to inherit, and such tests are only meant to discover any magical connections. It is usually left up to the head of the house to decide if the illegitimate child deserves any such aid. He said, sounding remorseful while inside he was chuckling, I'm afraid that the goblins may have overstepped their bounds in such matters by declaring you heir Black. Magnus, hearing the old man's first statement, instantly realized what Dumbledore was going for and internally scowled while he let his outer expression change to one of shock. So he's going for this method, is he? Got ya. But before Magnus could give his reply came an angered yell from above them from someone Magnus has completely forgotten about until now, Phineas Nigellus Black. Now hold on just a second, Albus, Phineas said as he raised his voice. You are aware as well as I how heirs are verified. If he was not worthy to be the heir then he would not be able to wear the black heir ring. The aged portrait said with aged irritation to his tone. Magnus blinked as the portrait came to his defense, and he thought that he had perhaps judged the man's loyalties wrong. If he was willing to defend him against Dumbledore, perhaps he wasn't under the man's sway after all. Albus for a second looked taken aback by the sudden rebuttal from the portrait, but suppressed his anger as he calmed his features. Be that as it may, Phineas, it doesn't change the fact that the goblins have overstepped their bounds on this matter. His discovery should have been brought to the Wizengamot, in the absence of his head of house, for the decision to be made if he should be allowed to become the heir to the House of Black. He stated as he continued to push his point. Magnus internally was jumping for joy as the old man brought up that fact, but kept an unsure face as he spoke. What about his portrait? He asked respectfully. The others all looked to him as he spoke as Professor McGonagall asked, To what portrait are you referring to, Mr. Black? She asked as Dumbledore looked as though he had just swallowed a bad lemon drop. Magnus looked to her in a confused childlike manner as he replied, My grandfather's, he told her. When I went into the Black Vault, I met both his and my grandmother's paintings. Both said that I would be a good heir and welcomed me to the family, he said, looking more happier by the end. They've been teaching me about my heritage while I'm staying at Black Manor. He added. That sounds very nice, Mr. Black, Professor McGonagall said, happy to see the young boy sounding happy, as she put it towards him, finding some family portraits or not. Well, there you have it, Phineas proclaimed from his portrait. He's been accepted into the family and recognized by the portrait of the last Lord Black, which by law is accepted in place of the Lord himself when the last Lord has already passed. It is only when neither option is available that the Wizengamot has to get involved. Dumbledore once again suppressed his annoyance as his attempt to manipulate the situation was blocked at every turn. He couldn't change it now. He quickly tried to think, if he couldn't guarantee control the boy himself and he couldn't keep others from doing so, he would have to arrange who would. I see, I understand now. But be that as it may, they still overstepped their bounds. I will have to contact the Ministry to arrange for a meeting to arrange for a guardian for outside of Hogwarts. I can't imagine that living in Black Manor by yourself, even with your grandparents' portraits for company, to be healthy and safe, he said, putting on his best worried grandfatherly tone. Magnus gave a childlike smile. That's all right, Headmaster. My account manager already arranged for guardians for me. they've been living with me in Black Manor for the past month, they're great," he said childlike still, while inwardly laughing his ass off. Dumbledore mentally cursed as yet another avenue for controlling the boy was blocked. Blast it, oh well, if I can't arrange that, perhaps I might be able to manipulate or discredit whoever it is, he said as he nodded his head. I see, it seems as though your account manager has been very busy. Might I ask who your guardian is, dear boy? Magnus smiled. My cousin, Andromeda Tonks, he said happily. And with that Albus felt a shred of hope that he might be able to work this in his favor after all. I'm afraid that might prove to be problematic, my dear boy. You see, dear Andromeda is no longer a Black. She was cast from the family some years ago if memory calls, and as such I'm afraid she cannot be your guardian, Albus stated while he did a happy dance in his head. Magnus internally scowled while he blinked outwardly in confusion, but I welcomed her and Tonks back into the family as the heir. My account manager said I could, and they're the only close family I have left, he said while looking a little hurt. And he was right to do so, Phineas said from above them, getting nods from the other portraits, and it was a very wise move on your part, to bring in others to help you. Andromeda was a fine Black, regardless in her marital decision. Family is family. McGonagall nodded her head. Indeed, I remember Andromeda. A fine young woman and now a respected healer, and her husband, Ted, is a respected law wizard. And their daughter Nymphadora, who left last year, was quite the rambunctious girl. I'm sure they would be a wonderful family for you, Mr. Black. Dumbledore was started to struggle to restrain his anger again. Nothing seemed to be going his way. Yes, that is most wonderful, though I can't help but wonder if perhaps a better arrangement can't be made. I'm sure the sudden responsibility of looking after a second ward when both Andromeda and Edward have such successful careers. Magnus frowned outwardly while internally he was grinning. He has seen his opportunity and he pounced on it. I'm not sure, but we could always ask Aunt Andy. Today's her day off, she should be at home. Professor Flitwick, who had remained silent until now, smiled. A marvelous idea, Mr. Black. The floor is right over there. Do you know your address? He asked, and Magnus nodded. Then why don't we call her and ask her to come through, and we can sort this entire matter out now. Magnus nodded again and didn't wait for Dumbledore to give permission before he got out of his seat and hurried over to the fireplace and took a pinch of the flow powder from the small pot off to the side before tossing it into the grating and whispering the address, Grimmauld Place. Dumbledore meanwhile was spluttered as Magnus went to the fireplace. Calling Andromeda here was the last thing he wanted. He knew the woman held a dislike for him, but he couldn't very well refuse such right now, given how she was apparently the boy's guardian, and as Phineas had already stated, she would be the quickest way to sort this whole mess out. His hands were tied and he could only watch as the green flames flared in the fire as the network connected. Aunt Andy, are you there? Magnus asked, knowing already that she would be, and after a moment or two, a picture of Andromeda appeared in the flames. Magnus, I'm here. What's wrong? Has something happened? Andromeda stated over the line, putting on the little show so that it wouldn't be suspected that she had been waiting for the call. Aunt Andy, I'm in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. My professors would like to talk with you. Do you have time to come over to talk with them? Magnus asked as he kept up the act. Oh, of course. But what is all this about? Surely you haven't caused any trouble, Magnus? That doesn't sound like you. Andromeda said as the flames flickered. Flitwick, who heard, quickly made his way over and spoke into the flames. No, nothing like that, Mrs. Tonks. It's just that young Magnus' sudden appearance and placement in House Black has caused a stir, as you can imagine, and the headmaster just wished to confirm such, as well as your guardianship over him. Of course, Professor Flitwick. Give me a moment and I'll be right over. I just need to grab something that should help. As it happens, I was just in the process of adding Magnus to the family tapestry, so I have the documents to back up his claims at hand. Andromeda gave her excuse before disappearing from the flames. Both Magnus and Flitwick stepped back from the fireplace, and several moments later green flames rose up once more from the grates and died down a second later as Andromeda stepped out of them holding a document folder underarm. With a flick of her wrist she dusted the ash from her shoulders before looking to the occupants of the room. Magnus, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, Snape, she said as she walked over before looking to Dumbledore. Headmaster, always nice to see you again. She stated, her voice dripping with sarcasm through her thin-lipped smile. Dumbledore smiled, hiding his displeasure as he nodded his head. And you, Andromeda, I trust you are well. As well as can be expected, Andromeda said in a clipped tone. Now what is all this about? You are not believing Magnus' claim to being a Black? She asked, her tone short. Ah yes, I was just expressing my concerns, Dumbledore stated as if nothing was wrong. It would seem that the goblins did not pass the word on about young Magnus being discovered, so his claim could not be verified by the Wisengamot, and the appropriate actions are taken to ensure he was properly cared for. I'm sure with both yours and Edward's busy schedules you wouldn't have time to care for a new ward. Andromeda simply smiled. Actually, Dumbledore, I have such verification here, his birth certificates as well as a blood and heredity test to prove he is of House Black and who his parents are, so there is no further verification needed, she said as she set the folder down on the desk. Snape chose this time to speak. Hardly surprising, given how loose Black was with women. I'm surprised more of his spawn hasn't turned up yet, the man sneered. Magnus glared at Snape for the comment, but it was Andromeda who spoke first. Actually, it would surprise you to know that Magnus is not Sirius's son, his father was Regulus. Andromeda said, giving Snape a narrowed glare as she opened the folder showing the family tree. Snape's eyes widened a fraction at that statement. He had automatically assumed that the boy was a spawn of his rival's best friend, but finding out it was actually his brother's made the man pause to reevaluate before stepping forward as he looked at the tree, and sure enough there it was. He paused again to think before he spoke. I see. He said as he thought over the facts again. The boy was a descendant of one from Slytherin house. This required more thought. The statement also brought McGonagall to the table as she leaned over the desk to peer at the documents before her eyes flashed with recognition of not just Regulus's name but that of Alicia Parker. She gasped before she covered her mouth. Alicia, she said in shock. Professor Flitwick gave a small shocked squeak in equal recognition of the name as his eyes went wide. Oh my. Magnus blinked at the professor's actions as McGonagall turned to him. I thought it was just a coincidence. Magnus felt himself stiffen at a realization of what her words meant. You knew my mother, didn't you? He asked a little slowly as he did so. Minerva slowly lowered her hand, nodding as she did so. I did, she said, sounding rather heartbroken. She was one of my lions. I remember her well, she said as she smiles fondly at memories. Magnus looked shocked. My mother was in Gryffindor. He asked, genuinely not faking the shock, the memories of the years he had spent in the orphanage coming to the surface as he felt genuine emotion hearing about his mother. Minerva smiled and nodded. She was one of the many I remember fondly, so passionate and full of fire, always there for a friend in need. Magnus took in a breath and swallowed as he listened. He could feel tears threatening to come and he blinked, his eyes fighting them back. I never knew her, he said as he felt the emotions stir in him, the emotions of that of a child that had longed for the comfort of his mother, the years of not knowing. It overwhelmed him. He couldn't think clearly and his control slipped. His shoulder-length black hair began to recede and return to his normal length, and his grey eyes flickered and turned to a hazelnut brown. His sudden changes drew gasps from each in the room. A metamorphmagus, Snape said in realization. Magnus blinked suddenly at the statement and his eyes opened wide. Crap, I lost focus, he mentally berated himself as he did his best to calm himself once more. Dumbledore seemed to smile. My, that is a rather rare gift you have, my boy, he said before looking to Andromeda. A Black family trait if I'm not mistaken, he stated. Andromeda nodded. Yes, Nymphadora had been giving him lessons on how to control it, she said as she looked to Magnus. Are you all right? Magnus took a breath and nodded. Yes, just a little bit shocked, lost my form, he explained before reaching up and brushing his hair back as he lengthened it once more. Sorry about that. Andromeda smiled. Your eyes have reverted too, dear, she told him after. Magnus blinked in confusion. My eyes? He asked, not sure what she meant. He hadn't been doing anything to his eyes before. Andromeda smiled. They're brown now, she told him as she looked him in the eye. Magnus blinked again at that statement. What? But I hadn't been changing my eye color before, they were always grey. Well, in this life they were brown, but... he thought to himself. Minerva seemed to smile. Oh, now I can see, she said as she drew his attention. Now I can see her in you. Your mother had those same eyes, brown and full of warmth, she said looking at him with a warm smile. Magnus looked at her and he felt his emotions start to surge again, the memories coming to the surface, and he smiled. She did? He asked as Minerva nodded in confirmation. Magnus smiled and decided to leave them as they were then. He didn't know how it had happened, but that didn't matter right then. Andromeda then turned back from the scene to face Dumbledore. As you can see, he is clearly a Black, accepted into the family by the portrait of Uncle Orion and made heir to the house. And as for your statement about us not having the time to look after him, I assure you that we have more than enough. Magnus is a very mature young boy and doesn't need much looking after. Nymphadora enjoys having him as a little brother. The two get along well together. Dumbledore internally sighed. He knew this wouldn't be a fight that he could win in this setting without preparation and planning. He was by no means ready to give up on the opportunity that had opened up with the boy attending his school, but for now, he could wait. There was no rush. I see, Dumbledore replied apologetically. I meant no offense, it was just an old man's concerns, but I can see that they are unfounded, he stated. Andromeda nodded her head. Yes, they were, she said as she moved to collect the folder. Now, is there any other matter that you need to see to concerning my ward? Given the time, I hardly think he has even had breakfast yet. Dumbledore nodded his head. No, there are no other matters currently, he said as he started to go through other possible ideas on how to get to the boy in his head. Thank you for coming to clear this matter up. This has been most enlightening, he said with a twinkling in his eye. Andromeda nodded before looking to Magnus for a moment and then back to Dumbledore. I need to have a talk with Magnus. Would it be all right if I walked him to the Great Hall? I can see myself out, she requested. Dumbledore nodded his head. I see no problem with that, he said and gestured to the door. I trust you know the way. Andromeda nodded her head and put her hand to behind Magnus' back as she ushered him to the door, but they didn't get very far before Phineas spoke down to them. Heir Black, I would request your aid. I seem to be unable to visit my portrait in Black Manor. Could you perhaps check on it when you get the chance? He asked. Magnus looked up and nodded his head. Of course, I think it might have been knocked off the wall. I will have creatures see to it, he said before they continued out the door with Professor Flitwick following behind them. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, Flitwick looked to Magnus. I will leave your timetable with one of your year mates if you are not at the table in time. Magnus nodded his head. Thank you, Professor, and thank you for accompanying me to this meeting, he smiled. Professor Flitwick smiled. Of course, Mr. Black, as your head of house it is my duty to do so upon request. He replied back happily. Andromeda nodded her head as well. Indeed, and I would request that it be like this any time that the headmaster wishes to have a word with my ward professor, and if you cannot attend I ask that you contact myself so that I might. If you cannot reach me, then you can inform the headmaster that the meeting can be put off until either of us can join Magnus in the meeting. Professor Flitwick frowned slightly but nodded. I can see to that. It's not an unreasonable request and I'm sure you have your reasons, he said before nodding his head. Now I will leave you two to have your chat, he said before turning and starting down the corridor rather quickly for a man so small. Once Professor Flitwick was a fair distance away, Magnus looked to Andromeda. Privacy spell please, he asked, and Andromeda nodded. Of course, she said as she took out her wand and circled the air above them as they muttered a string of spells to give them privacy to talk. With a nod of her head as she returned her wand to her sleeve, the two started down the corridor as well as they began to talk. Are you okay? Andromeda asked as they walked. I haven't seen you drop your transformation like that before. She asked gently. Magnus nodded his head. Yes, I'm fine, I wasn't expecting my mother to be brought up, he said as he still fought with the memories and the emotions that came with them. I never knew her, it was just a shock to hear about her. Andromeda smiled and nodded. That's understandable, I didn't think you did it on purpose. She said as they walked. I'm sure McGonagall wouldn't mind you going by and asking her about your mother when you both have free time. I would tell you about her if I knew her, but sadly she and I never had the chance to meet. Magnus nodded his head. I know you would, he said as he took a breath. Could we change the topic please? Have you seen the prophet yet this morning? He asked as they walked. Do we know if they posted the announcement word for word? Andromeda nodded her head. Yes, I saw it just before I left. The announcement was posted in full. No surprise you made the front page, she smirked. I think Ted might have had a little fun threatening them with legal suits should they have misprinted one word of the announcement. He's enjoying having the backing of a larger house as a client. Magnus smirked. Oh, I bet he is, and I'll enjoy reading it at the Ravenclaw table. No doubt I'll have some more questions to answer when I get there. My housemates can be rather inquisitive, he chuckled. Andromeda chuckled as well. Well, you are in the house of the intelligent. There are bound to be hungry for knowledge when an heir to a thought near extinct house appears out of the blue. She said with amusement. I'm still impressed you were sorted there given your clearly Slytherin look on things, she said, giving him a sideways glance. Magnus shrugged as they neared the Great Hall. Well, given that I discovered how the hat really sorts, it's not that impressive, just takes a little bit more thinking, he said plainly. Andromeda nodded as she once more took her wand from her sleeve and with a wave in the air and a chant of finite she cancelled the privacy spells and nodded. Okay, I will speak to you again tonight. Let me know how your classes go, though given how much time you spent in the library and looking over your school books I can't see you having any trouble, Andromeda mused. I'll mirror you before I go to bed, don't worry, Magnus replied before he started in the direction of the Great Hall as he tried to think more about what happened in the meeting and about his memories, but he was suddenly pulled from his thought by a sudden stinging pain in his backside as he jumped up with a yelp and his hands instantly went to his arse and rubbed as he turned to face Andromeda as he recognized the effects of a stinging hex and saw Andromeda smirking as she put her wand away. That was for last night and that Slytherin jab. Andromeda smirked. Be thankful Nymphadora isn't here, otherwise you'd be getting another from her. Magnus winced and rubbed his backside and gave Andromeda an evil look. You do realize that I will be getting you back for that, he said after a moment of rubbing. Andromeda smirked and then headed towards the doors. Just words, Magnus, and that's all they will be until you can back them up, she said as she walked away. Magnus watched her go for a moment more before he turned again and headed towards the hall, giving his backside another rub as he did so. Oh, there would be payback all right, but to him, this just proved that he had a long way to go. He'd have to learn not to lower his guard like that. He smirked as he came to the large doorway into the Great Hall. As mad I would say constant vigilance. Gotta get that down before shit hits the fan in 4 years, that's if I let it. Still not sure what I can do, but I'll do something, he thought as he walked into the hall. Walking into the Great Hall, Magnus made his way over to the Ravenclaw table and after a couple of seconds he was spotted and Tracy stood up to wave him over. Hey, there you are. Tracy called to him. Magnus, over here. Magnus smirked as he started over to her as she sat down beside Daphne. Magnus took the seat opposite them. Morning, I miss anything? He asked as he sat down and started to make himself up a small breakfast from the food on the table, subtly checking with his ring as he did so. Daphne shook her head. No, not much, she said before looking up at him. Professor Flitwick has yet to hand out our timetables yet, she told him before narrowing her eyes slightly. Hey, weren't your eyes grey before, you decide to change them up? She asked. Magnus smirked as he scooped some bacon onto his plate. Yeah, you could say that. I just came from a meeting with the headmaster, McGonagall, Snape, and Flitwick. My appearance raised some questions they wanted answering. he said with some amusement. No surprise really, though I would have preferred that the meeting was after breakfast. I'm hungry. Daphne gave a roll of her eyes. Well, that's no shock. The sudden appearance of a black, let alone a black heir, is enough to make anyone curious, though it does seem a little underhanded to have the meeting before you've even eaten, she stated at the end with mild contempt. Tracy shook her head. It might not have even crossed their minds that it was seen that way. Some people are just like that. Magnus gave a smirk. And yet this is the headmaster we're talking about. You'd think he'd give it some thought, he said as he again subtly checked the drinks before pouring himself some of the milk. Daphne caught his subtle movement as he checked with the ring but didn't say anything and just nodded her head. True, he is meant to be knowledgeable, might have just slipped his mind. Magnus gave a scoff. Maybe he's slipping into senility. I wouldn't put it past him. He's how old now? Wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. He joked. Daphne gave a faint smile of amusement as Tracy giggled beside her to that statement. True, he is getting on in his age, Daphne said with a hint of amusement in her tone. Maybe it's finally getting to him. Magnus shook his head in amusement before taking a drink and setting the mug down. Okay, enough about Dumbledore and his descent into senility. New topic. I take it the mail hasn't arrived yet, he said, changing the topic. Tracy was the one to answer. No, not yet. Why, you expecting something? She asked. Magnus shrugged. Just wanting to read the prophet. My aunt had to come into the meeting with the headmaster by flu. She said that the prophet posted the statement that my law wizard gave about my sudden appearance. I'm just wanting to check to see that it's word for word what I authorized, he explained. Daphne nodded. I'm not sure when the post is due to arrive, but it should be shortly, she said as she finished taking a drink of her own. Magnus nodded only to pause as the sound of beating wings and the sound of owls screeching above to catch his ear as he looked up as owls started to fly in through the windows. Looks like you were right, he commented as he caught sight of Erebus in his owl form flying in with some things in his talons. Erebus swooped down and dropped the bundled mail he held that Magnus caught in midair with relative ease before holding out his arm as Erebus landed on it on his return pass, giving a beat of his wings as he landed. You have an owl? Daphne asked as she saw Erebus after retrieving her own copy of the prophet from one of the school owls. Oh wow, he's beautiful, Tracy said as she saw Erebus on Magnus' arm. Magnus smirked and nodded. Yeah, his name is Erebus, he said before offering up some bacon. Care for some breakfast? He asked. Erebus pinched one of the strips of bacon. I've already eaten, but I wouldn't pass up some bacon, he mentally replied before taking flight once more and flying out of the hall. Magnus just smirked and began to unroll his newspaper. He took note of a letter addressed to him from Ted, but knew it was just the confirmation about having delivered the statement as ordered. Ted had told him he had to send such things out as it was the proper procedure. He didn't have to look long before he found what he was looking for. Andy had been right, he made the front page. Lost son of the House of Black, takes up heirship of the House of Black. Yesterday evening shocking news was brought to our attention, thanks to the aid of the Lord Lucius Malfoy, Lord of the Magical House of Malfoy, that the long vacant position of heir of the most ancient and most noble House of Black has been taken up once again by, at the time, persons unknown. Lord Malfoy had this to say: it was brought to my attention by my son that one of his fellow yearmates has the gall to lay claim to the position that rightfully belongs to him in House Malfoy. The title of heir Black belongs to my son, being of black blood through his mother's side. He is the rightful heir to House Black, that has been stolen by this impostor. That he would sink so low as to confound the heir ring into accepting him and letting him wear it to fake his claim is only further proof of the depths that this impostor has delved so that he may steal what rightfully belongs to the magical House of Malfoy. Such startling claims were believed to be true as records show that the current Malfoy heir, Draco Malfoy, is the son of Lord Lucius Malfoy and Lady Narcissa Malfoy née Black, confirming Lord Malfoy's statement of his son being of the blood, and as no other male heirs at the time were known. It is also true that Draco Malfoy looked to be in line for the heirship of the House of Black as well as his father's. However, no less than 10 minutes after Lord Malfoy had left the building after giving his statement, Law Wizard Edward Tonks arrived with a written statement and evidence proving the new heir's claim on the position to be genuine. The new heir, now identified as Magnus Rourke Black, is the illegitimate child of the previous heir Regulus Arcturus Black, making him of black blood also and through a direct male descendant, and Alicia Parker, the last descendant of a third-generation magical house that perished in the last war with her death. As I am sure all our readers know, illegitimate children of houses cannot inherit heir or lordships unless they are welcomed into the house and made heir apparent by the lord of the house. So the question I'm sure you're all asking is, how did the new heir Black claim such when the previous Lord Black, as we all know, died in the last year of the last war? Well, it has only just come to our attention that Lord Orion Black had, before he died, paintings commissioned of himself, to preserve him so that he might aid his son, heir Black's father, but only weeks after Lord Black's own passing his son soon followed suit, and the paintings have remained in Black Manor in the Black Vault since his death, and in place of the Lord himself have recognized heir Black worth of the house and welcomed him, naming him heir apparent of the most ancient and most noble House of Black. A position that the young heir has not let idle, as it has been revealed that the young heir's first decision as heir apparent to the house was to lift the banishment of his cousin, once removed, Andromeda Tonks née Black, who has also been made heir Black's guardian, This decision also welcomes Andromeda's daughter into the house as well, a decision that both witches are thankful for. A written statement from Air Black explaining his decision for doing so was delivered to this reported and stated plainly. The decision to banish both Andromeda and Nymphadora from the family was a decision that was made based on moods going around at the time, but now times have changed, and more than ever House Black needs to come together if there is any hope of it surviving and returning to its strength once more. Growing up an orphan, I never knew my family, and now that I have finally found mine, I'm not going to let poor decisions made in the heat of the moment keep what little family I have away. I understand that my house had a dark past, but we can only move forward and leave such behind us. I will bring the most ancient and most noble House of Black back and restore it to its proper place, and nothing will stand in my way. Those were certainly some strong and passionate words from the new Air Black, but one has to wonder just what his plans will be, and just what the future for House Black will be. This reporter is certainly interested to see what is going to happen and will do his utmost to keep you up to date on any new developments involving the new Air Black and his plans for the most ancient and most noble House of Black. For further information on Magnus' past, please see page 2. For further information on House Black, please see page 3. For further information on House Parker, please see page 4. For further information on the inherency laws, please see page 5. For further information on the banishment and reinstatement of Andromeda Tonks née Black, please see page 6. For further information on, and the multiple topics just continued to list down the side of the page. Magnus started to nod as he read down the list. There was nothing on it that he didn't give Ted the go-ahead to hand over to them, and a quick glance told him that everything was in order. They had quoted word for word what he said, but he also took note of Lucius's statement. He knew that his status as an illegitimate son of the house might give some openings for arguments, but he was certain he had everything covered. He would not risk losing the advantages of his position in the Black Vault and all its contents. Daphne looked up from reading her own copy and gave Magnus a curious look. Those are rather bold statements to make. Bringing back House back and nothing will stand in your way. Those will get you some attention, especially considering your first actions were to lift a banishment. Some would say it looks more controversial than anything, like you're undoing previous lords' decisions and going against them. Some of the more traditionalists will not like that. Magnus nodded his head. Aunt Andy told me as much, but I've had words with my grandparents' portraits, and I was able to convince them both that Andromeda's banishment was too hasty. They now both agree with me on the matter, so I have no problem debating the fact with any other traditionalist who thinks my actions are not what House Black needs. I think if I can argue Walburga Black into agreeing with me, I can do the same for most other. Tracy gave a whistle. My mother told me about her, meant to be a real battle-axe of a woman, she said before wincing. No offense. Magnus smirked. None taken. From the conversation I had with her before I was officially made Air Black gave me that impression, which only proves my point further. If I can make her realize it was a mistake, I can make others as well. Daphne gave a small smirk. I see. I hope to be there for one of those conversations, she said before their conversation was cut short as the small form of Professor Flitwick made his way down the table holding a number of rolls of parchment. Here are your class schedules, Miss Greengrass, Miss Davis, the small professor said, handing them theirs, and here's yours, Mr. Black. I trust everything is okay. Magnus took his schedule and nodded. Everything is fine, Professor, thank you, he said back. Flitwick nodded. Good, if you need anything don't hesitate to ask, he said before moving on. Magnus turned back to the table and unrolled the parchment as he looked over the classes. The timetable was easy enough to follow. They had class in the mornings from 9 until 10:30, and then a 15-minute break before their next class from 11:15 until 1, and then lunch from 1 until 2, and then classes again until 4:15, and then free until dinner at 6. Looking over that day's timetable, Magnus could see that the first-year Ravenclaws were with the Hufflepuffs in defense against the dark arts for the first period until 10:30, then after that they had history of magic with the Slytherins until 11:30, and then free study period until lunch, and then charms and transfiguration after lunch both times with the Gryffindors, and then astronomy theory from 3:30 with the Slytherins. Looks like our first day is a full day but with a nice break in the middle of it all, Magnus said as he looked things over. Defense and history before a study period before lunch. Seems pretty straightforward, Daphne stated, though I'm hoping my father was just joking about the history classes actually being taught by a ghost. From the way that he tells it, the man only covers the Goblin Wars on repeat. Magnus frowned. I heard the same, but the only way to know is to take the class and see, he said, while internally he was starting to worry some. He knew from the books that it was, and if the fanfictions were to be believed, then both the classes they had first were going to be utter mind-numbing rubbish. More time for you to plan and think. Then came the voice of Erebus in his head. Have you thought any more about my suggestion this morning, about taking up your uncle's legacy? You know you want to. Magnus smirked internally. I haven't really had time to think on such, but the more I do the more I think I should. With a timetable like this I will have plenty of time for project planning. Oh. Erebus sounded happily in his head. Hogwarts and never going to know what hit them. Chapter 7. Hey guys, sorry that this has taken so long to get done and put up. Life has just been so hectic that I have found practically no time to write at all as of late, and when I do the words just don't want to flow for some reason, but I'm going to try my damnedest to write more from now on. As it currently stands, this was as far as I had planned this fiction before I began writing things out, a rather dumb thing on my side of things, but that was when things were flowing better for me, so I'm going to take a few weeks to really get planning and build up a large chapter stockpile before I start posting again on a more regular basis. I can see that a lot of people are enjoying this fiction, and that's something that as a writer makes me smile. As of this chapter we're just shy of 200 reviews, and 1000 followers. That's great. Also this fiction is now in 7 communities. I can't tell you how much that means to me, and I hope you all enjoy this latest chapter. It's a little shorter than the others but not by a lot. Now with that said, let's get to it. Enjoy. Chapter 7: Apologies, Emotions, and Changing Tides. Magnus POV after classes. It was with a groan that I left my second class of the day, rubbing the bridge of my nose as I tried to suppress a growing headache that had been forming for the past 2.5 hours. They can't actually be serious, can they? This is what the best magical school in all of Britain has to offer. I don't know whether to be disappointed or embarrassed for them so far, I internally groaned. I can't believe I'm actually in agreement with some of the things my albino cousin says in the future. This place has gone to the dogs. I thought that was never going to end, Daphne said with a pained expression to my left as we left the classroom. I thought my father was joking when he told me about Professor Binns. I thought it was going to actually be beneficial learning history from a ghost. Tracy sighed from my right side, but he just droned on and on. He didn't even stop to take questions. I sighed and nodded my head in agreement. Well, at least it can only get better from here. Honestly, I don't think I could handle another 2 classes like our last 2. Daphne snorted. Anything would be better than what we just had to listen to. I don't know what was worse, Binns droning or Quirrell's impossible to understand stuttering. I'm not even sure my notes are even legible from Quirrell's class, Tracy said with annoyance. I couldn't understand him half the time to take notes. Oh, please don't remind me, I said as I rolled my eyes. How that man can possibly teach defense against the dark arts, I don't know. He practically jumped out of his robes when that Hufflepuff girl dropped her book. Daphne smirked. Well, that was kind of funny, but you're right. I don't understand how they can expect someone like that to teach that kind of subject, or any kind. To be frank, it looks like we'll have to do a lot of self-study to get good grades if these 2 classes are anything to go by on what to expect from the others. I nodded again. I had thought that I already knew what to expect from Quirrell, but the man's stutter was much worse than I thought, and his whole acting really was over the top, and it just added more proof to my reasoning that there is no way that Dumbledore wasn't aware of the man's possession. No one is that pathetic. I say we start up a small study group in our free time slots, I offered. If things are really going to be as bad as this, we need all the extra studying we can get if we even want any hope of passing the end of year exams. Agreed, but I say we give it a week, Daphne stated. It will let us judge which classes we'll need to study for in our free time. Right now we have 2, but there could be more. Tracy groaned. Let's hope not too many more, otherwise we're not going to have any free time to relax. A girl can only take so much. I sighed. Well, if what I've heard about Professor Snape is true, then we can add potions to the list as well, I offered. According to my cousin, who graduated last year, the potions master despises all other houses apart from his own, has a hatred for Gryffindors, and on top of being a bigoted teacher he has next to impossible standards. Apparently he didn't accept anyone below an outstanding in their potion owls for his nude classes. Tracy groaned again. Crap. Potions is my worst subject. I'm screwed. Daphne shook her head. Looks like our free time is going to really be pressed then if we'll have to study those 3 subjects on the side if we want to make the grade. Let's hope none of our other lessons turn out the same. Maybe we can get a second year to make a study plan for what exactly we need to be studying for our exams. It would save us some time. I nodded. That's a good idea. I have another one that might work as well, but I'm not sure, I explained. I'll need to look some things up back in my room. I'll let you know later if my idea could work. Oh. Daphne smirked. Was that what you were writing out while Binns was droning on? I saw you do up at least 3 sheets of parchment. Want to fill us in? She asked with clear curiosity in her tone. I shook my head. No, that was something different. Just clearing my head of ideas for different things. It helps me to put things down on paper to see things. I figured I might as well do something as we're not going to be learning anything listening to his droning. Tracy giggled. True. So what were you clearing your head of then? Anything fun? She asked with a tone equally as curious as to the blonde on my left. I smirked and shook my head. No, just random thoughts for the future, nothing you need be concerned about. It's just a habit of mine, I said casually. I see. Anything to do with Lord Malfoy's comments in the Prophet this morning? Those were some heavy accusations he put against you. Are you going to do anything in response? Daphne asked. I nodded. I will be later. I need to contact my law wizard to do so. What would you suggest my response be? I asked as I glanced back to Daphne only to see the shocked look on her face. You're asking my opinion? Daphne asked me, clearly shocked by my question before she cooled her expression. Why? I shrugged as we continued to walk. Well, for one, I haven't been in the wizarding world that long, so I'm not entirely sure on what the appropriate response would be to something like that. I'd usually have my grandparents' portraits to ask, but since I can't at the moment, I was hoping you'd have a suggestion. I thought that my earlier statement would be enough of a rebuttal, but I'm not sure. I seem to recall my grandmother stating something about answering insults, but I'm not overly sure about the best way to go about it. Daphne seemed to nod to my statement. Yes, I forgot that you weren't raised in our world for a moment. That's another set of lessons we'll have to cover, she said before humming to herself, as I mentally groaned. Well, generally speaking, insults that are just words are generally responded to in the same manner. Your statement and the article proving your claim to the heirship disproves his insinuations and makes Lord Malfoy look the fool. So there isn't really anything to answer back to this time, unless of course the House of Malfoy doesn't recognize their faux pas and apologize publicly. Generally 3 days is the waiting time for something like that to avoid embarrassment, but if they don't, most would demand right of satisfaction to get one, then one would have to be given or an honor duel would be the result, and then the loser would have to back down. If House Malfoy lost that, then not only would they have the embarrassment of the lost, but would still have to openly apologize and recognize their faux pas. I listened intently and started to nod. I see, I seem to recall something about honor duels, I said, as I remember them from the various fictions I had read about them, along with some of the things I had read in the Black family library. Am I right in assuming that I could call for another to fight in my stead, given that I don't have any experience dueling? Daphne nodded again. Yes, it's called choosing a champion. Usually it's when either party cannot fight for themselves. Insults to a house are usually fought between the current lords, or a member of the house is chosen to fight if the lord cannot. Champions can also be outside of the house or an allied house, but it's very rare as most don't like to get involved with houses other than their own. So I would have to duel Lord Malfoy then, or my champion would if it went to an honor duel? I asked as I frowned a little. Dueling a Death Eater this early wasn't what I had in mind. I didn't have enough dueling practice under my belt yet to try anything like that. Daphne shook her head. No, honor duels can be fought between heirs as well, so you could face Draco if you wanted to, but he could pass the challenge to his father and then it would be up to you if you wanted to continue or choose a champion instead, though if Lord Malfoy accepted the challenge it would look very poorly on him for doing so considering your age, but I wouldn't put it past him. My father has had dealings with him in the past and he's the kind to do things like that regardless of the image it presents. I nodded. I see, thanks for the info. I'll have to do a bit more research before I go any further into the matter. I'll contact my law wizard to ask his advice on the matter. I thanked her as we continued to walk on. We weren't far now from the Grand Hall where most of us were heading. We had just over 2 hours of a free period before our next class, which was Charms with the Gryffindors. I was actually looking forward to it, as it would give me an opportunity to observe the Golden Trio in class. I figured that seeing as I was already on the old man's radar now, there was no point in trying to fly under it. I may as well see what I can do to shake things up a little. As long as I didn't mess with anything major, I figured things would remain on track. Scene break. Author POV. The Great Hall. After another couple of minutes of walking, the trio of Ravenclaws had finally navigated the staircase and made their way down and into the Great Hall, followed by a couple of their year mates. Upon entering the Great Hall, Magnus gave the tables a quick once-over to see who was there, and he smiled slightly as he spotted Harry Potter sitting at the Gryffindor table. Well, no time like the present, Magnus thought to himself before glancing over to Daphne and Tracy. Hey, I'm just going to go and have a quick word with someone at the Gryffindor table. I'll catch up with you both after. Daphne raised an eyebrow at the statement. Oh, who are you? She began to ask as she glanced up the Gryffindor table before stopping as she spotted Harry as well. Potter. She said softly. What are you planning? Magnus shrugged. Don't know yet. Figured an apology for the part my uncle played in his parents' deaths is a good place to start. If he still wants anything to do with me after that, then I'll see. Daphne nodded. I suppose that would be ideal if you want to start changing people's opinion of House Black. All right, we'll be watching from the Ravenclaw table. Hope things go well, she said before she and Tracy broke off from their group and moved towards the table with the other claws. After they were gone, Magnus took a deep breath and sighed as he tried to relax his breathing before he started forward, heading towards Harry. Internally he knew he actually didn't have to apologize for Sirius's actions, given that the man was actually innocent, but he also knew that to the rest of the magical world at that time the man was guilty. The fact that he didn't even have a trial didn't even seem to matter. But right now public opinion was all that really mattered, and in the eyes of the public, Sirius Black, a member of his house, regardless of his banishment, had betrayed House Potter, and a matter such as that needed to be addressed, and his stance on the matter made clear if he was ever going to improve House Black's standings in the eyes of the rest of the magical community. Coming up just shy of Harry, Magnus cleared his throat as he spoke. Harry Potter, he said as Harry turned to him as he spoke his name, and his eyes seemed to widen when he saw him in recognition. I was hoping that we... Magnus began to say before he was interrupted by a certain red-headed boy who was sitting on the other side of Harry. What do you want, traitor? Weasley snapped as he rose up from his seat. Magnus' eyes instantly went to Weasley with a narrowed glare. I do not believe I was addressing you, Weasley, he said with a small amount of annoyance in his tone before looking back to Harry. As I was saying before I was interrupted, I was hoping that I might have a moment of your time to talk about some delicate matters. Before Harry even got a chance to speak, Weasley once again butted in. Why would he want to talk to you, Black? Everyone knows your family's dark, and are nothing but traitors. What, trying to finish what your uncle started? The entire hall had fallen dead silent as the confrontation had started with Weasley's opening statement, while his second one drew gasps and whispered mutterings around those in the room. Harry for his part was looking at Magnus with a conflicted expression on his face. He wasn't sure what to make of things entirely. Last night Ron had told him about how his parents had been betrayed by their best friend at the time and that had led to their deaths. He had been angry at the fact that someone they saw as their friend had betrayed them, and this alone had made him wary about Magnus. The way Magnus had rebutted Malfoy at first made him think he wasn't all that bad. He hadn't been pompous like Draco, but at the same time, he didn't have much of an interaction with the other boy to really judge him. Magnus, upon hearing the statement, turned his attention back to Weasley with a heated glare. While Magnus had been expecting some form of confrontation with the redhead, but the blunt accusation was not what he was expecting, and while he could use his occlumency to control himself, the anger that boiled up inside him wanted him to lash out at the boy. The combination of his knowledge of Sirius's innocence, alongside the new childlike desires for a family that he was feeling, made him want to rebut the boy and declare his uncle's innocence. And it was with great difficulty that Magnus used all his occlumency restraint to keep from doing so at that very moment so as not to cause a scene. But that still didn't keep some of the anger he felt from showing on his face as he glared at the redhead, as his brown eyes turned red in his anger before he spoke. "Kindly keep your trap shut, Weasley, unless you want to face me in an honor duel for insults rendered to the House of Black," Magnus said in a growling statement that caused the entire hall to fall silent and for the redhead's eye to widen seeing the red-eyed glare he was getting. While Magnus may not have wanted to risk facing a Death Eater like Malfoy so early, he was betting on Ronald's pig-headed arrogance to take the challenge himself if it came down to it, and he was certain he would be more than a match for the pathetic excuse for a wizard, though it looked as though his little eye change had been enough to scare the boy off from saying anything further. Magnus took a moment to close his eyes and let out a breath as he tried to steady his emotions before once more opening his eyes as the red faded from them as his eyes returned to normal. "I am quite aware of the actions of my uncle, and what those actions lead to. I do not need for you to remind me of the shame that my uncle brought upon my house by his traitorous actions," Magnus said as he felt his guts knot, feeling like absolute shit for saying such things about Sirius. "But that is exactly what I have come here to apologize for," he added, getting another round of whispers from the tables around them before he turned his attention from the shocked Weasley to the one he wanted to talk to. "Harry Potter," Magnus stated as he looked at the boy, "I, on behalf of the House of Black, and myself, offer you our apologies for the actions of my former uncle. Neither I or the remaining members of the House of Black condone his actions. If he hadn't already been banished from the family because of his previous decisions, then I would have already seen it done. Though I have never personally met the man, his actions in betraying your parents and his obligations and vows prove to me that he isn't worthy of my house and the values I hold." Magnus said with as much composure as he could muster through his gut was still nodding. "I can only ask that you do not hold the rest of House Black or myself responsible for the actions of one of us. We are responsible for our own actions, not those of our misguided relatives." Feeling as though he was about to be sick if he continued any more, and not waiting for an answer, Magnus turned and exited the hall with a brisk pace, his gut tightening with every step. Seconds after he'd left the hall, the whispers started up once more, growing in volume as they talked about what they had all just witnessed. At the Ravenclaw table, both Tracy and Daphne shared a look at each other and rose from the table at the same time and quickly started after Magnus, both wanting to make sure he was okay. Meanwhile, at the Gryffindor table, Harry sat even more conflicted than before. He hadn't been expecting that. He hadn't been expecting that at all. For Magnus to apologize for his uncle's role in his parents' death. He wanted to be angry at him, for even trying to apologize for it. An apology wasn't going to bring his parents back. But he felt himself cringe when he thought about blaming Magnus for what his uncle did. He knew that he would never want to be blamed for anything that his aunt, uncle, or cousin did. And he suddenly felt a pan of anger towards the redhead beside him for his harsh words and insults towards Magnus when the boy had come to apologize to him. Ronald for his part sat down after Magnus had left, sat down in a huff. "Bloody traitor, who does he think he is?" the redhead grumbled before looking to Harry and put his hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry, mate, I've got your back. Next time that Black shows up, we'll show him." Harry clenched his fists at the statement as he felt his anger rise as he fought back from yelling. He didn't want to risk his new friendship with Ron, but at the same time he felt that his friend was well out of line by what he has said to Magnus. "Why did you do that?" "He was just coming over to apologize," Harry asked him, looking at his so-called friend. Ronald looked shocked at the sudden question. "Well, why wouldn't I? He's a Black, they're all dark. Just because he's not in Slytherin doesn't mean he can be trusted. He's just trying to pull something on you, trying to get close to you just like his uncle did to your folks." "But you heard him, he's never even met his uncle, so how could he be anything like a man he's never met? You shouldn't judge people just because of their family," Harry said as he stood up, having come to a decision then and there. Ronald looked taken back by that statement as Harry stood up. "Hey, where are you going?" he asked as he went to get up as well. "To talk to Magnus. Don't follow me. If you can't see how wrong you are, I don't want you as my friend," Harry said as he walked away, leaving a stunned and gaping Ronald at the table. Scene break. Magnus POV. I stumbled down one of the corridors in the castle as I took deep breaths. The twisting in my stomach was starting to settle down, but it didn't stop me being concerned with just what was happening to me. I had been concerned ever since the meeting with Dumbledore, about these sudden bursts of feelings. I didn't know what was going on with me, with these feelings suddenly coming to a head at the most inopportune times. I had experienced some small forms of them over the past month, but they had been small, when I was with Tonks or Aunt Andy, a warmness in my chest, happiness that made me smile and laugh whenever something was funny, like a child would do in a similar situation. But now it was starting to affect me at the worst times. I did not want Dumbledore to know of my metamorph skills this early on, and because of my emotional slip and subsequent loss of control he does. And now, back in the hall, I was literally a seconds away from losing control when Weasley started on me. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to learn those more harmful spells this early on. Part of me wanted to see the weasel's face if I was to cast the internal freezing curse on him, to watch as he froze from the inside out. I shivered at the thought. I had only read about that in one of the many books in the Black Library. I had yet to try it out, but I had been very tempted to make Weasley my test subject to see its effects firsthand. I groaned as I came to a stop down a corridor and slumped against the wall, rubbing my forehead as I felt the anger at his words boil up again. How dare that ginger fuckwit think to call my uncle a traitor when he's got the real traitor in his fucking dorm room as his pet fucking rat. I clenched my fists in anger. It would be so easy to just go to the Gryffindor common room and march up there and take that rat bastard Pettigrew and turn him over the DMLE. Of course, that would be after I had the pleasure of testing some of my harmful spells on him for some retribution of my own first. I knew the password for the common room from the movies. After all, the little bastard wouldn't even know what hit him. No. Taking several deep breaths, I brought up my occlumency barriers and pulled my emotions back as I did my best to calm down. I knew why I couldn't do that, because people would ask questions, like how I knew where Pettigrew was, and on top of that I didn't know how it would affect things if I threw Pettigrew into the spotlight right now. With how Minister Fudge reacted when it happened in the original storyline, he could very well try to cover it up as he did then and have Pettigrew swept under the rug and deny things, given how bad things would be for him if it was shown that a pure-blood wizard was thrown into Azkaban without a trial. Which, when you think about it, was the whole reason he was so heavy-handed by sending Dementors to Hogwarts and put the kiss on sight order on Sirius when he broke out. It was all an attempt to cover things up. No, I needed to be patient, wait until Ted was able to tell me without a shadow of a doubt that there are no trial transcripts on file proving there was never a trial. He had already spent a full month looking, but because he was doing so carefully and on his own so as not to arouse suspicion, it was taking time to do. I suspected I would have word on the matter within the next month or the month after that, and then I could possibly start readying things to bring to the DMLE and Wisengamot so I could use the weight of House Black to demand an immediate trial and investigation. As soon as I was certain that I had all the information, proof, and no way for anyone to block me, I was going to make my move. For now, I would just have to bite my tongue and not let my emotions give away any more of my secrets. With my emotions once again in check, I pushed myself off the wall and was about to start navigating myself back to the Ravenclaw common room to try get some practice in when I heard the sound of footfalls coming from the direction I just came. I turned to see both Daphne and Tracy coming towards me. "Magnus, are you okay?" Daphne asked as they reached me, some signs of concern on her face. "You left the hall in a hurry, we were worried," Tracy added with similar signs of concern, a tad more so than Daphne. I sighed. Of course they had followed me. I'm fine. I just needed to get out of there before I hexed Weasley. I had expected some confrontation, but I guess I didn't expect that much. His words got to me more than they should have, I explained. I just needed some time to get my mental barriers back in place so I wouldn't send him to the hospital wing. Daphne gave a small snort. "Well, I hardly think anyone would have blamed you if you had. He was severely out of line. He had no business coming between you and Potter like that. You'd think his parents would have taught him better." She rolled her eyes. Tracy snorted. "I wanted to hex him myself for you when I heard him. If it wasn't for my own mental barriers I would have," she grumbled. I gave a smirk. "Yeah, well, now he's gone and put me off my lunch. I was just about to head back to the dorms and do some reading. You two want to tag along?" I asked, offering. Daphne smirked. "Sure, why not, but the library is closer to here than the dorms. Let's head there. I've been wanting to see if it's everything my mother said it was." I nodded and the three of us started down the corridor in search of the library, but we hadn't even gotten to the end of the corridor we were in before we heard the sound of more footfalls. I didn't think anything of it until a familiar voice called down the corridor after us, "Magnus." I turned with Daphne and Tracy and there was Harry coming down the corridor towards us, all 4 foot of him. He was rather short for his age now that I think about it, and I frowned when I remembered the reason why, the Dursleys' treatment of him, and I added another thing to my list of Totos, see if there was any way to get Harry out of that house and out from under Dumbledore's thumb. "Potter," I said as I turned to face him, "something I can help you with?" I asked, wanting to know why he came after me. I had a few guesses but wasn't sure. "Your apology earlier, I accepted," Harry said, catching his breath. "He must have run all the way here. What you said before about not wanting to be blamed for something your relative did, I know how that feels. I just wanted you to know that I don't, Blame you for what he did? It's like you said you aren't your uncle, it would be stupid to blame you for what someone else did. I smiled, feeling the last of the knot fade away from my gut, and sighed. Thank you, Potter, you have no idea how much of a relief that is to hear you say that. After Weasley's comments earlier, I feared that you might hold the same views, I said with relief. This was going better than I had hoped. Harry seemed to frown. I'm sorry about Ron, I don't know why he said those things. You're not your uncle after all, he said in apology. I shook my head. Don't apologize for him, Potter. There's no point, as Weasley clearly meant what he said, so your apology would just be empty words. He has to apologize for it to mean something. Not you, I said, not wanting to think any more on what the hothead had said, as I could already feel some of the anger inside me stirring when I thought about him and what he had said. Only I was pulled from that feeling when I heard the clearing of voices behind me and smirked slightly. Oh, of course. Where are my manner? I said before gesturing behind me. Potter, these lovely ladies are my friends. Heiress Daphne Greengrass, heiress primary of the most noble and most ancient house of Greengrass, and heiress Tracy Davis, heiress secondary to the noble and most ancient house of Davis. I introduced them only to get an owlish response from Harry as he blinked at the three of us, clearly not knowing what to make of what I had just said. Okay, Harry said, clearly bewildered as he looked at us. Daphne gave a snort at his look. What's with that look, Potter? You look as though you don't have a clue in the world, she stated with an amused tone. Yet, I was raised by my relatives, in the Muggle world. I don't have a clue about what all this house or heiress stuff means, sorry, Harry stated as he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Both Tracy and Daphne just looked at him with looks of shock on their faces, and I sighed. I suspected as much. I openly stated getting looks from all three of them, and so I decided to elaborate. When you didn't immediately take Malfoy's hand when he was introducing himself to you, I had a suspicion that you weren't knowledgeable about the magical world and our customs, so I stepped in just to be sure before you could end up making things hard on yourself, I stated. Harry just looked at me confused. What do you mean? He was just offering me his hand. I was going to politely tell him to get lost, not take it, he explained as he got wide-eyed looks from both Daphne and Tracy. He looked to them. What? I sighed. Potter, refusing a wizard's hand when offered is just about the worst insult you can give them, especially when that hand is offered by a lord or heir apparent of a magical house. By openly refusing it, you basically stating that they are so far under you that it isn't even worth your time to shake his hand. It is a slap to the face of House Malfoy and every one of their allies to do so. So by refusing his hand you would have not just made one enemy but several families worth, not to mention the insult directed to mine and your grandmother's side of the family tree, I said, letting that little bit of information slip on purpose to get Harry's attention. Harry was looking wide-eyed at me, looking even more worried the whole time I was explaining how his one mistake could have made his life a lot more troublesome over something so small, but all that seemed to fall to second place when he heard my final statement. We're related, he asked as shock covered his face. I smirked and nodded. Oh yes, your father's mother, Doria Potter, was Doria Black before she married your grandfather, so that makes us second cousins, I smirked, though sorry to say, but it also means you're related to Malfoy to the same extent as his mother was also a Black before she married into the Malfoy family. I studied Harry's face as I finished my little explanation, and I could see him practically go green at the thought of being related to Malfoy, but I could also see some look of hope in his eyes when he looked at me that made me smile, and I put my hand on his shoulder. Sorry, but you know what they say, you can't choose your family, I smirked, making him chuckle in response as he looked down, and I could hear him mutter under his tone, I have family, making me smile. Though our little moment was short-lived when Daphne broke us up when she cleared her throat. Not to break up this little moment or anything, but there are more important matters that need to take priority here, like how Potter has just admitted that he knows nothing about magical houses and all that entails, she stated rather urgently as Tracy nodded. I sighed and nodded as I took my hand off Harry's shoulder as he looked at us all with confusion evident on his face. Why would I need to know any of that stuff? He asked, clearly confused as all hell. I looked at him with pity as I mentally cursed Dumbledore for his meddling and placing Harry with the Dursleys and keeping him so ignorant. Given all the time I've been spending learning all I know about what is required of an heir and future lord of a house like ours, I can see why it would be beneficial to start learning at a much younger age. It's only coming easier to me because I have the mind of an adult inside the body of a child. It's going to be much harder on Harry to play catch up with all the stuff he will have to know. If he doesn't when he comes of age, he's going to be thrown in the deep end with sharks and told to swim. It would be a political bloodbath. Potter. Harry, if I may, I requested before clearing my throat. Your father, James Potter, was from a pure-blood house, the most noble and most ancient house of Potter, a house of the same prestige and with roots just as far back as the House of Black and the House of Greengrass, I explained. Your father was, before he died, Lord Potter, and you as his only son, and the last Potter, are his heir, the heir apparent to the most noble and most ancient house of Potter and the Potter fortune, and when you turn 17 you will become Lord Potter, head of House Potter, I explained, dropping it all at once. No sense in letting it go easy at this point. Harry just stood there gaping at me and looked to Daphne and Tracy before looking back to me. This is a joke, right? I can't become a lord. I'm Harry, just Harry, he said, clearly in shock and denial. I shook my head. Sorry, Harry, but it's true. If it helps, I'm in the same boat as you. a month ago I didn't know about the magical world or about my family, and I've spent the past month learning about them and my future responsibilities as Lord Black." I smirked. Harry swallowed hard as he looked at me as I saw the same look of hope in eyes as I did before, but then Daphne spoke up again. "Like it or not, Potter, it's your responsibility. House Potter is one of the oldest magical houses with a seat in the Wisengamot. Like Magnus said, it is just as old as both his house and mine. As such, it has acquired a large amount of voting power over the years, and if you refuse to accept your responsibility, you are letting not only your ancestors down but doing a great disservice to the entire magical community at large," Daphne stated firmly and passionately, making me look to her. I guess they thought of some such responsibilities being ignored struck a chord with her. But I wouldn't even know where to start. I just found out a month ago that I was a wizard, and now you're all saying that when I turn 17 that I'm going to be an important lord. Harry clearly starting to worry more and more. I put my hand on his shoulder again. "Harry, calm down. You don't have to take up your responsibilities for another 6 years, you have time to learn, same as me. I've got your back, cousin," I smiled, trying to reassure him. I watched as Harry took several deep breaths, nodding as he tried to calm himself down, and I nodded in approval. He was honestly taking it better than I thought he would, and I mentally patted myself on the back. This should throw a wrench into some things in the future. I looked over to see Tracy looking on in approval as well, but Daphne had a worried look in her eye. I could tell that she was thinking about something worrisome. I made a mental note to talk with her later. I was still learning everything about the magical world. Chances are she's likely thought of something that I haven't yet. Turning my attention back to Harry, I patted his shoulder. "Listen, me, Daphne and Tracy will be holding regular study groups starting next week after we've gone through our first week of lessons. We're not too impressed by the current standard of some of the classes and are going to study up on our own. Plus the girls are going to help to pick up the lessons that I'll need for when I become Lord Black. You're more than welcome to join us, seeing as you're in the same boat as me in that regard," I offered him. I watched as he let out a breath that was clearly a sigh of relief as he nodded. "Yeah, thanks, I think I will. It would be a huge help if I'm going to be a lord someday like you all are saying," he smiled. I nodded in approval. "Good, glad to have you." Harry smiled at me before looking down, seeming to think for a moment before looking back to me. Listen, could you maybe tell me more about my family? You seem to know more about them than I do, and I'd like to know if I have any more cousins that are gonna come out of the woodwork," he asked, rather embarrassed. I chuckled. "Sure thing, Harry, come on, let's go to find somewhere to chat. We've got a couple hours before we have classes again," I said as I began to lead him down the corridor before looking back to Daphne and Tracy. "I'll catch up with you two later. See you both in charms. Raincheck on the library." Both of them nodded back to me as we walked on, but I still noticed a worried look in Daphne's eyes. Yes, I would definitely have to talk with her later on. Hogwarts headmaster's office. Dumbledore sat behind his desk stroking his beard. Now to most who would look at him would think that he was just pondering over some idle thoughts, but in truth, he was concerned with more pressing matters. The twinkle in his eye dimmed as he was deep in thought about certain events as of late. The young black heir was a piece he hadn't planned for, though the boy seemed to be nothing like some of the past members of his family. He seemed just like any orphan boy his age. But at the same time, Dumbledore didn't like it when pieces came out of the blue like this, but nevertheless, he would press on with his plans. He would just have to remain cautious. While the boy hadn't been placed in the snake den like so many of his house before him, a Ravenclaw placement was still troublesome. Those of that house had often proven to be difficult for the headmaster to read, and the black heir would prove to be no exception, especially with Andromeda Tonks watching the boy's back. Albus couldn't help but scowl slightly as he cursed the meddlesome woman. She never trusted him even when she was a student at Hogwarts. It was so unfortunate that the woman had managed to gain guardianship of the boy before Albus had found out about his heritage. The black fortune and the black votes would have made a large difference to Albus's reach in the magical world. It would mean that the dark would have had even less influence in future Wisengamot sessions with the black votes now out of the Malfoy's reach. But now that Andromeda had control over her family's votes again, Albus knew that would spell trouble. The woman would likely just vote in opposition of whatever his own party voted for, which was going to spell trouble for any future legislation he might wish to try and pass through others. Alas, there was nothing he could do about that matter for the time being. Andromeda had proven in the past that she was capable of looking out for a child. Her daughter Nymphadora was testament to that, a trainee Aurora, and if what his old friend Moody told him, a promising one at that, if a little young. So there would be no way that he would be able to call her guardianship of the boy into question. Even if he had, the boy seemed to like the woman, and if Albus tried to remove her influence, the boy might turn against him for it. Taking away his newfound family? No, for the time being, he wouldn't pursue the matter and just watch. For now, he needed more information before he could decide what he needed to do. At least the boy was proving to be somewhat interesting, and nothing like his ancestors, proving so by actually apologizing for the actions of his uncle to young Harry in the events that lead up to the deaths of his parents. Albus hadn't been there, but Minerva had been and reported the events to him soon after, sounding rather impressed with the young black heir, and Albus had to admit that it did show great strength of character to do such, even though he knew the truth that the gesture was empty, as Sirius had next to nothing to do with the death of the Potters, but nevertheless it showed Albus that the boy clearly wasn't like the rest of his family. Perhaps there would prove to be an opportunity to bring the boy into the light side. in an effort to redeem his family's past transgressions. A small smile graced the old man's lips as things began to fall into place. Yes, he could use this to his advantage. The light would need all the allies that he would be able to get when Voldemort returned, but for now his plan was running smoothly. The traps would be complete by Christmas and the stone would be placed there soon after. For now all that was left to do was wait until things began to fall into place as they always did, all according to his plans. Leaning forward in his chair, Albus opened the top drawer of his desk and reached inside, taking out the ruby red stone as he sat back in his chair and gazed at it, the twinkle returning back to his eye slightly as he looked at it with a small amount of satisfaction. Oh, how he wished that he had attained the stone years ago, but his old friend and mentor refused to part with it and refused completely to share his notes on its creation, and as much as he had tried in the past, Albus was unable to replicate the stone even in the slightest. It was most vexing. But now that he had it in his possession at long last, he could finally study it and learn its secrets to create one for himself. He had until Christmas to do so, but if for some reason he should fail to, Albus already had a backup plan in mind. He would simply tell his old friend that the stone was sadly destroyed when the Dark Lord tried to steal it and simply keep it for himself and wait until time caught up with his old friend before taking the elixir and returning his own youth. For sure the destruction of the stone would lose him Nicholas's friendship, but it was a small sacrifice for a much greater gain. The old man had been living far too long, and it was time for him to move on. The man never followed his advice like the rest of the masses, so it would prove to be the removal of a thorn long in his side. With a final longing glance at the stone, Albus placed it back in the top drawer of his desk before closing it, and there it would stay until the traps were complete. As much as he wanted to keep it longer and not have it leave his office at all, Albus couldn't take the chance of placing a fake stone in its place. Voldemort would know immediately if he did so, and he couldn't take the risk of him fleeing before his confrontation with young Harry. He needed to test his pawn to make sure that he would do what was needed. Alas, this was the only way. It was for the greater good. Ministry of Magic Archives. Edward Ted Tonks always prided himself on his patience and the control he exerted over his temper. Both had served him well in his time as an Aurora, whether it was waiting long hours on a stakeout to catch an illegal potion sale or restraining himself from cursing some bastard who rightly deserved it, but at this moment both of those traits were reaching their limits. Ever since he had taken up this task of searching for the files about Sirius's trial, doing so subtly, he had encountered problem after problem. He had never encountered so much red tape before in his life when he was just trying to obtain one blasted file, but every time he went looking he hit another wall, and it was starting to grate on his last nerves. He wanted to hex that snob a little git at the reception desk who was no help at all. It was his job to go in search of the files that he needed, but clearly he had no intention of doing so, and after 3 weeks of sending off requests for the files, indirectly so as not to arouse attention, he had finally had enough and came down to the archives to get them himself. That was what was grating on his nerves at this very moment. He had never seen a place in such disarray. There was no order to things whatsoever, and as the archives was a magic-free area, he couldn't just use magic to summon the file to him. Oh no, he had to go through everything by hand, which is what he had been doing for the past week, and why he was halfway ready to just cast a bombarda at the next person to piss him off when he finally found what he was looking for. The case box labeled with Sirius's name. Looking over the dates on the box, everything lined up, and Ted reached up to take the box down and finally get a read at the court transcripts and review the evidence that had been presented at his court hearing, but the second he lifted the box a look of concern crossed his face. The boy was way too light. Normally that wouldn't have been anything of concern. Most of the boxes we enchanted to be featherweight and with undetectable expansion charms on them to store all the evidence involved in a case, but Ted knew from what he had heard about Sirius's arrest that he had been arrested at the scene of Peter Pettigrew's murder. There would have been no real major evidence that would have required the use of the charm on the box. Bringing it down quickly, Ted took off the lid and his eyes went wide at what was inside. A single folder, that was it, nothing else, no evidence, no trial transcripts, nothing, and the file looked to be paper thin, maybe only 2 or 3 sheets. This was not all that should have been in here for a case this big. Taking the folder out and letting the box drop, Ted quickly opened it and began to read through its contents. It was the arrest report on Sirius for that night, and that was it. It only confirmed what he already knew from word of mouth, that Sirius had been arrested minutes after following the murder of Peter Pettigrew, and that was it, nothing else. No witness reports, no interview transcripts from when he was in custody, not even a signed confession. This confirmed Ted's worst fear. Sirius Black, the suspected traitor to the Potters and the murderer of Peter Pettigrew, had been sent to Azkaban and had been there for 10 years, without ever having received a trail. Chapter 8. Hello one and all, sorry for the delay in this update. I know I've been slacking off, but life has been really hectic for ages now and I'm trying to push hard to get more chapters finished for all of you to enjoy. And to that effect, in case anyone isn't aware, I have recently started up a Twitter account for my fanfictions a few months back, and I post to it regularly with updates and various other things involving my fanfictions, so if you want to keep up to date on this and any of my other fictions, be sure to follow me. The link is on my author profile. Chapter 8, A Change in the Waters. It was the end of classes that day that Magnus found himself sitting in his trunk's office behind his desk, mirror in hand, with a pensive look on his face as he was deep in thought about what he had just heard. Never had he thought that it would have been this fast for things to turn in his favor. and yet that was what Ted had just gotten through telling him. There were no records at all for Sirius's trial, which was a pretty good indicator that he never had one in the first place. He wanted to grin openly like a madman and start to laugh and dance around, but he would keep that for another time. Right now he needed to make sure of this, he could not mess this up. And you are absolutely sure of this? No sign of them whatsoever? Magnus asked, looking concerned, a feeling of hope rising in his chest. On the reflective surface of the mirror Ted's image nodded back. I checked and double-checked again after I found the first box, in case there was a second box with the records misplaced somewhere. There was no sign of them. He said firmly before sighing, I can't believe that the ministry has been this careless. If this means what I think it does, then we have just stumbled over a cover-up and Sirius has been imprisoned for over a decade now, an innocent man in that hell on earth. Magnus nodded. My uncle, he said, frowning, his hand unintentionally gripping the handle of the mirror tighter as he felt his emotions rise up. My family. He spoke, his voice sounding hurt, and it wasn't faked. He could feel his chest tighten at the thought of his family, Magnus' family, being locked up in that hell. It hurt. Ted's image scoffed as he hears the tone and he sighed. Don't worry, Magnus, we'll get him out and get to the bottom of this. I'm going to be filing for Sirius's immediate release as soon as the offices open in the morning. Magnus' eyes widened. No, not yet. He said in a hurry, making Ted look at him in shock. But, Magnus, he's your family, if he's innocent. We need to get him out of there, family or not. No. Ted began to go off on a rant, his years as an Auror coming to the front and his sense of right and wrong showing through. Before Magnus cut him off. I know that, Ted, Magnus spoke firmly, what I meant was that you can't go and run headfirst into this without more backing. Even with House Black's backing we'll need more support, he explained. From what I've heard about our current minister, Fudge is the kind of man who cares about his image more than doing his actual job. If you go marching in there and proclaim that the ministry has condemned an innocent man to prison, a member of House Black nonetheless, he will do everything in his power to sweep this under the rug, and the people will back him because to everyone else they believe the same, that Sirius guilty. Ted frowned but nodded nonetheless. He hadn't considered that angle of things. Fudge would no doubt do anything to prevent even a smear against the ministry while he was in office, and that pet toad of his, Umbridge, would do the same if she even suspected that they were going to do something that would make the ministry look bad in any way. What do you suggest then? Do you have someone in mind? Ted asked, curious to know what Magnus' plans were. From what he'd seen of him, Magnus wasn't the kind to voice an idea without having already put some, if not a lot of thought into it. It could be quite scary at times seeing an 11-year-old boy talk like an adult, and he worried what Magnus would be like as an adult. He would be a monster in politics. Magnus nodded. I do. Madame Bones, the head of the DMLE. If we get her behind us, she'd be a powerful ally to have in getting Sirius free from that hellhole, he explained. From what little I've heard of her, she's a harsh but fair woman. She should at the very least hear you out if you asked for a meeting. Ted brought his hand to his face to scratch his stubble as he thought and nodded. You're right about Bones. The woman's made of iron and will come down on anyone hard if she thinks they're up to something they shouldn't be. I served with her when we were both Auror recruits. She can hold herself in a fight. He mused before nodding. I should be able to get a meeting with her. It would likely take a couple of weeks if I was someone else. She's a busy woman, but she has a soft spot for retired Aurors. I might be able to cut it down to a couple of days at the most. Magnus nodded. What do you think the chances are of her believing and backing us? He asked. Ted shrugged. About fair, to be honest. As you said, she'd hear me out in the meeting and will take in all the facts that are presented to her. While we have no actual evidence of your uncle's innocence, the lack of a trial transcript and the other paperwork should speak for themselves. At the very most we can expect her to help us in getting Sirius a proper trial, and if he's innocent it will come out. Magnus nodded. Good, that would probably be the best outcome. If there was never any trial at all, then people could just claim that it was a technicality, but if he's tried and found innocent, then no one can claim otherwise. Ted nodded. Yes, that would be for the best then, he agreed before yawning. Right, I'll let you get on off to bed. I'm sure you'll need your sleep for your classes tomorrow. Good night, Magnus. Magnus nodded back. Good night, Ted, he said as the image on the mirror faded and he placed it down on the desk with a sigh as he reached up to rub his brow, sitting back in his chair. Well, this will certainly be throwing cannon out the window if everything goes through. Sirius getting freed 2 years before his escape. I wonder how the magical populace will react once he's announced as innocent, Magnus mused in his head. I wonder what else will come to light with this. I can't imagine that Sirius will be happy with the old coot for letting him rot in Azkaban without a trial for all these years, he thought with a chuckle. Erebus bristled his feathers from his perch across the room. Don't go counting your hatchlings until they hatch, Magnus, he warned. You never know what could happen. You may have knowledge of the future, but you are treading out into unknown waters now. Be careful or else you may attract sharks or something worse. Magnus sighed. Technically speaking, I've always been in unknown waters. My very presence in this world will have altered things from the original, all that butterfly effect and shit. I've just been trying to keep them as small as possible so that the future won't drastically change and my knowledge will still be relevant to what is going to happen, he explained. I must have spent hours in my mind trying to plot every possible change my presence here might have affected in the future and account for them all, but there's just too many of them to account for. The future is going no matter what I do, and this will just be tossing a huge rock into the waters, he said before throwing his hands up. Fuck it, if this changes everything then I may as well give up on trying to predict the future. I was going to be changing things for the better anyway, might as well start now. I'll stop trying to predict things and just roll with the punches before throwing back some of my own, he smirked. Are you sure that is wise? If you stir the waters too much then something could happen that you might not be able to predict. People might find out that you are not originally from this world. It could have disastrous consequences for you, Erebus warned. Magnus shrugged. I'll be doing my best to keep my origins under wraps. My occlumency is coming along well, so soon enough no one will be able to pull it from my mind, and I'll do my best not to get called up to testify for anything to be dosed with Veritaserum anytime soon. And asked where I'm from, he mused. I'll be changing things, but I'll be careful not to give anyone reason to suspect that I'm not from here, he said before looking to the mirror on his desk. And I think I know just where to start making changes to the canon, Magnus smirked before he reached over and picked up the mirror. He had a call to make. It was time to start stirring things up. Time skip. It was the next morning at the breakfast table that Magnus had a smile on his face, looking forward to what he knew was going to be happening that day after his mirror call the night before. Daphne, who was sitting at the table across from him, gave him a puzzled look. What's got you so happy this morning? You look like you've just won 1,000,000 galleons. Magnus chuckled. I have no idea what you are talking about, Daphne. Can't a guy just look happy on this wonderful morning? He smiled back. Daphne gave him a deadpan look. There's happy and then there's that maniacal grin that you have on your face, she said, not buying his reason for an instant. Now spill it, what did you do? Magnus smirked. Okay, he said, putting up his hands in a gesture of surrender. If you must know, I was up late last night and I think I finally figured out the solution to one of our class problems, potions to be precise, he smirked. Tracy chuckled from beside Daphne. What? Did you think of a way to get Snape fired? Sorry to say, but I've heard that Dumbledore has refused to fire him despite the multitude of complaints against him. You'll have to think of something else. She joked. Magnus laughed. Oh no, but that was my first thought. No, I've thought up another way that's just as good in my opinion, he stated with a smirk. However, before either girl could ask what the idea was, the doors to the Great Hall opened wide and Andromeda Tonks walked into the Great Hall, led by Professor Flitwick, and upon seeing them, Magnus' grin doubled in size as he watched them make their way over towards them. Mr. Black, Professor Flitwick addressed Magnus as the pair of them reached him. Your aunt has... He began to say, only to be cut off as Headmaster Dumbledore along with Professors McGonagall and Snape came down from the head table quickly to see what was going on. Phineas, may we inquire as to why you have Mrs. Tonks with you? This is... most unusual, Dumbledore inquired as he glanced to Andromeda before looking back to the small charms professor. Flitwick cleared his throat. As I was just about to inquire with Mr. Black here, his aunt has expressed concerns for his education over some missives that they have exchanged in regards to his potions education, he began to explain, having received numerous complaints of a similar nature from various students of all ages in the past, all in regards to Professor Snape's teaching methods, or if the complaints are to be believed, the lack therefore of. Mentally Magnus scoffed as he remembered his first potion lesson with the greasy bat just the other day. The man could not teach worth a damn. He gave his little speech and then proceeded to give out a page number to the class and a time limit in which they had to brew the potion in before leaving them to it, as he skulked around the classroom sneering and making snide comments until someone made a mistake, when he inevitably pounced on they and began to take points off and then ridicule them before vanishing their potion and telling them to start again. And then at the end of the class, he instructed them to write an essay for the next class about the potion they had just brewed. Honestly, the man could not teach. Snape sneered at the explanation. I would think that the opinions of first years would be irrelevant, given how very little they know about the actual material to critique my teaching methods, he said, glancing at Magnus with a glare of annoyance and anger. Be that as it may, Professor Flitwick continued, the complaints I have gotten in the past have not always been from first-year students. Many of the older past students have had very little to say in the way of positive reactions to your classes, Severus, and even Mrs. Tonks has had similar experiences with her daughter who has now graduated last year. Andromeda nodded. If I recall Nymphadора's recollection of your teaching methods, she commented, glaring at Snape, they could be summed up into one line. Instructions are on the board, you have so much time, and then you proceed to walk around until someone makes a mistake before swooping in to take points and berate students and vanish imperfect potions. Last I checked, that isn't how you teach potions. Snape glared at her, eyes filled with loathing, and Andromeda glared back with equal amounts of hatred for the greasy dungeon bat. Magnus could swear that he could see sparks in the air between where their gazes met. Dumbledore, however, stepped in after a couple of seconds to keep things from escalating. Now, I'm sure there must be some kind of mistake. Severus is a fine professor and he has my utmost confidence. I'm sure this must just be some sort of misunderstanding, he said in a very grandfatherly tone. his eyes twinkling. Andromeda, however, scoffed at the idea. It is no mistake, headmaster, my nephew is not happy learning under Professor, and I use that term under protest, Snape, and I am sure his friends and classmates aren't either. I am certainly not going to allow my nephew's education to be stunted because of your poor teaching standards. I had to give Nymphadora one-on-one potions lessons every summer to teach her what she was supposed to know. She would never have gotten into aura training otherwise. She said firmly, which is why I will teaching my nephew his potions class personally, and I will offer to teach any other student who does not wish to suffer through Professor Snape's teaching methods. Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly at Andromeda's statement as he inwardly began to worry. This cannot happen, I control what the students learn here, I have worked too hard to allow this to happen, he thought to himself before replying, I'm afraid my dear that won't be possible, you see. He began to say only to be cut off by Magnus. Actually, headmaster is will be, Magnus cut in, it's a requirement under the Hogwarts Charter, Chapter 13, Paragraph 4, Subsection B, that should a student find the teachings offered at Hogwarts School to be subpar or insufficient, they may elect to acquire or hire someone to teach them that meets their standards. He decided, having memorized that line for use such an occasion, and I am sure my Aunt Andromeda will do a fine job in teaching. She has her mastery in potions, which is a requirement to teach as well as hold her other job as a healer at St. Mungo's. Can we also join? Tracy said, piping up from beside Daphne, unintentionally opening the floodgates as several other students, having overheard the talk of another potions teacher besides Snape, started calling out for a place in her classes. The Weasley twins stood up from their table. Can we join? You're bound to be 100, no 1,000, no 10,000 times better than that greasy old bat. 10 points from Gryffindor, for insulting a teacher, Snape quickly snapped at them, each. Dumbledore began to frown. This wasn't a part of his plan. Confound it all, I knew I should have tracked down and burned every copy of that infernal charter. Even as headmaster I can't change the things the founders put down, he internally raged before sighing and raising his hands for silence before looking back to Andromeda. Are you sure about this, Andromeda? I'm sure that your work at St. Mungo's is very important. He tried one last time. But Andromeda shook her head. There are other healers on call, my family comes first, and I refuse to allow Severus's poor teaching standards to affect the students' careers any longer. I do not know if you are aware of this, headmaster, but for the past number of years there has been a large drop in the number of British potion masters and mistresses, which coincidentally coincides with the year that Severus began teaching at Hogwarts School. Perhaps that is something you should look into. Headmaster. Inwardly Dumbledore winced. He was more than aware of that fact. He had engineered things to be that way exactly, and for good reason. Potions was a requirement for joining DLME as an Auror, and with Snape's hatred for children very few students ever left Hogwarts with the grades needed to become Aurors, and with their other education limited to what he allowed, there would be no one else to stand against any future threats, save for him. This woman was going to be a threat to his system. I am aware, but I hardly think that it is fair to lump the failings of the many of the shoulders of the one. Dumbledore responded and quickly continued, as I see that you are adamant about this, I will have one of the house elves prepare a room in the dungeons for your classes, and he began to offer before being cut off this time by Andromeda. No, I will require a classroom on the first floor or higher, one that has windows and good ventilation. Only an idiot would brew in a room without such, Andromeda explained. Daphne raised her hand. Why is that? She asked, a little confused, as were many of the other students. Because while a storeroom underground is ideal to keep ingredients fresh, it is not ideal for potion brewing because of the fumes that any potions might let out. A confined room with no ventilation can be very dangerous, especially when brewing some of the more trickier potions. In an enclosed space, if fumes gather, you can easily suffocate or pass out from inhaling too much of them. Not to mention the build-up of residue on the ceiling with so many students brewing in one room. All it would take would be one single drop to fall down into any cauldron, and you could risk contamination at best or an explosion at worst, Andromeda explained as each and every student who heard her went ghost white, realizing just how lucky they were to walk out of Snape's classroom alive every time. Snape waved his hand. The fumes are easily taken care of by an air-freshening charm, and the build-up on the ceiling can easily just be vanished after every class, he said, dismissing the matter like it was nothing. Neither is completely reliable all of the time, Andromeda snapped at Snape before turning to Dumbledore. So I would much rather have a classroom that meets my requests, headmaster, for the benefit of all of the students' health who are attending my classes. Dumbledore took a breath and nodded. Very well, I will see to it. He replied, knowing that for the time he had been beaten and would have to yield to the women's demands, not wanting to think about what would be the outcome if he refused her now, if she was to take what she knew and spread rumors about how Hogwarts potion classes are unsafe for their students, though he doubted that it would stay secret for long now, given how the students would likely be owing their parents by the end of the class day about this, if not sooner. Splendid, Andromeda said with a smirk before she turned to the hall and took her wand out and raised it to her throat, muttering sonorous before she began to speak. Attention students, her voice boomed. To any who have not heard, I am Potion Mistress Andromeda Tonks, and from today onwards I will be offering an alternative potions class than the one you are all currently attending with Professor Snape. I will have an open door policy with all students. Simply turn up to my room when it is time for your potions lessons and I will teach you instead. Thank you, she said before taking her wand away from her throat and spoke quietus, cancelling her spell as the hall began to fill with the mutterings of students discussing what they had just been told, many looking very pleased about it. Dumbledore gave her a disappointed look. Was that absolutely necessary, Andromeda? He asked. Andromeda nodded. Yes, it was, headmaster. Now if you do not mind, I think I will have breakfast with my nephew and his friends. Please send a house elf to escort me to my classroom once it is set up, she said as she moved to sit beside a grinning Magnus and across from a smiling Daphne and Tracy. Dumbledore only gave a defeated sigh while inwardly raging as he turned to make his way back to the head table, followed by a neutral-looking Professor McGonagall and a fuming Snape. Flitwick gave a chuckle. I'll leave you to it then, he said before he went to join the other professors at the head table. As soon as he was out of earshot, Magnus grinned to Andromeda. That was brilliant. Snape looked like he wanted to hex you, he chuckled to himself. Andromeda smirked. I wish he would have tried. It would have given me ample reason to kick his arse all over the Great Hall. Never did like him even when we went here together, she mused as she began to fill her plate from the food on the table. Meanwhile, up at the head table, the sounds of Snape complaining to Dumbledore could be heard as he began to go off on a private tirade about how insulting it was to have another potion master teaching here, as if he wasn't good enough. Only for McGonagall to cut him off mid-rant. Oh, would you give it a rest, Severus? You have no one to blame but yourself. It's not just Phileas but myself and Pomona included who have gotten numerous complaints about your teaching methods over the years. If you didn't want someone to come in and do a better job than you should have stepped up. As far as I'm concerned, it was only a matter of time until this happened. Snape looked furious at the insinuation and stood up from the table with a scowl on his face and with a final glare at McGonagall and then at Andromeda, turned and left through the back entrance, the door banging shut behind him. Andromeda smirked and glanced to Professor McGonagall and raised her glass, a gesture that the Scottish woman returned, both smirking. Time skip. By coincidence, it just so happened that the Ravenclaw and Gryffindor first years had potions class later that morning, so it was no surprise when each and every one of them turned up outside Andromeda's classroom door on the second floor of the castle. Magnus was already waiting outside with Daphne and Tracy when the Gryffindor students began turning up. He smirked when he saw Harry and Ron coming down the hall. Hey cousin, you skipping out on Snape too? He joked. Harry gave a smirk. Are you joking? Of course, I am. Your aunt is bound to be way better at teaching than Snape. Magnus smirked. True, though she might be my aunt, she's your cousin, once removed, remember? Harry's smile grew at that, remembering the long chat he and Magnus had the day before. He had been extremely happy to learn that he had way more family than just the Dursleys. Ron, on the other hand, seemed to scrunch up his face. What are you on about, Black? You two aren't cousins. Magnus rolled his eyes, while Harry sighed. Yes, we are, Ron. My grandmother was a Black before she married my grandfather and became a Potter. That's how I'm related to him, he explained. So yes, Weasley, Harry and I are related, Magnus added, and although it pains me to admit it, so are the two of us. What? Ron said wide-eyed. No way, I'm not related to you. Sounding completely scandalized. Magnus nodded. We are. Your grandfather, Septimus Weasley, married Cedrella Black. That makes us related by blood, though thankfully it's distant, like second cousins once removed or something. Though I'm not sure if it still stands, seeing as she was disowned for the act of your grandfather. Magnus explained and looked to think for a moment. Perhaps that would be a good way to make House Weasley an ally, if I were to welcome back Cedrella back to the family. If she's still alive, that is, he thought to himself. I'll have to ask Andy about her. Ron looked to be getting redder by the second. She was not. My grandmother wasn't a dark witch, take that back. He yelled. It just so happened that the next second the classroom door opened to reveal Andromeda standing behind it, not looking impressed in the slightest. I will have you know, Mr. Weasley, that my great-aunt Cedrella was a very dark witch, one who cared about family dearly even though she was as dark as the rest of us, and it broke my heart when she was disowned for marrying your grandfather, but she was content with it. It was she who offered me aid when I was cast out of the family for marrying my husband, a Muggleborn, and I still to this day meet up with her twice a month to have tea and catch up, she stated firmly. Magnus smirked. Well, I guess that answers that. I'll have to send a couple of letters later then, he thought to himself as he looked at Ron, who was reaching a new shade of red. My grandmother was not a dark witch. You're all liars. Ron yelled before turning and stomping off angrily, the other first years moving out of his way as he went. Once Ron was out of sight, Andromeda just shook her head. I swear Molly has ruined that boy, she muttered to herself before looking to the rest of the students. Well, what are you waiting for? Come in and sit down, 2 students to a cauldron, she instructed. The students were all quick to obey and filed into the classroom, which Magnus could see had been well outfitted on such short notice. There were many desks set up in 5 rows of 4, with 2 cauldrons on each desk, meaning that the classroom could manage up to 40 students at a time, which was more than enough space for everyone. One of the walls had 3 large windows that were open wide that left the room floor with light, as well as let a crisp breeze in from outside to vent the room. Andromeda quickly made her way up to her desk, which was to the left of a large blackboard with a large trunk under it. Andromeda tapped the trunk with her wand and it opened up as stacks of bound parchment came out of it, followed by many cardboard boxes, way more than the trunk should have been able to hold, showing that it was expanded on the inside. The parchments separated and divided up among the students and a box floated over with them to each student. Now then, before we begin, the first thing we shall all be going is going over the rules in this classroom, along with the safety procedures, that I expect each and every one of you to follow, Andromeda said as she tapped a piece of chalk with her wand and the chalk lifted up and began to write on the blackboard what she just said. Potions may seem simple to all of you, and at first glance many make that same mistake, but make no mistake about this, it can be just as dangerous as any other craft in magic. If you make a mistake in brewing, there is a very high chance that you or your partner will get hurt because of that mistake. Each and every student in the room was sitting still and giving Andromeda their full attention. Magnus and Harry sitting next to one another at their table were no exceptions. Mistakes happen to even the best of us, which is why we will be taking precautions. The boxes that you each have been given have your first piece of protective gear inside, Andromeda said as she fished a pair of clear goggle glasses. Whenever you are brewing, each of you will wear a pair of these. My husband introduced me to them some years ago. They are a Muggle invention made to protect your eyes should the potion you are brewing react badly and spit. Each have been enchanted to make them stronger than they normally would be. I cannot tell you how many potential potion masters and mistresses have lost their eyesight because of a potion spitting into their eye or eyes. I do not want any of that happening to any of you. Many students were nodding and looking at their goggles like they were rare gifts. Next, Andromeda said as she waved her wand and pairs of long aprons and gloves hovered out and flew over to each student. The gloves are to be worn when you are handling any ingredients, to prevent any of the more potent ingredients, and the aprons are to be worn at all times when brewing. Both are charmed and are lined with dragon hide to protect you should you make a mistake in your brewing and your potion react violently. Andromeda continued to lecture. At the end of every class you will make sure your workstation is clear and your goggles are back in their box, your apron folded with your gloves and placed neatly on top of your desk for the next student to use. Each student accepted the aprons and gloves gratefully. Magnus took the apron, and put it to the side. He remembered Andromeda talk about all of this the night before in their mirror call. She had been ecstatic at his suggestion that she come to Hogwarts to teach, and now he could see why. Time skip. What followed after that was a 15-minute lecture on all of the classroom rules and what the students could expect in each of her classes before she proceeded to walk them through the brewing steps for the first potion they would be brewing, the cure for boils. She made sure to walk through each step slowly and took them through the reason why each step took place, and why it happened in that particular order, explaining how each ingredient reacted to one another. Once she was done and her cauldron emptied into multiple phials, she then walked the students through the process of how to properly clean down their stations to leave it ready for the next class. Once she was done, she began to have each student recites the brewing process of the potion before picking out various students at random and asked them what a particular stage of the brewing was. All to make sure that they knew the recipe off by heart to help prevent any mistakes. Only then did she let the students go to collect their ingredients and turn on their cauldrons to begin the brewing process as she walked around watching closely to make sure no one was making any mistakes. The remaining time passed quickly once the brewing process began and Andromeda smiled as the last student was bottling their potion, another top quality batch that she would be more than happy to send to Madame Pomfrey. Her stores would be well stocked for boils after this. There had not been one mistake throughout the whole lesson. Very well done. If I could award points each of you 5 points, Andromeda praised. Now for next class I want a half-foot parchment from each of you, covering all the details on the potion we covered here today, with emphasis on the most crucial parts of the brewing process. You may begin cleaning up your stations. Each of the students moved to clear up their stations and wipe them down just as Andromeda had walked them through. When Magnus was finished, he took the leftover ingredients back over to the expanded storage cupboard, where he ran into Neville Longbottom, who was doing the same for his station. Magnus smiled when he saw him and greeted him. "Herr Longbottom, do you have a moment to spare?" he asked politely, using Neville's formal title for this first interaction. Neville seemed to flinch when Magnus called him that, but stopped nonetheless and nodded, his air training under his grandmother reminding him that he should always respond in kind when addressed by another of equal rank as such. "Why yes, Herr Black, I have a moment." Magnus nodded. "Thank you, Herr Longbottom. I promise not to take up much more of your time than absolutely needed, but this is a matter that I have been meaning to speak with you about since coming to Hogwarts, and this is the first opportunity I have had to do so with a clear mind," he explained. "I should have approached you when I approached Herr Potter yesterday, but because of my interaction with Ronald Weasley I feared my emotions would get the better of me should he have spoken up another time." Neville swallowed with how nervous he was with how serious Magnus was being. What is this about?" he asked as everyone in the room seemed to be focused on the pair of them now. Magnus nodded. "My apologies for not coming to the point sooner. This is about the travesty committed by a member of my house upon House Longbottom, more specifically, the heinous actions during the end of the last war by one Bellatrix Lestrange née Black, against the current Lord and Lady Longbottom, your parents." The entire room was silent as all eyes turned to a ghost white Neville who was looking at Magnus as if he had just slapped him. Andromeda watched the scene with a firm and resolved expression on her face. She knew what was about to happen. Magnus had talked to her about it in the weeks following her reinstatement into House Black, and she had fully agreed with what he was about to do. Seeing Neville wasn't going to respond, Magnus continued, "The actions of my family against yours are something that turns my stomach. It was by her hand that you were robbed of the chance to have your parents with you in any capacity that mattered, and regardless of the fact that it was during a war, does not sit well with me in the slightest. However, I know that no number of apologies could ever make up for what a member of my house has stolen from you, but if you would permit me, I would like to make the first step in hopefully repairing relationships between our houses so that we may move past this and strive for a better future for both your houses," Magnus offered as he drew his wand from his sleeve, and many of the students began to mutter about what was going to happen. Neville was so shocked he didn't know what to say. His grandmother had always cursed the House of Black and the Lestranges for what had happened to his parents. He didn't know what to make of this. Magnus nodded as he brought his wand up into the air above them as he spoke out, "I, Magnus Rourke Black, heir and head of most noble and most ancient House of Black, hereby dissolve the marriage between Rudolphus Lestrange and Bellatrix Black, and demand that the dowry of their union be paid to the most noble and most ancient House of Longbottom for crimes committed by Bellatrix Black against House Longbottom. So I say, so I swear, so mote it be." He intoned as the tip of his wand lit up and sparks of magic swirled around him, signaling that the family magics were accepting of his command, but he wasn't done. As the sparks faded, he spoke again, "I, Magnus Rourke Black, heir and head of most noble and most ancient House of Black, hereby banish Bellatrix Black from the House of Black, for crimes against house values, association with the former Dark Lord Voldemort, and for the crimes committed against House Longbottom. Never again may she claim shelter under the roof of House Black, never again may the magic of the family aid her, never again shall she bear the name of the house that she no longer belongs to, so I say, so I swear, so mote it be." With another bright flash from his wand, the air around Magnus shimmered brightly as it sparked before fading, signaling that his commands had once again been carried out. And almost instantly, many of the students began muttering about what they were witnessing. The few of those in the room knowledgeable about what they had just seen explained to the others about what it meant for Bellatrix, who would now be known as Bellatrix No Name, a great mark on any pureblood witch or wizard, as it showed they were no longer wanted by their house for their actions and could never again associate with that house again, not to mention cutting her off from the family's magic. She would feel the drain now. If she were not already in Azkaban, she would be a pariah. No one respectable would want to have anything to do with her. Neville stood in front of Magnus in complete shock and awe as he watched Magnus put his wand away before he offered his hand to him. "I know this won't change what you have lost, Neville, but I hope that it can give you some kind of peace, and in time, we might both move past the shadows of the past and look towards a brighter and more prosperous future for both our houses," Magnus said, smiling. Neville stares at his hand for several seconds, his mind running a mile a minute trying to think about what just happened. It was all just so sudden. Slowly he swallowed and nodded as he reached out and took Magnus' hand and smiled back. Thank you, Magnus, I hope so too." His grandmother would never believe this. The rest of the students began to mutter around the room about what this meant, however none of them would realize how monumental the event was that they had just witnessed, of how this one act would later lead to one of the greatest alliances to ever form between the houses of Black, Potter, and Longbottom, and how the world would change drastically because of it. Chapter 9. Chapter 9, Brooms and Honor Duels. The days since Andromeda had taken over most of the potions classes had gone by relatively quickly, with the students from Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, and Hufflepuff all going to Andromeda instead of going to Snape for their potions lessons. The only holdouts were the Slytherin students. Magnus suspected at first that Snape actually taught they properly because they were his own house, but Daphne had informed him the third day after Andromeda had started teaching, after speaking with one of the girls she knew in the House of the Snake, that he was just as bad with them. The only reason as to why they didn't go to Andromeda for lessons was because Snape had forbidden them from doing so and threatened harsh punishment for anyone caught doing so. And it was just like that Magnus lost what little respect that he had left for the potions master. But on the brighter side of things, he, Tracy, Daphne, Harry and Neville had actually been progressing really well in their potions class with Andromeda teaching. She took the time to lecture and go into great detail about the brewing process and answer any questions that any students posed to her, and was always watching over them all when they were brewing to make sure that no accidents happened. Over the past couple of days, Magnus, Harry and Neville had also gotten closer, with Neville actually starting to open up slowly to both boys as their friendship grew. When Neville had heard about Harry's lack of air training, he had instantly offered to help Harry study and prepare for when he grew older, and joined Magnus and Harry during their private study sessions over the next couple of days to help fill in the blanks where Magnus was unsure. But potions hadn't been the only class the five of them had been excelling at. With the exceptions of history and defense, they had all been progressing well in their other classes, having no trouble with one subject for long before one of the others stepped in to help the other out, and the teachers had taken notice, giving points for inter-house unity. They had gained a fair few points. But right at this very moment none of that mattered to Magnus as he stood out with the rest of his class out in the castle courtyard looking down at the item at his feet with mild annoyance and irritation. A ratty old broom. Yes, it was finally time for him how to ride a broom, and at first, he had been all for the idea. Sure, it might not have been something that he thought would have been all that comfortable, but he had been willing to give it a go. That was until he saw the state of the brooms that they had to learn with. Seriously, this is what they expect us to fly on? Magnus thought to himself as he looked at it. It looks like it will snap the second I try to take off, he mentally groaned. But regardless of his hesitations, he obeyed Madame Hooch when he was told what to do and held his hand out over his broom and ordered it up to his hand. He was less than impressed when it lifted up just slightly before falling back to the ground. He glared at the broom before ordering it again, to the same effect. He was getting frustrated, but his anger was placated slightly seeing that he wasn't the only unfortunate one in his ground to have the problem, as several others were having similar problems, and Madame Hooch didn't look surprised as she waited. Eventually, after another dozen tries, Magnus finally got his broom to reach his hand, if barely. Before being told to mount it and grip it tight. Doing so, he winced slightly as he heard the wood crack a little under his hands and feared his previous worry about the broom snapping may actually come through given how frail the wood felt in his hands as he adjusted himself to try and get comfortable on it, which was rather difficult considering how he was going to be riding a long thin wooden pole that ran between his legs and would likely ride up once he took off. He did not voice his worries, however, and prepared to follow Hooch's commands as he braced himself for his first time flying, if only for a little bit. He needn't have bothered. As soon as Hooch blew her whistle and Magnus kicked off the ground to hover in the air, he felt himself lift for a single second before he was flipped on his axis, arse over tea kettle, as he heard something snap before he landed flat on his back with a thud on impact and a groan from him as he realized just what had happened. The broom had lifted up all right. He'd been flying, all of about 7 feet. The broom had taken him up a few feet before its back end had decided to climb higher and literally flip him off it, snapping its body in the process and sending them both to the ground, much to Magnus' embarrassment. He could only groan and shake his head as Hooch came over to check on him. I hate brooms. Times skip. It was 2 hours later that Magnus was pacing back and forth in his trunk ranting angrily, honestly, what the hell are they thinking, making children ride ratty old brooms like those? It's a miracle it didn't break when I was up higher. He raged, his hands rubbing through his hair that was a dark red at the moment in his anger. He had been informed by Madame Hooch while he was in the hospital wing what had happened. The broom was just too old. After so many uses the enchantments on the broom had finally given out, and when one went it threw the others off, and that's what caused the back end to flip on him as it did and throw him off. Though that had only furthered to stoke Magnus' irritation even further, he had been made to look like a right idiot because the school was too cheap to replace their brooms. I mean, this is supposed to be the premium magic school in all magical Britain for fuck's sake, and yet they have their students riding around on brooms that are older than their parents. He continued in his irritation. He could only imagine the ribbing he was going to get that night when he made his nightly call home to check up on things. Sure, Andromeda might be here, but he still wanted to call Ted and Tonks to see how they were doing. He had grown rather close to the three of them. He knew that Tonks was going to give him hell about this and laugh his ear off. No doubt Andromeda would have already told her about it, having come to visit him in the hospital wing when she had heard. Tonks would know everything about his first takeoff and landing and would never let him hear the end of it. I know that it's foolish to give learner drivers spit new cars to drive in, but come on, this is just taking it a bit too far. Even buying a bunch of second-hand brooms every 10 or so years would be better than the brooms they have now, Magnus said, throwing his hands up in the air as he walked to his desk and slumped into his chair. Hell, I don't know why we even need brooms in the first place. We're magical, aren't we? He commented offhandedly. Erebus, who had been listening to Magnus rant for the past half hour, shook his head. Last I checked, partner, magical or not, wizards aren't birds. You don't have wings, so you can't fly like us, he commented mentally as if Magnus was going off the deep end. Magnus smirked. Oh, I beg to differ, he replied before closing his eyes and mentally sent Erebus a recollection of one of the last Harry Potter movies, where when Harry was being moved he was being chased by Voldemort, and how Voldemort was flying without the use of a broom or any other item that could be seen. If that snake-faced, no-nosed fucker can fly, then so can I, he said with annoyance. I just have to figure out the spell and how to do it, he said before sitting forward and taking the mirror out of his desk drawer. But until then, I'm going to deal with these bloody brooms myself. Time skip. It was later that evening at dinner time in the Great Hall that Magnus was just sitting down to eat when Daphne and Tracy came hurrying over to him. What did you do? Daphne asked suddenly. Magnus raised an eyebrow. Why does everything interesting that happens in this school have to have something to do me and not anybody else? He asked, amused. Oh please, Daphne rolled her eyes, not believing him for a moment, and was about to speak before Tracy butted in, not wanting to wait anymore. Did you really buy a whole new set of brooms for the school? Madame Hooch is ecstatic. Apparently, she's been trying to get new brooms for years now, but every time she tries to file for the funding for them, Dumbledore or the Board of Governors turn her down, Tracy asked and explained. Daphne crossed her arms, and then a few hours ago Andromeda, your aunt, is seen stopping by Madame Hooch's office with a large trunk and leaves without it. and then during the next flying lesson all of the students are suddenly practicing with spit new Comet 260s, admit it Magnus, you did something. Magnus put his hand on his chest, why I never Daphne. He said sounding scandalized, to accuse me of buying 30 new brooms for the school because it's too cheap to afford to buy them for its students, after I had been a victim of one of those ratty old brooms breaking and tossing me. You clearly have a wild imagination, he said, unable to hide his smirk. Daphne smirked, so you're not the one responsible for Hooch giving Ravenclaw over 200 points for that little gesture of extreme kindness, she said, gesturing to the point counters at the top of the hall. Magnus looked and he had to blink a couple of times to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Ravenclaw's counter was way ahead of the others. He said before shrugging. Sure, I'll take credit for that, he smirked while inwardly thinking, let's see that old goat give the house cup to Gryffindor now. Daphne rolled her eyes while Tracy giggled as they sat down at the table to get their dinner, their pieces set as they began to eat. Just as he was about to take another mouthful of food, something Daphne had said clicked with him and he paused. Hey Daphne, did you mention a second first-year class after ours went for flying lessons? He asked, thinking he might have heard wrong. Daphne arched an eyebrow but nodded her head. Yes, it was the Gryffindor and Slytherin first years, honestly whoever thought about. She began to say, but Magnus' mind was elsewhere at that moment as things began to click in his head. He may have begun to change things in the canon, but right at this very moment he had done very little to change the current events of things, and if things played out as they did in the canon at this point, then that meant. Looking over to the Gryffindor table in a hurry, Magnus searched for Harry, and it didn't take long to find him, and the Platinum Idiot heading right over towards Harry from the Slytherin side. Magnus rose from his seat and instantly began planning as he quickly made his way over to stop things before they got into motion. He could think of only one way right now to do so, and it was a hell of a risk to pull off this early, but he didn't really have much of a choice in the matter. If he let things play out, then it was more than likely that Harry would get sucked into the whole Philosopher's Stone mess that Dumbledore had set up. Magnus wanted to delay that a bit longer. If he was right, Dumbledore would just use some other means to get Harry interested in exploring the tunnel, but for now he wanted the stone all to himself. Plus this would actually fit nicely into his overall plan for things involving House Black's future, and there was no time like the present to get started on those. Magnus hurries along, arriving at the confrontation just in time to hear Malfoy mail his challenge. I'd take you on any time, on my own, said Malfoy. Tonight, if you want. Wizard's duel. Wands only. He began to say before Magnus stepped up. I would think that House Malfoy would have other concerns that they need to attend to first before they go out issuing honor duels with other houses over petty matters like this. Magnus spoke, gaining their attention. What are you talking about? Draco asked indignantly. House Malfoy has no qualms with the House of Black. I see it otherwise, or is your memory so short that you have forgotten about the insult that your father, Lord Malfoy, levied towards me not but a few days ago by issuing slander against my claim to being the rightful heir to the House of Black? Magnus stated as Draco seemed to go pale with realization. Slander that was printed in black and white for all to read, and yet even all these days later I have not received a missive of apology nor have his words been publicly retracted. I would think that I have given your father more than enough time to do so, but as it's clear that he has no intent to do so, I am left with only one alternative as a response to the insults levied against my house from yours. Magnus' little speech seems to have garnered the attention of the other tables at this moment, as all the students fell silent as Magnus' next words booked out for all to hear. I, Magnus Rarak Black, heir to the most noble and most ancient House of Black, hereby challenge you, Draco Lucius Malfoy, heir to the magical House of Malfoy, to an honor duel for the insults levied by Lord Malfoy against my house, person, and honor. A duel to settle the matter once and for all, a duel between the heirs of our houses to restore lost honor, Magnus stated, officially having researched deeply into honor duels recently, with the prospect of having to face others in the setting. Draco's face was chalk white, which wasn't that much different from his usual complexion, as students began to mutter around them, most of them in confusion about what was happening. He could feel the eyes of his fellow purebloods and the whole of Slytherin's house eyes on him. He was about to speak and respond before another voice cut in. What is going on here? Stop this foolishness and get back to your tables. The irritated voice of Severus Snape intervenes as he swooped in. Severus has been watching his godson from afar, knowing the boy would be up to something but didn't know what. He was about to let the challenge to Potter go ahead, knowing that his godson would put the arrogant little brat in his place, but Black was an unknown, and so Severus felt it best to intervene and put a stop to this before it went too far. Magnus was having none of it. This is a matter between the houses of Black and Malfoy. It is not under your preview to interfere, Professor Snape, nor does this matter concern the houses of Snape nor Prince, so be silent. Magnus snapped back at him, causing Severus to stagger back a step as if slapped. Snape's eyes were wide after hearing Magnus' words. The mention about his house was expected, but not the mention of his mother's house, which had been what had shocked him. How did he know that? No one should. Magnus turned his attention back to Malfoy, who seemed to realize that he wouldn't be getting any aid from his godfather and head of house with this problem, and because he had made the challenge so public like this, Draco was left with only one choice. Damn it, why did this have to happen? I was just trying to get one over on Potter and now this. Draco mentally groaned before straightening up. Very well, I, Draco Lucius Malfoy, heir to the magical house of Malfoy, accept your challenge. What are your terms? Magnus nodded. A duel between heirs, just us, no seconds, to be held here in the Great Hall Saturday evening after lunch. Agreed. Draco nodded his head. Agreed. And when you lose, the words of my father stand, and we demand suitable monetary satisfaction for the insult towards our honor for this duel, he said, mentally patting himself on the back for his wording. It would allow his father to take any amount from the House of Black as reprisals. His father would be able to completely drain the Black family vault dry, so even if Draco wouldn't be able to get a hold of the wealth now that Magnus was the heir, it wouldn't matter, as they would effectively be nutless and House Malfoy would just be able to buy its way up the ranks. Magnus could see what Draco was planning through his wordplay but didn't seem to be bothered by it and just nodded back. Agreed. And when you lose, House Black demands an immediate apology from Lord Malfoy for his insults towards House Black and a retraction to be printed of his insults on the front page of the Daily Prophet, as well as monetary satisfaction to be paid in reprisals to the sum of 50,000 galleons. There was a hiss of an intake of breath from all the purebloods in the hall when Magnus named the reprisal amount. 50,000 galleons was no small amount, and Draco looked like he wanted to faint at the mention of such an amount. He'd been down to the Malfoy family vault and knew they had more than enough to pay it, but it was still no small amount. He knew his father would be less than pleased with him putting such an amount on the line, but he had little choice in the matter now. Magnus had played him into this, and if he backed out now it would only look worse on his house. Agreed, Draco states reluctantly as the air shimmered around them as golden strands of magic seems to manifest, which signaled that magic had bound them as the agreement had been made. There was no backing out now. As the magic faded, Snape came forward again and placed his hand on Draco's shoulder and quickly began to lead his godson away and out of the hall, obviously going to his office so that Draco could contact his father to inform him of what had just transpired. Snape giving Magnus a wary look as they left. As soon as Malfoy led the hall, whispers began to break out all around the hall about what had just happened. Those closest to Magnus began asking him questions. What was that for? Ron yelled angrily. Why did you do that? Harry asked worriedly. What was all that? What was that bright light? You didn't cast a spell. What's all this about magical houses? Hermione began to ask one question after another from the other side of the table. Magnus let out a sigh, his serious attitude dropping as he saw Daphne and Tracy come rushing over to him along with Professor Flitwick, who was scampering behind them as fast as his legs could carry him. Magnus, that was awesome. Tracy smirked. Tracy, no it wasn't. Magnus, what were you thinking? Daphne began to berate him. Mr. Black, Professor Flitwick spoke cautiously, was that absolutely necessary? Honor duels are not something to be trifled with. Magnus sighed. Yes, Professor, I am. It was something that needed to be addressed now. I've been putting it off, but it would have happened sooner or later. If I may, I'd like to request that you be the judge for the duel and take care of the formalities for it. I understand that an auror has to be present for any honor duel to make sure that everything is by the book. The small professor nodded. Very well, Mr. Black. I will gladly be the judge to make sure that things run smoothly and will contact the DMLE to have an auror come to oversee as well. Saturday after lunch, wasn't it? Magnus nodded. Yes, sir, he said before looking to Daphne. I was thinking that I needed to deal with Malfoy now rather than later. It was going to happen eventually, Daphne, and I intend to see this through. But what if Malfoy called his father to be his champion like I warned you he could? Daphne stated, clearly unpleased by being surprised by this sudden turn of events. She didn't like being surprised. If Malfoy wants to be a worm and have his father fight in his place, then I will deal with it, Magnus replied plainly. I have already accounted for that. Daphne seemed to huff but didn't say anything more on the subject. Magnus knew he would be hearing more from her about it later, though. She wasn't the type to just let things lie. Magnus looked to Tracy next with a smirk. Thank you. I'm glad I could provide you with some entertainment during your dinner, he said, and gave a little mock bowl, making Tracy snort. Daphne rolled her eyes and Professor Flitwick chuckled. Looking to Hermione next, Magnus cleared his throat. Miss Granger, if you have any questions about what just happened, please direct them to Professor Flitwick or any pureblood students. I'm sure they will be able to answer any questions for you, he instructed her, knowing that she would likely have 100 questions for him before he looked to Harry. Cousin, relax. I already had a beef with Malfoy. I saw he wanted to start something with you and stepped in to settle things with him first. He's a problem I would have sorted out anyway. I just chose to do it now so to save you from having to deal with him, Magnus explained, but Harry didn't look all that convinced. Oh, and congratulations on making Seeker, by the way, Magnus added, grinning. Inwardly Harry was grateful for Magnus' actions. He was going to just turn down the duel anyway. After all, he only had 3 days schooling under his belt. What did he know about fighting duels? But Magnus was in the same position as him and he seemed so confident about things. He didn't know what to think and could only sigh before saying, thanks. Magnus only glanced to Ron before rolling his eyes. Piss off, Weasley, this has nothing to do with you, he said plainly before turning away. What? Ron replied indignantly. But Magnus just ignored him and he began walking down the hall heading for the exit. Where are you going? Daphne called to him. It's still dinner time. Tracy called as well. To the dorms, In case it escaped both your notices, I have a duel to prepare for in just under 2 days, Magnus called back as he left the Great Hall, and the whispering doubled as he left. Scene break. Magnus quickly began making his way back to the Ravenclaw dorms. His mind began to race as he began running over everything that just happened and began running over the mental plans that he had already formed for this situation. Erebus, I've done it. I've challenged Malfoy to the duel, Magnus mentally called out in his mind as he sent a copy of his memories over their link. Magnus felt his familiar bristle with annoyance. I thought you were going to give it another week before you challenged that little ferret. What caused the change in plans? Magnus sighed as he reached the entrance to the common rooms. Malfoy was about to challenge Harry to an honor duel. I intervened and challenged Malfoy instead. Magnus felt Erebus's confusion as he entered through the portal into the common room area. Things are changing already. I don't recall seeing that happen in the memories of the movies you showed me, Erebus recounted, referring to the memories of the movies that Magnus had been showing him while he practiced his occlumency in the mornings. They had only gotten through the first 2 movies so far, aside from the odd scenes that Magnus had shared because he found them amusing. It's not from the movies, it's from the books. The movies didn't include everything, Magnus explained as he started up the stairs to the dorm room. Malfoy was pissy after Harry didn't get expelled after the stunt during their first flying lesson, and so was going to set Harry up to get caught by Filch out of bed to try and get him in trouble again. It would have led to him running into Fluffy and started him down the whole corridor question route. And you intervened, why? Erebus asked, confusion still in the link. Magnus gave a mental shrug as he went into his room and closed the door. Well, for one, now that I'm not concerning myself with no longer maintaining the status quo, I didn't see a reason not to, and another reason is that with Harry clueless about the corridor, he has no reason to go near it yet. At least until Dumbledore does something to put it in his sights. It gives me a bit more breathing room to plan more on how to get my hands on the stone for myself, he thought as he opened his trunk and started down the ladder inside. It's a risky play, partner, changing events like that purposefully. You might not know how things will play out now, Erebus warned him. Magnus chuckled as he made his way from the entrance to the kitchen and grabbed a bottle of water from the cooler and began to make his way towards the training room. What does it matter now? I know the key aspects, and as long as they stay the same I will still have the advantage. The dark prat is still on the back of Quirrell's head. The stone will be in the mirror of East, and I know how to get it out. I know how to get past each of the trials to get to it, and once we know it's in place it will be a cakewalk, Magnus recited back as he walked into the training room. Over the past couple of days, the two of them had worked out exactly when the stone would be in place. Dumbledore needed Harry to be exposed to the mirror of East before he put it in place to hold the stone, so it would be after Christmas or Yule that the stone would be in place and ripe for the taking. Erebus remained silent after that, which Magnus took as him thinking more on the facts. For now, his familiar got like that. Sometimes he could be rather studious when he wanted to be and got lost in his own mind, quite like him at times. Magnus chose to leave him to his thoughts and went to take off his outer school robes to get ready to start his spell casting when he heard the door open to the training room and looked to see who it was, his wand flicking out into his hand on reflex ready to cast, but he stopped when he saw who it was. Andy. Magnus said in confusion seeing his aunt coming in, what are you doing here? Andromeda gave him a smirk. I just came from the Great Hall where I heard about your little stunt with Draco, she stated openly, smirking a bit more when she saw his wand already in his hand. Magnus sighed. Things happened, he stated back as he continued to take his robes off. Oh, do tell. Andromeda asked. And Magnus knew it wasn't a request, and so proceeded to inform her about what had happened. When Magnus finally got through telling his tale, Andromeda was tapping her arm with her finger pensively and nodding her head, though Magnus couldn't tell if it was in agreement or irritation. While your actions were a bit brash and no doubt reckless, I agree that your challenge was justified, Andromeda finally stated after several moments. You dealt with the matter professionally and handled yourself well in regards to Draco's wording. And as you said that you intended to wait longer before issuing your challenge, only being forced into it by what you perceived Draco was going to do, your brashness can be justified. However, I would ask what you intend to do if Draco decides to call his father to take his place? I trust you're not foolish enough to think you can face Lucius Malfoy head-on in a duel at your age. Magnus shook his head. I was planning on asking you to champion for me if it came to that. I'm willing to bet I can take Draco in a duel. His father is a different matter, and I have no doubt that Lucius would take over for Draco in a heartbeat with what's on the line. Andromeda seemed to get a predatory smile when Magnus mentioned championing for him and nodded. Good, I've been wanting to wipe that smirk off his face even before he was betrothed to Narcissa. He was always a pompous arrogant ass, she said happily with his reasoning. Now then, she said as she began loosening the buttons on her sleeves, since you have a duel coming up I think it's best if I lend you a hand in getting ready. Magnus blinked. Really? He asked, not exactly having expected that, though something told him he shouldn't have been surprised. Oh yes, I'm not about to let my newest and favorite nephew get his posterior handed to him in a duel, even if it is by another one of my nephews, Andromeda said as she walked a bit away from him, taking her wand from her sleeve. Now show me what has you so confident that you can handle your cousin in a duel, and then I'll show you how a proper black duels. Magnus smirked confidently as he took up a dueling stance and began to cast, confident in his ability, not noticing the smirk on Andromeda's face. Less than an hour later he would know what real skill was, and that Bellatrix wasn't the only black sister that should be feared. Chapter 10. Hey all, sorry for the wait, real life has been hectic and I've been going through a rough patch in life that's made writing and finding time to write hard. But I'm going to try and get back into things, and to start here's the latest chapter of my Harry Potter fanfiction. Hope you all enjoy and follow me on Twitter to keep up to date on my fiction progress, link is on my profile. Chapter 10 Training and Honor Duels. Magnus felt as if his lungs were on fire, his legs felt like lead weights and every muscle in his body felt like it pulling itself apart. But he felt so great as he rounded the last corner of the Black Lake at a dead sprint. The evening before last had been a real eye-opener for him when he had dueled against Andromeda. Well, it wasn't exactly a duel, more like a cat playing with a mouse it found amusing. Magnus had never thought he was really that good, but when he got a look at what Andromeda was capable of he realized just how lacking he really was. It was both jaw-dropping and humbling at the same time. She had moved so elegantly yet precisely, with barely any wasted movements, to avoid what few spells he was able to cast before she returned fire even faster. She had put him on his arse 24 times in the first half an hour of their 2-hour training session that night and he hadn't even landed a hit. And she had done the exact same in the 2 other training sessions they had the day after. Before she began to instruct him properly on how a black is meant to duel. Showing him how to hold himself and his wand for the best casting, informing him on just how different the styles were for male and female blacks. How female blacks moved with grace and were always fluid and moving, and how males were the opposite, solid and strong, never retreating, only advancing, letting their magic protect them. It was a formidable style of dueling that Andromeda had demonstrated for him with 8 of one of his training dummies as an opponent, and he could see how such a style was both effective and very intimidating. He had been eager to learn. Flashback. Protego, Magnus chanted as he raised his wand up once again to block a spell from one of the training dummies as he advanced before another spell came flying, and he moved his wrist to intercept the spell as it came at him before flicking it aside and moving his wand forward as he called out Expelliarmus as his wand tip flowed and the wand of the training dummy fell clattering to the floor. The sound of clapping filled the air as Andromeda applauded. Very good, much better, she commented as she walked over to pick up the wand as Magnus took a few deep breaths to recover in this his 10th time repeating the set. You can take a break now if you want, Andromeda said as she put the wand back into the dummy's hand. I'm impressed you've lasted so long, your stamina is very impressive for someone your age and experience. Thanks, Magnus said as he walked over to the side of the dueling ring and picked up his bottle of water to get a drink. Andromeda watched him for a moment before speaking again. You're coming along quite well, you're both quick with your casting and with your wand, and from what I've seen of your spell repertoire you're far more advanced than I had originally thought you were. Magnus smirked as he put his water bottle down. Thanks, I'm sure both will be a surprise for Draco when we duel tomorrow. Andromeda gave a sly smile back. Indeed, I don't think that he'll be the only one surprised with just what you can do, she said before a thought crossed her mind, though do try to restrict yourself some of those spells you used beforehand won't exactly be viewed in the best light. Magnus frowned slightly, knowing what she meant. He had demonstrated all of the spells he knew or had read about before on her request. He hadn't exactly held back and she had been rather shocked at just what spells he knew. Yet, he said as he put his wand back into his holster, I'll stick with the more light ones I think. Andromeda nodded. That would be best. While dark spells are allowed in honor duels, it wouldn't exactly put you in the best light if you started hurling the likes of bone breakers and blood-freezing curses over a matter so slight as this, she said before shaking her head with amusement. I still can't believe you know them, you're only first year. Magnus shrugged. What can I say, he said with a smirk, I like reading, must be the Ravenclaw in me, he said with a grin. Flashback end. As Magnus slowed himself as he came to the end of his lap, he couldn't keep the grin off his face as he breathed quickly and deeply. He was rather looking forward to putting Malfoy in his place later that day. True, he may have been slightly worried at first, but now he was more than confident that he'd be more than a match for the blonde ferret. He was just beginning to get his breath back when he reached the steps up into the school before he paused and looked up to the doors to see Andromeda and Professor Flitwick standing there waiting for him. Magnus sighed softly. Good morning, Aunt Andy, Professor Flitwick, he said, greeting them as he climbed the steps. Good morning, Mr. Black, Professor Flitwick said rather happily seeing him. Enjoy your morning run, did you? He said rather pleased. Magnus smirked. Yes, Professor, I find a good run in the morning it great for waking up the body, and the fresh air does wonders for waking up the mind. The professor chuckled. Indeed, 10 points to Ravenclaw for taking such initiative on your own, and another 5 for such a display of creative thinking, Mr. Black. Magnus smiled. Thank you, Professor, he said rather pleased with himself. Andromeda chose that time to clear her throat to get his attention. The headmaster has requested your presence in his office, she stated with a frown. Clearly, she had an idea what it was about, and was less than pleased. Magnus sighed, knowing as well. I see, right then, he said before smiling again. I'll see you both there then, I need to go and shower. I'd hardly think the headmaster would appreciate me turning up like this to his office, he said, gesturing to himself in his exercise clothing that was rather sweaty after his run. Certainly not, Andromeda smirked. Take your time getting ready, it wouldn't do for you to turn up looking any less than your best. You are the heir Black after all, she said with a glint of approval in her eye. Yes auntie, I will be sure to take my time, Magnus smirked, giving her a wink. Andromeda chuckled as she turned and started to walk back into the castle, with Flitwick giving a small chuckle himself as he turned to follow her. Magnus smirked himself and shook his head, following them after a moment or so. Time skip. It was nearly an hour later that Magnus approached the guardian statue that was the entrance to the headmaster's office with a smirk on his face. He had done exactly as he said, taken his time, taking a nice long shower before taking his time getting dressed, and then took some more time enjoying a filling breakfast inside his trunk. After all, it wouldn't do to skip out on the most important meal of the day. As he reached the statue he came to a halt and just stood there, not speaking, with his arms behind his back, waiting patiently with an amused glint in his eye. He never exactly saw a good reason why Dumbledore had a password for his office. After all, students should be able to come to the staff with problems they have, the headmaster most of all. A password prevented students from approaching him or even coming to him in an emergency. It was rather foolish in his opinion. It was only after another 5 minutes that the guardian moved and the stairs began to rise on their own, that Magnus smirked at it, and proved to him that Dumbledore definitely had some kind of detection spells in place around the entrance of his office to watch those approaching, or perhaps the paintings just told him. As the stairs stopped moving, Magnus began to scale them and entered the headmaster's office with a smile, seeing both Andromeda and Professor Flitwick standing with amused looks on their faces seeing him arrive at last, while Dumbledore sat behind his desk with a rather disappointed look on his face, and on the opposite side of the desk from Andromeda stood Snape, who was sneering at Magnus as he came in. "Aunt Andy, professors, headmaster," Magnus greeted them as he walked in. "Sorry I took so long, I got caught up enjoying my shower," he mused idly. Andromeda smirked as her eyes glinted with amusement, while Professor Flitwick gave a small chuckle, while Snape's sneer only darkened. Dumbledore for his part gave a disappointed sigh. "Not at all, my boy, but you're here now, that's what matters," he said, gesturing to the chair on the opposite side of his desk. "Take a seat, we have some rather important matters that I need to discuss with you." Magnus nodded and sat down as offered, leaning back and getting comfortable before looking to Dumbledore once more, keeping his eyes fixed lower down his face as usual. "What is this about, headmaster?" Magnus asked politely, doing his best to keep any sarcasm from his tone, knowing full well what it was likely about. Dumbledore attempted to give Magnus his best disappointed look, but to little effect. "It is a grave matter, my boy. Word has only just reached me now how you have apparently challenged young Draco to an honor duel of all things," he said with a shake of his head. "This is a serious matter, my boy, but there is still time to stop this before it goes too far and we can put this whole matter behind us." Magnus frowned. "I understand just how serious this is, headmaster. I can assure you that I did not make this challenge lightly, and that intent to see this matter through," he stated plainly. "Now come, my boy, I understand that you feel you've been slighted, but surely this can be resolved peacefully without such need for violence," Dumbledore explained, his tone still dripping with disappointment. "Headmaster," Andromeda spoke up as she glared at the old wizard, "you overreach yourself. These matters involve the houses of Black and Malfoy, they have nothing to do with the elder house of Dumbledore, nor any of the positions you hold." "I understand, my dear," Dumbledore said, raising his hands slightly to placate the angry Black Witch. "It was just my hope that we could avoid violence in the school and such serious situations." "That does not matter, headmaster," Andromeda cut him off. "Your hopes do not change the fact that the issue is between the House of Black and Malfoy and have nothing to do with you. As such, you have absolutely no say in the matter. I am headmaster of this school." Dumbledore spoke a bit more forceful, irritated at being cut off and talked over. "As such, the actions of my student are my concern, especially when they seek to do battle on Hogwarts grounds, which I will not allow." "You have no power to disallow it," Magnus spoke up after a moment of being silent to listen. "This is a matter between two magical houses. An honor duel has been called for and agreed upon by both parties. Magic has accepted our agreement. You have no standing to interfere with matters that do not concern you, headmaster." The twinkling in Dumbledore's eyes had gone out as his anger boiled inside him at being denied, and he was about to reprimand Magnus when Flitwick spoke up. "He is right, Albus. The forces of magic have accepted the terms of the duel as well as the location agreed upon," Flitwick stated. "You have no power to try to deny them the chance to defend their house's honor. The only way this duel can be stopped now would be for one of the two parties to forfeit and concede the matter to the other." "Then that is what must happen," Albus said with an air of finality to his voice. "This duel will not happen, so young Magnus will just have to withdraw, as he was the one to start all of this." "I will not," Magnus states firmly before Andromeda spoke in outrage. "How dare you?" Andromeda snapped in anger, her eyes blazing in fury. "First you speak of matters that are no concern of yours, then you make demands of the heir of a most ancient and most noble house, and you even insinuate that these events were caused by my nephew." She scowled, her anger growing. "If anyone started these events in motion, it was Lucius Malfoy when he slandered the rightful heir to the House of Black. My nephew was well within his rights to claim satisfaction for House Malfoy's insult, as you know full right and well. If you truly do not wish for this duel to take place, then I suggest you approach Draco and have him withdraw, as it is House Malfoy in the wrong." "Be that as it may," Albus replied, his tone tight with annoyance. Magnus was the one to escalate matters when there was no need, and so must face the consequences of his actions. Enough! Andromeda growled, we are not going to stand here and listen to this tripe a moment longer. You have no power on this matter, headmaster, and this entire meeting was a complete waste of time. Come along Magnus, we're leaving, she said with a gesture to Magnus. Magnus got up with a nod and made to leave with Andromeda scowling himself as he did so, only to pause at the door when Andromeda put her hand on his shoulder to halt him. And another thing headmaster, should I hear of my nephew being punished for this with detentions or point losses I will immediately be contacting the Board of Governors, on which House Black still has a seat if I remember correctly, and there will be consequences, Andromeda said firmly, not turning to face the office before guiding Magnus out of the office. Once those two had left the office, Flitwick shook his head where he stood. I don't know what you hoped to gain by this meeting, Iblis, but clearly you didn't think it through, he said as he moved to the front of the desk. Andromeda is fiercely protective of Magnus, it would seem, and they were both well within their rights to refuse you as they did. I would suggest you drop this matter, it's not a fight you can win, he said before turning to the door before pausing as another thought crossed his mind, and I agree with Andromeda's last statement wholeheartedly. If I hear the same, the board will also be getting a letter from myself on this meeting. Good day gentlemen, he said before continuing onward and out of the office. Albus sat in his chair seething with anger at how he had been spoken to. How dare they deny him Albus Dumbledore, he was the headmaster of this school and he decided what happened within its grounds. Snape chose that moment to speak after remaining silent for the meeting. That went as well as I expected, he said with a tight frown as he moved to the front of the desk. The Blacks were always a stubborn bunch as memory serves. Yes, it would seem so, Albus stated as he got his anger under control. It would seem also if we wish to stop this from happening, Draco will have to be the one to withdraw. Snape shook his head. That will not be possible, headmaster. Lucius was quite incensed with the challenge and Draco's acceptance of it without talking with him first, and given the stakes he has expressly forbid Draco from withdrawing. I believe he intends to come to the castle to witness the duel himself. Albus clenched his wrinkled fists as he heard that. Foiled yet again, he truly was left with no other options but to let the duel play out. Very well Severus, you may go, he said in a tight tone as he turned in his chair to face away from the potions professor. Snape gave a tight bow before turning on his heels and gliding from the office, not saying a word. He hadn't exactly expected much of this meeting, not after how Black had so efficiently cut him off in the Great Hall when he was making the challenge. There was something different about that boy that Snape just found to be too out of the ordinary. He didn't know what it was, or what the boy was hiding, but he would find out. Now alone in his office, Albus seethed to himself as he scowled at the wall. This duel was a disaster. He didn't want these kinds of things happening inside his castle at all. It had been well over 20 years since the last honor duel had been fought on Hogwarts grounds, just as he had wanted. Everything had been going exactly to plan, but now this duel was changing everything. He had heard the reports from the ghosts, portraits, and elves that he had monitoring the students. The castle was abuzz with the news of the challenge, and Muggle-born students young and old were asking questions about what an honor duel was and what was worse, the purebloods and half-bloods were telling them. He had even had reports of questions about the old ways and traditions being heard, students searching the library for books on the subjects, not that they would find them, he had them removed long ago. But all the same, this was not going to plan at all. He had been spending his years at Hogwarts trying to change things for the betterment of the magical world. Erasing all talk and teachings of the old ways and traditions in an attempt to better merge the Muggle world and the Wizarding world, and to help the Muggle-borns assimilate better with magical society. It was why he had pushed in the Wisengamot to have the old traditional ritual outlawed and restricted so badly, and why he had abolished the celebration of the solstices at Hogwarts in favor of their Muggle counterparts. He scowled even deeper. He was stuck now. He could do nothing to stop the duel, nor the questions going through the students' minds as he had been hoping to do so. And now he couldn't risk trying to penalize Magnus for starting this whole mess. Damn that woman, how dare she threaten him. He had all but forgotten the Black seat at the board's table. It hadn't been filled in so long he didn't think it would be remembered, but obviously, Andromeda did remember. She was going to be an even bigger pain in his side than he thought. He would need to start to make plans to deal with her somehow and get her out of his way. As Albus sat brooding and screaming at his desk, had he only taken a moment to look up, he would have seen the angry glare of Sirius Black looking down on him as he did so. No, the former headmaster Black was not one bit pleased with Albus after what he had just witnessed. He may have been the headmaster of Hogwarts at one time, but his loyalties were always with his house and his family. Blood came first, and it was clear to him that Albus did not have good intentions towards his former house. Something would definitely have to be done, one way or another. He would stand with his family. Scene break. The entire way to the Great Hall, Andromeda and Magnus walked in silence. Both of them were quite livid at what Albus had just tried to force Magnus to do. Magnus knew enough from his reading that Dumbledore's attempt to intervene in the affairs of the houses was a huge breach in decorum. Such matters were never to be breached by outside parties unless the matter was brought up by one of the two sides first. It was highly inappropriate for Dumbledore to try and interfere, but apparently, that had never crossed the headmaster's attention, or it did, and the man just thought himself the exception. Once they reached the Great Hall, Andromeda left him to go to the Ravenclaw table on his own while she headed up to the head table. It was clear to all that they were annoyed. Had Magnus noticed, he would have seen his hair had changed to a blazing red in his anger on the walk from Dumbledore's office to the hall, but he was too caught up to pay attention to such things. As soon as he sat down, some of his other year mates scooted away from him, but Daphne and Tracy moved closer to him, curious. "Magnus, what's going on?" Tracy asked carefully. Daphne for her part remained silent, happy to let Tracy broach the subject as she listened. Magnus scowled. "Old men who don't know when to keep their crooked noses out of matters that do not concern them," he stated with a growl. What?" Tracy asked, confused, as Daphne arched one delicate eyebrow at the statement. "Twisted old goat fuckers who don't know to keep their mouths shut," Magnus said again, his teeth grinding as he did so, ignoring the half a dozen spit takes from those who had heard what he said. Tracy was just speechless as she looked at him, not sure how to respond. "Language, Black," Daphne corrected him, "and can you please explain it a little clearer and with less vulgarity," she said with a sniff of disdain for his vulgar language, as was appropriate for her status. Magnus frowned at the reprimand but took a breath as his scowl lessened before he spoke again. "Dumbledore called me up to his office just a few minutes before I came to breakfast, and he tried to get me to call off the honor duel I challenged Draco to." "What?" Both Tracy and Daphne said in unison, their eyes wide at the implication of the headmaster's actions. Almost instantly the Ravenclaw table was abuzz as the news of what Magnus had just revealed travelled down it, and many of those who knew what it meant were scowling. "How dare he?" Tracy said with a scowl now on her face matching Magnus. "That was highly inappropriate of him to do. I trust you didn't listen to him," Daphne spoke with a frown, her irritation showing. "Of course I didn't," Magnus replied. "Aunt Andy had me out of his office within a minute of him making the demand, but still the fact that he even made it had both me and Aunt Andy fuming." "Well, at least that explains why you're sporting your hair like that," Tracy commented with a slight smirk. "What?" Magnus said before he reached to his head and pulled some of his hair into his view and blinked. "Oh," he said with a sigh. "Well, at least it's not Weasley color," he said before running his hands through his hair as it changed back to black casually. "I hadn't even noticed." Daphne gave a small smirk. "Better. Now how are you feeling about later? Do you think you're ready?" she asked, being as inconspicuous of the subject as she could without directly relating to it. "Yep," Magnus said with a smirk. "Aunt Andy has been putting me through my paces to sharpen me up. I'm more than ready to trounce the pawns when things start." "Good," Daphne said approvingly. "It would hardly reflect well on you if you lost, seeing as how you were the one to issue the challenge in the first place, regardless of my advice to wait," she stated primly. Magnus rolled his eyes. "Yes, I know, but don't worry your pretty little head, I'll be sure to put my best foot forward as I dance around the little prick," he smirked as Daphne blustered at his words, Tracy chuckling at her friend's expense. After a moment to compose herself, Daphne sniffed primly. "Yes, I'm sure you will, but there are other things that have come up now because of your challenge. If you've taken the time to notice them." Magnus frowned. "What do you mean?" he asked, not sure what she was getting at, wondering what side effects his challenging Draco had done, besides messed with the timeline. "Honestly, Black, do you pay any attention at all?" Daphne smirked, but not in an amused sort of way. Tracy giggled. "Well, you can't exactly blame him, Daphne. He hasn't come out of his dorm room much at all since the challenge, he wouldn't know." Magnus sighed. "Yeah, I've been kind of preoccupied with getting ready, so can one of the two of you please fill me in," he said ruefully. "I am but a humble man seeking the aid of two lovely ladies to aid this pathetic fool's attempts to know all," he said with a mocking bow of his head. Tracy giggled at the joke and Daphne smirked, tilting her chin a little higher. "And to right, you should," she smugly agreed. When Tracy's giggles finally passed, she shook her head. "It was your challenging Draco, it really stirred things up in the castle, nearly everyone was talking about it by the next morning at breakfast," she explained. "Every Muggleborn was asking questions about it and trying to find out what was going on and what it all meant. Granger was relentless after you left, she kept bombarding me with questions. With the more answers I gave, it was endless," Daphne said with a sigh. "After 15 minutes of answering her questions, I finally got fed up and told her to just go look up the books on the matter in the library. And come the next morning she wasn't the only one doing so." Tracy smirked amusingly, remembering how annoyed her best friend got at the relentless questioning. "I heard Madame Prince had a run on the library when she opened the next morning. She actually had to put a ward on the doors to limit how many students could enter at one time. There was apparently a line all the way to the grand staircase of students waiting to get in to look up the books on traditions. I heard that most of them couldn't find anything about them and had to resort to asking purebloods and half-bloods about them. Most just told them names of books and gave them owl order forms to get them from Diagon Alley," Daphne said with a sniff. "Not surprising given that the library would possibly only have so many copies and the demand was so high. Yeah, I heard the Oloy was emptied yesterday by lunchtime because of all the students without owls needed to use them to order in the books they were told about," Tracy informed them. Magnus blinked at that and frowned. Did his challenge really have such widespreading effects before the duel had even taken place? It made sense, he hadn't been very private about his challenge and as a result, the whole school knew about it. But something didn't sit right with him, mainly Dumbledore's intervention. Why did the old man want the duel called off? Was it to try and get the interest in it to die off? But what would that do, other than disgrace him in House Black for making the challenge and then backing out of it hours before the duel was meant to happen? No, it didn't add up. Dumbledore wouldn't gain anything, that he could see, by disgracing House Black. But what else was there? The books. Magnus wanted to slap himself when the thought crossed his mind. Of course, it's the books in the library. I bet no one was actually able to find any books on the matter and people just assumed that others got them out before them. When actually they were never there in the first place because Dumbledore removed them for some reason. That's what's going on. The old fuck doesn't want any attention brought on wizarding traditions and things linked to them. It made some sense, after all, Dumbledore was clearly pro-Muggle-born in all his actions at Hogwarts. Hell, the school openly celebrated nearly all the Muggle holidays. A fact that never really had made much sense to him given the fact they were witches and wizards and most of those celebrations were started by the Christian faith, and given it was the Christian church and the ruling king at the time that was responsible for all the witch burnings in the 14 to 1500s. Magnus could see how any purebloods would be annoyed with that. It just made more sense to him that witches and wizards would celebrate the pagan holidays and the solstices rather than their Muggle Christian counterparts. But why would Dumbledore not want that information shared at Hogwarts? It would seem that he needed to do some more looking into the matter to find his answers. But nothing said that Magnus couldn't use what he knew now to cause even more trouble for the old fuck. Game on, old man. That's not really that shocking, Magnus said casually. In fact, I'd be surprised if they found anything on the matter at all, given the state of the Hogwarts library, he said, making sure he was loud enough to be heard by others close by. What do you mean? Daphne asked, both curious and wondering why he was speaking differently, her eyes narrowing slightly in suspicion. What I've seen the library here, and in comparison to what I saw here in the library in my family manor, the Hogwarts library is severely lacking, Magnus replied plainly. The Black Library is easily 3 times the size of the library here. So clearly there must be a lot of books that the Hogwarts library doesn't have, and seeing as there aren't any classes on wizarding traditions and the like, I don't see any reason why the library would even keep such books when there is little chance that students will ever look them out. I'd be surprised if the library has even been updated in years, as the classes have likely remained the same as well. That got a lot of attention from the others at the Ravenclaw table, and the volume level rose by at least a few notches as what Magnus had just said sent ripples down the table, and the shock and realization of the truth began to sink in for the House of the Wise and Witty. Magnus could even hear the odd statement of agreement with his suspicions, many seeing the logic behind his words, and some were even voicing the irritation that the place they were meant to look to for answers didn't have them. Magnus had to suppress his satisfied smirk as his statement had the desired effect. But he didn't notice the suspicious look that Daphne was giving him. The increase in activity at the Ravenclaw table didn't go unnoticed by the rest of the hall, as slowly word of Magnus' suspicions had started to spread to the other tables, and many of the other students became appalled with what they were hearing, and many were agreeing with what was suspected. It didn't take long before the head table caught wind of the topic that was making its rounds. Professor Flitwick was the first to inquire on the matter to Madam Prince. Is what they are saying true, Irma? He asked tentatively, knowing how protective the witch was over her library and how seriously she took her role as the castle's librarian. I'm afraid it is Phileas, Madam Prince said back with a tight look on her face. I don't even think one student was able to find a single book yesterday that was able to give them the answers they were looking for. And it has been a sight I have grown used to seeing over the years. Then why hasn't anything been done about it? Flitwick said, shocked, his eyes wide at the admittance that not only was the fact true but that it was a common occurrence. Why hadn't he noticed it before now? Don't you think I've tried? Madam Prince said back, irritation in her tone before she took a breath and gave Flitwick an apologetic look. Every year since I've started as the castle's librarian I've been submitting a list of books to the headmaster requesting funds to purchase copies for the library, and every year my requests are denied, and every year my list grows longer and longer still. It's gotten so bad that I frequently keep a Rolodex with the various books the library does not have, with a list of the subject matters discussed in them. So that when a student comes to me after not finding what they are looking for, I can give them the book details so that they can order the books in for themselves so that their education doesn't suffer. She explained. It's infuriating, but what else can I do, other than seek to maintain what books the library has? It's why I'm so hard on students who return books late or damaged. Other students will need them and I likely will be unable to get the funds to replace them. Flitwick frowned hearing that and nodded in understanding. He didn't doubt the honesty in her words and her clear frustration with her situation. She had been one of his ravens after all, and one of his most studious. He could tell that this was something that had been frustrating her greatly, and for good reason. She no doubt felt like she was failing the students by being unable to provide them with what they needed when they needed it, and had tried to correct things as best she could with what she was able to do, and it annoyed him to see one of his past ravens in such a spot. He would have to see what he could do to help. He wasn't the only one. Andromeda had overheard the conversation as she ate her breakfast, her appetite slipping away with every word as her stomach tightened in her anger at the situation. Clearly, something was wrong in the castle, and she felt concerned about how this was affecting the students' education. if they were unable to get the correct and updated information when they needed it. She could hear the shock at the head table as the other professors showed various signs of outrage and anger over the fact as many began to put everything together with their past experiences with students' assignments not having what they expected. It was clear to her that this was already having an effect on the students' education, and that something needed to be done. Setting down her spoon, Andromeda rose from the table and made for the staff exit. It would appear that she needed to take up her house's seat on the Board of Governors sooner than she had expected to. Time skip. It was 4 hours after breakfast that Magnus once again found himself in the confines of his trunk, standing in front of his office in front of a full-length body mirror as he looked himself over in his newest attire. A complete set of dueling robes made out of dragonhide and acromantula silk, in black, the best that money could buy. They were something that his grandfather had insisted that he purchase during one of their lessons when he mentioned that he was practicing more combat-orientated spells. Something that he found himself more than grateful for since their purchase on more than one occasion. The dragonhide was extremely spell-resistant and provided great padding to blunt any heavy impacts, something that he had learned very well when he had first tried to cast the Bombarda spell in his practices from memory and had ended up sending himself back 10 feet and put him flat on his back. He had no doubt he would have left himself with more than just a few bruises if he hadn't been wearing his dueling robes at the time. As he stood there looking at himself, he brought his hand up and brushed his fingers over the black family crest that was embossed on the front of his robes over his heart. Although he had worn the robes before, it felt surreal almost to be wearing them now when he was going to be going down to duel in defense of his and his house's honor. He smirked to himself. It felt right that he was doing this, even though he wasn't originally from this world, born into it. At this very moment that didn't matter at all to him. What mattered to him now was that he was a black and that his house had been insulted and that could not go unanswered. Very nice. The sound of Andromeda brought him out of his thoughts as she spoke from the doorway of his office. You look like a proper black in those robes, and one that means business. Magnus smiled as he lowered his hand. Yeah, dear cousin Draco won't know what hit him, he mused as he gave himself one last glance over and taking a breath to steady his nerves. Watching him closely, Andromeda shook her head. It's all right to be nervous, you know. It's only natural for your first duel. In fact, I'd be worried if you weren't. Magnus chuckled. He couldn't deny that he was nervous, but more than that he was excited. He could feel his blood pumping faster and faster still as the time grew nearer. This was every Potterhead's dream, to actually be able to duel, well, his at any rate. He didn't know if that should worry him or not. I'll be fine, Magnus said as he turned with a smirk in place. Sure, I have nothing to be nervous about, not after the number of times you've knocked me on my backside. He joked. Andromeda smiled and shook her head. Just remember your lessons and you'll do fine, she mused before chuckling. Sometimes I forget, with how serious you can act at times, that you're still only just a kid. Magnus smirked and nodded his head. That's because inside I'm actually much older than I look, he thought to himself before walking over to Erebus' perch and stroking his familiar who was currently in his owl form. Well, I guess it's time we should be heading down. Wish me luck, buddy, he smirked. Erebus gave an encouraging shriek, and Magnus had to use all his willpower to not burst out laughing when he heard the voice of his familiar in his head replying, Go and bounce that ferret off the ceiling of the Great Hall and see how far you can kick him when he comes down. Will do, Magnus replied back, biting the inside of his lip to keep from laughing as he turned and left the trunk with Andromeda, as the mental picture of a screaming ferret Malfoy being punt-kicked through the stained glass window of the Great Hall and out into the Black Lake played over and over in his mind. Scene break. Magnus and Andromeda soon arrived in the Great Hall soon after leaving the Ravenclaw Tower, and Magnus was rather shocked at the transformation of the Great Hall. He honestly didn't know what to expect, but this was certainly something else. All of the 4 house tables had been moved and stacked on top of each other, with the benches at either side of the hall where what Magnus guessed the entire school had lined up to witness his and Draco's duel. But what caught Magnus' eyes were the 4 stone pillars that now stood in the points of a large square around the hall just a few meters away from where the students had all gathered to watch, each etched with various runes. From what Magnus could make out, and the air around them seemed to hum and shimmer with power. He didn't know what to make of them. Seeing his attention on the pillars, Andromeda put her hand on his shoulder. It's okay, they are part of the duel, she told him softly. They are enchanted to bring up protective wards and a barrier between each of them to keep any stay spells, or anything else, from hitting those watching, she explained. Magnus nodded. That made sense. It wouldn't really be a good thing if someone watching got hit by a deflected or missed spell, and some spells could be quite destructive. He'd just never really seen the likes of them before. But then again, he was in uncharted territory here, so there were bound to be a few curveballs thrown his way. Drawing his attention away from the pillars, he looked over to see the staff gathered at the other side of the hall watching on neutrally. Professor Flitwick, upon spotting him, began to make his way down the hall floor quickly with someone beside him. Magnus instantly recognized the man and had to swallow at the rather gruesome sight of Mad Eye Moody coming towards him, his magical eye swerving around its enclosure before settling firmly on him. Ah, Mr. Black, good you're here, we're almost ready to begin, Professor Flitwick said as they came up to the pair. Professor Flitwick, Senior Auror Moody, Magnus greeted them respectfully. Moody's gaze settled on him firmly. You know me, lad? He asked, looking at Magnus with a penetrating gaze. Only by reputation, sir. Your appearance doesn't really leave much room for speculation, Magnus replied smoothly, facing the old Auror's gaze unflinchingly. My cousin Nymphadora speaks highly of you, he said before giving a small smirk. She also says you're hard as they come and 10 times as dangerous as a Cerberus who's lost his favorite chew toy, he said with his hair flashing through 3 different colors and back to black, remembering the time during the summer he and Tonks had discussed the old Auror who was her instructor. Moody gave a harsh bark of a laugh and a rather hard grin when he heard that. Tonks said that did she? Well, I'll have to be sure to thank her for the compliment the next time I see her, he said with a look in his eye that said the thanks would be anything but pleasant before he held his hand out to Magnus, who took it with a grin of his own. Do us a favor and trounce that little Malfoy shit. If he's anything like his father, he likely deserves it, Moody said with a grin. Count on it, Magnus replied and got a sharp nod from Moody in return before he and Flitwick turned and started back up the hall. I'm curious, Andromeda said when the two were out of earshot, what did Nymphadora do that was so bad you had to set Moody on her? She's family after all. Magnus smirked. Why, Aunt Andy, he said putting his hand on his chest, you wound me. It's because she is family that I did it. If cousin Nymphadora can survive a vindictive Moody, then she can survive anything. It will do her some good to be challenged so early in her training to be an Auror, he said with a smirk. Andromeda scoffed, amused at his tone. Somehow I don't think she will thank you, and may magic help you if she finds out. It was then that the door to the professor's exit opened and Professor Snape came into the hall, followed by Draco and Lucius Malfoy, who was just as pompous looking as Magnus had suspected. Severus went to join the other professors after a parting word to the Malfoy pair as they continued on down the hall. Andromeda and Magnus started forward and met them in the middle of the hall and in the center of where the 4 pillars had been set up in a square. The entire hall went silent as the 4 faced each other. The tension was felt by all as Lucius was the first one to speak. Andromeda, what a surprise to see you here. I had hoped that the rumors of your reinstatement into the House of Black were just that, but it appears my hopes are for naught. Your sister will be disappointed in this latest travesty to have befallen her ancestral house, Lucius sneered at her. Somehow I would think she would be used to disappointment, given all she's had to suffer through the years. What with marrying you and having such a pathetic excuse for a son, Magnus spoke up in defense of his aunt, his scowl matching Lucius' sneer that turned on him at his insults. Mind your tongue, boy, Lucius hissed as he gripped the head of his cane hard, restraining himself from drawing his wand and cursing Magnus for the insults. You have already insulted my house with this travesty of a duel. If anyone is to be blamed for this duel, it is you, Lord Malfoy, Magnus shot back. Or did you really think that I and House Black were just going to sit idly by as a lesser house dared to slander it and its heir so publicly, such as you did? Those are some bold words, especially from someone as your former status. You're barely recognized as a pure blood, hardly fitting to be an heir of such a prestigious house, Lucius sneered. That position rightfully belongs to my son. Until you stole it from him. Watch how you speak, Lucius, Andromeda growled as she spoke. Calling the rightful heir of House Black a thief is even lower than the insults you have already passed. Lucius scoffed. I was only stating the truth. He is not worthy of the position. You are proof enough of that, he said with a cold tone. He was barely heir for what? A week before he began bringing back blood traitors like you into the House of Black, undoing the decrees of past lords on a whim, something no proper heir would ever do. Magnus' fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white as his eyes turned red as his anger grew with every word Lucius spoke. How dare he speak like that about Andromeda and Nymphadora like that? They were his family, his blood. Who did he think he was questioning what he did concerning his family and house? It was his choice, his decision, and he had decided that the past lords were wrong to cast them out. Every word out of Lucius' mouth made him want to slug that smug grin off his face. You have no right, Andromeda snapped, to criticize the decisions made by an heir. When he has been accepted by the previous lord of his house, the decisions are his to make. The boy is ignorant of the ways and traditions. Clearly, if he thinks bringing blood traitors like you back into the House of Black is the right thing to do, Lucius said primly and coolly. Professor Flitwick and Moody began to make their way over to the group, seeing as the talks were going nowhere, but Lucius' last words had proved too much for Magnus' control and he snapped. It's a hell of a lot better than anything you or your idiot son could accomplish, and unlike you, I would never let another dictate to me on how to run my house, let alone bow to another who is unworthy to even lick the dirt off my boots, like you did with the dark bastard you served. Magnus spoke loudly and with anger and venom dripping from every word as his voice boomed in the great hall as all went silent. Both Flitwick and Moody froze in their steps as the hall went silent. Flitwick looked shocked and Moody stood stock still, his gaze fixed on Magnus, along with everyone else in the hall. All of the professors were so shocked not even one of them thought to reprimand Magnus for his foul language. Andromeda's head snapped to Magnus when he spoke with such anger and she froze as he spoke, too stunned to even speak as Magnus finished. Draco was the same as the rest of the students in the hall, his mouth openly agape, all his composure forgotten as he stated at Magnus with utter lack of comprehension as he openly insulted the Dark Lord. No one did that. Lucius looked as if he had just swallowed something extremely foul as Magnus finished speaking, both insulting him, his son and his lord in one fell swoop. His eyes hardened as he glared at him. Watch your tongue, boy, You do not know of what you speak, he said with a snarl. It is for reasons just as this why my son would be a far better heir to the House of Black than you. He at least knows to respect his elders. Respect, Magnus spat, is something that is earned on an individual basis, and I will never have any respect for the likes of you and your filth. Lucius' face tightened with anger at that remark as he straightened his back to look down on Magnus even more than he had been. You will learn the error of your ways soon enough when my son beats you and proves to all that he should be the rightful heir to House Black, once and for all. Magnus felt his anger spike as once again Lucius challenged his position, and he had passed well past all point of rationality as he spoke with pure anger in his words once again. Then why not make a bet of it then, he said as the entire hall held a collective breath. If Draco beats me in this duel, then I will willingly step down from my position as heir Black and turn it over to Draco, he said as all color drained from Andromeda's face as she registered his words. But when I win, you will not only have to give a public apology to your affronts towards myself and House Black upon the finishing of the duel, and a public apology in tomorrow's edition of the Daily Prophet, but you must also publicly denounce Draco as heir to House Malfoy. And with that all color drained from both Malfoy's faces at just what that would mean for House Malfoy, its future would no longer be secure. Lucius was just about to deny the challenge and champion himself for Draco. He had been planning to all along so that he could teach him a lesson for his words. No doubt his aunt would champion him if he did so, but it would be just as sweet, if not sweeter, to watch him break down in tears as he reduced Andromeda to a mangled heap. But just before he could speak, Magnus spoke again. After all, Magnus sneered, if he's proven to be less than someone of my former status when I am the same age as he is, he would hardly be suited to hold the position in either houses. Is that not the case? The hall was deathly silent in wake of Magnus' statement and offered wager. Everyone waited on Lucius' reply on whether or not he would accept after such a final statement. Draco was as white as a ghost when he heard Magnus' challenge. He hadn't signed up for this. It had completely shaken him. Surely his father would never accept the wager. He couldn't, he was his son, his heir. Lucius looked utterly furious, but he didn't know who to be more furious with, the boy for the wager or himself for walking himself right into this. Say what you want about Lucius Malfoy, but the man was in Slytherin for a reason, and he could spot exactly what had happened here and how Magnus, knowingly or unknowingly, had used his own words against him and put him in a position where he couldn't do anything other than accept, because to do otherwise would mean that he would be admitting that his whole basis for slandering him as House Black's heir was completely invalid. It was a very Slytherin move, and no doubt any true Slytherin in the room would recognize just what the boy had done. With a half-snarl, Lucius drew his wand from his cane, and almost instantly in reply both Magnus and Andromeda had their own wands in their hands ready to attack or defend themselves, but the attack never came. Lucius only glared at Magnus as he snarled, "You will regret this, boy," he said before he raised his wand into the air, and Draco's eyes went wide in shock as his father spoke. "I, Lucius Abraxas Malfoy, Lord of the Magical House of Malfoy, do hereby swear that on the completion of this duel, should my son Decanus Lucius Malfoy lose, that I will disown him as my heir and meet all other requirements to make amends to any insult that I have levied against House Black and its heir, so I say, so mote it be." Lucius intoned as he glowed brightly for a second, showing that his oath had been accepted. Magnus didn't wait for even a heartbeat once Lucius' oath was done before he raised his own wand as Lucius had and began to recite his own oath. "I, Magnus Rurick Black, heir of the most ancient and most noble House of Black, do hereby swear that on completion of this duel, should I lose to one Draconus Lucius Malfoy, that I will forfeit my title as heir Black to him and never again seek to reclaim it, so I say, so mote it be." Magnus spoke, and as he glowed with the acceptance of his oath, Lucius had to restrain himself from instantly cursing the boy. He had been played once again. Lucius wanted to scream, not only once but twice. With that wording of his oath, the boy had made it null and void should he attempt to champion for his son in his stead. Lucius had worded his oath with enough leeway so that it would still take effect should he beat the boy or his champion in the duel with that exact purpose in mind. Having expected the boy to copy his oath, that was why he spoke it first, but with the different wording he had been entirely blocked from interfering at all. There was nothing he could do, and he knew it, and he knew that this was no mistake on Magnus' part. It was all planned. As soon as Magnus finished his oath, Lucius turned and began walking back to the other side of the hall. Draco stood shocked for a 2 count longer before he quickly followed his father, clearly very shaken by what had just happened as the noise around the hall began to grow as people began to talk about what had just happened. Andromeda let out a deep sigh before looking at Magnus, whose gaze was still on both Malfoys as they were met by Snape as they crossed the boundary of where the shields would be raised. "That," Andromeda said in a low hiss, "was extremely foolish, and reckless," she said, her tone showing her disapproval about what had just happened. "You didn't need to do any of that, it was unnecessary and completely uncalled for." Magnus nodded his head. "I know," he said, taking a deep breath, "but what's done is done," he said as he marshaled his thoughts and feelings. He didn't know what had happened or why he had gotten so angry. No, he knew why. Lucius' words had gotten to him, but they had affected him much more severely than they should have, but he had no clue as to why his mental barriers hadn't helped at all and his anger had overwhelmed him. He was just grateful that he had been able to gain back some rationality and salvage the situation towards the end and turn things to his advantage. "I couldn't just let him get away with insulting you and Dora like that," Magnus spoke softly, your blood, your family, I had to do something. Andromeda sighed softly and nodded, NYM and I can look after ourselves. Magnus, you don't have to defend us, especially from filth like him, she said before shaking her head, all I can say is that you better win now, there's a lot more riding on this now than just the house's honor and fortune. Magnus nodded, oh he knew that all too well. It was why he wanted to kick himself the second he had offered up the black heirship. If Draco became heir Black, then Lucius as his father would be able to add the votes that House Black held in the Wisengamot to his own paltry number. It would be a huge boon to House Malfoy along with half the black fortune to raise House Malfoy's status to further increase Lucius' power and influence. It was a huge and foolish gamble on his part, but now all he could do was win this duel as he had planned on doing and keep his mistake from completely screwing him over. I know, but I just wanted to shut him up and stop him talking, Magnus said, his fists clenched at his sides, and I figured the best way to do that was to shove his own words right back in his face and make him choke on them. Andromeda gave a hard single scoff, well I'd say you certainly accomplished that, but now the stakes are raised because of it, she said as she looked at the Malfoys with narrowed eyes, you had better win. Don't worry, I don't plan on doing anything but that, Magnus said as he put his wand back into its holster. Andromeda nodded before she turned and began walking back out to stand outside the boundary of the shields at the opposite end of the hall as the Malfoys. Seeing this, both Professor Flitwick and Mad Eye made their way over to Magnus as Flitwick raised his voice to speak over the talking students. It is time for the duel to begin, Mr. Malfoy, please join us in the center of the hall, Flitwick announced. Draco seemed to stiffen where he stood before swallowing and turning towards them and walking forward as confidently as he could, but Magnus could see he was still shaken by what had happened. Clearly, Draco hadn't expected to be fighting to keep his heirship today, then again neither had Magnus, but clearly, they were made of different stuff. Draco was dressed in dueling robes similar to Magnus' own, only instead of all black they were a lighter grey, with the Malfoy crest over his heart embossed with gold leaf to make it stand out more. The two boys looked ready for war as they faced off in the center of the hall as the voices around the hall quietened down as Moody spoke next. All right then, this duel will be witnessed by all those currently present and will follow the regulations as decreed for honor duels. All magics, bar the unforgivable curses, are permitted. Curses, hexes, charms, transfiguration, conjuration, the lot are all permitted. The duel will be over only when one side has surrendered to the other or is unable to continue due to either being unconscious or dead. If at any time either of you breaks the unforgivable rule, the duel will be over, and I will have the personal pleasure of snapping your wand and carting you off directly to Azkaban myself, understood? Magnus nodded in response at the same time as Draco did, while Moody looked them both over seriously for a few moments longer before nodding himself. Good, now you will both about face and pace 10 paces when myself and the professor here are outside of the pillars, only then will you draw your wands and take your stance. Once the shields are in place you may begin, either of you casts before then and you automatically forfeit the duel. Both Magnus and Draco nodded again before they both turned on their heels and counted 10 paces before turning to face one another, both still well within the boundary the pillars marked out. Looking at them both one last time, both Professor Flitwick and Moody quickly began to make their way out of the boundary before Moody drew his wand with a call of wands at the ready. At the same time as both Magnus and Draco drew their own and moved into their stances. Draco took the same stance that Magnus recognized from the second book when he had dueled Harry, with his body turned to his left arm outstretched and fingers pointed out, his right arm up above his head with his wand held firmly in his hand. Magnus shifted to his right, holding his wand in his right hand, with his left arm behind his straight back, his right foot forward as he stood as tall as he could while providing as little target space as possible, a stance that Andromeda had taught him in their lessons. There was a 3 count before Moody moved again as he flicked his wand towards the 4 pillars and the air between them rippled and shimmered for only a second before the shields were in place. The second they were, Draco made his move fast, clearly desperate to win quickly. Expelliarmus, he called as he moved to bring his wand around to launch his spell at Magnus, who was more than ready for it. Magnus moved to the left, raising his wand hand to avoid the spell as it shot wide and hit the shield behind Magnus, but he paid no attention to it as he used the movement to his advantage and brought his wand arm down again as he hissed out, Bombarda, as he aimed his spell low. The result was exactly as Magnus had wanted. The ground a few feet in front of Draco exploded and the force knocked the blonde off his feet and back as the resulting debris from the shattered stone exploded and shot everywhere. The shields lit up as the small stones were prevented from passing outside their boundaries as many outside let out gasps of shock from the clearly advanced spell work from Magnus. Over with the students, Harry and Ron were watching in a group of Gryffindor first years. Harry was wide-eyed seeing Magnus make the ground in front of Malfoy explode like that, feeling a little queasy as he thought about what that spell could have done had it hit Malfoy and not the ground. What kind of spell was that? Harry asked in shock. Ron snorted from beside him. Probably something dark, he said, sneering at both Malfoy and Magnus. Hardly, Hermione said from a bit over from them. It looked like what I read a low-powered Bombarda spell would look like. It's mostly used for demolition, but it's not supposed to be taught until our 4th year. Then how do you know about it then? Ron said, glaring at her. Hermione huffed. because unlike some people I read ahead to prepare for my classes, she said, not really seeing a problem with reading so far ahead in her classwork. Ron turned red at that and was about to snap back when there was more commotion inside the pillars. Magnus strode forward toward Malfoy, closing the distance between them just as Malfoy managed to get up and thrust his wand forward. "Stupefy!" Malfoy called as he fired his stunner with a panicked voice. Magnus stopped in his tracks as he brought his wand up and the tip glowed. Protego and the red spell splashed harmlessly against the invisible shield that Magnus creates before he twisted his wand and flicked it toward Malfoy again with a chant of Depulso. But Magnus hadn't been aiming at Draco, he had been targeting one of the pieces of stone his blasting spell had broken from the floor. The small piece of rock shot at Draco, just skimming by his face, clipping him as it passed. Draco gave a yelp as he stepped back, his hand going up to his cheek as he did so, only to his in pain, and to his shock when he took his hand away from his face it was wet with blood. The stone had cut his cheek just an inch or so below his right eye and he stared at it in horror. Magnus gave Draco a hard look. "What's wrong, Draco? You seemed so confident when you were standing next to Daddy not a short while ago. What's wrong? Is the little dragon all talk and no bite?" "Depulso," he said as he flicked his wand again, vanishing another piece of rubble at Draco which the blonde only just managed to dodge. Malfoy panicked, his eyes wide. He couldn't lose. If he did he would lose everything. He was not going to let Black take what was his from him. Afflicto! Draco snapped, using the first spell that came to mind. Magnus stepped to the side as what he recognized as the bone-breaking curse shot by him and he scowled. Perforo! He snapped back. Magnus' spell shot from his own wand with speed and Malfoy only just managed to raise his shield in time to deflect it. The spell bounced and cut a straight thin furrow in the stone floor. Eviscero, Depleturum! Malfoy cast the second his shield was down after seeing the damage Magnus' own spell had done. He was getting desperate to end this as he started casting the darkest spells he knew one after the other. Magnus sidestepped again as the sickly yellow of the Introl expelling hex shot by him and he banished another piece of rubble into the path of the next one that he recognized as the bloodletting curse, which would have had him bleeding out from every orifice he had. Not pleasant. Before he had to move again to dodge another spell and raise his wand to catch the fourth and deflect it before the next came seconds after. The staff that had gathered to watch the duel were watching on wide-eyed as they saw the Malfoyers' spells getting darker and darker as the duel progressed. Needless to say, none of them was one bit impressed by what they were witnessing. They had all witnessed what those spells could do to one inflicted by them. Snape was grinding his teeth as he watched the duel grow longer. He wanted to smack some sense into his godson. What was he thinking using such clearly dark spells? Sure, they were technically permitted in this duel, but he didn't have to use them so openly. He had recognized the effects of Black's last spell, the piercing hex. Not exactly dark but not light either. He at least had the sense to keep his voice low when casting questionable spells so as not to attract attention, a lesson he would be sure to drill into his godson's head after this whole mess was over. Lucius gripped his cane tightly as the duel continued. He as well was displeased with his son's open use of such dark spells, not for the reasons others would have thought. It was because with every dark spell he used he could see Moody glaring at him harder from where he stood while his magical eye watched the match. No doubt the mad old man knew just where Draco had learned his dark arsenal from, though he would never admit such in public, or ever. Both Daphne and Tracy stood with the rest of Ravenclaw House as they watched the duel. In the opening shots of it they had all been impressed with Magnus' advanced spell work and his creative use of a normally destructive spell, and were even more impressed with how he was using the rebel as weapons. But now every one of them was openly glaring at Malfoy for his use of what were clearly dark spells against one of their own. There was no tact in his spell work, he was just throwing magic blindly. Andromeda was watching on as well, feeling utterly helpless to help Magnus as the duel went on. When it had first started she had felt pride seeing him start off so strong and hold himself so well. He trusty was a Black with how he took control of the duel at the start and set the pace. But she had clearly underestimated the level of dark arts that Lucius had taught his son as he flung spell after spell at Magnus. She was just glad she had taught him what she could in what time she had as he held his ground against the assault that Draco was throwing at him. Magnus was getting annoyed as he deflected the 12th spell that Draco threw at him, a whipping spell if he wasn't mistaken, before tossing it aside and into the boundary shields above the heads of the watchers. He could see Draco was tiring, but so was he. It took a great deal of concentration and focus to be able to deflect spells with the tip of his wand like he was doing, and he was reaching his limit after doing so with the past 3 spells in a row. He needed to end this now before one of Draco's spells actually connected, but he needed a distraction to do so. Draco paused to get his breath back after another spell, and that was when Magnus struck. Lumos Maxima! Magnus shouted the second after he took a risk and closed his eyes, and the next second the tip of his wand burst into light and Malfoy gave a cry as his vision was momentarily taken from him in the burst of light. Nox! Magnus said, cancelling the spell before he flicked his wand at a piece of rubble and hissed Sicas Argentias before he had to spin to his left to dodge a blindly fired bludgeoning curse that Draco threw in his direction. Depulso! Magnus cried as he came to a stop with another flick of his wand just as Malfoy blinked the spots out of his eyes. Only the second Draco got his vision back it was taken from him again by a blinding white pain in his upper right thigh. The pain was so bad that he collapsed to the ground. He looked down to see the source of the pain and gaped to see a solid silver dagger sticking out of his thigh buried a good 3 inches into his muscle. the next second his brain caught up to him and he realized his situation as he looked back up to Magnus as he pointed his wand at him. He didn't have time to act. Stupefy! Magnus said with force as he overpowered the stunner and it flew from his wand faster than Draco's hat and hit the blonde hard, knocking him back and sending him sprawling unconscious as his wand clattered from his hand. Almost instantly the hall filled with applause from the students. Seconds before Moody brought down the shields and Magnus slumped exhausted only to be surrounded by his housemates congratulating him on his victory and his excellent strategizing. Needless to say, they were impressed. Magnus himself couldn't help the small smile that he gave in response. It had been a lot closer than he had wanted it to be, and he was grateful that he had taken to studying plenty in the Black Library before first coming to Hogwarts. The silver dagger had been the result of a transfiguration spell he had read about in one of the many books the library had, originally made to create weapons to fend off werewolves. Magnus had thought it would have been a handy spell to know in case he ever happened across Greyback later in life. Little did he expect he would be using it much sooner than expected. As he was heaped with praise from 3 of the 4 houses, obviously he wasn't going to get praise from Slytherin for beating and disgracing one of their own. Madame Pomfrey and Snape were seeing to Draco with Lucius watching over them with cold eyes as Draco was healed. This had not gone as he had expected, not at all. Draco came to with a start once Madame Pomfrey had healed his leg and cast a powerful renervate on him to overcome the powerful stunner Magnus had used. His head whipped around before his eyes settled on his father's cold gaze as he realized what had happened. Professor Flitwick chose that moment to shoot blue sparks up into the air from his wand to get everyone's attention and quiet the hall. As chosen moderator for this duel, I hereby declare this duel over and the victory goes to House Black and its heir Magnus Rurik Black of House Black, he announced proudly with a nod to Magnus in recognition of his victory. Magnus nodded back to the small professor before every eye in the hall shifted to Lucius Malfoy as he drew his wand from his cane once more. Draco, still on the ground, was white as a ghost as he looked up at his father knowing what was coming. With a hard look in his eye, Lucius raised his wand into the air. I Lucius Abraxas Malfoy, Lord of the Magical House of Malfoy, do hereby call on the family magics of House Malfoy to disavow my son, Draconis Lucius Malfoy of his heirship to the Magical House of Malfoy. So I say, so mote it be. He spoke with a cold and brisk tone, knowing he had no choice now but to do so, and feeling utter hatred for Magnus as the rest of the wording of his oath made him realize, only now, that he would be unable to reinstate Draco as his heir himself, because of the last line of his oath. If he wanted to make Draco his heir again it would have to be by another's hand and not his own. With the oath spoken both Draco and Lucius glowed as the magic took hold. Draco instantly looked to his hand as the heir ring to the Malfoy family appeared on his hand, revealed from its disillusionment, a silver band with the Malfoy crest and 3 diamonds on either side of it, before it vanished completely. Draco gave a small pained cry as he felt the weight of the ring vanish from his hand before he once again passed out from shock. House Malfoy openly apologizes to House Black and its heir for any statement we have made that have been proven to be untrue about its current heir not being the rightful owner of the position, Lucius stated briskly and loudly for all to hear before he turned on his heels and strode out of the hall, not looking back as he left his son, no longer heir, in the hands of his godfather. No longer wishing to stay in the castle for a moment longer in the disgrace that had befallen his house. Things went rather quickly after that. Draco had been levitated from the Great Hall to the hospital wing to be left to rest after Madame Pomfrey had diagnosed him as magically exhausted from using so many spells. The stern old matron had tried to cart Magnus off to rest as well, but Andromeda had stepped in and said that she would handle her nephew and asked him to be left in her care. Pomfrey, knowing Andromeda was a skilled healer herself, relented and allowed it before leaving to handle Draco, Snape following close behind. Magnus had spent the next half an hour in the hall receiving congratulations from the other students, many saying how impressed they were at what they had seen, and he had even received many points from the professors for the demonstration of his skill. 20 from Flitwick, 10 for his dueling prowess and 10 for his creativity. A further 10 from McGonagall for the use of an advanced transfiguration spell. And surprisingly a stuttering 10 from Professor Quirrell for his defensive skills. And as soon as the points had been given, Hermione had started into Magnus asking about some of the spells that had been used in the duel. She seemed to fire out question after question. Magnus felt like he was about to drop at that point. Andromeda, bless her heart, noticing Magnus' slumping form, stepped in and brought an end to all of the talks and quickly saw Magnus out of the hall and back to the Ravenclaw dorms and to his bed where he was asleep as soon as he hit the pillow. Time skip. It was the next morning when next anyone saw Magnus when he came down for breakfast, and he was ravenous, having slept through 2 meals because of his exhaustion after the duel. The second he sat down at the Ravenclaw table he began to pile his plate high with everything he could reach and began to eat like a starved man. Daphne looked at him with a rather disgusted look as he ate. "Are you trying to make the rest of us lose our appetite?" she asked with a wince as he shoved food into his mouth. "Hungry," was Magnus' only response before he stuffed another 2 strips of bacon into his mouth and began to make himself a bacon butty with extra red sauce. "Yes, we can see that," Daphne sniffed, "but that doesn't mean you have to eat like a farm animal." Tracy smirked. "Better be careful or else someone might mistake you for Weasley," she teased. At that comment, Magnus paused as he raised his butter to his face but only for a second before taking a bite and then reluctantly putting it down onto his plate. Low blow, he commented, shooting Tracy a scathing look to which she only smiled at. So how are you feeling after yesterday? Daphne asked after taking a drink. You looked exhausted when your aunt took you from the hall. I was. Aunt Andy said I was bordering on magical exhaustion when she helped me to bed after, and she caught me before I came down here, Magnus explained. She's told me not to use my magic for the rest of the day at least, and let the other professors know to excuse me from any practical work for the next 2 days as a precaution. Not surprising, Daphne said with a rather thoughtful look on her face. Given the advanced magic you used in the duel, I was surprised you were down today at all. There is a reason that they don't teach such advanced spells to first years, you know. Aside from the obvious difficulty, we'd be drained in an hour of practicing them at our age. It's why everyone was so impressed with you being able to pull off 4th year magic at your age. You must have some magical reserves to have been able to cast as many spells as you did. I don't think I could have pulled it off, Tracy admitted. Magnus thought on that. He hadn't really thought about it like that before, but it made sense. It was rather incredible now that it was explained to him. He just hadn't thought about it before. Just another thing to research in the future, he thought to himself before taking another bite of his bacon butty. That was when the hoots and squawks of owls filled the hall as the morning mail arrived, as the owls swooped in from above with letters and packages all in claw for delivery. Incoming, Magnus heard Erebus' voice in his head before looking up as his familiar in owl form swooped down with letters in his talons and a copy of the Daily Prophet as well. Magnus arched an eye as he took them from him. Who are these from? He mentally asked, looking at the letters. Read them and find out, was the reply he got in return before Erebus pinched a strip of his bacon and took to the air again. Magnus rolled his eyes before he put the letters down to look at in a moment before he checked the front page of the Daily Prophet and smirked at the headlines he saw. House Black's honor defended, public apology from House Malfoy. Honor duel bet results in House Malfoy losing its only heir. What followed below both was a recount of the events that had happened the day before in the duel and how it had all gone down. Moody had apparently been more than happy to give a detailed account of what he had witnessed as the designated aura chosen for the task, and made it clear of his dislike of Draco's use of dark magic and voiced his suspicions of just where he had learned them. Below that, Magnus noticed the brief paragraph that was dedicated to Lucius' publicly announced apology that was worded exactly as he had spoken it in the Great Hall before the next paragraph went over the events that had led to it all started. Magnus shook his head. It might have not been the great grand apology that he had been looking for, but it didn't matter. He would take what he could get from Lucius, and now everyone would know that House Black, and most importantly himself, would be taking no insults laying down. Well, that was a rather poor apology, Daphne said as she read her own copy of the Prophet, but I suppose an apology is an apology. At least the matter is settled now. Yeah, Magnus said as he put his paper to the side and took up the letters again. There were 3 in total. And the wax seal on the first he instantly recognized to be from Gringotts. Cracking the seal, he opened it and smirked at the content. Heir Black. I am writing to inform you that the 50,000 galleons compensation from House Malfoy has been claimed and deposited into the Black family vaults, upon word of your victory over the former heir Malfoy. And I would like to personally thank you for the privilege of doing so. Their account manager is disliked by a great many here because of House Malfoy's dealings. Watching such a large sum from the Malfoys' vaults was a great shame to him and a very pleasing sight to me. I hope you will have further dealings with the Malfoys that will allow me such enjoyment again. May gold overflow your vaults and your enemies fall by your blade. Ironclaw. Account manager for the most ancient and most noble House of Black. Well, that is one very happy goblin, Magnus thought as he folded the letter and put it away into his robes before he opened the other 2 and blinked at what he saw. Both basically were the same thing. An invitation to learn from the writers in dueling techniques, as both had been suitably impressed by his display during his duel with Draco. One was from his head of house, Professor Flitwick, a former 3-time dueling circuit champion, and the other was from Alastair Mad-Eye Moody himself. Only one thought crossed Magnus' mind as he looked at both the letters. Well, this could prove interesting. Chapter 11. Hello again everyone, I'm sure you've all been waiting for this. All I can say is sorry that it took so long. Things have been hectic, as I'm sure you all know, with this lockdown in place. You would think that it would give more time to write. Sadly, it doesn't always work out like that. Anyway, I hope you all enjoy this chapter and that you are all staying safe during the madness out there right now. If this goes on for as long as some people are saying it will, I might just end up going even more stir crazy than I already am. Chapter 11. Birth of the Marauders, 2nd generation. It was in the late hours of the night, some days after the duel with Draco, that Magnus found himself sitting in his Tonks' office behind his desk with many things on his mind. Never had he thought that his duel with Draco would cause so much commotion as it had. Sure, he had expected some ripples from him breaking from the original timeline of events, but the speed with which things had happened since the duel had thrown him for a loop. He had approached Andy with the letters he had received from both Professor Flitwick and Mad-Eye about learning how to duel from both of them. Well, dueling from Flitwick, Mad-Eye's letter had stated that he had been impressed with his skills and offered him lessons in how to really fight with magic. Something told Magnus that the gruff old aura didn't teach dueling in the traditional sense. Andromeda had been more than happy to respond to the letters for him as his guardian, saying that it would be expected for him as a future lord to be skilled in dueling to defend himself and his house's honor, that she had actually been planning to talk with him about continuing the lessons they had been having to improve his skill. But that she would have called him foolish to not take up offers from other skilled teachers such as these two. Magnus had left the matter with her, and by dinner that night she came back to him with a weekly schedule for dueling lessons, with both her and Professor Flitwick alternating days of the week for 1 to 2 hours after class to devote to his dueling lessons. And an agreement with Moody to take him 3 days of each week over the summer holidays for his brand of training. Magnus had agreed to the scheduling, but had also managed to bargain with her to change it slightly so that he had each weekend off to do his own thing, using the excuse for homework and recovery time from the multiple lessons. Andromeda had seen the sense in that, though Magnus knew that he would be using the weekends for much more than just those reasons. All in all, Magnus found his schedule to be getting quite full with everything he had to do. Between his classes and dueling lessons, he found himself extremely grateful that he had the pocket watch with him. While it was no time turner, it made getting through the homework assignments that he was given from his classes much easier, freeing up more time for him to do other things as well as have some downtime to relax and sleep. He doubted he'd have much of either if he didn't have the pocket watch. But right now 2 other letters had his attention that had arrived that morning that he had put off to reading until now, and both of them were very good signs as far as Magnus was concerned. Air Black. I am writing to you in response to a letter my grandson sent me concerning your words and actions involving the past actions of your aunt as a member of your house. Words cannot express my gratitude for your actions and your apology towards my grandson for actions that were not your own. That night and the actions of that woman and those men have long since haunted my dreams. And while your actions and apologies do not help to alleviate them in the slightest, it shows great strength of character and much more to apologize for others who do not deserve it. Regardless of what others have said about you, I find myself relieved to find that the most ancient and most noble house of Black has a future lord of such character and honor. You can rest assured that the most ancient and most noble house of Longbottom and its allies hold no grudges against the House of Black for the past actions of its former members. Once again you have my thanks and gratitude. Dowager Lady Augusta Longbottom, Regent of the most noble and most ancient House of Longbottom. Magnus had to smile when he read the letter. It was one of the first steps he had taken to start improving the reputation of his house. Apologizing to others for past deeds could only really be received one of 2 ways, and he was happy that Neviel's grandmother had been as accepting of his apologies as he had. But in truth, he had a second motive to doing what he had done by apologizing and disowning Bellatrix, and he had been slightly worried for the past couple of days that his plan had failed, but the second letter that he had received put his mind at ease. Air Black. You have my deepest apologies for the latency of this letter. But I am happy to inform you that the contents of the former Bellatrix Black's personal vault have not been completely merged with the main Black Vault. The reason for the delay was due to the widespread use of the Gemini curse that had been placed on every item inside the vault, without Gringotts' knowledge. I have personally overseen the removal of the curse from every item and oversaw the transfer to the main Black Vault myself. Due to the many hours that were required to remove the unauthorized curse, a substantial sum has been removed from Bellatrix's vault to pay Gringotts' fees, to the sum of 200 galleons. The rest of the contents now lay in the Black Vault as per regulations when a member of a house is disowned. May gold overflow your vaults and your enemies fall by your blade. Ironclaw. Account Manager for the most ancient and most noble House of Black. Magnus relaxed in his chair as he put that letter down. Bellatrix's vault was no more, and he now had access to all of the contents, including, he hoped, Hufflepuff's cup. At least he hoped that was the case. He didn't exactly know when Voldemort had given it to his crazy former cousin. The books and movies never really said. But this would be his first strike against the Dark Lord if it was successful. He knew he couldn't destroy it at the moment. He lacked the means to do so, but knew he could be able to acquire them in the next few years, and if things went to plan, he'd be able to snuff the Dark Wanker before he ever got a chance to come back, or at least make him much easier to kill if he does. That meant he now had 2 of the Horcruxes within his grasp, hopefully. He knew that Kreaker would have the locket somewhere in Black Manor, and it wouldn't be going anywhere near the Toad Woman this time. He'd leave it with Kreaker for now until he had what he needed to destroy it. He knew that the diadem was still within the room of requirements, or it should be. He hadn't given Voldemort any reason to suspect he was after him, though his little outburst before the duel had no doubt pissed the dark bastard off. He planned to start searching for it when he had time, but he doubted he'd be going near the room this year as much as he was tempted to do so. It would put the room at risk if he was caught, and until he had the Marauder's map in his hands he couldn't risk someone, mainly the twins, seeing him disappear. He was the talk of the castle at the moment, that and other things. After his duel with Draco and his verbal spar with dear old Lucy in his anger, he didn't want to gain any more attention for the time being. He'd need to make sure to keep as low a profile as possible for the next while and keep his temper in check. That had been another thing that had been bothering him since his duel with Draco, his sudden outburst of anger. He knew why he had been angry. Lucius was insulting both him and Andromeda and Dora with every sentence that left his mouth. But that anger was so unlike him, and he had been having trouble with other emotions as well, suddenly flaring up at times. He didn't know what the cause of it was. He had first suspected that it had been his air ring, but he knew that that couldn't happen now. His mental barriers prevented even the air ring from directly controlling his actions like they had the first time. He still felt it trying though, but with his barriers in place, it was less of a controlling voice and more of one of suggestion. A whisper of words in the back of his mind, suggesting things to him at certain times. It helped him remember how to word things at certain times, but it didn't control his actions anymore. With a sigh, Magnus folded the letters on his desk up and put them away into the top desk drawer as he put the matter from his mind for the moment. He could focus on that another time, it wasn't a priority at the moment. Right now he was the talk of the school. Attention, that he did not want. He smirked as an idea came to his as he fished out a roll of parchment from the second drawer of his desk. Well, while he didn't know how to solve the first problem he had, he knew how to solve that one. Young minds were such a fickle thing, so easily distracted. If they were focused on one thing, all he had to do was make something else happen to distract them long enough to make them forget about the first. And he knew just how to do such a thing. A low chuckle escaped his throat as he set to work making a list of things, a glint in his eye. This would be fun, after all work and no play makes Magnus a grumpy boy. Scene break. The next morning by 8 the breakfast meal was in full swing, as students were idly chatting amongst one another as they got ready for another day of schooling. The staff table was full with each of the professors getting their morning meals and much-needed morning beverages to help fuel them for a full day of teaching. Just as the time reached the half-hour mark, shadows began to move unnoticed throughout the hall, until one moved over a first-year Gryffindor catching their attention, and as they looked up they noticed that in the illusionary sky ceiling above, dark clouds were slowly drifting up the hall towards the head table. Slowly more and more students began to take notice, and the hall was full of mutters and whispers that eventually the professors and teachers began to take notice and were looking at the clouds gathering over their heads, thinking nothing of it at first glance before they started growing thicker and darker. Albus? Professor McGonagall asked, watching the clouds as they slowly stopped forming. Most curious indeed, Minerva, I'm not sure. Dumbledore began to respond before a loud booming roar of thunder filled the hall, making the students jump in fright before the clouds opened and began to rain down sheet after sheet of heavy rain on top of the professors and the head table, getting cries of shock from all having only just finished their breakfasts. It took all of 10 seconds before the chuckles and laughter started with the older students, and quickly began to spread through the years until the entire student body was laughing, bar the Slytherin students who looked as though they were trying hard not to do so. As Snape sat at the head table with a murderous scowl on his face that promised pain to any of his house that would dare laugh at him. Many of the teachers went for their wands and began to cast water-repellent charms, only instead of repelling the large raindrops made them change color, and soon all the professors were being drenched in a rainbow of colors. Albus? Professor McGonagall said angrily, her Scottish accent coming through in her tone as she was drenched purple, orange and peach. Most curious indeed, Minerva, such creative spell work, the headmaster said, having tried to repel the water himself and found himself in various shades of blue and yellow. Headmaster Snape scowled as the laughter in the hall grew after his own attempt to repel the water, now sporting his own color scheme of bright pinks with a dash of white and red. Perhaps you could save marveling over the spell work another time and fix this. Oh, quite right, my boy, Dumbledore said, not having really seen the harm in the prank. Having noticed that the water was disappearing as soon as it touched the ground, he was fascinated by the creativity at work but pointed his wand to the cloud and cast a powerful finite incantatum as suddenly the rain stopped. The teachers all sighed a breath of relief before a second thunderclap boomed, and what was apparently the rest of the rain that had yet to fall, fell, all at once in a mighty splash, utterly drenching the head table and its occupants. Well, Dumbledore said, taking off his glasses and wiping them, that was most unexpected, he mused, not having expected that last downpour as the laughter in the hall reached new heights, but all went quiet as more thunder rumbled. All in the hall watched on as the dark clouds began to move and change shape, forming into words that after a moment read. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The Marauders' second generation hopes you've enjoyed this debut, and look forward to future works. Mischief managed. The hall was full with students' applause at the prank, while various teachers at the head table had different reactions. Those who knew of the Marauders during their time at Hogwarts had looks of shock, while Snape looked as though he had just swallowed a lemon whole. Meanwhile, at the Ravenclaw table, Magnus was putting on his act of enjoying the prank like the rest of the students, all the while giving himself a huge mental pat on the back. He had been up all last night with his pocket watch researching how to pull off this prank. Before he spent the early morning hours before anyone was down putting the spells in place. And it had been perfect. The best thing of all, no one could suspect him, while some might if they knew who the Marauders were, and would find it convenient that this happened the year he started the school. The spell work was far too advanced for anyone to believe a first-year student to have pulled it off, and although he demonstrated that he was skilled with spell work in his duel with Draco, there was a big difference between slinging a few spells and the intricate spell work involved in this prank. Magnus had to suppress a smirk and resist the urge to openly quote Hannibal, and instead chose to do it in his mind. I love it when a plan comes together. Time skip. For the rest of the day the whole school was abuzz with talk of the prank that had happened in the Great Hall. Word had quickly spread throughout the school that most of the teachers were not amused, none more so than Snape, who unlike the other teachers couldn't get the colored rain to come out of his hair with magic and had been forced to teach his morning classes with bubblegum pink hair until he tried simply going for a shower to try and wash it out and succeed. The entire student body was talking about the Marauders and trying to find out anything they could about them, and all were wondering just who the second generation was. Snape for his part already had his suspicions and had been searching for the past hour. He had already been wary of Magnus after he addressed him with his mother's house when he challenged Draco to a duel. That information was something that he kept guarded and knew only a few select people knew about his mother's former house. There was no way in Snape's mind that he should have known that information, and yet he did. Next, there had been the boy's display in dueling skill. He was far more skilled than he should have been for a supposed Muggle-raised student with little more than a month of practice. Even if Andromeda had been teaching him nothing but dueling for that entire month. The way he moved, the way he planned out each step and action, those were not something an 11-year-old student should be able to do. And then there was this prank. It had all the markings of one of those pranks that Potter and his band of friends pulled when he went to school with them. Though he would never openly suggest that those four would have anywhere near the skill needed to pull something as complex as that prank off. No, that prank had been planned out in detail, something so intricate that those four buffoons would never have been able to successfully pull off. Which only just confirmed it further in Snape's mind that Magnus was the one responsible. Though he couldn't prove it, or even suggest such at the moment, the boy was a first year after all. An incredibly, and suspiciously, gifted first year, but a first year nonetheless. He'd be openly laughed at if he even so much as suggested that he was responsible, so he would have to bide his time and keep an even closer eye on the boy. He would slip up sooner or later and then he would find out just what was going on. Scene break. Magnus was well pleased with himself as he walked down the corridor towards the library. His little prank had done just as he had planned it to do. His duel with Draco was all but yesterday's news, and would soon be forgotten about. It wouldn't be long until everyone forgot and he could stop laying low to avoid attention. But he knew that he would have to set things up so that if he needed it in the future the heat could be taken off him should he need it done again, and that's precisely why he was on his way to the library with a goal in mind: recruitment. Entering the library, it only took him a couple of seconds to spot his targets and grinned as he walked over to the table that Harry and Neviel were sharing and quickly putting up a silencing spell over them with a quick wave of his wand and a muttered spell, a sound-muffling charm that he had figured out over the last few days in between his studies. He didn't want anyone listening in now, did he? So lads, what's the topic of discussion today? Magnus said with a grin on his face. How about that weather in the Great Hall? He joked. That was brilliant. Did you see Snape's face? Neviel grinned back. I didn't think he could that red. I think that was the rain, Neville. Harry snorted. I never thought I'd see him dressed in pink. Yeah, that was genius. Almost like these marauders had it out for him in particular. Magnus smirked. Well, I can't blame them if they did, Harry agreed. I don't think anyone likes Snape. Magnus smirked and nodded. Well, the first-generation marauders certainly didn't, he stated openly. You know about them? Neville asked as both he and Harry looked at Magnus in shock. Magnus smirked. Of course I do. Who do you think set up this morning's entertainment? He mused, enjoying their shocked expressions. That was you? Harry asked, a gobsmacked expression on his face. Magnus nodded. Yeah, I was getting a little annoyed with all the attention from the duel with Draco, so I thought I'd give the school something else to talk about for a while. Who were they then? The Marauders. Neville asked as he sat forward. You said you knew of them and that you're the second generation. Was your dad one? Magnus shook his head. No, he wasn't. Harry's dad was, though, he stated as he crossed his arms. My dad? Harry replied with his eyes wide, hearing about his father. Magnus chuckled. Yeah, he along with his friends, Remus Lupin, Peter Pettigrew, and my uncle, Sirius Black, were known as the Marauders in their later school years. They went by the names Prongs, Moony, Wormtail, and Padfoot, and pulled a load of pranks on faculty and students alike in their heyday. That sounds bloody brilliant, Neville said, his eyes wide and a huge grin on his face. How do you know about this? Harry asked, wanting to know. Magnus shrugged. I read about them in my dad's journal. He discovered their little group but didn't out them. Something about not wanting to be a target of their pranks, he stated, and it was true. He had actually discovered Regulus' black journal when he was exploring his bedroom in the month before. It had been one of the books he had read over the month. Some of the things he wrote about them were funny, but some of the things were a little worrisome. How so? Neville asked, his grin falling. From how my dad's journal described them, some of their pranks were harmless fun, but a number of their pranks that targeted individuals weren't so, Magnus stated. They sounded more like bullying described as pranks, picking on some people out of pettiness and revenge because of who their families were associated with. They also apparently didn't like Snape at all, and targeted him frequently, which would explain his dislike for you, Harry. Harry frowned. Still doesn't excuse him, he said, seeming a little down at the thought of his father being a bully, even if he was doing it to Snape. No, it doesn't. The man's just petty in taking his anger out on you for things that happened well before you were born. Magnus agreed with him before grinning. so what do you say to actually giving him a reason to be petty now? Both boys looked at him at that statement with confused looks. What do you mean? Harry asked. Magnus smirked. What I mean is, how about you two join me in picking up where your dad and my uncle left off? I'm only one guy, I can't bring back the Marauders' memories all on my own after all. We can pick up where they left off, only within reason. We don't single anyone out for lone pranks unless we all agree on it, we won't bully anyone like that, and we keep each other on task and make the second generation of Marauders even better than the first. Harry was shocked at the suggestion, but the more he listened the more that shock grew to excitement as a grin came to his face. I'm in. If Snape is going to act like a prat towards me, then I may as well give him a reason to do so. Magnus nodded happily at his acceptance before looking at Neville, who was looking down with a concerned look on his face. What's up, Nev? He asked, wondering why he was down. Why me? Neville asked with a soft voice. Why would you ask me to join you too? Harry's dad was a Marauder, and so was your uncle, but why would you ask me? I'm just a... He went to continue only for Magnus to cut him off. A great wizard, Neville, that's what you are. Magnus spoke as Neviel looked at him in shock. And you're my friend. I know you might not see it yourself, but I do. You can do great things if you put your mind to it, Nev, you just need to try. So what if people call you something else? What matters is what you do about it. Do you sit back and take it, or do you keep pushing and prove them wrong? Neville looked at Magnus in complete shock at the conviction and faith that he was showing in him. He had absolutely no response to this. How could he? His entire life he had been looked down on. His family had thought he was a squib for the longest time, and even now he struggled in the majority of his magical classes, showing no real talent except in herbology, and even that wasn't enough to please his gran. But Magnus was showing such faith in him. They had known each other for a short while, and yet he had faith like this in him that he could be great. It was honestly a bit embarrassing. Harry placed his hand on Neville's shoulder and smiled at him. We're your friends, Nev, you'll always be a great wizard to us. We want you to do this with us, but we won't force you into it. You don't have to if you don't want to. Neville swallowed hard and looked down at his hands, the same hands that he had always seen belonging to a failure. But now both his friends were telling him that he wasn't. He wanted to help them, he wanted to prove them both right, and prove everyone was wrong about him. He looked back up and grinned at them both with a fire in his eyes. I'm in. That's the spirit, Nev. Magnus grinned as Harry gave a laugh hearing Neviel agree to join them. Neville smiled nervously before swallowing. But what if we get caught? My gran will kill me if we do, he said softly. Magnus grinned cheekily. We won't be, as long as we're careful and plan ahead in advance. Speaking of which, I think the next prank that we work on should be all you two, he said, pointing at them both. Seeing as how I managed to pull off this morning's entertainment all on my own, I believe I've more than proven that I'm up to maintaining the Marauder's name. Consider this your audition of sorts. I'll still help if you need it, but everything else has to be all you two. Both boys looked at him wide-eyed at his idea, but slowly a grin crept onto Harry's face. Challenge accepted, he replied, grinning widely. Neville looked a little nervous but nonetheless ready. Yeah, me too, he voiced after a couple of seconds to steel himself. He was in it now, he wasn't going to back out before they had even really started. Perfect, Magnus said as he leaned on the table. Now there is one more thing that I need to mention, our Marauder names. For now, they are going to have to wait. Why? Harry asked with a frown, not really seeing why they shouldn't give themselves prankster names already if they were really going to do this. Because, the Marauders' nicknames were picked after their animagus forms, at least that's what my dad's journal suspected, Magnus explained. An animagus? Harry asked, confused as to what that was, never having heard of it before. They were animagi. Neville said, sounding shocked and very impressed, and with good reason. Magnus nodded. Yes, he answered Neviel before looking to Harry. An animagus is a witch or wizard who is capable of transforming themselves into an animal, without the need of a spell, like how Professor McGonagall changes into a cat and back, he explained. Your dad was able to take the form of a large stag, Sirius was able to take the form of a big shaggy dog, something like a wolfhound or a grim. Peter could turn into a rat, he went on. My dad was never able to figure out what Remus's form was, though I suspect it was a wolf if his Marauder name was Moony. That sounds awesome, Harry said, even more amazed at hearing his dad had been able to do something like that. So I take it you want to wait until we become animagi before we pick our names. Magnus smirked. Now you're catching on. The original Marauders took until their 5th year to perfect their transformations, but I think we could probably get it down by our 3rd year if we really tried hard. I've read that it's quite difficult to do, but well worth it to be able to turn into an animal whenever you want. It sounds wicked, Harry agreed, eager to follow in his father's footsteps. Neville swallowed and nodded. Yeah, it does, I only hope that. He began again, only for Magnus to cut him off again. None of that, Neville, Magnus said sharply, don't doubt yourself, the only way for you to know is to try, you won't fail, he told him, getting a nod from Neviel as his shoulders slumped. I really need to work more on getting his confidence up, Magnus thought to himself before he eyed Neviel's wand and a light clicked on in his mind. and that's where I'll start, he thought before speaking again. Neville, where did you get that wand? He asked, pointing to it. Neville looked shocked at the sudden change of topic as he picked up the wand and held it protectively. It's mine, he said as he held it. Well, it was my dad's before it was mine, but my gran gave it to me to use. She said if it was good enough for him to use then it would be good enough for me. I think she thinks that it will make me more like him if I use it. Magnus shook his head. That's utter rubbish, Nev. The wand doesn't make the wizard, he said bluntly, and it's no wonder you're having problems in your classes if you are using a wand that didn't choose you, he said before pointing at the wand again. That wand chose your father, not you. It will never work as well for you as it did your dad. You need your own wand because you are your own person. You are not your father as much as your gran may want you to be. Neville swallowed hard as he looked at the wand, biting his lip before speaking. My gran won't. He began to say, but Magnus was having none of it. It doesn't matter what your gran wants or doesn't want, especially in this matter, Magnus said, his voice sharp as he took on a harder tone of voice, his posture straightening as he felt his air ring advising him on how to word this next part. You are Heir Longbottom, the future Lord Longbottom. It is high time you started to act like it, Neville. You need a wand that is yours and yours alone, not some hand-me-down wand. If your grandmother as Regent Longbottom refuses to get you your own wand because of some silly belief that she holds, then she is failing in her duties, not only as your grandmother but as regent of your house as well. Neville looked up at him sharply as he said things out like that. His accusations, while harsh, were not unfounded, and he knew that if anyone publicly stated something like that it could mean serious consequences, for a regent to fail in their duties when they were trusted to watch over their house in the lord and lady's absence. It meant that his gran was failing, not only him but his mum and dad as well. Magnus could see the emotions playing out over Neviel's face and the concern on Harry's face as he watched on silently. As much as Magnus knew this was painful for Neviel to hear, it needed to be said. Neville had to come out of his shell, even if he had to pull him out of it by force if necessary. Heir Longbottom, Magnus stated, still relying on his heir ring for proper wording, I would advise you, from one heir to another, to send your grandmother a missive as soon as you are able and request her to escort you to get your own wand. If she refuses, then as the future lord of her house order her to do so and inform her that she is failing in her duties as your grandmother, regent and magical guardian by restricting your magical studies by making you use a wand that is not right for you, Magnus explained before taking a breath to say the last part, and her, in doing so is not only putting the future of your house at risk but you as the future Lord Longbottom. Neville openly gaped at the suggestion of writing his gran such a letter. It was unthinkable. I couldn't do that. Magnus gave him a hard look. You can, because it is the truth, Neville. If you continue your magical education using a wand that is fighting you every step of the way, you will constantly be struggling. You will constantly see yourself as the failure that everyone is telling you you are. That is not the mindset that a future lord of a magical house should have, and if your grandmother doesn't see how her actions are contributing to this, then she is either a fool or is purposely sabotaging her own house and your future with her idiotic ideas. Neville looked absolutely shattered as Magnus stopped speaking. He wanted to deny it, he wanted to say that Magnus was wrong, but every word he had said was the truth, blunt and harsh, but nonetheless true. The trio sat in silence for another minute before Neviel finally spoke. I'll do it. Magnus let out a sigh of relief hearing that as his shoulders relaxed as he gave Neviel a small smile. Thank you, Neville, I'm sorry I said those things but... He went to apologize but this time it was Neviel who cut him off. No, don't apologize, Neville said abruptly, you were right to say what you did, it was cold and harsh, but it needed to be said, you were just being a friend wanting to help me, thank you. Magnus smiled and gave him a small nod in return. All right then, if you need any help with that letter, feel free to ask me and I'll gladly help you word it. I'll even send her a letter myself if you think it will help. Neville smiled back at the offer. Thank you, I think I might just need some help with this, my gran can be kind of scary. Magnus smirked. Of that, I have no doubt, but you don't have to thank me, Nev, it's what friends are for, he added before he stood up from the desk. Right then, I'm off, I'll leave you two to brainstorm ideas for your prank, and I'll check up on you both later. I can't wait to see what you both come up with, he grinned. Both boys grinned back at him as he waved his wand and took down the muffling spell before he started out of the library. No sooner was he out the doors did he come face to face with a hard-faced, blue-haired, Andromeda Tonks. My office, now was all she said before she turned and started to walk away. Magnus quickly followed while thinking, oh shit, over and over in his head. Scene break. It only took them a few minutes to reach Andromeda's office where Magnus entered first and Andromeda followed behind him, closing the door before drawing her wand and casting a number of spells silently to give them privacy. As soon as she put her wand away Magnus went to speak but a raised hand and a stern look from Andromeda cut him off before he even began. While he may have been older mentally than what he was physically, having his backside handed to him multiple times over in their dueling lessons had afforded him a healthy level of respect, and understandable fear, for the elder Black, and he didn't want to put himself any deeper into her bad side than he suspected he was right now. After he was quiet for a few seconds, Andromeda lowered her hand and put her wand away back into her wrist holster before taking a deep breath before she spoke. Firstly, I want to say that I am extremely proud of you for what you said to young Neville in the library, Andromeda stated calmly. I have only met Augusta Longbottom a few times, and while your words were harsh, they were necessary. She can be an overbearing woman at times, and the war took its toll on her. And while I would never believe her possible of harming her own house intentionally, I believe her grief and pain over what happened to her son and daughter-in-law has clouded her judgment in this matter. I will only ask that you keep that fact in mind when or if you make good on your promise to help Neville with his letter to her about his wand. Whatever Magnus had been expecting her to say first, that had not been it, he swallowed. Okay. How did you? He said, a little confused as to how she had known what they had been talking about in the library and was even more concerned now exactly what she had heard. Andromeda's lips quirked slightly at his confusion. How did I know what you three were saying even under your muffling charm? She asked. Simple, dear nephew, I read your lips, the charm only muffles the sound, it does nothing to prevent people from watching your lips to see what you are saying. And reading lips is a skill I picked up in my younger years. I was watching from the doorway. Magnus had to fight the urge to facepalm when he heard that, so this was what it felt like to be a wizard, to think magic can solve all your problems only to look over something so simple as reading lips. Andromeda smirked slightly seeing Magnus' expression but shook her head. That being said, I am proud of you for what you said, it might have been harsh but Neville needed to hear it. It's the mark of a good friend who can do that for another, to tell them something like it is without pulling any punches, as you did. And while I believe Augusta has only the best intentions when it comes to Neville, you and Harry are good friends to have his back and look out for him like you are. Magnus sighed and nodded. Yeah, I know, it was painful to see the look on his face but it's worse to see him keep doubting himself constantly. He could be a great wizard if he just grew a backbone and learned to stand up for himself. But that won't happen if he keeps struggling in his classes because of a defective wand. His confidence is already low enough. He voiced his concerns to her. Andromeda nodded. Yes, I've seen that well enough firsthand, and I have no doubt that had he kept studying potions under Snape that his confidence would have continued to suffer until either he broke down or fouled up a potion so bad in his nervousness that he hurt himself. She mused before eyeing him. But what I want to know is how you think that playing pranks will help him to improve. She said, her disapproval clear in her tone. Magnus swallowed nervously under her glare. Well, it's to help bring him out of his shell more, to give us, me, Harry and Neve, something more to bond over. I'm hoping that the pranks will help not only our friendship but Neve in the long run. Andromeda watched him closely, her piercing gaze one that only a mother could know how to do as it made Magnus feel 2 feet tall as she held it on him for a full minute before she spoke again. As much as I hate to admit it, your idea has merit, she said before sighing, and I suppose I can allow this, as long as you don't get caught, and you give me a heads up from now on whenever any of your pranks target all of the professors so that I can avoid being caught up in another one like this. Morning, she stated, giving him an unimpressed look. Because I promise you now, if I do and I find you knew about it beforehand and didn't, contract or no, so help me, you won't be able to sit comfortably for a month. Am I clear? Andromeda warned him. Magnus audibly gulped at the threat that he had no doubt that the Black Witch could and would carry out, and at that moment he didn't know what to fear more of, the intimidating Black Witch, her wand, or the hand that wielded it. Understood, Auntie, Magnus said after a moment of fear. I'll be sure to give you ample heads up if there is any chance that I suspect that you might get caught in one of our pranks that I know of ahead of time. Andromeda nodded her head as she leaned on one of the desks. Good, because while I may not have been at Hogwarts when the Marauders were, I heard more than enough stories about what they got up to. In fact, if you hadn't said that you do not intend to use your pranks as a cover for bullying people, then I would have outright forbidden it before you even started. Magnus nodded and wisely remained silent about the fact that even if she wanted to do as such she couldn't, at least in the capacity of his guardian, as it would be in breach of her contract with him. And don't think I didn't notice that you didn't promise to let me know about all the pranks, only the ones that you suspect I might get caught in ahead of time. Andromeda voiced after a moment watching him. Magnus couldn't help the cheeky smirk that he got at that. It was just force of habit. Well, I can't predict the future, and there will always be the chance that Harry and Neve might decide to pull a prank on their own, keeping me in the dark, so I could hardly be blamed if you got caught up in one of them. Andromeda pinched the bridge of her nose and closed her eyes. A technicality, but a fair point, she sighed, conceding the point. I'll just have to be on my guard then. It really is a waste that you didn't end up in Slytherin. With a mind like yours for small details, you'd have them eating out of your palm or under your thumb in a year. She sighed. Magnus nodded but wisely chose to say nothing more on that particular topic, knowing how itchy her wand hand could get when the subject was breached about how he believed he was being a true Slytherin by not being sorted there. Now, there's one more thing I need to let you know about. I meant to do so this morning, but with everything that happened, Andromeda said, letting the matter drop without further comment, before your duel with Draco I sent a letter to the school board of governors. I have informed them that as of the next meeting I shall be taking up the black seat on the board. After the revelation that was revealed about the school library not being updated in so long, I feel that it's high time that someone needs to take them to task for allowing standards to drop so low. Magnus blinked at that. I thought you were going to wait on that. He asked, remembering her mention the fact that the Blacks had a seat on the board back during their meeting with Dumbledore before the duel. I was, but I felt that this couldn't wait any longer, Andromeda explained. The next meeting isn't due for a few more months, but it's best to notify them beforehand so they can't say I didn't. Magnus nodded. Well, all right then, if I think of anything else or see anything that I think needs to be dealt with, I'll bring the matter to you then. Somehow I don't think the headmaster will take any suggestions from a first-year student seriously. Andromeda smirked. No, I don't suspect he would, she said as she stood up from the table. Know that you can always come to me if you need me, Magnus. You can act so serious and adult-like it's a little frightening at times, but know that you don't have to. You can rely on me if you ever have the need. It's what I'm here for, to answer any questions you have, okay? That made Magnus think and pause as he realized that he had been neglecting a resource that was right in front of him all this time. While he had come to her for some things and had never told her about his rebirth or whatever, she would be able to answer a number of his questions, but right now there was only one that came to the forefront of his mind, one that had been bothering him. Actually, Aunt Andy, there is something that's been on my mind lately. Magnus started trying to think how to word it before he continued. Before my duel with Draco, when I got angry and said those things. Andromeda smiled fondly and shook her head. It's okay, Magnus, everyone gets angry sometimes, and it all worked out, in the end, didn't it? She said, not seeing what he meant. Magnus shook his head. It's not that, Auntie. All during the talk I had my occlumency shields up full, still do in fact. But during the talk with Lucius, they didn't help at all. My anger just bubbled over them, and I know it's not my air ring affecting me because I know what that feels like, and this was something else. It came from deep inside of me, a deeper part of me. He said, trying as best he could to explain what he had felt at the time. Andromeda listened intently, at first thinking that it was just his emotions that Magnus hadn't understood, but when he mentioned his shields not holding back his anger, she paid closer attention when he described where it came from, and that was when it clicked for her and she understood. Ah, I see, Andromeda said as she let out a breath, having feared for a second that some outside influence had been affecting him. You don't have anything to be worried about, Magnus, it was just your magic reacting to your emotional state, or more precisely the family magics reacting to it, she explained. Magnus blinked at that. The family magics? He asked, not knowing what she meant. Andromeda nodded. Let me guess, it felt like you had a fire in your stomach, a deep burning sensation that made you want to lash out and punch the person pissing you off. She openly guessed. Magnus blinked again. That was exactly how it had felt. Yeah, he said after a moment, it felt like I had just drunk boiling water and I wanted to sock Lucius right across his smug mouth when he insulted members of your house and your position as heir Black. Andromeda finished for him. It was the family magics making you respond like that, in your anger. Magnus looked even more confused. But how I taught occlumency was supposed to. He voiced only for Andromeda to shake her head, making him pause. They do, Andromeda stated, but family magics are much stronger than any individual's own magic, and while occlumency will help you suppress your outward emotions, it does not stop you from feeling them, she said as she sat down behind her desk. Every magical family that has been around for longer than a few generations gains a sort of residual magic, one that only grows stronger the longer the bloodline continues to last. She explained, the older the family, the stronger that family's magic, it's something that connects them all. Each family's magics are different and can manifest in different ways, it's usually a closely kept secret within the family. It would explain a lot actually. Magnus remained silent as he listened, finally getting the answers he wanted. Explains what? He asked, wondering what she was talking about at the end. How you were able to cast so many advanced spells without exhausting all of your magic for one thing, Andromeda stated. You see, Magnus, the Black family magics express themselves in a rather peculiar way. It's different for every family, of course. Your extreme outburst when Lucius insulted both myself and NYM is the perfect example of them at work. Magnus arched an eyebrow at that. So it makes me hot-headed. That sounds more like a Gryffindor trait than any Black family magic. Andromeda shook her head. No, you misunderstand. It wasn't just anger that you felt, it was the Black family magics at work inside you and through you. While I have no doubt that your occlumency shields could contain your own anger as they are meant to, when that anger is fueled by the family magics inside of you, it is another matter entirely. That was what overwhelmed your shields. When the family was insulted, the magics acted both to increase your anger over the insults, but also to increase your magic's potency to respond to the insults towards House Black. That was when it clicked for Magnus. That was what you meant by dueling for so long and with such advanced spells. The family magics were amplifying my own. Andromeda nodded with a smile, seeing him get it. Yes, the Black family magics have always been defensive of Black family members, and when Lucius began insulting members of House Black, the family magics came to you to help you defend us in House Black. I doubt you would have been on your feet after. Now that I think about it, you are only just a first year after all. Magnus smirked as a thought came to him, so in a way Lucius actually helped in his own son's defeat by bad-mouthing House Black, just before the duel, which gave me more ammunition to aim at his son, he said with a chuckle. You'd have thought he'd have known better what with him being married to Narcissa. Andromeda smirked but shook her head at his last comment. It's highly unlikely that he even knew what he was doing. Most all the houses don't talk about their family magics openly, especially with others not of the same blood. Like most family secrets, it stays between family and members of the house. And even with Narcissa marrying into House Malfoy, she wouldn't have told him of them and he wouldn't have asked. It's not something you do. Magnus smirked at that before sighing, grateful to get that off his chest. Thanks for that, Auntie. That had really been bugging me for the last few days. I thought my occlumency was failing or something. Andromeda smiled. Don't worry, I'm sure your occlumency is as strong as it should be if you are following your lessons from Uncle Orion. It's just because you are so young that they are affecting your anger as much as they are. Give it time and your anger will lessen. But do not try to fight against the family magics, she said, getting serious at the end. If you do, they will turn on you, seeing your actions as a betrayal to the family. It's what I suspect befell my sister, Bellatrix. If she was foolish enough to fight the family magics and put her Dark Lord above the family, her mental state as it was at the end of the war would be the result of the family magics turning on her. Ironic really, as the family magics were more than likely the reason she was as powerful as she was. I was always better than her when we had our practice duels growing up after all. She smirked. Magnus shivered at that. Had he not seen her in action he would have questioned her claim about being better than Bellatrix, the crazy bitch, and the thought of the black magics being the cause for both her superior magical strength and her insanity made him realize just how potent the Black's family magics were. I'll keep that in mind, Magnus responded as he turned to leave, while inwardly hoping that if that was the case, then he hoped also that by banishing Bellatrix from the family he had also cut her off from the family magics that made her so powerful. If it did, it meant that he had dealt 2 strikes to Voldemort instead of 1, by not only capturing one of his Horcruxes but also severely magically crippling one of his most loyal and fanatic followers. Chapter 12. Chapter 12 Mindscapes, Maps, and Meetings. In the days that followed Magnus' talk with Andromeda, Magnus found himself slipping into a schedule of sorts, between his usual classes, lessons, and his dueling sessions with Professor Flitwick and Andromeda, and then the studying sessions and air lessons with Daphne, Tracy, Harry, and Neville. Magnus found himself constantly preoccupied with something to do. The only times he didn't were either at night or when the air lessons that the girls and Neville were giving him and Harry already covered something that he had learned from his grandparents' portraits. And those time he spent wisely working on his occlumency and finishing the final touches that he wanted to add. And now he was ready to add the final touch to his mental mindscape that would safely secure his thoughts and memories from almost anyone. As his friends talked around him at the table in the library, Magnus sat with his hands on his lap, his eyes closed as he stood mentally inside his mindscape. The once large and vast library that he had spent numerous hours organizing in his mind now stood empty, the many shelves bare. And in the center of the room was a large desk with a comfortable leather chair behind it. Walking around the desk, Magnus stayed in the chair and looked at the large desk. It was solid oak, intricately decorated with carvings of various magical creatures, all swirling around the House of Black's family crest on its front. Atop the desk was a half-dome of glass that glowed a pale silver before he reached forward and waved his hand over it. As he did so, the glow turned from silver to blue as a holographic screen appeared above the desk and a similar keyboard appeared over the top of the desk as the screen requested a password. This was why he had taken to building his mindscape as he had first. It was simply the easiest way he could think to bring everything he knew together in one place before he could secure it properly. Reaching to the keyboard, Magnus typed for a few seconds, entering the password he had chosen, and the screen flashed before opening to a Windows 10 operating system as suddenly everything appeared back on the shelves, every book, every trinket, and object he had used to use as a visual represent his various thoughts and memories back in their rightful spot. And from this desk Magnus could access them all. It was both the most efficient way to access his memories as well as the most secure to keep anyone from reading his mind. He was betting that no pure-blood wizard, especially Dumbledore, or even Voldemort would be able to get into his memories now. After all, neither of them would have any clue about Muggle technology. So even if either of them got into his mindscape, they could access nothing. It was rather simplistic but also the most genius way of securing his mind and thoughts. And Magnus thought himself quite clever for having thought of it. Of course, that didn't mean he would just be lowering his shields and letting anyone just enter his mindscape. Oh no, he would make them work for the disappointment they would find once they did. Opening his eyes once again, Magnus was greeted by the sight of a rather bored-looking Harry as Daphne lectured him on the rather droll topic of eating utensils and how to sit properly when at a formal dinner. He found it amusing just how long-winded Daphne could make the entire topic. Okay, I get it, Harry groaned. Start from the outside and work in with each course, keep my back straight and don't lean into EA. Ouch. He said before jumping when Tracy shot a low-powered stinging hex at his thigh. Thank you, Tracy, Daphne said to her friend before looking to Harry. You also forgot about keeping your elbows down and away from the table, and most importantly never to interrupt when someone else is already speaking unless you have their leave to do so. Magnus couldn't help but chuckle as Harry rubbed his leg. As much as I'm sure we all find Harry's lessons amusing, he said, getting a stink eye from Harry, I'm afraid that I will need to bow out for the remainder of this lesson. I have a prior engagement that I need to attend to. Business, I'm sure you all understand, he said as he stood up from the table. Very well, Daphne said promptly, will we see you at dinner once your business is done? Magnus nodded, yes, it shouldn't take too long, I just need to write a letter and check over some parchment about some things, he said, suppressing a smirk at his own hidden pun. With that, Magnus collected his things and began to return to the Ravenclaw dorms. While it was true that he had business to attend to, it wasn't related to his role as heir Black, more so his position as one of the heirs to the Marauders. It was time that he got in contact with a pair of red-headed twins and retrieved the map. Scene break. It was half an hour later that Magnus was sitting in his office behind his desk looking over the freshly inked letter that he had finished writing, rather pleased with how he had worded it, knowing rightly that it would get the twins' attention. Messrs. Forge and Gred. Masterminds of pranks and providers of hilarity. I am sending you this note to request the return of my ancestors' heirloom. I am of course referring to the Marauders map that I know you both have in your possession after pinching it from Filch's office in your first year. Marvelous work, by the way. I, the nephew of Padfoot, and the son of Prongs, require the map to follow in the great pranking footsteps of the first Marauders, and humbly request its return with the promise that once we are capable we shall duplicate the map and provide both of you with a copy each, so that you may pass them down to your own sprogs and heirs once you have graduated. I also promise that when the time is right I will introduce you personally to the two remaining Marauders. I am sure they would be most interested in meeting their two biggest fans. If you will comply, please give the note to my familiar and he shall return it to me. Best regards. Nephew of Padfoot and son of Prongs. P.S. Just so you know, the Marauders' names originated from their animagus forms, which they acquired in their 5th year. If you wish to live up to your idols you may wish to attempt such a feat yourselves, I most certainly will be doing the same. Smirking to himself as the ink dried, he neatly folded the parchment and placed it into a letter and sealed it with a drop of wax with a stylized M press over the top, and to finish, the letter was addressed to the red-haired devil twins. So let me get this straight. You want me to deliver this letter to these Weasley twins and expect them to just hand over their map just like that? Erebus asked from his perch. You're taking an awfully big risk with this. What's to stop them taking the letter to McGonagall or the headmaster? Magnus smirked. They won't. Firstly, they are pranksters themselves and they look up to the Marauders. They'll respect the fact that the map belongs to Harry and me. Secondly, they can't do so without exposing the fact that they have the map and it would be confiscated if they did. Third and finally, they won't want to pass up the chance to meet their heroes, a promise of which I fully intend to make good on either way. They won't want to risk that chance by ratting on fellow pranksters. And I suppose the fact that if it even looks like they are going to, I can just grab the letter and flame away, leaving them with nothing to prove their claims, just slipped your mind? Erebus drolled. Magnus nodded. I thought it went without saying. Also, the fact that the letter is being delivered by a phoenix of all messengers would more than likely shock and awe them into complying. Erebus ruffles his feathers at that. I don't know whether to find your use of my magnificent a compliment or insulting that you are using me for shock and awe. Magnus gave an actual bark of laughter and just held up the letter. Oh, go on then, you know you want to. If just to see the looks on their faces. Erebus seemed to glare at Magnus for a moment, looking like he wasn't going to do it before with another ruffle of his feathers took off from his perch and flew over and snatched the letter from Magnus' outstretched hand with one of his talons before turning in midair and smacking him across the back of the head with one of his wings with a thought of arse before vanishing into a swirl of crimson flames. Magnus rubbed the back of his head, rolling his eyes at Erebus' antics. Overgrown chicken, he grouched before reclining back into his chair to wait for his familiar's return. He didn't have to wait long, as but only a few minutes later Erebus returned in a burst of flames overhead, making a U-turn in midair as he dropped the parchment onto Magnus' desk before soaring back to his perch. Done, Erebus said as he stretched his wings before settling on his perch. That was fast. I would have thought you'd have basked in their awe a bit longer. Magnus smirked as he took up the parchment. Oh please, I may be prideful but I don't make me sound so vain. I know I look good, doesn't mean I want to be gawked at because of it, Erebus snorted. Duly noted, Magnus remarked as he drew his wand and tapped it on the parchment as he spoke. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, before watching with glee as the magics took effect and bit by bit the map appeared. Grinning, he opened it and began to look through it. This was perfect. With this, he would be able to move forward with everything he wanted to do without having to be paranoid about someone watching him. Sure, he knew that in the books Dumbledore claimed to have never known about the map nor the Marauders' animagus forms, but he found it doubtful. While he was sure that James, Sirius, and Lupin would be able to hide such things, Peter was another story. While he was a spy, that wasn't until later in life, and if Regulus had been able to learn about their forms it would be child's play for Dumbledore, especially for a master of legilimency. All it would take would be a single glance into Peter's eyes and all their secrets would be revealed. After spending a few minutes going over the map and admiring it, he closed it up and cast the concealing charm again before putting it away into the top drawer of his desk. He had every intention of showing it to Harry, but in due time. Right now he didn't need to know, and besides it was a risk to do so until he was completely ready, until he had his air ring and his own occlumency barriers in place. Which reminded him, he'd need to be sure to introduce that to Harry in the coming weeks to get him started. The sooner Harry's mind was protected the better. He doubted that he could truly keep Voldemort out with that piece of him in his forehead. But it was worth a shot, and until he took the snake-faced fucker down they'd have little other option. Scene break. Magnus hadn't been the only one who had been keeping themselves busy as of late. Ever since he had discovered Sirius' lack of a trial, Ted had been working overtime, putting in every hour that he could into digging into any other discrepancies he could find revolving around the deaths of the Potters and Sirius' near immediate arrest and incarceration, and what he had found made him both shocked and disgusted him. In the wake of the deaths of Lily and James, and the subsequent fall of the Dark Lord, the Ministry had swooped in and all but claimed their house in Godric's Hollow as a public venue to mark the end of the war. They had paid no money to the Potters for the claim, they had just taken it. On top of that, there had been no evidence at all collected from the inside of the house at the time, only the bodies of Lily and James along with their wands. Everything else had been left to the elements over the years and was now no doubt destroyed. It had all been so badly mishandled that it had taken him days of searching to actually find the further reports that he had been looking for on the various matters. Sirius had been captured mere hours after the deaths of the Potters, 2 miles from their house amidst the chaos of a Muggle massacre that apparently had been the result of a Muggle gas line somehow exploding due to a spell that Sirius had fired, resulting in the deaths of 12 Muggles and Peter Pettigrew, leaving only a finger of the last as any evidence that he had been there. But Ted immediately caught on that the whole thing was merely conjecture and suspicion on the part of the arresting Aurors, given that none of them had even thought to check Sirius' wand before they snapped it. Nor had any one of them thought to ask any of the surviving Muggles in the area what happened before they obliviated them. The whole thing felt like a cover-up of some kind to Ted, or just an extreme lack of investigative intent. With all that he had found, Ted knew that he would need more. A lack of evidence on the matter only proved poor file keeping and wouldn't get him very far, and so he had put in even more time searching for other trial records around the time, getting every record that he could and every date book for the courts around the time that Sirius was meant to have his trial to prove that it had never been scheduled and thus never happened. And he found them. With all the evidence in hand, he was able to construct a detailed timeline of events around when Sirius was meant to have had a trial, making sure every minute was accounted for so that there would be no possible legal way for a trial to have been held. It was when all of his evidence had been gathered and all of his files were in pristine order to be presented that Ted had made his appointment with the head of the DMLE, Amelia Bones. It had been another week before he had been able to get a time slot with her because she was always kept busy overseeing the entire Auror department, and it had only been so soon because of his previous position with the Aurors that he got bumped up the list. But he wasn't about to complain about the favorable attitudes that got him to see her sooner. When the day finally came, he flew directly into the Auror bullpen area in his best suit, his folders and documents neatly tucked under his arm as he stepped out of the fireplace and into the familiar room. Desks were lined in rows with 2-meter spacing between them, with various Aurors at them dealing with every Auror's most dangerous and tedious foe, paperwork. That was one thing that he didn't miss about the job. Every arrest had to be recorded in triplicate and filed with different departments that had their own documents that needed to be filled in, and by the looks of things, it had only gotten worse since his early retirement. Dad. Ted heard his daughter call as he saw her get up from one of the desks and came over to give him a hug. What are you doing here? Hello Dora, Ted greeted her as he hugged her back. I'm just here for a meeting with Madam Bones, about you know what, he said as he released her and gestured to the folders under his arm. Oh. Tonks said as she realized, her eyes widening slightly, knowing how long her father had been working on this. She had barely even seen him when she got home from her extra training sessions with Moody. What's all this then? Moody's gruff voice sounded as the veteran Auror made his way over to them. What brings an old sot like you back here then, Ted? He said good-naturedly before his magical eye flickered to the folders. Here to see the boss lady, are ye? Well, fair warning, she's in a mood. That toad in the pink cardigans was down not half an hour ago. Amelia's been bitching ever since. Ted nodded and shook Moody's hand. Thanks for the warning. I doubt I'm about to make her day any easier then, he mused. Moody gave a bark of a laugh. Of course you're not. You're a paper pusher now. I doubt it if you were, he smirked before putting his hand on Tonks's shoulder. Come on girl, back to the training room. Your break is over. What? Tonks said, shocked. It's not even been 3 minutes. You said I had 5, she protested. Always expect the unexpected, was Moody's only response as he dragged her back through the rows of desks. Ted chuckled as he saw them go before turning his attention to the back of the bullpen, where he knew Amelia's office was located. Walking down through the rows of desks, he came to the open door and knocked on the door frame as he peeked inside the doorway. The office was just as he remembered it. Amelia Ways was a creature of habit. A large oak desk sat in the middle of the room on wine-red carpet. The walls were done up in a deep oak brown with many photographs lining the back wall, along with various framed newspaper clippings of important cases that she had helped to solve and put to rest over the years. And sitting behind the desk was the woman herself, her chestnut hair pulled back and in a tight bun, her monocle in her eye as she read over a thick sheaf of parchment work on her desk, a frown on her face as she glared at the parchment as if willing it to burst into flames. That glare disappeared however as she looked up to him, and she blinked for a moment as the glare faded to a light scowl and a small confused frown. Ted? What are you? She began to say before looking up to the clock on the wall, and blinked again, before muttering a curse under her breath. Sorry Ted, our meeting I know, she said as she folded the parchment and pushed it out of the way. Time got away from me, she sighed. Ted gave a light chuckle. I know how it is, Amelia. Rough day? He asked as he walked in, closing the door behind him before he took a seat across from her at her desk. More like a rough month, several of them in fact, Amelia sighed as she plucked her monocle from her eye and rubbed the bridge of her nose. It's just cutback after cutback. The ministry has cut our funding by a third twice in the past 4 months. Cornelius claims that because crime is at an all-time low since the war we don't need as many orators. Bloody damn politician. And he doesn't even have the stones to come down here and tell me myself. Instead, he sends that infernal woman to do it. She groaned. I just want to hex her. Umbridge, yes I remember, always hated her, but I doubt there is a muggle-born who has heard of her that doesn't. Ted sympathized. Yes, dreadful woman, Amelia agreed as she put her monocle back in place before leaning back in her chair. Now, I doubt you made a meeting with me to just come here and gripe about how stupid and unpleasant politicians are. Ted, what can I do for you? Do you have a case for me to have looked into? Something like that, Amelia, Ted said as he put the folders on his lap. I take it that you have heard about recent events, of Andy's banishment from House Black being lifted. Amelia nodded. Yes, this new heir Black, Magnus, seems to be making quite the impression with his actions, first coming out of nowhere, then bringing back your wife and daughter into the fold, and then his duel with the Malfoy heir, she listed. Moody gave quite the review of his dueling prowess, no doubt a benefit of having Andy as an instructor. Ted nodded with a smile. Yes, he does certainly like to make a strong first impression. He did so with my wife, I and my daughter by having our Gringotts account manager call us in for a meeting upon his request before propositioning us for Andy and Dora's reinstatement into House Black, and retaining my services as a solicitor for House Black for a weekly retainer that is more than generous. Amelia arched her eyebrow as she kept her monocle in place. I see, clearly he's rather smart then. I take it you are here to see me on his and House Black's request then. Ted nodded and put the folders on the desk. I am. This was something that Magnus asked me to look into, on the down low. Something bothered him about it and I can see why. It's also something that I feel that you will want to handle personally given who it pertains to, he said as he slid the folders across her desk to her. Amelia looked at them for a moment as she waited for Ted to continue. When he didn't, her curiosity got the better and she reached over and took them up. And who just might that be? She asked as she flipped the first file open to bring up a set of court records. Sirius Black, and his incarceration without due process or fair trial, Ted spoke, keeping his tone calm as he braced for what he knew was about to come. Out in the Auror bullpen, every Auror nearly jumped out of their desk chairs when the door to Madame Bone's office practically shook with a yell of what? The first of many as Ted began to lay out all of his findings for her and run her through the timeline to prove his facts. And after 2 hours of explanation, Madame Bones sat behind her desk, her monocle hanging from her neck as she shook her head, pinching the bridge of her nose with her eyes squeezed shut as she muttered under her breath, bastards, 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 the whole bloody lot of them. I take it, I've convinced you then, Ted said as he put the last of the parchment away. Of course you bloody have, Amelia said as she took her hand away from her nose and stood up, walking over to a small table with crystal glasses on it and poured herself 2 fingers of the brown liquid. Something never sat right with me about his arrest. I didn't want to believe it, she said as she downed the glass before pouring herself another finger. I knew I should have looked into it, but I was only a junior at the time, and I let myself be warned off by the higher UPS, like a stupid cow. Don't beat yourself up, Amelia, it won't help matters now. What matters is that we fix this now that we know, Ted stated plainly. Can we count on your support? Of course you bloody well can. What kind of question is that? Amelia said as she sat down in her chair again. You were right to be sneaky about this. This whole thing spells political scandal for the ministry. If anyone caught on to what you were doing, it would have been hushed up. We'll have to move slowly and carefully, and I'll have to call in nearly every favor I have, but we'll get him out of there and get him a trial. But do you know what concerns me the most? Ted nodded. If Sirius wasn't the Potter's secret keeper, who was? Scene break. Things had not been going the way he had planned, not at all. This was not how he had envisioned his first year at Hogwarts going. He was supposed to be respected, revered, treated like a prince in Slytherin house. He was the heir Malfoy after all, but that had all changed when he lost the duel to Black. What little respect he had gained had completely vanished as soon as he had lost the duel and his position as heir to House Malfoy. Since the duel he had been treated as the lowest of the low. He had lost all his allies. Well, not all. He still had Crabbe and Goyle, but that was only because he was still a Malfoy and their 3 houses had an alliance, but it wasn't like he could rely on them for much other than muscle. Any potential negotiating power he had for making allies had vanished along with his status, and with it any chances of him rising within Slytherin's ranks once again. He had sent a letter to his mother asking for advice, he had first thought to send a letter to his father, but Severus had advised him against doing so. His father was less than pleased with this mess that he had caused, and while he thought it unfair, he could see his reasoning. He was waiting for her response before he made his next move. He wanted to make Black pay for this, but he wasn't stupid. The duel had shown him that he couldn't take Magnus in a fair fight. He wasn't so deluded to think that it was a fluke that he won. He wanted to make someone pay for this, but he knew he needed to be patient for the time being, one thing that he learned at his father's knee. If you didn't have allies nor the power to take your enemy down yourself, you had to wait until your enemy showed a weakness you could exploit. So that's what he would do. He would watch and wait for the right time to strike, and then he would have his revenge. Scene break. Narcissa Malfoy née Black was not a happy woman. She hadn't been a happy woman ever since her parents had arranged her marriage to Lucius all those years ago, after she had made the mistake on praising his appearance and cunning to her parents in the summer of her first year at Hogwarts, and by the time she returned to the castle for her second year they were betrothed. Of course, she had expected to be betrothed at some time, it was to be expected really, and she had tried to make the best of it. She had made sure that her parents had worded the contract in a specific way so that she would be taken care of and would live a life of luxury with very little responsibilities beyond the basics. The one role she had in the marriage was to produce an heir for House Malfoy, or as she had made sure to have it worded was to give birth to a Malfoy. And with recent events, it was a good thing she did. When Lucius had returned to the manor after overseeing the duel between Draco and this new Black heir, he had been furious. He had informed her that Draco was no longer heir Malfoy due to an oath he had taken to save face after a comment from the young heir Black. After hearing that, she had expected what was to come next when he approached her with his plan to birth another heir for the house to reinstate Draco. She had immediately drawn her wand on him, much to his shock, before informing him that she would play no part in his plan. When he had tried to quote their contract, she had recited the actual wording of the contract and explained that she had upheld her end of it when Draco was born. That if he wanted to follow through on his plan, he would have to find another woman to give birth to his second heir. When he had drawn his wand in his rage, she had disarmed him and stunned him. And she had to admit that both felt good. After years of putting up with his cold attitude and biting her tongue when it came to raising Draco, she had left him in his office after that and had secluded herself in her room ever since then, relying on the house elves for her daily needs while she planned her own next move. She knew that she couldn't stay here for much longer, nor could Draco. With the loss of his heir status, it meant that he was now expendable should Lucius decide that his idea to produce a second heir to fix this mistake was better as a replacement. She knew she would need to think up some way for them to get out of this, and her first thought was to seek sanctuary with her former house. She was still a child of House Black and Draco was as well by blood. She could send a letter to him and ask for his aid in this matter. If he was willing to bring Andromeda back into the house, then it meant that he valued family above traditions. She could use that. While she might have been upset about his taking Draco's position as heir Black, she wasn't going to allow what little anger she had for the fact blind her to her current situation. Lucienne had yet to attempt to get into her private quarters, but she knew that was only because of the wards she had erected in the hallway outside and the strengthening charms she had added to the doors themselves. She made sure to reapply them every night before she went to sleep for her own safety. As her lord, Lucienne would face no consequence should he force himself on her. She was his wife and she had no doubt that she would find any support in the Winsing-Gamot should she cry rape. All of the dark families believed it was a woman's place to serve their lord's needs, and as the wife of a suspected Death Eater, and a dark witch herself, she doubted that any of the light would even bat an eye at her suffering. No, her only hope was to reach out to her sister and hope that she could convince the future Lord Black to give her and Draco the aid they needed. She was sitting in her favorite chair passing the time by reading one of the many books she had in her private library, when Dobby appeared at her door. Begging Mistress's pardon, a letter has arrived from Master Draco for Mistress. Dobby took it before Master Lucienne could burn it, the small elf said, bowing as he held the letter out for her. Putting her book down, Narcissa got up and took the letter, and Dobby disappeared with a pop as she walked to her desk to read it. Mother. I wish that this letter bore good news, but it doesn't. Things are not going as well at Hogwarts as I had hoped. With the loss of my heir status, my position in Slytherin House has all but dwindled to nothing. My so-called friends all but treat me as if I was a pariah, like I was some lowly mud-blood. I know that father has some plan to try and reinstate my status as heir Malfoy, but I write to you now to ask your advice on what I should do in the meantime. I want to get revenge against Magnus for what he has done, but I know I cannot beat him by myself. I plan on waiting until he shows weakness to make my move, just like father taught me. I hope you are well, and send you all my love. Your son, Draco. As soon as she was done reading the letter, she immediately began writing both her response and her letter to her sister. She had planned on waiting closer to the summer before she contacted Andromeda, but if Draco was thinking about attacking the Black Heir, then there would be no chance in him being given sanctuary. As much as she loved her son, there was no doubt in her mind he took after his father when it came to his line of thinking. Lucienne would no doubt seek his own revenge, but while Hogwarts was still in session, both he and Draco would be safe. With her letters written, she quickly called for Dobby to have them sent. She could only hope that they reached her son and Andromeda before Draco did anything that could lose them both any chance of sanctuary with her birth house. Chapter 13. Chapter 13 Letters, Vipers, and Rats. The next morning the castle everyone was settling into their regular routines, going to breakfast to prepare for the day of classes ahead. Still sleepy students were making their way to their house tables and began to fill up on the various breakfast foods available. Some were watching with anticipation if the previous morning's prank would be repeated on the head table, but as the half-hour mark passed they were left disappointed when nothing happened. Meanwhile up at the head table a few of the professors had taken some precautions to cast a few detection charms and spells around the table, not wanting to be caught by another prank. Andromeda for her part had just taken her seat. Magnus hadn't warned her of any pranks, so she knew nothing was going to happen. Though she had to suppress her smirk when she watched McGonagall stand casting detection spells for 5 minutes before finally taking her seat. Breakfast continued as normal and the hall filled with normal chatter as the students began to wake up properly. Soon the beating of wings could be heard as the morning mail arrived. As the owl swooped in, Andromeda's continued with her breakfast, not expecting anything aside from her copy of the Daily Prophet to arrive as usual. Which is why her interest was piqued when not only did it arrive, but a second delivery came by way of an elegant-looking eagle owl who dropped only a single letter on the table in front of her plate before it made a sharp turn in the air and began to fly towards the Slytherin table. Andromeda didn't have to watch it to know where it was going. She had immediately recognized the handwriting on the front of the letter that spelled out her name. The curves and slants were exactly the way she had been taught to use a quill when growing up. There was no doubt in her mind just who had sent the letter. Interested in just what her sister was writing to her about, Andromeda drew her wand and cast a few detection charms over it. Given who her sister had married and recent events, she didn't put it past either her sister or Lucius to have hexed the letter in order to get some kind of vengeance. But upon finding none, her interest grew even more, and after casting a subtle privacy charm over the letter that would make it read gibberish to anyone not holding it, she took it up and began to open and read it. Dear Sister Andromeda, I know it has been too long since we last spoke, since before your banishment by our parents. I deeply regret that, and I make no excuse for it or for myself. We grew up as sisters and I should have taken a stand alongside you when you stood up to mother and father as you did. Perhaps together we might have changed their minds on both our situations. Regardless, all I can do now is apologize for not doing so at the time and hope that you do not hold my lack of action, or contact, against me in my hour of need, of which I now find myself in. After Draco's duel with Air Black, Magnus, Lucius was furious upon his return over what had happened. But as always he believed to have found a solution, one that he hoped I would play a part in by birthing a second heir to House Malfoy that would reinstate Draco's status when the time came. Needless to say, I was not pleased with the idea of being touched by him once again and being used as such. Lucky when our parents were writing up my betrothal contract I had them worded in such a way that I was required to produce only one heir for the house, and as Draco was the heir, though no longer, my part of the contract has been fulfilled and I am not bound by it to produce a second heir. Needless to say, Lucius was not pleased when I explained this to him, and if not for my secretly keeping up my training and being as fast as I am with my wand, I fear he would have forced me to aid him. Since then I have secluded myself in my private chambers and kept wards up. He has not tried anything yet, but I fear it will not be long until he does. With my current situation as it is, I hope that you could arrange a meeting between myself and the new Heir Black so that I may plead my case with him and beg sanctuary with House Black under the old laws. For both myself and my son. I fear that Draco doesn't realize that without his position as Heir Malfoy and with no way to return it in the near future, he will become expendable very quickly. I beg of you, sister, take my message and plead with our future lord for mine and my son's sake. I am prepared to meet any and all requests that are made of me to secure mine and my son's safety. I hope that this finds you well, and that we may meet again soon. Your sister, Narcissa. Upon reading the letter and its contents, Andromeda didn't know what to feel. The pain of her banishment and the shunning by her family had been something she had tried not to think about over the years. It had been painful turning her back on the traditions she grew up with, but at the same time she knew it had been the right thing for her to do, and to this day she had never once regretted her decision. It had all proven to be a moot point now anyway, with her and Nymphadora being reinstated by Magnus. She knew that her parents, if they were still alive, would never have accepted her back, and she didn't feel anything towards them now, the horrid people they had been in life. Now though being reached out to by Narcissa made her pause. They had always been close growing up. Her, Narcissa and Bellatrix had always been inseparable when they were little girls, which was why their actions towards her had hurt the worst. She still cared for her sister, that was something she couldn't deny. She was family, she was a Black, and Blacks looked after their own. Reading the letter a second time, Andromeda couldn't keep a small smirk from showing on her face as she read how her sister had used the contract wording against Lucius. She knew that slippery prick would try to get around his oath, but the contract's wording had completely blocked him from using Narcissa to birth a second heir to get around it. With a sigh she folded the letter up and put it away within her robe. For the time being, regardless of her own feelings and the pain she felt because of her sister's actions, she knew she would have to show the letter to Magnus and advise him on the matter. Narcissa was family, and he was the Heir Black. The final decision would be up to him. Scene break. Meanwhile at the Slytherin table, Draco saw still as stone as he looked at the letter in his hands, his eyes wide and a cold sweat on his forehead as he read over the letter a second time, sure that he had misread something. Draco. I understand your situation. Many will no doubt see your loss of status as weakness and will seek to abuse your loss of power for their own gain. Do what you can to remain safe and keep strong. But I beseech you, do not attempt to seek vengeance against House Black or its heir, it will not change what has happened. With your loss of status, though it may have slipped your notice, you have also lost any and all protection that it offered you. Particularly from your father himself. As it stands, he intends to try to restore your title by seeing another heir Malfoy is born and then have your status restored by them. But even if his plan is to work, it will take up to 10 years until they can do so. That means you will be without your status as heir Malfoy for 10 years, and that is also 10 years where at any time your father could decide you truly are not worthy of the title and as such seek to remove you from any chance of regaining it by ending your life. And if you believe that I would be able to keep you safe from him, do not think so. As currently he is just as displeased with me as he is with you. As it stands, our only viable option to secure both our safety is to plead for sanctuary under the old laws with my former house. I have already dispatched a letter to my sister to plead our case to Heir Black and to arrange a meeting with him so that I may do so myself. In the meantime, it is of the utmost importance that you do not antagonize House Black or its heir further, for both our sakes. Be well, my son, and keep safe. Your mother. Narcissa. As he finished reading the letter a second time, Draco felt his stomach drop even further than it had the first time. He had of course considered that his father might have some plan to try to reinstate him as heir Malfoy, but he had thought that it would only take a few weeks or months at the most, but what his mother revealed to him was not something that he could accept. Even if his father did produce a second heir, the earliest they would be able to take up the heir title would be 7 years old. That itself was unacceptable from his point of view. But what made him fearful was his mother's warnings about his father. He had seen his father angry many times and knew what he could do in that anger, having witnessed him take his anger out on others, muggles, on many occasions. It had been where he had learned most of the dark arts that he had used in his duel with Magnus. He knew that his father didn't tolerate incompetence or mistakes, and he had clearly made just that by accepting the duel with Magnus that caused this whole mess and lost their house so much money. Regardless of what had been the original cause of the duel, Draco knew that his father would see the whole mess as his fault for not winning the duel. If he had to continue on through all of his Hogwarts years without his position as heir Malfoy, he knew that sooner or later he'd make more mistakes. It was inevitable, and if he made too many, then his father may just decide that he isn't worthy of the position after all and decide to remove him. That thought alone made him nearly wet himself as he remembered the screams of some of those muggles which his father tortured in his anger. Would he scream the same? Coming back to himself, Draco immediately schooled his features and put the letter away within his robes as he tried to look as if nothing was bothering him. He was at the Slytherin table after all. He knew that showing any weakness would give others in his house cause to look more into his actions to find the right leverage on him to use him for their own gains. Which with his current lack of status was something he couldn't afford. And as much as it stung his pride to admit it, his mother had a point. Magnus may have been the cause of his problems, but right now he was the only one who could offer him and his mother any kind of protection from other dark families and his own father. For the time being he would have to swallow his pride and keep his head down until he could tell just how things would go with his mother's bid for their future. Time skip. Andromeda sat in her chair behind her desk with her hands stapled under her chin as she watched Magnus as he read the letter she had received from Narcissa that morning. She had waited until he had a free period to have him called to her classroom so as not to disturb his lessons. Magnus for his side of things found himself completely at a loss as he reread the letter for a third time. Out of all the things he expected to happen because of his actions with the Malfoys, this was not one of them. That Narcissa would reach out for aid because of this had him at a loss. He liked to think that he had a good grasp of Narcissa's character from what he understood about her. He realized now that he had clearly underestimated certain aspects of her personality if this was her response. After reading the letter a final time, he began to understand just what it was that he had judged poorly about her. He had assumed that Narcissa had a deep sense of caring for her family, given how she had been the one to see her family away from the final battle instead of fighting. But apparently that sense of caring didn't extend completely to Lucius like it did for Draco. It must be the family magics that urge her more to protect her son due to his being half black, Magnus thought to himself, now knowing the nature of the Black family's magics. Magnus could see now that Lucius and Narcissa's marriage was made more out of a political standing than of actual love for one another. And now with Lucius being persevered as a threat to Draco, Narcissa was acting against him as well. Putting the letter down on the table, Magnus sat back in his chair and frowned. Interesting, I didn't expect this, he commented, glancing to Andromeda. Thoughts? Andromeda inhaled slowly before speaking. It is a rather surprising outcome but not completely unexpected for me. Narcissa has always been a survivor, and an opportunist. She will seek out shelter beneath with whatever group will offer her the best future. She did so with House Malfoy. They were only settled here in London from France at the time and their influence was still growing. Narcissa saw an opportunity with them and now it has turned against her. It's only natural she would seek another safe haven at this time. Magnus nodded as he let those pieces fall into place in the mental jigsaw puzzle he was building in his mind of Narcissa's character. I see, you believe she will have some ulterior motives by seeking House Black's protection. Andromeda snorted. Of course she will, she's a Slytherin through and through, and a Black to boot. You can bet she will have an ulterior motive and several plans to make sure she gets it. Magnus chuckled softly, then that leaves only one option as to how to deal with this. As things stand, a meeting will be required either way, but with how things are at the moment it won't be soon, he mused as he glanced to the letter again. As it is, if the meeting were to happen right now, then as much as she needs our protection she would still have time after to look for other options should our protection and terms not meet the standards she is expecting. Andromeda's eyes narrowed slightly and her lips quirked up as she realized what he meant. You want to put it off until the last possible moment to leave her no other option but to do as you say in order to get House Black's protection. Magnus grinned and nodded. Exactly, if she plans on using House Black as you suspect, and has ulterior motives, then if we put things off that will give us the high ground from which we can dictate the terms of her protection. As much as she says she is willing to meet any demands, I doubt she means it completely as of yet. So we simply have to bide our time and let the situation develop until she has little choice left but to accept whatever we tell her. Andromeda shook her head with slight bemusement. That is certainly a very Slytherin move on your part, and rather cold. Magnus shrugged. It's only right. If she intends to abuse House Black's protection she deserves to squirm for a while, and besides let's not forget that Draco was the next in line to be heir Black before I came along. I don't doubt for even a moment that if Narcissa had known about me beforehand that she would have allowed me to claim my place in the Black family. It's best if we keep her at arm's reach until we can be assured that she is on a tight leash before being brought back into the family's protection. Andromeda nodded. I understand, it's cold but necessary. Narcissa is a viper in the sense that she should be respected and treated with caution at least until her loyalties can be fully ascertained. Magnus nodded in agreement. Good, I will leave the reply to the letter to you then. Say that I need time to think on the matter and that you will owl her again when I have decided on a meeting date, but to keep you apprised should Lucy do anything largely stupid, he instructed as he began to get up. Andromeda nodded back, but before she could reply the sound of metal tapping repeatedly was heard from her top desk drawer. Scene break. Ted was reclining in his office chair, having just got back from pulling an all-nighter with Amelia, calling in all the favors they both could manage in order to set events for Sirius trial in motion under the radar so that no one would be the wiser until it was too late. He was dead tired after having not slept in close to 36 hours but knew he needed to inform Andromeda of things. She could pass the news on to Magnus later while he got some much-needed shut-eye. Fishing the communication mirror out of his desk he sat up and looked at the mirror before speaking. Andy. He felt the mirror pulse in his hands over the next few seconds, waiting for Andromeda to pick up, and let out a yawn as he did so. But after a few more seconds the screen flashed and the faces of Andromeda and Magnus both appeared. Hello dear, Andromeda spoke through the mirror as she saw her husband yawn. Another late night I take it. Seeing the pair, Ted chuckled. They never get any easier. You should get some sleep dear. If you fall asleep at your desk again you'll be complaining about your back for weeks. Remember last time? Andromeda teased. I know, Ted sighed. I was just going to let you know what's going on, but as Magnus is with you now I can fill you both in and save time, Ted said before yawning again. What's the news, Ted? Magnus asked. Well, I finally managed to speak with Madame Bones, and I've presented all the evidence or lack thereof about Sirius not getting his trial and subsequent illegal imprisonment. Needless to say she wasn't one bit happy with those fools in the Wisengamot, Ted mused. I would say not, Andromeda chuckled. So she's going to help us? Magnus asked. Ted nodded. She is and already has. She and I spent the better part of yesterday evening and last night calling in all the favors we could and giving the ministry the run around. All going well, Sirius will be secreted out of Azkaban in the next 2 to 3 days and tucked away into a ministry holding cell. It only took us this long because he was in the maximum security level with a number of other Death Eaters. Getting him out under the radar was no easy task. That's great news, Magnus said, sounding very pleased to hear that Sirius would be getting out of that place. Ted yawned again. Yes it is, but it's only half the battle, I'm afraid. Once Sirius is out it will only be 24 hours until the guard shift changes, and when that happens the next guards will notice that he is gone. That will cause a huge ruckus and Madame Bones will then be forced to reveal his location. If she doesn't and he's found she will be the one taking the hit. So you have only 24 hours to bring the matter to trial once he's out in order to secure his innocence so that others can't hush things up. Andromeda frowned and Magnus looked pensive like he was racking his brains for some thought. Ted nodded. Yes, and that's no easy feat, let me tell you. Everyone still believes Sirius betrayed the Potters, and a simple lack of evidence might not be enough to persuade them. At best it will only solidate a mistrial for the mishandling of the case and evidence, Ted sighed. Isn't there anything else you can do? Andromeda asked, worried what would happen if Sirius wasn't cleared. At the moment no. Amelia plans to secret Sirius out into an Auror safe house in the last hours if she's not convinced we can win the trial outright. She knows as well as I if Sirius isn't cleared completely the ministry will pull something to save face and have him arrested on some other charges, and if that happens we're afraid that something may just happen to him in his cell before the next trial date, Ted said with a grimace. Andromeda muttered a curse under her breath. And just what would you need to secure an absolute win in court? Ted sighed and rubbed his face. A miracle at this rate. given how long ago this all happened, unless we can figure out who really betrayed the Potters and haul their arse in for questioning to clear Sirius, short of that we're in a bind." The three of them fell into a grim silence at that. Neither Andromeda nor Ted could think how to progress, and Magnus' eyes were flickering back and forth as if reading something before after several more seconds they seemed to widen. "That's it," Magnus exclaimed, making both Tonks look at him. "Have you thought of something?" Ted asked as he wiped his face with his hand, trying to stay awake. "Yes, I can't believe I didn't see it before," Magnus said before looking hard at Ted. "Ted, what exactly was left over of Peter when Sirius supposedly killed him?" "A finger, that was all." "Why?" Ted asked, not sure where he was going. "A finger," Magnus nodded before looking at Andromeda. "Remember what I read about the Marauders? They were all secret animagi. James Potter was a stag, Sirius a large dog, and Peter a brown rat." "Yes, I remembered you mentioned it," Andromeda said, nodding her head, urging him to get to the point. "Well, what if Peter isn't really dead? What if he just faked his death by cutting off his finger and then used his animagus form to disappear in the confusion?" Magnus suggested, "and he's been hiding all this time because he is the one who betrayed the Potters." "It's a theory," Magnus, Ted said as he shook his head, "but that's all it is. Even if it's plausible, we would have no way to find him to confirm this." "What if I had an idea of where he might be?" Magnus asked, and both Ted's and Andromeda heads turned to him fast. "What do you mean?" Ted asked as he pushed through his sleep to focus. "I think Peter is here in the castle, and has been hiding with a magical family all this time to keep his ear out for trouble," Magnus explained. "It's a possibility, but what makes you think so?" Andromeda asked, considering his words. "I overheard Ronald Weasley talking about his pet, Scabbers. Apparently the rat has been passed down from his older brothers, and is over 10 years old at this point and is missing a digit on one of its front paws," Magnus explained himself. 10 years, that's way too long for a normal rat to live, so either it's magical or it's an animagus." Andromeda finished his sentence for him before the mirror moved to just show her face as she stood up from her chair. "Ted, get a hold of Amelia again as soon as you can. Get her to send a squad of Aurors to Hogwarts as soon as she can. If Scabbers is really Peter and he is the traitor, then there is every chance he might be planning to avenge his master by killing Harry. We can't take any chance," Andromeda said before the call cut off. Ted's mind was racing from how everything had just come full circle, and he quickly got to his feet and began to run out of his office. It would seem that sleep was going to have to wait a few more hours. Chapter 14. Chapter 14, Caging a Rat. Magnus had to really struggle hard not to grin. Finally, he could go after the rat now that everything had come together, and he had found a way to expose Pettigrew's location. Almost as soon as Andromeda had put the mirror back in her desk drawer, Magnus was ready to go. "Hold on a moment, Magnus, I need to send a message to Professor McGonagall about this, as it involves one of her house," Andromeda told him before drawing her wand, and with a wave of it and a muttering of Nuntius Patronum, the next second the luminescent form of her patroness burst forth from the tip of her wand. Magnus could not help but gape in shock as he saw a patroness incantation being used for the first time. It really was completely different from seeing them in the movies, though he was curious as to why the incantation was different. Andromeda Patroness took the form of a large female cat, a cheetah specifically, lean and fierce looking, its eyes glowing brightly as it looked at him for a moment as it came to a stop before looking to Andromeda. "Professor McGonagall, new information has just come to light about a possible serious threat towards and involving members of Gryffindor House. Please meet us outside the entrance to the entrance of first-year Gryffindor Common Room as soon as you can," Andromeda stated quickly before waving her wand, and the patroness bounded into the air and took off, disappearing through one of the walls. Magnus found himself realizing just then what he had witnessed, a messenger patroness. He had only seen it used once in the last movies when Kingsley has sent a message to the Weasley wedding to warn about the fall of the Ministry. He didn't know that Andromeda knew how to use it. Seeing the look in Magnus' eye, Andromeda gave a small smirk, thinking that he was in awe of her patroness. "I'll teach you that spell over the summer if you want. I learned it towards the end of the last war," she told him as she put her wand away and came around her desk heading towards the door. "Right now we have pressing matters to attend to." Coming out of his thoughts, Magnus heard her and nodded quickly, following his aunt out of the room and towards the first-year Gryffindor dorms. As they neared the portrait of the fat lady, they saw Professor McGonagall standing outside of it with a hard look on her face, her wand already drawn and at the ready. Clearly, she had received Andromeda's message and had not been impressed. "What is this about a threat to my students?" McGonagall asked, her tone sharp as her Scottish accent made an appearance, showing her emotions. When Andromeda's patroness messengers had arrived, she had been in her office at the time marking assignments, and seeing a messenger patroness suddenly appear before her had startled her and brought back memories from the last war when such means of communication had been used within the Order of the Phoenix. Such messages had often not bore good news, and seeing one again after so many years had left her rather shaken, though she would not dare to show it. "Professor, the threat may not be imminent, but the danger it possesses very high. Please open the common room, we need to go inside," Andromeda stated as they reached her, her tone serious as she drew her wand as well. McGonagall nodded, hearing her tone. Her gaze flickered for Magnus for a moment but said nothing about him before she turned to the portrait and spoke, "Caput Draconis." The fat lady gave a bow and the portrait swung open as the three of them quickly entered, their presence quickly catching the attention of the Gryffindors who were inside. "Where is Ronald Weasley?" Andromeda spoke up, seeing they already had everyone's attention. Percy, who was there doing his duties as a prefect, blinked when he heard them ask for his youngest brother and stood up from his chair. "What is this about?" he asked, his instincts telling him that his little brother was in trouble. "Answer the question, Percy," McGonagall spoke time him. She was not yet sure what the youngest Weasley had to do with the threat, but she knew Andromeda wouldn't have asked for him if there wasn't a connection. Percy frowned but nodded to his head of house. "He's upstairs in the dorms, last I checked. What is all this about?" he asked, still concerned for his younger brother. "Go and get him, please, and anyone else in the room. Bring them all down here," Andromeda told him. "And if Ronald has a cage for Scabbers, tell him to put the rat in it and bring it down as well." Magnus spoke up, his tone hard. Percy looked confused at both of their requests, but a nod from McGonagall had him going up to the dorms to see to their requests after a few seconds of hesitation. Once he was up the stairs, McGonagall turned to both Andromeda and Magnus. "Will one of you kindly tell me what this is about, and why did Mr. Black ask for Mr. Weasley to bring down his pet in its cage?" "We don't want to take any chances," Magnus stated as he kept his eyes on the stairs, waiting anxiously. McGonagall didn't look happy at his lack of explanation and was about to say so when Andromeda cut her off. "You will see shortly, Minerva. Please just humor us. I promise this will all make sense shortly." McGonagall frowned but nodded. Had it been any other former Slytherin student that she had taught, she may have not, but Andromeda has shown her true colors back during the last war. She may have been a Slytherin, but there was no doubt in her mind that Andromeda would have made a fine Gryffindor with the bravery she had displayed during the war. Though she hadn't signed up with the Order, she had more than once fought off Death Eaters when they attacked while others merely fled. She was a strong witch and a good parent, both of which counted for something in McGonagall's eyes. It was the next few minutes that Percy came back down, followed by Seamus Finnegan, Harry, Neville, and finally Ron came last, taking up the rear holding a small cage in his arms with Scabbers inside. The second Magnus saw the rat, his eyes turned red and he flicked his wrist, launching his wand into his hand from his wrist holster as he quickly took aim and shouted, "Stupefy!" and launched an overpowered stunner towards the rat. The force of the overpowered stunner went through the cage and hit the rat, knocking it out immediately, while the force of the spell continued and knocked Ron off his feet and onto his backside. Almost immediately after that, all eyes turned to him in shock of what he had done. Andromeda was the only one who didn't turn to him. "Mr. Black, what is the meaning of this?" Professor McGonagall demanded, completely incensed seeing him attack another student unprovoked, even if it was just a stunning spell. "As I said before, Professor, I'm not taking any chances," Magnus replied as he stepped towards Ron, who was groaning in pain and dazed from the impact, his wand still at the ready as he plucked the cage from Ron's arms and turned to Andromeda. "Andy." Andromeda nodded and aimed her wand at the cage and the rat inside before she spoke, "Revelar Animagus." The spell shot from her wand and into the cage, where Scabbers began to glow a bright blue, indicating that he was indeed as they had suspected. Recognizing the spell Andromeda had used, McGonagall began to put together what they suspected, and seeing Scabbers glow blue in confirmation, she let out a gasp in shock. "Sweet Merlin," she said with her eyes wide, "just who is that?" Seeing the positive result, Andromeda stepped forward and took the cage from Magnus. She saw his eyes were red and could tell he was barely holding himself together as it was. It's always harder on the younger ones, she thought as she remembered her younger years and how she had fought to keep from lashing out when the family magics felt slighted. "Someone who has a lot of explaining to do," she said, looking at the unconscious rat for a moment before looking to McGonagall. "Professor, Aurors should be arriving at Hogwarts shortly. If I recall, protocol is for them to enter by the headmaster's flue. Could you go and meet them and lead them to the Great Hall so we can all get to the bottom of this?" Hearing that Aurors were already on their way, McGonagall nodded and quickly guided them out of the common room before she began to make her way to the headmaster's office. Harry and Neville followed out a few seconds after she had gone. "Magnus, what's going on?" Harry asked in a hurry, not understanding anything that was happening. "Who is that?" Neville asked, pointing to Scabbers. "That spell it was," he began to say, only for Magnus to cut him off. "Harry, Neville," Magnus said sharply in a harsh tone as he turned to them, but stopped when he saw them flinch away from him. He sighed before closing his eyes to calm himself and took a few deep breaths to control his anger and reinforce his mental walls. When he opened his eyes again, they were back to his usual grey. "I want to explain this to both of you. I really do, but right now my aunt and I need to go and meet with the Aurors who are on their way. Trust me when this is a good thing, and that I will explain everything about this as soon as I can." Hearing him promise and understanding that he was in a hurry, both boys nodded and let him and Andromeda walk off, heading to the Grand Hall as planned. Scene break. While all of this had been going on, Dumbledore was sitting in his office pondering over recent matters. His efforts to handle the newest piece that had found its way into the board had, all as of late, been unsuccessful to say the least. Magnus Black was truly turning out to be more of a troublesome problem than he had first thought. First were his attempts to gain control of the Black's wealth by controlling the boy, that had failed even before it could get off the ground, when it was revealed he already had a guardian in Andromeda. Next had been the honor duel with Malfoy and his refusal to bow to his demands to end the duel. If he didn't know better, he would have suspected the boy was acting against him, but immediately put that thought out of his mind. he was but a boy and until recently had not known of the magical world, so that could not possibly be the case. Despite Magnus' considerable magical talents that had been displayed so far, everything could be explained by his heritage. At first Albus had also been concerned that it would be that very heritage which might drive him down a darker path, and even lead him to join Voldemort when he would return. But upon viewing Severus's memories of the duel and the before, he was relieved to hear how Magnus had spoken about Voldemort. Though his language was far more crude than he would have used himself, it made it perfectly clear that Magnus had no current intentions to follow Voldemort ever. And Albus suspected that he might even blame him for the fall of House Black into its current state. No, it was clear that Magnus was no fan of Voldemort and would more than likely stand against him should he return. That at least was something he could work with for the time being. Magnus was a smart boy from what he had seen of him, and despite being sorted into Ravenclaw, and his questionable friendships with the heiresses from houses Greengrass and Davis, showed to have a solid sense of right and wrong, evident by his apology to the young Longbottom heir for his aunt's actions in the last days of the war. That and his apology to young Harry for his belief in Sirius's part in his parents' murder also made him draw the same conclusions. If things continued along this path, Albus believed that he would eventually return House Black to its former prestige. For now Albus decided it would be better to try and convince him that they were on the same side. It would be better that way rather than having to divide his attention between bringing him into the fold and his plans for young Harry. If he could get Magnus to trust him, regardless of Andromeda's mistrust in him, he would be able to sway the young heir Black when it mattered and wouldn't have to be concerned that he might disrupt his plans. However, as he was thinking just how to do so, his fireplace filled with green flames and his old friend Moody stepped through into his office. "Ah, Alistair, may I ask what is the reason for your—" Albus began to ask but stopped when another two figures came out of the fireplace after him, Kingsley Shacklebolt and, much to his surprise, Madame Amelia Bones. Seeing the director of the DMLE flew into his office personally made Albus stand up from behind his desk, frowning when he saw them all come through uninvited. "Madame Bones, may I inquire as to why you have seen fit to flew into my office in Hogwarts uninvited and without my leave to do so as headmaster?" Albus was shocked at her actions. She normally showed more respect of his position, especially in regards to his rights as headmaster of Hogwarts. This was very out of character for her to just barge into his office like this, and with no less than two senior aurors with her. Amelia set her sight on Dumbledore as soon as she heard him. "I apologize for the rushed entry, Headmaster Dumbledore, but we have only just received a confidential missive from a reliable source here in the castle requesting for an auror presence to attend to a very serious matter of the utmost importance in the castle," she explained. Albus found himself at a loss for a moment. Someone from inside Hogwarts had contacted her and requested an auror presence here at the school. He found himself irritated that someone would do such a thing, as legally speaking if anyone managed to actually make the request to report a crime or something along the same lines, he had no power to stop them from fulfilling their duties while on the grounds. That was why any such request was left up to him as headmaster, because once they were here his hands were tied. "I see. Well, I regret to inform you that I am unaware as to just why that would be they." Albus was about to say, trying to turn them away to that he could get to the bottom of just why they were here, before he was cut off by his office door opening and Professor McGonagall quickly made her way in. "Ah, good. You are already here. Quickly please, the culprit has been captured and is being brought to the main hall now, if you would," McGonagall told them, much to Albus's confusion. "Thank you, Professor," Madame Bones said as she nodded her head before looking to Dumbledore. "We will only be a few minutes, Headmaster, then we will leave you to get back to your business," she said before giving a nod to both Moody and Kingsley as they both quickly began to leave the office. Albus was speechless as he found himself completely clueless as to just what was going on, and his attention turned to McGonagall. "Minerva, whatever is going on?" he asked, wanting to get to the bottom of this. Something told him that whatever it was he wouldn't like it. "Oh, Albus, the youngest Weasley's pet has been discovered to be an animagus by Andromeda and Mr. Black. Can you imagine it?" McGonagall spoke with disgust in her tone. "Someone has been posing as a pet and in the dorms all these years. I remember when young Percy first came here with that rat. To think it's been a person all this time." The second Albus heard that, his mind began to run a mile a minute. How could this have happened? He quickly rounded his desk and began to make his way to follow the aurors, trying to think. If he didn't act quickly, this could possibly ruin everything he had planned. Being the headmaster of Hogwarts, he of course knew that Scabbers was not as he seemed. He had long ago altered the wards of the school to include an animagus detection ward in its design, after he had found out that 3 of his past students had learned the skill under his very nose and so knew exactly who the rat was, but he had kept quiet so as to use the information at the right time. Now it would seem that very secret was going to come back to bite him in a rather unpleasant place. Scene break. Andromeda and Magnus had arrived in the Great Hall after only just a few minutes and were standing up at the head table as they awaited the arrival of the aurors. Magnus hadn't put his wand away the whole time and kept it trained on the rat inside the cage with another stunning curse on his lips, ready at the first sign that the rat might wake up. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long after they had arrived before the trio of aurors arrived. Moody at the lead and giving Magnus an approving look as they approached. He had of course been giving the rundown on just what was going on and wanted to get to the bottom of things. "Smart lad, I knew there was a reason I liked you," Moody commented as they got closer and saw that the rat was stunned. Not one to take chances, are you? Not when things are this serious, sir, Magnus responded, but didn't take his eyes or wand off the rat. His words seemed to get marks of approval from both Amelia and Kingsley as they saw him and looked over the two of them and saw Magnus holding his wand trained on the rat. Amelia's first impressions of the young heir in front of her was that he clearly meant business and that he was taking things personally, not that she could blame him. She'd barely let Ted finish his explanation at the time before she was out the door calling for 2 senior Aurors to follow her, and she only had slightly less of a stake in this matter than he did. Heir Black, if you don't mind, we'll take it from here, Amelia said gently but firmly as she drew out her own wand and gestured for him to step away. Magnus hesitated for a moment before he nodded and stepped back a fraction but didn't take his wand off of the rat, getting a grin and a nod of approval from Moody as the scared Auror did the same, getting a sigh from Amelia as she aimed her wand and levitated the cage off the table and onto the ground between all of them before with a wave of her wand enlarged the cage to 7 foot tall by 4 foot wide. With that job done, Moody took the privilege of casting the animagus reversal charm and they all watched as the rat shifted and changed until the very next second an unconscious and cramped form of Peter Pettigrew lay on the floor of the enlarged cage. Peter Pettigrew, Andromeda said in a low growl with narrowed eyes as she glared at the rat-faced man, which got a look of surprise from Shacklebolt, who trained his wand on the now revealed Peter as well. And upon pronouncement of the name a gasp was heard from behind them as Dumbledore and McGonagall arrived on the scene. Peter, but he's supposed to be dead, McGonagall said before turning her eyes to Dumbledore in shock, who looked just as concerned but for different reasons. He had been too late to stop Peter being revealed. Magnus from his position looked down at Pettigrew in the cage with anger in his eyes. This was the bastard who had framed Sirius and got him locked up for all these years, who had betrayed the Potters and got them killed all because he was too much of a coward to stand beside them and fight. If it wasn't for the Aurors around him and all of the witnesses, Magnus had no trouble believing that he would happily make this rat bastard pay for what he had done. He felt his magic surge inside him and his emotions threatened to spill over his reinforced mental walls, wanting nothing more than to rip this worm apart. After closing his eyes for a moment to regain control of his anger and emotions, Magnus opened his eyes again, now calm, as he looked over the rat, and as he did he noticed a familiar white tip protruding from one of his pockets and he instantly realized what it was. Expelliarmus. Magnus cast a second after adjusting his aim. His spell was true and the next second the white yew and phoenix tail feather wand, that all Potter fans know about, shot out of Peter's pocket and into his left hand. He didn't hesitate for a second and returned his own wand to his holster before taking the wand between both his hands and snapped it with a satisfying crunch. All of that happened in the space of a few seconds and his actions got looks of shock from all of those around him. Mr. Black, Madam Bones said a moment later, that was rather sudden. Magnus looked to her and then back to Peter. Apologizes Madam Bones, but considering who this man is and the last time he was seen, I have no intentions of letting him keep a wand on his person if there is even a chance that he could escape with it, he stated. Also, he was not about to let the chance to destroy Voldemort's wand escape him, nor give this rat any tools to escape with. He knew that Peter was one of the main reasons for Voldemort's return. He was going to damn well make sure that there was no way for this worm to get free to slither off to bring back that bastard. Moody gave a bark of laughter. Nicely done, lad, you'd make a fine Auror. Ever consider joining the force when you graduate, he smirked. A question for another time, I think, sir. Right now we have someone else to question, I think. Magnus stated, gesturing to Peter. Aye, right you are, lad, Moody murmured as his magical eye swirled to Magnus and then back. Amelia sighed. As much as she wanted to, she couldn't blame him for his rash actions. She would have done the same at his age. As much as questioning him is a priority, doing so right here and now is too risky. It would be best if we were do so back at the DMLE, Madam Bones said. At that, Moody portkaya him to a magical suppressing holding cell for the time being. Headmaster, if you would be so kind as to open the wards temporarily to allow us to take the suspect in for questioning. Albus frowned at the request but knew that he would have no grounds to stop them from interrogating Peter and simply nodded as he gave the mental command for the wards to temporarily drop. Seeing the nod, Moody took out a nut from his pocket and tossed it into the cage and on top of Peter as he spoke out, guilty, and the next second Peter disappeared from the cage. Magnus let out a sigh when he saw that Peter was gone and everyone began to put their wands away. Amelia turned to him at that. Mr. Black, Andromeda, if you might be so kind to come with us back to the DMLE, we have questions for the both of you as well concerning Mr. Pettigrew and how you became aware of him. Andromeda nodded. We will be happy to cooperate and answer all the questions you have, she agreed, as Magnus nodded as well, knowing this was coming. Dumbledore wanted to stop them and attempt to take things back to his office but knew better. Amelia was a dedicated woman, she wouldn't appreciate him interfering in proper procedure and so had no choice but to let them go before he left to back to his office. He had few calls to make and favors to call in if he had any hope in fixing matters before he lost control of things any further. Chapter 15 Part 1 Chapter 15 Part 1 Rats, Monkeys and Toads. Magnus rubbed at the bridge of his eyes tiredly as he sat outside Amelia Bones' office with Andromeda, in the DLME offices. They had left Hogwarts a little over 2 hours ago and spent the best part of an hour being asked question after question as to how they had come across Pettigrew in his animagus form, and Gabriel had made sure to stick to his story that it had all just been a theory that had turned out to be true. Andromeda had been present for the entire interview as she was down as his guardian in both the Muggle and magical means, and since he was underage, they legally could not question him without her present. Though she had confirmed everything that Magnus had answered. The reason that they were still waiting however was due to Magnus' request to Amelia for him to be allowed to watch the interrogation of Pettigrew when the time had come, and that time was fast approaching as Amelia came out of her office, with 3 vanilla-colored folders in her arms, and turned to them. "All right, it's time. The Unspeakable has confirmed that it is really Pettigrew and have checked him for any ways that he can escape via magical means," Amelia explained. "He is now in one of the interrogation rooms unconscious awaiting to be woken up. I suspect he won't be looking forward to being wakened." "I should think not," Andromeda agreed with a smirk that Amelia mirrored. "Now, you will both be escorted into the viewing room alongside Senior Auror Moody. If you need to contact me while I'm interrogating him, simply inform Moody and he will pass the message on to me," Amelia told them. Both Andromeda and Magnus both nodded and were soon led out of the Auror bullpen into a narrow corridor with a number of doors, all with white Roman numerals on them in pairs, with one of the doors having a circle around the numeral. Coming to the 4th pair of doors, they met Moody outside of them, who nodded and opened the door to lead them in. They followed to find a sparse room with a singular wall that looked to be made of one-way glass and a number of chairs sitting in a line. Moody took a seat before Andromeda followed him to do the same. Magnus stood for a bit as he looked through the glass to see the interrogation room. It was clean and well kept. The walls were brick and mortar painted over with some light grey color, pewter maybe. In the middle of the room was a heavy-set iron table and 3 chairs. The table had various runes inscribed on the legs and across the edges, all of which, Magnus knew nothing about what they did. One of the chairs was already occupied, while a young-looking Auror stood guard at the side of the room with his wand drawn but held pointed down into his side. Magnus did not know him, but that was not surprising given how Magnus did not know every Auror on the force, just the recognizable ones. Magnus' attention though was all on the man in the chair at the table, slumped over the table with his hands bound in shackles, connected to the table, that had similar runes carved on them, which now Magnus guessed was some kind of magic suppression or prevention ward to prevent a suspect from using magic while shackled. "Sit down, lad," Moody said in a gruff voice. "No point tiring out your feet, he ain't going nowhere." Magnus gave nod of acknowledgement to his advice as he gave a final glare at the rat in the other room before he took his seat on the other side of Andromeda just as Madame Bones came into the interrogation room. "Wait outside, Coulson," Amelia said as she came in, leaving the door open for the young Auror to leave through. He nodded and did so, returning his wand to his wrist holster as he stepped out. As soon as the door closed and clicked shut, Amelia tapped several runes on the table and soon various bricks in the interrogation room and the room they were in lit up in response with runes of their own. Magnus blinked as he looked at them. Moody smirked seeing his reaction. "Security wards, lad, prevents anyone outside of these hearing anything that goes on in either. Listening or recording charms not cast by registered Auror or hit wizards are disabled, and both rooms are sealed tighter as a nun's arse on communion." Andromeda made a sound of reproach before swatting Moody's arm. "I'll thank you to keep such remarks to yourself around my nephew, Auror Moody." Moody just gave a small chuckle in response, and Magnus had to try not to smirk himself as he continued to watch the other room. Once the lights from the runes faded, Amelia sat down at the table and tapped one more rune on the table before retracting her hand just as Pettigrew woke with a jump, almost falling out of his chair. "Good evening, Mr. Pettigrew, you are in a DMLE interrogation room. I trust you understand why," Amelia commented as she sat looking at him with a hard look from across the table. "You have been missing, presumed dead for the past 10 years, and now you are found alive and, well, while pretending to be a student's pet rat, an unregistered animagus form at that." Pettigrew sat shivering in the chair under her gaze, looking like he was about to wet himself, though Magnus could not tell if it was from her glare or from posing as a rat for the last 10 years. Seeing as she got no response, Amelia tapped another rune on the table and the chain connecting to Pettigrew's cuffs retracted until he had both elbows on the table's edge hunched forward, cowering. "You will answer what questions I put to you, and you will do so promptly and truthfully, am I understood?" Amelia growled out at him. Pettigrew nodded his head rapidly, so fast that it looked like his head would pop off any second. Getting the affirmative response, Amelia nodded before she tapped another rune, and 4 runes around the room lit up and stayed that way. "Director Madam Amelia Susan Bones, badge number Delta Echo 72173, Interrogation Room 4, case number Tango Delta 152498, suspect has been confirmed by Unspeakable Department as Peter Pettigrew, born September 9, 1959, 1-count charge of failing to register as an animagus, further charges pending completion of interrogation," she stated openly, and that was when Magnus realized what the runes were inside the room. "Recording wards, to record the interrogation, clever really. Now then, Mr. Pettigrew, you were found in the possession of a young boy at Hogwarts School, using your unregistered animagus form to disguise yourself as his pet, is that true?" Amelia stated to get started. "Yes," Pettigrew shivered out, still hunched over the table. "And what was your purpose in doing so?" Amelia asked again, keeping a hard gaze on him. I was hiding. Listening for when it was safe to come out again," Peter said fearfully. And you did so without the family's knowledge of your true identity or nature. Amelia asked for clarification. She had worked with Arthur Weasley a number of times and she didn't want to drag him or his family through the mud. Yes, Pettigrew admitted again. And from what were you hiding? The war has been over for 10 years, surely you could have come out of hiding before now, Amelia pressed. Pettigrew shuddered and it looked like he was not going to answer any time soon about that. Amelia glared at him. Suspect is unresponsive. I ask again, why did you not reveal yourself? I couldn't, not yet, not until, he returned. Peter stuttered out fearfully. Who returned? Amelia asked, a deep frown on her face. They. The Dark L Lord, Peter answered before trying to shrink back in his seat as Amelia's glare doubled in intensity. You confess to being one of his followers, a Death Eater, Amelia spat in disgust at him. Why yes, Peter stuttered fearfully, at which Amelia stood up and pulled back the sleeves of his shirt to reveal his forearms and the faded dark mark on his arm. Let it be on record, the suspect has admitted of his connections to the last Dark Lord, and bears the mark of a Death Eater on his inner left forearm, Amelia intoned for the record before sitting back down and opening one of the files and taking out a plastic pocket holding the remains of the wand that Magnus had snapped. Mr. Pettigrew, can you identify these wand remains? Amelia said as she placed the pouch in front of him and watched as the rat seemed to pale drastically. The Dark Lords, he stuttered out in abject fear as he looked on his master's snapped wand. Both Andromeda and Moody gave a sharp hiss at the owner of the wand's identity. They both remembered who snapped it. Moody's magical eye turned on Magnus. Real good choice there, lad. I doubt there's an Auror still alive from the last war who wouldn't want to have done the same given the chance. Andromeda nodded in agreement and regarded her nephew with a side glance, seeing that he was still too focused on Pettigrew to listen. She knew he must be trying hard to control his anger given the situation. She was partly right, his lack of reaction was due to his already knowing, but he was also focusing on the interview at the time. After processing the new information, Amelia continued, it was on your person when you were found and captured, Amelia stated as she glared at him. Where did you get it? I took it that night, the night when he attacked and disappeared. Peter swallowed hard. That night, the night when he attacked the Potters, you were there? Amelia asked with heat in her voice. Yes, I followed behind after he went in, and watched from the doorway as he killed them, Peter admitted, shaking and shivering. Magnus had to grab the seat of the chair he was in as he tried desperately hard not to get up and barge in there, though he doubted he'd make it through the glass, that was likely heavily charmed. His emotions were raging as he heard Pettigrew's confession to having been there. Andromeda put a hand on his shoulder for both comfort and aid. She could tell he was having trouble dealing with this. His eyes had turned red the second he had laid eyes on Pettigrew in the other room, though she doubted that he realized. Back in the interrogation room, Amelia was putting together the facts in her mind at lightning speed. Who was the Potter's secret keeper? I was, Peter stuttered after several long moments of silence. Not Sirius Black? Amelia asked hurriedly after that, finally getting to the answers she wanted. No. Peter replied and continued after she kept glaring at him, it was meant to be a bluff. People would think Sirius was the one who knew the secret, so they would go after him, and not me. And yet you took their location right to the Dark Lord anyway, didn't you? Amila spat with venom in her tone, not expecting an answer. Magnus was breathing heavily through his anger, just barely restraining himself as he closed his eyes and tried to focus. Ask him. Magnus said through clenched teeth, ask him who cast the charm to make him their secret keeper. Moody heard him and blinked several times. Damn it all to hell, why hadn't they thought of that? And quickly pulled his Auror badge from his pocket and tapped it with his wand before muttering into it. Amelia felt her badge shake in her pocket and brought it up to her ear to listen as her gaze seemed to go right past Pettigrew for several seconds as she caught up before she came back into focus and glared hard at the rat in front of her. Who was the one to cast the Fidelius charm and made you the Potter's secret keeper? Peter seemed to freeze up the moment that she said that, and his eyes began to dart everywhere around the room fast for several seconds. I don't know, I don't remember, he said as if he was in pain before the next second he began to shake rapidly and hard. If it wasn't so sturdy, Magnus was sure that the table would have been toppled as Pettigrew seemed to be having some kind of seizure. Goblin shite. Moody cursed just as Amelia drew her wand and shot Pettigrew with a stunner, knocking him out. What happened? Magnus asked as he sat still in his chair looking at Pettigrew in the other room still. Rat's been obliviated, and they did a hack job at it, Moody answered as he stood up. Andromeda sighed, I've seen this a few times in my time at St. Mungo's. Idiots trying to forget things and have someone untrained in mind arts hit them with an obliviate. Everything seems to go well at first until something reminds them of what they forgot, and then the idiot is hit with mental trauma of having that memory forcibly erased from their minds. Magnus frowned at that as he watched Amelia deactivate the runes and leave the room. Can the memories be restored? He asked, but Andromeda shook her head. No, obliviate does exactly as intended. It obliterates any strand of the intended memory, but when done poorly by someone untrained in the mind arts, the memories between the part that was erased are frayed and brittle, retaining connections to the full memory. He likely remembers about becoming the secret keeper and who all was there, but whoever cast the spell and the casting itself has been completely removed. It's why most mind healers recommend having the entire day's worth of memories removed from start to finish so that there are no gaps or chance of frayed memories, she explained. Magnus looked down and scowled. He didn't know how or when, but someone had gotten to Pettigrew and erased his memories, and now his chance to find out the truth has slipped past him. Moody put his hand on Magnus' shoulder. Don't look so down, lad, that was some sharp thinking on your part. All this means is that you asked the right question. Not your fault some bastard got to him first, he said, trying to reassure the boy while his own mind was racing through various possibilities as to who could have erased the memory and why they would do so. He wasn't fully aware of everything back in the last war, too dangerous that way. Everything had been compartmentalized to keep secrets from leaking out. He would have to try to look into this himself when he had the chance. Magnus nodded but kept his eyes closed so as not to look at Pettigrew again as he got up and followed both Andromeda and Moody out of the room. They were approaching Madame Bone's office again to talk just as he started to get his anger back under control, but whatever progress he made shattered in an instant when he heard a very recognizable voice from inside Amelia's office. What's all this about, Amelia? I was just informed that you barged into Hogwarts without leave to arrest some illegal animagus. Fudge's pompous voice rose inside the office, carrying out through the slightly open door. Inside, Amelia was sitting behind her desk looking pissed off as both Fudge and Madame Umbridge, excuse me Umbridge, stood at the other side of her desk. They had been waiting for her when she had gotten back from the interrogation. Minister, I do not know who informed you of this matter, but let me assure you that I did everything by the book. An aura presence was requested at Hogwarts by a student and their guardian pertaining to this matter, and I acted as discreetly and as promptly as was necessary, Amelia stated. Fudge seemed to bluster at the explanation. Very well, and just who was this animagus? Some student doing something he shouldn't be, he said, brushing the matter off as if it was nothing. No, I have just gotten through questioning him. He is a full-grown man, who has been posing as a family's pet for the past 10 years, and his identity has been confirmed by the unspeakables, to be one Peter Pettigrew. Amelia stated, but before she could continue Fudge cut her off. Oh, don't be ridiculous, Amelia. Pettigrew is dead. Black killed him, everyone knows that, Fudge stated, completely ignoring her statement about the unspeakables having confirmed his identity. On that note, the door to the office opened and Magnus stepped with red eyes and hair glaring at Fudge. Then everyone is clearly as big an idiot as you are. Fudge rounded on the new voice and looked down to see Magnus just as he began to register his words and began to bluster. Now see here, young man, I don't know who you are, but you can't speak to me like that. I am. He began to berate Magnus only to be cut off in return. A monkey in a cheap suit, not fit for the office you hold. Magnus stated as he glared hard at him. Now see here. Umbridge began to come to Fudge's defense only to be cut off by Magnus' ferocious glare. Shut your mouth, you pink hypocritical toad, or I swear I'll shut it permanently. Magnus snarled, his magic pouring into his voice making it boom like thunder. Umbridge practically shrieked and leaped behind Fudge, who was looking at Magnus in shock and fear from the sudden loud voice. Magnus then turned his glare back onto Fudge. You asked who I am. I am Magnus Rourke Black, heir to the most noble and most ancient house of Black, and you are the pompous ass who have been overlooking the fact that a member of my house never received his trial and was thrown into Azkaban on suspicion alone. Fudge started to say, but Magnus didn't give him a chance. Sirius Black is innocent of the crimes he is accused of. You would know that if you would just listen to your head of DLME instead of spouting off absolute rubbish. Magnus roared at him, his voice filling every inch of the room. He was framed, and although he was not a recognized member of my house at the time because of his disownment at 16, that is something I will be soon rectifying. He is a Black in my blood. Fudge seemed to grow pale as Magnus spoke and began shaking as his voice grew louder still. You have 24 hours in which I expect my uncle out of that hell on earth and in chambers receiving a fair trial to prove his innocence once and for all, and for that traitorous rat Pettigrew to be charged, for which I will be claiming satisfaction for his crimes against a member of my house. If these things do not come to pass, Magnus stated, his voice a roar until he reached the final line and began to let out a low growl, then may Merlin help you, because I will use every nut, sickle, and galleon in the Black family vaults to ruin both of you and expose every single little dirty dealing secret you both have, and see to it that you are both sharing opposite cells in the highest towers of Azkaban without a single nut to your names. Am I understood? Both Fudge and Umbridge nodded and whimpered out an affirmative to his demand, before he stepped aside and they both practically ran out of the room. Everyone watched them go before Andromeda cleared her throat from inside Amelia's office. I think it's best that we take our leave now. Magnus has already missed some of his classes and tutoring lessons. He will need to catch up on notes before he goes to bed, she explained. Amelia simply nodded and watched as the pair left the Aura department from her office door. A few seconds later Moody stepped in looking like he was trying very hard not to grin. Just letting you know, I'm gonna head off to Azkaban to get Sirius out of that cell of his, Moody commented as Amelia nodded in response, still watching the backs of Andromeda and Magnus go. Moody nodded back, still fighting his grin as he turned. We've got to make that lad an Aura when he's older, if not for any other reason to have someone around here with the clout and balls to shut up the bloody politicians, he commented as he closed the door behind him. But despite that, Amelia's laughter was still heard as she finally came back to herself and her memories registered with her. Moody shook his head as he limped away, letting his own grin finally form. Every Auror and their mother will be wanting a copy of that memory, he muttered under his breath as he made his way towards the flue. Chapter 15 Part 2 Chapter 15 Part 2 Old dogs, manipulative goats, dumb redheads. In the North Sea, where the weather is either poor or terrible, there is a small island that not many people ever come across. This is mainly due to the feelings that they get when they even come anywhere near it. It is like a feeling in their bones that screams at them to steer clear. On that island there was a single tall structure, a triangular building made entirely of stone, and stood ominously against the always dark clouds in the sky. This building was home to the darkest witches and wizards in British society. This was Azkaban. On this evening, the weather was terrible, heavy rain, chilling cold, and winds that would cut a man through to his bones. On the third highest floor of Azkaban, where the Dementor presence was the most heaviest, was a small cramped cell, 3 foot by 7. It was barely big enough for a larger man to get comfortable to lay down, not that anyone would willingly want to, given how the only padding on the ice-cold stone floor was a threadbare rag of a blanket that served little to no purpose. What was most unique about this cell, however, was the fact that while all the other cell's inmates were screaming, yelling, or howling like lunatics, the occupant of this cell was not. In fact, if one were to look inside this cell through the small window on the other wall or the slot on the heavy thick iron door, they would see that instead of a quiet inmate laying on his sheet, there was a miserable-looking large hairy dog that Muggles would say looked like an Irish wolfhound, and any witch or wizard would say looked like a grim. This was in fact Sirius Black in his unregistered animagus form, dubbed by himself and his friends as Padfoot. For the past 10 years he had been a resident of these halls, and each and every day he taken his animagus form as much as he possibly could, after discovering in his second year there how not only had his form helped keep him warm, but also that the Dementors overlooked him in that form. The large dog was curled up as tight as it could be on the thin blanket, trying to contain as much heat as it could as the rain pelted in through the narrow-barred window on the outer wall. Padfoot was trying his best to ignore the noises the other inmates were making, something he had gotten exceptionally good at over the years, wanting to catch some sleep before the next patrol of guards passed by. However, as he was trying to do so, a noise caught his attention. Footsteps, a pair of them. The large dog's ears perked up and it lifted his head. That wasn't right. The next patrol wasn't for 5 more hours, and they wouldn't come early, because who in their right mind wanted to do something as foolish as that, unless they were the type to not know any better. Not wanting to take any chances as the footsteps got closer, Padfoot rose to his feet, and as he did so he changed into his human form as he backed away to the farthest corner of the cell, keeping both eyes trained on the door. The years had not been kind to him in this place that many rightfully believed was hell on earth. Much like his animagus form, he looked very thin and gaunt. His skin was pale where it wasn't covered in dirt or grime, his rag-like robes were thin and filthy, his hair long and matted, and his eyes sunken as he crouched down into the far corner of his cell listening. The other inmates seemed to quieten as they noticed the sounds as well, apparently curious as well, but that soon changed as the yells picked up again, full of more anger and hate this time, as they usually did when guards came by. They were so numerous that Sirius could barely make any of the yelling out. It was all just a wall of noise that drowned out the footsteps entirely. So Sirius jumped slightly when he heard the lock in his door begin to turn and the heavy door was pulled open. Light filled the room and he was momentarily blinded by the bright light and had to turn away from it to shield his eyes until he could see once again, but when he could, he turned back to the door and felt his eyes widen at the sight of someone that he hadn't seen in years. "Mad Eye, is that you? Is it just me, or has your mug gotten even more gruesome since the last time I saw you?" Sirius coughed out, not having used his voice in so long. There wasn't really any need to hear. Moody for his part just stood there, his good eye fixed on Sirius, wide with shock as he took in his form, while his magical eye was twitching and spinning like it was having a fit in its socket. "You're one to talk," he said back after a moment before jerking his head. "Come on, I'm getting you out of here," he grunted. Sirius blinked at that. "What's going on, Moody?" he asked, and before he could continue Moody spoke up. "You're finally getting your trial is what?" Moody commented, "unless you wanna rot in here with this filth." Sirius stumbled to the door, not having had much reason, nor room, to do much walking, but hearing that he didn't want to stay there a moment longer, who in their right mind would? As Moody closed the door to his cell, Sirius looked to him warily. "Why now, Moody? Why after all this time is the Ministry giving me a trial?" Moody grunted. "You have that nephew of yours to thank for that. Him and Andromeda found the rat and Amelia got him to confess to being the Potter's real secret keeper." Sirius's eyes glinted the second he heard that they had found the rat, and a crazed look came into his eye, but it immediately vanished as he registered Moody's other words, "nephew." Moody gave a bark of laughter at his response. "I, surprised the lot of us too, those of us who knew your brother anyway. Kid was raised in the Muggle world as an orphan after his ma died giving birth to him, but ever since he came back to the magical world he's been turning people on their heads," he said as he began to recount some of the things Magnus had been doing that were public knowledge. Sirius's eyes were wide as he heard about the nephew. He never knew he had, the very same one who had apparently suspected his own innocence and had gotten him a trial. He did not know what to think about that, especially after hearing about how he was the new heir Black. Despite his disinterest in the lessons his family had given him growing up, but he still remembered some of the things from those lessons, one being that the only way for a child born out of wedlock to be made the heir of the family would be with the blessing of the previous Lord Black's portrait. He knew his parents, or at least he thought he did. Blood purists both of them, and dark and twisted as they came, his mother the worst of the pair. So, the fact that his father apparently approved of his nephew and the fact that he apparently came to his aid just didn't line up in his mind. Nor did the other deeds that he was hearing he had done. Taking on a Malfoy, Narcissa's kid at that, didn't really shock him. If the kid was as bad as his father he likely ran his mouth and his nephew likely didn't take it laying down. But hearing how he was supposedly aiming to restore House Black's prestige and reputation just confused him even more. He never paid attention to such things growing up. He never wanted anything to do with the backwards ways of the other purebloods, especially when those ways tried to control what direction his life would go and who he could befriend, all because of house values which were just as twisted. Sirius figured that his nephew likely had some ulterior motive for getting him out, something he wasn't seeing, and at first he decided to just play along if it meant he could get out of there. What was important was for him to get to Harry after all, to do what he should have done before and look after his godson. But hearing how his nephew had apparently verbally tore Fudge and this Umbridge woman a new pair of arseholes, and how Moody spoke of him made Sirius decided to at least give him a chance. He was his nephew after all. Thinking of that, Sirius couldn't help but frown. He had cared for Regulus, his younger brother. It had torn him up inside when he had left him behind when he ran away to the Potters when he was 16. His parents' influence had turned him to the Death Eaters to gain their approval, something he never thought would have happened because Regulus always had their approval growing up while he never did. No, he would give his nephew a chance and he would see to getting him away from his parents' influence. He had failed his little brother once. He would not do so a second time by letting his son be corrupted by them as well. Scene break. Arriving back in Hogwarts, Magnus immediately leaned against one of the walls as he rubbed his eyes tiredly as he rebuilt and reinforced his mental shields again. Their walk from the Auror department to the public flues had given him a chance to calm down and regain control of himself, and now he wanted to slap himself for his stupidity. What the bloody hell was he thinking, letting his emotions get the better of him like that, blowing up at Fudge and Umbridge of all people? Yes, it had been extremely satisfying to do, but at the same time making an enemy of two of the people that hold two of the highest positions in the ministry was not wise, not in the slightest. While he had intended to deal with them both in time, he hadn't intended to do so for a few years yet, but now after his little blowout he knew that he'd be on their shit lists in the future. Both were political animals and would use their influence to come at him from the shadows, Umbridge especially after he had threatened them with his family's influence. Taking a breath, Magnus pushed off the wall and stood up straight again as he pushed those thoughts to the back of his mind. For now, at the moment neither of them posed a threat to him. He had all his bases with Sirius covered. It would be guaranteed that he would be freed after his trial. Dealing with those two could wait. He knew just how to deal with the pair of them and made a mental note to send a few letters off to get things started on that front later. Now that he knew that it would be impossible to have either of them as pawns without the risk of them turning on him, he'd see to their removal instead, and he knew just the person to help him do so. Andromeda stood behind Magnus as she watched him closely collect himself. She knew that he likely felt foolish for having let his emotions get the better of himself. She had done so herself a few times in her younger years and remembered feeling mortified after calming down and remembering what she had said or done. Such was the annoyance of growing up with the Black family magics. It was why they started occlumency training so young, to prevent such embarrassing outbursts later. But given that Magnus hadn't had the years of occlumency training that other Blacks had by his age, she knew it would be harder on him to control himself like other. "Are you okay?" Andromeda asked gently, placing her hand on his shoulder as he straightened himself up. Magnus sighed. "Yeah, I just feel like an idiot for blowing up in the face of the Minister of Magic and Pet Toad," he muttered. Andromeda snorted slightly at his comparison of Umbridge's appearance. Well, it was deserved in a way, she mused. Magnus smiled. "Yeah, but unwise. Now they'll both be gunning for me after I threatened them like I did. It will give us more problems in the future." Andromeda nodded but patted his shoulder. "A problem for the future," she reasoned. Magnus nodded. "Agreed," he said before looking forward. "I'll see you later. Can you keep an ear out when Sirius trial is to be held? I will be wanting to attend to make sure nothing goes wrong," he asked her. Andromeda nodded her head gently. "Of course, but what will you do now?" she asked him. Magnus looked at her and smiled slightly. "I promised Harry and Neville that I would fill them both in on just what is going on. I think I've kept them waiting long enough, don't you?" Andromeda chuckled and nodded. "I suppose so. Go on then, just make sure you're back in the Ravenclaw dorms before curfew," she said as she gestured for him to go. Magnus smirked and headed off, leaving her watching him as he went. Time skip. It was half an hour later that Harry, Neville, and Magnus all sat in the Gryffindor common room, with both Harry and Neville stunned speechless by what Magnus had just told them, neither boy truly knowing how to react to what they had just been told. Harry sat looking down as he remembered everything that Magnus had explained to him, how he had wanted to know why his uncle had betrayed his parents and asked to get a hold of a copy of his trial transcripts, as surely he would have been asked that, but then had begun to suspect something wasn't right with his uncle's conviction when none turned up and had the matter looked into, and how they had discovered that he had been sent to prison without a trial. How they had come to the conclusion of how Sirius was innocent and that someone else had been the real secret keeper, and how that had only left one person it could be, and how they had come to the conclusion that Pettigrew wasn't really dead and had in fact been in hiding in his rat form, posing as the Weasleys' pet rat Scabbers for the past number of years. Hearing that his parents' betrayer had been in the same room as him multiple times since coming to Hogwarts made Harry shiver as he thought about it, but he was relieved to know that now the traitor would be put on trial and that his godfather would be freed and that he would never have to return to the Dursleys once everything was cleared up. Harry didn't know how to feel about that last fact. While he knew that Sirius was innocent, he had never met the man, he didn't know if he felt comfortable about living with him. But at the same time anything would be better than going back to the Dursleys. I want to be there, Harry said after a moment and looked up to look Magnus in the eye. I want to be there for the trial. Magnus nodded as he suspected such, given how Harry had reacted in the future when he found out about Sirius' supposed betrayal of his parents. I'll ask my aunt if it will be possible, but if not I'll promise you this, Harry, that I will make sure that he gets what's coming to him. He has wronged both of us, betraying your parents, setting up my uncle to take the fall. He has crossed both outhouses, and I intend to make sure that he pays for it in full, he stated, keeping eye contact with Harry as he said so with conviction in his voice. Harry set his jaw at his words and nodded in return. Thank you. Magnus nodded back, but before he could respond he heard movement before a voice yelled out an incantation and Magnus was on his feet the next second, his wand already in his hand as he moved, raising it to catch the pale green spell of the slug vomiting curse that came at him with the tip of his wand and deflected it up and into the ceiling before turning fully to point his wand at the source of the hex, Ronald Weasley. Weasley, what the hell do you think you're doing? Magnus snapped at him with a hard look, keeping his wand at the ready as both Neville and Harry rose to their feet and faced Ron as well. Ron was standing at the bottom of the stairs to the boys' dorms with his wand out and a furious look on his face. Getting you back for earlier, you hit me with that spell and then stole Scabbers, give him back, where is he? He said, stepping forward with his wand still pointed at Magnus. His action immediately made Harry and Neville draw their wands and point them at Ron in return, making the red-headed idiot stop and look at them with a look of betray. What are you two doing? All three boys looked at him as if they couldn't believe that he was that stupid. What does it look like, defending our friend after you attacked him? Neville responded with a surprisingly angry look on his face that made Magnus want to smirk. Apparently, he had had more of an influence on Neville than he thought. Are you mental? He attacked me earlier. Ron tried to defend himself. Ron, stop being an idiot. Harry yelled at him. He didn't attack you, he attacked your rat. Which as it turns out isn't really a rat, though I suppose you could call him that in a completely different sense, Magnus mused, keeping his wand trained on Ron. What are you on about? Of course Scabbers is a rat. Ron argued, making Magnus shake his head. No, he was an animagus, you know, a wizard who can turn into an animal by choice, Magnus stated. He wasn't a rat, he was actually a fat, ugly bald rat-like man. Stop lying, just give Scabbers back already or I'll, Ron was about to say before pausing as all three of them stepped forward, wands trained on him. You'll what, Weasley? There's three of us and only one of you, Magnus stated. Each of us are heirs to most noble and most ancient houses, one of which you just attacked with his back turned. I could thrash you myself, with all three of us you don't stand a chance. Lower your wand now, Magnus ordered him. Ron gritted his teeth as he looked at Magnus, wanting to curse him, but even he knew that with two other wands trained on him he wouldn't be able to without getting twice what he gave in return. As he was slowly weighing up his options, however, the portrait to the common room opened and Percy came in with a look of anger on his face, seeing what was going on. What the hell is going on here? Percy demanded as he saw his brother being held at wand point with his own wand drawn. Percy! Tell them to give Scabbers back, was the first thing out of Ron's mouth upon seeing his older brother, a statement that made Percy's gut fall as he took a guess at just what was going on. Percy's eyes flicked to Harry and Neville and hoped he was wrong. You two, explain. He ordered, and they did. He wasn't wrong. After hearing how Ron had attacked Magnus from behind with the slug vomiting curse and began to demand for Scabbers' return only for them to try to explain what Scabbers really was and him not believe them, Percy wanted to hex his youngest brother for getting himself into such a mess. Ron, lower your wand and get back up to the dorms right now before you make an even bigger idiot of yourself, Percy ordered him. What? But Percy! You can't tell me you believe them. Ron began to demand. 10 points from Gryffindor for attacking another student and not obeying a prefect's orders, Percy said sternly. Yes, I do. I spoke with Professor McGonagall earlier after everything that happened here and she confirmed everything they just said before I asked to call home to inform our parents about this whole mess, Percy stated. Father agrees and so do I, that because of Heir Black's actions House Weasley owes a debt to House Black for revealing the danger that none of us knew about before he could harm any of us. The wizard who was posing as Scabbers was a criminal and we are lucky that he didn't hurt any of us while he was with us, as he could very easily have done so. Which means you have just attacked the one to who our house owes a debt to. Now for the last time, lower your wand and get up to your dorm right now, and don't think I won't be speaking to Professor McGonagall about your actions. Ron looked at Percy as if he had betrayed him, but Percy, you're supposed to be on my side. I am on your side, Ron, and I'm trying to keep you from doing something monumentally stupid, Now go, Percy told him sternly. Ron looked like he wanted to argue, still with his wand raised as he looked at the 3 wands still trained on him before gritting his teeth and lowering his wand as he turned and stormed back up the stairs to the dorms. Harry and Neville both sighed as they lowered their wands before Magnus just rolled his eyes as with a flick of his wrist his wand shot back into its holster on his wrist. Percy turned back to them after he watched Ron go and sighed. I apologize for my youngest brother's actions, Air Black. He can be difficult sometimes, he said, trying to apologize for Ron's actions. That's putting it mildly, I think, Magnus mused in return. Percy winced at his words but nodded. All the same, I would like to thank you on behalf of House Weasley for the service you have provided in revealing the danger none of us knew about. You can expect a letter from my father over the next day or so with his thanks as well. Magnus nodded. You're welcome, though do not expect that this will keep me from bringing Ronald's actions up with him. This is not the first time that he and I have crossed one another, and I don't expect it will be the last. Percy sighed and nodded. I don't expect them to, but you have my word that I will personally try to see to it that you have as little as problems with my younger brother while I am still attending Hogwarts. Magnus sighed. That would be appreciated, Percy, he said with a nod. Percy smiled, slightly glad that he could at least try to fix matters, though he doubted he would be able to get through Ron's stubbornness. He then looked to Harry and Neville. As for you two, take 10 points each for being brave and standing up for a friend when he needed it, Percy told them, though all of them knew that Magnus didn't really need their help, given how they had all seen him thrash Malfoy only a few days before, but he wanted to reward them as well as make up for the house points that he had taken due to Ron's foolishness. Besides, it was the principle of the thing. Both boys nodded their thanks to him for the points as Magnus smirked before checking the time and sighing. I had best be going, it's almost curfew, he said before saying his goodbyes and heading out of the Gryffindor common room to return to the Ravenclaw dorms for the night. Scene break. Dumbledore sat behind his desk in his office with a pensive look on his face, the matters of the day weighing heavily on his mind. Never had he thought that things could start to unravel as they had with Pettigrew being found. He could only rest assured knowing that Pettigrew had not been able to name him as the one who cast the Fidelius charm on the Potter's cottage and made him the secret keeper instead of Sirius. With Pettigrew having been in Hogwarts for years as the Weasley children's pet, it had only been too easy for him to invite Percy up to his office in the past and see to it that their memories were altered while under the guise of congratulating Percy on his school work. He had already reached out to his various contacts within the ministry to find out what was going on, and much to his annoyance notice had already been sent out to the various members of the Wizengamot about the trial that would be held at noon the next day. There would be no way for him to stop it as it seemed that Fudge himself was pushing to clear the matter quickly. He had been unable to reach the minister to find out just why he was doing so as the one who had apprehended Sirius all those years ago. This matter would come back to bite him as well, regardless of the fact that it had been others who had sent Sirius to Azkaban without a trial. With no other options available to him as Dumbledore knew that Sirius would be found innocent now, he had begun formulating plans as to how he would be able to keep Sirius from taking custody of Harry. While he knew that it was possible that his years growing up with the Dursleys would have already affected him, he wanted to keep him exactly where he could keep an eye on him. The wards around the Dursleys' house not only keep others from finding Harry but allowed him to keep tabs on him and monitor him while he was there. Harry was crucial to his plan and he could not allow him to be out of his control even if in the slightest way if everything was to go to plan. He had been so busy that evening making Fleur calls that he had never noticed the enraged look that he was receiving from the portrait of Sirius Black, before the previous headmaster got up from his seat and silently left his portrait with a hard look in his eyes. Author's notes. To keep up to date on all my fanfiction writing progress, follow me on Twitter at psychopath556. Chapter 17, Not a Chapter Past Events. Tonks training. Nymphadora, don't use my first name. Tonks was not having a good day. It had started out just like any other day since she had begun her training as an aura recruit with Moody as her instructor. She had even gotten to have an hour off that evening when Moody had to go off to Hogwarts to observe her little cousin's honor duel against that Malfoy brat. She didn't even know how it had went yet because the second Moody had gotten back he had dragged her off to train, and that was exactly where she found herself now, yelling as she dived and dodged out of the way of several curses coming at her from various different directions, as she landed behind cover in one of the aura training rooms. Usually she would only have to fight one or two of the training dummies that were set on medium difficulty for her training. They were hard enough to beat when they outnumbered you. But the second she was in position to start her training, her skin paled and her hair went white, as Moody activated 7 of the bloody things and put them on the max difficulty. She had not even been able to get off a single spell for the past hour as she avoided the rainstorm of spells they continuously threw at her, none of them lethal but all of them extremely painful. What the hell, Moody, have you finally lost it? She yelled over the cover to the grizzled old aura who stood off at the boundary line to the training area with a grin on his scared face and a glint in his good eye. Call them off, I've been at this for an hour now, isn't this enough? If you can still talk during all this then you're nowhere near done, lass, Moody barked back at her from where he was standing. Let's see if you can handle another 4 hours of this, maybe by then you can handle yourself against a Cerberus who's lost his favorite squeaky toy, he mused with a sadistic smirk on his face that made it look even more gruesome than usual. Tonks wanted to cry when she heard that she was going to have to handle 4 more hours of this same level of training, but her thought process screeched to a halt when she heard his next word, and a memory of herself using that exact same phrase came to her mind. She had used it when talking with Magnus about Moody's harsh training and attitude, and she immediately made the connection. Her little cousin had ratted on her to him, and his response was this training from hell. Magnus, oh, you are so going to pay for this when I next see you, Tonks thought to herself with a snarl before she heard the familiar hissing of a bombarda spell coming towards her cover, and she instantly jumped away before her shelter blew to bits, instantly making her go on the defensive once again. Percy Fire calls home about Scabbers. Arthur Weasley sighed contentedly as he relaxed in his favorite armchair, having just gotten back from his day at the office. Things had been going well for him as of late, work had been relatively slow, and that had allowed him more free time than usual. Now with all but little Ginny off to Hogwarts, the burrow was peaceful and he could take time to relax and read his collection of Muggle magazines that he had been stockpiling but never had time to browse. Just as he reached over to take up the first one, titled Golf Magazine of all things, the floor flared with green embers, making Arthur sigh. What had the twins done this time? Merlin, he loved all his children to bits, but he just did not know what was going on with those two at times. Getting up from his chair, Arthur approached the fireplace and got down on his knees as he leaned forward into the flames just as the visage of Professor McGonagall appeared in them. Good evening, Professor. So what have the twins done this? Arthur started to greet her through the flames, entirely expecting her to inform him of the latest prank that his two sons had no doubt pulled, and what their punishment was going to be. Only to stop himself when he saw her expression. It wasn't annoyance or irritation as it normally was, it was much more paler than that. He didn't think he'd ever seen her look so shaken. Minerva, what is it? He asked as he realized this was not a regular call. Oh, Arthur, Minerva said with a sigh, something's happened, but I don't have time. I have to go and get back to try and calm the students. Percy is here and he can explain what has happened, she explained before her face pulled back out of the fire before Percy's took its place. Dad, Percy greeted as soon as they saw one another. Percy, what's happened? What's wrong? Is someone hurt? The twins? Ron. Arthur began to ask quickly, already suspecting the worst having happened. What? Percy asked, not understanding why his father was asking about his younger siblings before realization dawned on him and his eyes widened. Oh no, no Dad, they're fine, they're all fine. Well, Ron was knocked out but he's okay, but considering what could have happened, he said, looking a little green at whatever it was he was thinking about. What? Knocked out? Arthur said in shock and concern for his youngest son. Percy, what happened? He asked in a harder tone, wanting a straight answer. Percy winced slightly at his father's tone. It was true that their mother was normally the one to take charge of the daily running of the family, handing out chores and tasks and generally keeping everyone in line. But that was only due to his father being preoccupied with work, and while Arthur may let Molly run the show most of the time, when it matters, he steps up to deal with things. Alright, sorry, it was just all such a shock that I'm still trying to come to terms with things, but I knew you and Mum needed to be told about all of this straight away, Percy explained before he began his tale. As Percy talked, Arthur listened to his every word in silence, as his expression changed multiple times over the next few minutes as Percy finished his explanation of events that had transpired not an hour before. Dear sweet Merlin, how could we not have noticed this before? Arthur thought to himself as he leaned back out of the fireplace to run his hand over his face as he tried to collect his thoughts. Scabbers was an animagus, not just any animagus but Peter Pettigrew, and had been living under their roof, his roof, for the past 10 years. He had been around his family, his children, all without his knowing. The thought of what he could have done at any time made Arthur want to throw up. However, his son's voice from the green flames brought him back out of his thoughts as he leaned back into the flames. All right Percy, I understand, Arthur stated grimly, you were right to be in shock. I never imagined something like this could have been under our noses this whole time. We owe Magnus, Heir Black, a great debt for having exposed this threat to our family. I want you to personally convey my thanks to him the next time you see him. I will write to him as well to give him my thanks, and I will be writing to your grandfather to inform him of these events. I have no doubt that he will agree with me that all of House Weasley owes him and House Black for what has been revealed today. Percy nodded in response, knowing that this was a serious conversation, and to take his father's orders seriously. While Arthur may not have been the current Lord Weasley, he was the heir primary, with Bill taking the spot of heir secondary. While their family did not put much stock into traditions and customs as others did, an obligation of a debt being owed was another matter entirely. I will do so, father, and I'll make sure that both the twins and Ron know to make sure to thank him as well, Percy told him before wincing slightly. I don't know how Ron might take it, given the situation. I recall some rumors of he and Heir Black having butted heads over some matters, but I'll speak with him about it and try to head off anything before it happens. Hearing about Ron having troubles with Heir Black made Arthur sigh. Ron always was a bit hot-headed at times. He knew he got it from his mother. The Pruitts always did have nasty tempers, especially if they didn't get their ways. He'd have to talk with Ron when he could. Alright, thank you Percy, send me a letter and let me know how it goes. Right now I have some letters of my own to send, Arthur told him before leaning back out of the emerald flames as they went out. As Arthur got up from his knees at the fireplace, Molly came in with a basket of laundry in her arms. "Oh Arthur, was there a flow call? What did those two do this time?" she said before frowning. "Do I need to get my howler parchment out again?" Arthur winced but shook his head. "No dear, but I think you had better sit down. There's been a discovery at Hogwarts that I need to tell you about, and then I need to write a few letters of my own." Voldemort's anger. Poor Quirrell. It was an hour after the duel between heirs Black and Malfoy that the door to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom burst open and Professor Quirinus Quirrell, letting out a hissing gasp of pain, collapsed to the floor, barely being able to keep himself from breaking his nose by reaching out with his hands to stop himself going face first into the hard stone slabs that paved the castle floor. "I suppose you think that you were being horribly clever back there," a rasping voice spoke from behind him, awarding that foolish boy so many points, even after he so openly insulted me. Quirrell's body shook as he slowly pushed himself to his feet as he fought through the pain. "I don't know what you're talking ab," he replied as he started to get his footing again, only to let out another cry of pain before stumbling forward to brace himself against one of the many desks in the room to keep himself from falling again. "Do you think you can lie to me, Quirinus, foolish boy?" the rasping voice snapped. "I am in your head, I know your every thought and waking desire. You found it amusing how that impudent whelp slandered me, and how he defeated Malfoy's spawn so easily." Quirrell didn't respond. He knew it had been foolish to give Heir Black so many points as a pseudo-reward for what he said, but then again he had just been doing one foolish thing after another ever since he went to that accursed forest because of his stupid desire to prove himself a great wizard, and now look at where it had gotten him. Oh, he knew he was a dead man, he knew that he would not survive the year. It was a miracle that he had survived this long. He knew what had happened to him and all those like him. He was a dead man walking no matter what he did. But at least he could have a little fun like that from time to time. "Oh Quirinus," the voice rasped again, "you may be a dead man in the future, but yet again you prove your foolishness. Just because you are going to die, and I cannot reach that whelp Black yet, does not mean that I can't take my anger out on others, mainly you." The next second Quirrell's body stiffened as pain racked his ever nerve as the seconds slowly passed by, feeling like hours before finally letting up as the man lost his grip on the desk and fell to the floor once again, only for his body to start to shake as the pain began once again as his torture continued. As Quirrell shook on the ground in spasms of pain and anguish, the spirit of Voldemort raged inside his mind. He was not angry, oh no, he was so much more than that. He was livid. That boy had dared to say such things about him, the greatest Dark Lord who ever lived. Oh, he would be sure to make him suffer once he returned. Once he gained back his body, he would see his entire house brought crumbling down to the ground. First, he would kill Potter and then Black would follow, but not until he had taken his time to make him suffer for his words. Oh yes, he would make an example out of him. No one would ever dare to insult him again. Portraits talk. Sirius Black was furious, and with good reason. Having left his portrait in the headmaster's office, he knew he had to do something, tell someone about Albus' plans and intentions towards his house. However, with his portrait at Grimmauld Place unavailable to him, that left him with only a few options. As a portrait he could naturally move to other portraits in the same building, he could try to find either Andromeda or Magnus via that method. However, given the time, he knew he wouldn't be able to do so, as both would already be turning in for the night and he wouldn't be able to talk to them until the morning. So with it he was left with only one course of action for the time being, and that was why he stepped through the doorway within his portrait that led to his third portrait that hung upon the interior walls of the Black family vault within Gringotts. While he may not have been a previous lord of his house, his achievements in life were enough for him to be recognized as being worthy to be given a place amongst them. As soon as he had taken his seat in his portrait, he called out, his voice booming and echoing loudly in the stone vault, "Orion, Walburga," letting his voice carry to the other portraits upon the same wall. This of course received cries of outrage and annoyance from the other portraits, having been woken up by the yelling, but were quickly silenced by a second and third voice yelling together enough. As the portraits fell silent, Orion and Walburga appeared within their own portraits, looking none the happier, having been woken either, but contained their irritation for the moment. "Phineas," Orion greeted from his portrait, "why have you called us here? It must be urgent if you have come here from your portrait in the headmaster's office," he inquired. "Forgive me, Lord Black, but I was left with little other option, given that I am unable to reach my portrait at Black Manor," Phineas apologized with a bow of his head. "With good reason," Walburga sniffed. "The current heir Black had your portrait removed, for concerns of where your true loyalties lay. He did not wish his comings and goings to be reported to your current replacement, something which I completely agree with." Hearing that made Phineas pause in thought, realizing that Magnus had omitted the truth to how his portrait had been removed, though many would be angry at being suspected of such deeds. Phineas was not. More so, he was actually impressed with the young heir Black for taking such decisive actions. Even more so, now that he recalled the few encounters that the young heir had been in with Albus. With the knowledge that Magnus did not in fact trust Albus, he was starting to look at those encounters in a whole new perspective and light, and could not help the slight smirk that came to his lips. "Clever lad," he thought to himself before clearing his throat. "I see, his suspicions were not without grounds, but I can assure you, Lady Black, that I am still as I was in life, Completely loyal to House Black, it is why I have come here rather than remain silent back in my portrait at Hogwarts, Phineas told them. While Heir Black's suspicions about myself were ill-founded, his suspicions about my current replacement are not, and I can confirm that Albus Dumbledore has ill intentions towards House Black. Hearing Magnus' suspicions about Dumbledore confirmed, both Orion's and Walburga's eyes narrowed as they leaned forward in their paintings as the other portraits still awake did as well. Though they were all portraits, they all held the attributes and loyalties that they did in life, and one fact that every one of them held steadfast to was unshakable in them. All who would cross House Black would suffer, no one crossed House Black and lived. When Orion spoke next, his voice was calm and collected, but the fire in his eyes spoke for his intentions towards any who would plot against them and theirs. Tell us everything. Chapter 16. Keep up to date on all my fanfiction works by following me on Twitter psychopath556. Chapter 16. The Trial of Sirius Black. It was early the next morning when Magnus entered the Great Hall, having gotten up extra early that morning to get through his morning run and routine beforehand. The Great Hall was sparsely populated at this time, with only a few students being up and they were scattered at the various house tables, and only a couple of the professors were at the head table, Andromeda being one of them. Making his way up through the hall, Magnus arrived at the head table and went straight to Andromeda, who looked wide awake. "Good morning, nephew, something I can help you with?" she asked as he approached her. "An inquiry and possible request," Magnus told her with a smile. "Harry asked me last night if it would be possible for him to come with us to the trial today. I told him I'd ask you if it was possible." Andromeda frowned but nodded in understanding. "I understand why he would want to go, but the only reason you can attend is due to your being Heir Black, and my allowing it, and the fact that I will be accompanying you as your magical guardian," she explained, though they both knew that because of the contract she signed that second didn't really apply and it was merely for appearance's sake. "I don't think that it will be likely that the headmaster will allow for Harry to attend," she said, shaking her head. "I can already predict several arguments he'd have against the matter." Magnus frowned and nodded. He could think of just as many and sighed. "It's okay, I thought as much, thank you anyway," he told her before making his way to the Ravenclaw table and let himself slip into his thoughts as he started to think on just how he could use Pettigrew's trial to the utmost of his benefit, only to be broken from his thoughts by Erebus's voice in his mind. "Those are some rather dark thoughts you are having," Erebus thought in his mind, his tone not judging but at the same time with a note of worry in his words. "I'm just trying to think of how to make the most of this whole situation. I wanted to make ripples and change things. If I'm giving up the advantage of my future knowledge in this area, the most I can do is make sure that I get the absolute most out of it." Magnus defended those particular thoughts. "Perhaps, but those particular ideas, are you sure you want to go down that route? Are you sure you'd be capable of doing so?" Erebus asked, the concern clear in his tone. Magnus swallowed and let out a slow breath. "Truthfully no, but what other options do I have?" "You could just let things play out in the direction they are going and hope for the best," Erebus voiced, though his words were hollow. "Even you don't believe that," Magnus said before cutting the conversation short as he looked up to see Harry and Neville coming into the hall. Getting up from his seat, Magnus made his way over to them and shook his head when Harry looked at him with a hopeful look in his eyes. "Sorry Harry, I talked with my aunt, she doesn't think it will be possible for you to go. The headmaster isn't likely to allow you out of school to attend a trial when you don't have to," he explained. The hopeful look Harry had vanished and was replaced by one of disappointment, but he nodded all the same. "Okay Magnus, thanks for trying." Magnus nodded but held his hand out to Harry. "Even though you can't be there, Harry, doesn't mean he isn't going to get what is coming to him. I'll make sure that he pays for what he's done, I swear it," he told him, his tone hard and set. Their eyes met and Harry nodded once as he took Magnus' hand. "I know you will," Harry told him as he took his hand to shake in agreement. "I'd say good luck," Neville commented, "but with all the evidence against him there really is no way for him to get out of this." Magnus nodded as he and Harry broke the handshake. "I know," he said before turning to leave them as he began to make his way back to the Ravenclaw Tower and his trunk office. He needed to do some research on just what he had planned. Time skip. Magnus sat at his desk in his office with 3 large tomes open in front of him as the air around him seemed to shimmer and his eyes were a blur to anyone looking at him. His hand then reached out to the desk drawer and took out the open pocket watch that lay inside it and closed it shut, returning the air around him to normal as he closed off the time dilation effect. "It's always amusing watching you with that pocket watch active," Erebus voiced in his mind as he sat on his perch at the side of the room. Magnus snorted and rubbed his eyes as he recalled everything that he'd just read in the past hour. His plan could work, there was nothing stopping him as it was all perfectly legal, but there would still be the drawbacks that he would suffer from it, but he could deal with them if they happened. He just needed to confer with Ted to get clarification on whether or not he was within his rights. It was the very next second that the mirror in his desk drawer began to vibrate, making Magnus chuckle as he took it up and Ted's image appeared on the mirror front. "Your ears must be burning, I was literally just about to try to get a hold of you," he mused. "A happy coincidence then, because I just got some rather disturbing news from your grandparents' portraits that you need to hear," Ted told him before turning the mirror away from him, and the next second the portrait of his grandmother appeared on the mirror. "Grandmother, What's going on? Magnus asked, concerned about what she had heard. Magnus, Walburga nodded. Last night your grandfather and I were called to our portraits in the Black Vault by Phineas, to inform us about a despicable plot that he has overheard against your uncle, she explained before she began to recount just what Phineas had told them he had overheard. Magnus' frown deepened as he listened and he internally cursed. He should have expected the old goat to try to pull something like this. Since he knew he couldn't stop Sirius being found innocent, he was doing the next best thing to make it impossible for Sirius to try to claim Harry's guardianship in order to keep his control over the Potter heir, by using his time in Azkaban to have him be declared mentally unfit and physically incapable to care for a child. Ted, what are the chances of this plan of his actually succeeding? Magnus asked as he hoped that things weren't as bad as he thought. Sadly they are rather good, Ted informed him. I was allowed a brief meeting with Sirius yesterday when he was taken out of there, and he isn't in the best of shape. He's in a holding cell now and his health is being seen to, but Azkaban has taken its toll on him. It could take weeks for him to even to properly begin a physical recovery, and that's not even taking into consideration any of the mental problems that he may now have. And there's no way for us to downplay it. Walburga suggested from her portrait. Ted shook his head. No, this may be a desperate play on the headmaster's part, but it's one that the ministry will take seriously. There would be riots in the streets if there was even a hint of something wrong with someone who would be charged with the care of the boy who lived. Magnus clenched his fists. He wanted to comment that there already was. He wanted to bring up the Dursleys' disgusting treatment of Harry over his entire childhood, but immediately scrapped that idea as he had no ground to stand on with it, as he had no way to actually justify his claims as to how he would know about his treatment. But still following the same lines, Magnus asked, would it be possible to press the issue of his current custody? As I recall, his current situation is in a Muggle home. Could we push to have him stay with his own kind rather than them? He asked. The mirror turned and changed again as Ted's face came back onto the reflective surface and he didn't look pleased. I assume that you have a good reason for bringing up his current care situation, other than his family's status as Muggles, he asked in a clipped tone. Magnus internally winced, having momentarily forgotten that Ted was Muggle-born himself. Thinking for a moment, he realized while he couldn't outright say he knew he could use his observations to some extent to justify things, I have concerns about Harry's home situation, though they are currently unfounded and would have to be looked into, but it is my belief that Harry isn't getting the best treatment at his home. That seemed to make Ted pause as he instead gave Magnus a worrying look. What do you mean? Magnus took a breath as he took a second to think. His appearance and mannerisms for a start. Harry is the smallest of our entire year group. He is shy and doesn't openly approach others and doesn't raise his hand in class to volunteer information, while it would have to be checked. Both point to not being given enough food at home and having overbearing, perhaps even abusive guardians, he pointed out. Then there are his clothes. Other than his Hogwarts robes, what clothing he has are all extremely worn out, along with being several sizes too big for him, like they are all hand-me-downs. Nothing he has seems to have been bought new for him, and all have been given to him after being used by someone else, his cousin more than likely. Ted was silent as he listened to Magnus and tried to put the pieces together as Magnus laid them out for him, and he wasn't liking the picture he was seeing. All signs point to an abusive home life at worst, an unpleasant one at best, Ted said after a moment of thinking. Have you spoken to your aunt about this? He asked. Magnus shook his head. Not yet. I wanted to be sure before doing so. The evidence just keeps piling up. Hell, he didn't even know he was heir Potter or any of his future responsibilities until Neville, me, Daphne and Tracy began to talk to him about it. He's only just starting to pick things up now. What? Walburga yelled in shock, making Ted jump from her outburst. The rightful heir to a most noble and most ancient house didn't even know of his heritage and responsibilities. Just what in the seven hells is that headmaster playing at? If he's his magical guardian, it's his responsibility to ensure that his charge learns these things. Ted rubbed the bridge of his nose and sighed, hearing the portraits ranting, but he knew she was right. That was half the reason why the magical guardian role was made. Firstly, to ensure traditions and history was passed down. That was why normally the lord of any house was made the de facto magical guardian of any child in his house. The second reason was due to Muggle-borns. If they got sick or needed to be represented in court due to any reason, their Muggle parents wouldn't have the necessary knowledge to make informed decisions best for their children, and so the role was needed. And yet Dumbledore had clearly not done so. If Harry didn't know what he needed to and was in the state he was, Dumbledore was failing severely in his duties. The question was why. And the answers he was coming up with were not pleasant in the slightest. All right, I'll bring this up with your aunt after the trial. Needless to say, she'll have some choice words and will want to talk with Harry about this and want to give him a complete medical check over to see just what damages have been done if there are any, Ted voiced. But as for your idea about bringing up Harry's guardianship in that way, I would think that it would be unwise. Not only would it cause riots if it was even suggested that he was being abused, but to do so in that way would open the metaphorical floodgates for everyone with even the smallest claim to his guardianship to try their hand to get him, and there are some with claims that would be less than genuine behind their reasonings. Cousin Narcissa, you mean? Magnus guessed right off the bat. Ted nodded. Indeed, Lucius Malfoy wouldn't hesitate for a second to use his wife's blood relation to Doria Potter to try and get control of Harry, and by extension the Potter votes in the Wisengamot. Couldn't you bring up his past as a Death Eater? Magnus suggested, get his claim thrown out. Accused Death Eater, Ted corrected, while he may have been accused he was acquitted on the charges, and while that might muddy his claim some it still wouldn't stop him from making it, and as it would be through Narcissa's connection that he would make the claim overall it would still make his claim about as strong as Sirius's without his position of being Harry's godfather. Magnus frowned, and I assume there would be others to try as well. Ted nodded, yes, the first that comes to mind would be Dowager Lady Longbottom, as Alice Longbottom, her daughter-in-law, was listed as Harry's godmother, she would be able to make a claim for Harry's guardianship in her stead, just like she is looking after her grandson Neville in the same way. Hearing that Magnus grinned, that might just play to our advantage, he said with a glint in his eye, do you think she would be amenable to shared custody, if you and Aunt Andy were to file the same claim through Sirius? Surely if we combined our claims we would have a stronger claim than Lucius would. Ted blinked, but slowly nodded as he thought, yes, that might actually work, though you would have to bring Sirius back into the house, as he was disowned, but if you did it before we made our claim and Dowager Longbottom was agreeable to our terms it would give us a stronger stance. He said with a smirk, can you ask Heir Longbottom what the Flo address is for their manors so I can speak with his grandmother to arrange things? Magnus nodded, I'll go down and ask him in a bit but there's one more thing I need to talk with you about before I do so. Ted blinked before sighing, right, the reason you were going to call me, what is it you need my advice on? He asked. Magnus then gave Ted a serious look, before asking his question. After hearing it, Ted first was confused as to why Magnus was asking about it but then as the realization dawned on him his eyes widened in shock. Time skip. It was at precisely 1 hour before noon that Andromeda and Magnus flooded from Hogwarts Deputy Headmistress's office to the public Floo entrances in the Ministry. Stepping out of the Floo, Magnus was brushing the soot off of his shoulders. He had taken to wearing a set of black robes with silver trims and the black family crest emblazoned over his heart. Andromeda was wearing the same only in a shade of light grey, with her plum-colored Wisengamot robes hanging open over her shoulders. The Ministry was just as hectic as Magnus remembered from the movies, with people bustling everywhere. Magnus made sure to stick close to Andromeda so as to not get lost in the crowd. After 10 or so minutes in a rather stomach-turning elevator ride later, he didn't care how cool they looked in the movies or the fact that Willy Wonka has won. Elevators should only go up or down, not side to side or backwards and forwards. They were stepping out onto the floor where Andromeda told him the Wisengamot session was due to start shortly. Still sticking close to his aunt, Magnus followed until he was led into a room that he recognized was similar to the room where Harry would have been given his bogus trial in the 5th movie. Looking around as he followed Andromeda up into the stands, Magnus could see that they weren't the first to arrive as a number of others in Wisengamot robes were mulling around, and up above Magnus could see that there was an area for the press to attend and it was quickly filling up as well. Cousin Sirius' trial has caused an even bigger stir than we ever thought possible, Andromeda mused as she took her seat and Magnus took the seat beside her. I'd imagine Sirius would find this whole thing funny if it was someone else in his position. Magnus arched an eyebrow as he looked at her. What do you mean? He asked in a low voice. Andromeda gestured with her chin towards some older members of the Wisengamot that had gathered. It's not often that such older lords come in for sessions. Take Lord Weasley there. He normally leaves things to his proxy to vote in his stead, after having reviewed things before and passed on his desires if he has any, she said as she eyed the old wizard with short-cut ginger hair that was half faded to grey and white, and the older man he was talking to. Who's that he's talking to? Magnus asked as he saw the pair. That's Lord McLaggen, another rare face to see here. He usually leaves it to his heir to vote in his stead, Andromeda informed him before glancing to the doors as more people came in. Mind giving me the layout? Magnus asked curiously and Andromeda nodded in response and began to subtly gesture around to the various people that came in. Magnus for his part listened intently as he compartmentalized and organized the names and faces of everyone he was told about, filing it all away in his mind, making note of possible allies and measuring up those he suspected would be enemies at a later date when House Black returned to power. As the last members trickled in taking their seats, Magnus could see the room was practically packed. He could see Andromeda eyeing various people and giving various nods to some. Clearly the chambers weren't this full on all occasions. It was a couple of minutes after everyone was seated that Minister Fudge and his toady, bitch, made their appearance from a second door in the back, nodding to various people in greeting as they made their way up to their seats with a pair of Aurors behind them and another pair taking position at the doors. That was precisely when Magnus finally noticed the dozen or so blue-robed Aurors that were already dotted about the room against the walls as if they had already been there. Noticing his reaction to them, Andromeda smirked slightly. Disillusionment charms, they've been here the whole time, another rarity, usually it's only half these numbers. She explained. Magnus gave a single nod of his head to show he understood. Madame Bones was taking no chance for anything to go wrong, that made him feel a little better. Once Fudge and Umbridge took their seats, Dumbledore began to rise and moved up to take the podium for the Chief Warlock position and nodded to Fudge, who lifted the parchment in front of him and began to read from it. This emergency session of the Wisengamot has been gathered to hear testimony and evidence of the events that took place during Samhain of 1981 and the days that followed. to judge the guilt or innocence of one, Sirius Black. He read out, and immediately the courtroom was thrown into chaos. As a number of Wisengamot members rose from their seats and began to cry out in denial, while others rose up to yell at them, clearly there were a lot of mixed feelings about this trial, and whether it was even justified at all. The sight made Magnus' left eye twitch in irritation. The yelling continued for a full 2 minutes before finally Dumbledore raised his wand and Magnus had to cover his ears as he released several loud cannon blasts from its end in order to gain silence in the chamber. That will be quite enough, Dumbledore stated as he looked around the chamber. Now while a grave many may feel that this trial is unjustified, and others may feel that it should have happened a long time ago, it is neither here nor there, it will be happening now regardless, he said plainly, his expression blank as he gave one more passing look around those seated before nodding to Madame Bones who was seated in the front row. At the nod Madame Bones stood up from her seat clearing her throat. Due to the state of affairs at the time among other things, there was severe lack of physical evidence that was collected at the time, no witness statements were taken, no spell signatures record or memories recovered from any nearby muggles before they were obliterated, and as it has been well over 10 years since the time of the events it is next to impossible for any new evidence from those days to be gathered, she said. As she leveled a disgusted glare at Minister Fudge, and she wasn't the only one, everyone knew it had been him to capture Sirius Black all those years ago. It had been one of the things that had started his rise to power, it had bolstered his reputation at the time and began his ascent. Fudge seemed to shrink back a little the number of glares being sent his way and perhaps wisely decided to remain quiet. Getting no response from Fudge, once more Madame Bones cleared her throat and recentered her attention. Still, despite the abysmal detective work done at the time, there are still 2 avenues open to us to explore, she said before looking to the main doors. Bring in the accused. At her command the doors to the room were opened and for the first time Magnus laid eyes on his uncle as he was escorted in between 4 aurors, 2 in front of him and 2 behind him, all 4 with their wands drawn and at the ready, with Ted following them in a few feet behind. From what Magnus could see of him, he looked just as rough if a little less so than what he would have when he would have broken out in 2 years, gaunt and weak, filthy but all in all still standing. There was a lot of unpleased grumbling from around the chamber as Sirius was led to the middle of the room where the accused chair was stood, and he was moved to sit down in the chair, where chains immediately sprouted from its body and wrapped loosely around him, making the grumbling grow several octaves. Well, that should go a long way, Andromeda mused next to Magnus. Explain. Magnus requested as he looked around at a few of those muttering. The chair is spelled, it reads the intent and emotions of those who sit in it, judges them in a way, those who are innocent rarely find themselves bound by it, those who regret their actions will be bound but loosely so, and those who are guilty and do not regret their actions in the slightest will find themselves bound the tightest, Andromeda explained. Rumor has it that dear sister Bella was almost strangled by the chains when she sat in it, they bound her so tightly, broke a few bones. During her trial though still sat on the chair like it was a throne, she said shaking her head. So with Sirius only loosely being bound? Magnus asked as he tried to work it out. He knew Sirius wasn't guilty. Suggests that he is guilty, or feels guilty for something, and regrets his actions, Andromeda stated as Dumbledore quieted the room once again. As silence was once again achieved, Ted stepped forward beside the seated Sirius, representing the defendant, Edward Tonks, he announced himself. Dumbledore nodded from his position, looking rather serious. Magnus noticed there was no twinkle in his eyes as he gazed down at the scene. Read the charges if you please, Madame Bones, Dumbledore requested. At the request Madame Bones stood up from her seat with a sheaf of parchment in her hands. The defendant is accused of multiple crimes, aiding in the death of James and Lily Potter, aiding in the death of a lord and lady of a most honorable and most ancient house, being a member of a terrorist group, the murder of Peter Pettigrew and 12 muggles. Her tone bland, as if reciting them was a mere formality. How does the defendant plead? Dumbledore said once Madame Bones was finished listing the charges. Not guilty, and counsel moves to have the charge of the murder of Peter Pettigrew stricken from the charge list as it has become known that the individual is still alive and is in custody, Ted stated. With that statement mutters began to circulate the room and Magnus could see various people in the dark section whom he knew were Death Eaters begin trading glances. So noted, Dumbledore said and gestured to Madame Bones to begin. Given the lack of physical evidence of the alleged crimes, the prosecution moves for the application of Veritaserum for questioning, Madame Bones stated openly before looking to Ted. Does the defense consent to its use? It does, Ted replied with a nod, having expected such. I'd insist on it, Sirius openly remarked from his seat with a slight chuckle in his voice. Objection, came a voice Magnus recognized from the stands as Lucius Malfoy stood up from his seat. It is well known that Veritaserum is only fully effective on those who do not know they are under its influence, and that it can even be fooled by those skilled in mind magics. Magnus recognized the ploy that Malfoy was trying to pull to cast doubt on Sirius' willingness to take the truth potion, and wasn't going to take it lying down. He stood up from his seat with a scowl. I hope I have just misheard you, Lord Malfoy. Magnus said as he glared at the platinum blonde. It wasn't that long ago your former heir accused myself of being a liar, and we all know how that ended. Surely you aren't making a similar mistake by accusing another member of my house of the same thing. One would think you would choose your words more carefully. Lucius' grip on his cane tightened as some chuckles were heard in response to Magnus' comments coming from the light side of the court, and he glared at Magnus before responding. Black, that matter has been resolved, and I fail to see the connection. This man, while still bearing the Black name, was cast out of House Black long before you were born, as such. He went on to continue before Magnus cut him off. As such, he still bears the proud name of Black, and the same blood runs through his veins as does my own, regardless of past grievances. The past is in the past and I will not allow you to openly slander him much like your former heir did to myself, Magnus stated heatedly as he flicked his wrist and drew his wand. So let me make this clear to all who are present, he added as he held his wand up. I, Magnus Rarak Black, heir to the most ancient and most noble house of Black, do hereby lift the banishment placed on Sirius Orion Black and welcome him back into the Black family. May the family magics welcome and embrace him as a Black forevermore. So I say, I do so swear, so mote it be. At Magnus' declaration both he and Sirius began to glow as magic accepted Magnus' call, and almost immediately Sirius began to look much better than he had before, his skin gaining color, his hair becoming thicker, and his eyes becoming much more lively as the family magics returned to him and he breathed in a breath anew. Sirius looked at Magnus as he lowered his wand, taking in his features, and a glint of recognition shone in his eyes covered up by the shock as if he was looking at a ghost. Lucius for his part looked as if he had just swallowed a full lemon as he sat back down, clearly not willing to openly risk another verbal insult given how the last time went. Magnus nodded as he returned his wand to his sleeve before looking to Madame Bones. Can we please get on with this farce, madam? He said as he sat down, getting several looks as more mutters began to circle the court. Madame Bones nodded and with a gesture to one of the aurors on the courtroom floor stepped forward and produced a file from inside his robes and showed it to Ted, who looked upon the file and nodded. The defense has verified the file is sealed and has not been tampered with, he said as was procedure as he gestured to Sirius with a nod. Sirius nodded back before tilting his head back and opened his mouth as the auror stepped closer to him and took off the wax seal from the lid and opened the file before letting the 3 drops within fall into Sirius' open mouth before stepping back. Once Sirius closed his mouth, the potion began to take effect, his eyes glazed over and his posture relaxed, his shoulders slumped and a blank look came over his face, the telltale signs that the potion was working as intended. Seeing that everything was normal, Madame Bones began the questioning. What is your name? Sirius Orion Black, Sirius responded, his voice a drone. When were you born? Amelia continued, not at all bothered by his tone as it was expected. November 3, 1959, Sirius continued, his tone not changing in the slightest. With the beginning questions out of the way to confirm he was under the effects, Madame Bones continued, and with each answer that followed the volume in the room grew with various people muttering to one another in shock. Did you betray Lord James and Lady Lily Potter to the Dark Lord? No. Were you or have you ever been a Death Eater or follower of the Dark Lord? No. Were you the secret keeper for Lord James and Lady Lily Potter? No, I thought it would be too obvious as I is James' best friend. Do you know who it was? Yes, Peter Pettigrew. We trusted him and I suggested him to take my place. I thought no one would suspect him. What happened on the night of October 31, 1981, when the Dark Lord murdered Lord and Lady Potter? It had just been a regular day. I went to check on Peter, but when I got to his place he wasn't there. I got a bad feeling and immediately went to check on James, Lily, and Harry, but when I got there it was already too late, Sirius explained, his voice breaking slightly. I found James first at the bottom of the stairs, and Lily in the nursery in front of Harry's crib. Harry was still alive, crying with a nasty cut on his forehead. I immediately went to pick him up to help calm him, but my mind was racing. I had just lost 2 of my closest friends and realized that we had been betrayed. Peter's home was untouched. As pathetic as he was, I didn't think for a second that he would have been taken without at least causing a mess. I began to leave with Harry. I had to get him out of there. When we were leaving, that was when Hagrid arrived via Port Kayat. He said he had been sent to collect Harry. I didn't question him and gave Harry to him. I'm ashamed that I did so, but the only thing on my mind at that moment was revenge, and so I went to hunt Peter down to get it. It took me some time, but I managed to find him. I began to chase him as he fled, but I finally caught up to him in the early hours of the next morning. But before I could kill him, the rat fired a overpowered bomb Arda Maxima at the street. The explosion blasted me back and opened up a crater in the street. When I started to come to, Peter was gone and I just broke down. I had failed them, James and Lily. They were gone and I couldn't even avenge their deaths. It was all my fault. The room had fallen into silence as Sirius had spoken of the events that happened following the deaths of James and Lily, revealing a lot of facts that had been previously unknown. At this time the defense submits the interrogation transcripts of one Peter Pettigrew, which confirm that events transpired exactly as testified. Ted announced as he took the parchment from his folder and presented it to Madame Bones, having already been given it in advance. So noted, Madame Bones said as she took the parchments before her eyes flicked back to Sirius. Do you know who it was that cast the Philetus charm on the Potter's home? Magnus sat forward in his seat. This could be it. But much to his disappointment, Sirius answered in the negative. No, I wasn't present for the casting. Dumbledore had suggested the spell, and had offered to cast it, but Lily wanted the challenge, so began to study the spell to cast it herself. I assume she succeeded. Magnus wanted to curse someone. That would have been a smoking gun if ever there was one. It had never been confirmed that Dumbledore had been the one to cast the spell. Had it, it would have revealed he had left Sirius to rot away in Azkaban for his plan to work. Though Amelia herself was not finished. Do you know who was present when Peter was made their secret keeper? She asked, trying to get answers. No, I wasn't there, and I was only let in on the secret by Peter after the spell was cast. Another dead end. Seeing no use to further questioning Sirius, Amelia nodded and gestured for the antidote to be administered. The defense moves to have all charges dropped. In light of the evidence and proven testimony of my client proving his innocence of all charges, Ted spoke up as the antidote was given. The defense calls for a vote. Magnus let himself fall back in his chair and sighed as he closed his eyes to rein in his anger and annoyance at not getting his answers. He knew he would need a clear head for what was to come. Seeing things as they were, Dumbledore nodded and rose to his feet. All in favor of clearing the defendant of all charges, please raise and light your wands now. He intoned. Magnus opened his eyes for this and watched as wands were raised throughout the chamber and ends were lit with non-verbal spells. Magnus didn't need to count to see it was well over half of those in attendance. Those against. Dumbledore spoke again once the votes were counted by the court scribes. Again Magnus watched as no wands were raised in response. Clearly it would have been a fool's errand at this point to vote against Sirius being freed after things had gone as they had. All it would do would have labeled them as idiots. So be it, Dumbledore said as he struck the gavel to his left with the mallet atop it. The defendant, Sirius Black, is hereby cleared of all charges. Magnus had to fight back his grin when he heard that. He'd done it. Sirius was free. 2 years earlier than in canon, it was official. Canon was officially dead and buried. But Magnus knew he wasn't done yet. Oh no, not by a long shot. And this was only confirmed when Amelia rose from her seat to declare the next point of order. The prosecution will now begin the trial of Peter Pettigrew. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Goading a goat and a rat on trial. Pardon my interruption, madam, Ted spoke as Sirius was released from the accused chair, but as my client is now a free and exonerated man, there are 2 more issues that I'm required to bring before this body on his behalf. Amelia frowned at having the second trial stalled but nodded. It was something she wanted to get down to fast. Very well, proceed. Thank you, madam, Ted nodded. The first, being the least of immediate importance as far as my client is concerned, is the demand for financial reparations for his illegal incarceration, and decade-long wait for his trial, he stated as he pulled several rolls of parchment from his briefcase and with a wave of his wand levitated them up to Amelia. Before my client's incarceration, he was an accomplished orator with several distinctions on his record. As such, it would not be a stretch to assume that within the years that he was incarcerated that he would have reached the ranks of senior orator, and it is only fitting that as he was kept from doing his job that he receive the pay that he would have received for the past 10 years on top of the ministry standard reparation settlements for his time in Azkaban. Amelia nodded as she looked over the parchment before passing it along to Dumbledore, who after a glance nodded as well. That would be only fitting, as it was because of this court's grievous mistake that allowed this travesty to continue for so long. Ted nodded. Thank you, Chief Warlock. Now as for the second matter, as was previously stated during my client's trial, my client was made the godfather of Harry James Potter before his incarceration, and as such is immediately filing now for his legal custodial rights. Thank you, Mr. Tonks, Dumbledore stated, as he peered down at Ted through his half-moon spectacles. However, while I understand the urgency of this matter, young Mr. Potter is quite happy with his current living arrangements at Hogwarts and during the summer months that he is not there. I would also like to point out that it would be irresponsible of this body to place any child, let alone one so beloved as Mr. Potter, into the care of someone who has just been released from Azkaban. It is a well-known fact how devastating long-term exposure to Dementors can be to one's mental facilities. As such, I do not believe it would be wise to move young Harry from his current situation until your client has been declared mentally sound and has recovered from his time in Azkaban. Magnus gritted his teeth in anger to keep himself from screaming out as he heard that old fucker go on, claiming that Harry was happy at the Dursleys. It was the biggest pile of shit he'd ever heard. Andromeda, seeing how Magnus was restraining himself from speaking, caught his eye and nodded to him before she rose from her seat. Chief Warlock Dumbledore, surely you are not trying to deny my cousin's rights a second time, Andromeda stated. Given that you held the same position then as you do now, I find it highly inappropriate that you should deny my cousin his rights toward his godson when it was this body's inaction that caused his illegal incarceration in the first place. In fact, I find it inappropriate that you haven't conceded your position to another on this and related matters given your past involvement in the matter. And since you haven't done so already, Andromeda continued but was cut off as almost immediately numerous lords began to rise and began yelling in outrage at what Andromeda was about to suggest. Looking over the yelling Lord, Magnus connected their names to the various lighthouses that were Dumbledore's supporters. It was little wonder that they would come to his defense when Andromeda was about to push for him to step down from his chief warlock position. However, it was Amelia who raised her wand this time as a cannon blast silenced all. That is quite enough, she said as her eyes flickered to each of the lords as they sat down under her steely gaze of disapproval. It was legitimate matter and concern. she said before turning her gaze to Dumbledore, whose lips were drawn in a thin line as if he had just swallowed a rather foul lemon drop. Very well, Dumbledore said in a clipped tone, obviously not happy as he begrudgingly moved from his position and began to ascend the stairs to the visitors' level, having no other position on the body to take. Watching him go, Andromeda nods to Amelia in thanks, with things having gone smoother than she had believed they would. Amelia nods back before clearing her throat. In lieu of Mr. Dumbledore stepping down for the remainder of this session, I open the floor to any takers or nominations for the position. After the announcement, Andromeda smirked. House Black nominates Lady Marchbanks for the position. Magnus took note that when the nomination, one of the older ladies on the higher pews turned to look at her. She was quite old, her hair long since grayed, but was pulled back tight into a bun, that combined with her spectacles gave her a very no-nonsense air about her that reminded him a lot of Professor McGonagall. Amelia nodded at the nomination. Very well, do we have a second? She openly asked. House Longbottom seconds the nomination, another voice came from across the chamber, as Magnus looked over to see yet another old lady seated with her purse on her lap whom he could only suspect to be Dowager Lady Augustus Longbottom. Amelia nodded again before looking up to the first lady that Magnus had taken notice of. Lady Marchbanks, what say you? The elderly lady was silent for a moment before he noticed the smallest hint of a smile grace her lips before it disappeared as she rose from her seat. If it is required of me, I shall of course accept. So noted, Amelia said as she made a notation on some parchment as Lady Marchbanks began her descent. Glad she's playing along, Andromeda muttered softly as she retook her seat. You saw it too? Magnus asked curiously. Her brief knowing smile. Of course, Andromeda confirmed, even if I didn't I would suspect her knowing without it. She's one of the oldest witches to still hold their position when many others would have either given up her seat or been forced to do so. You don't get to be her age and be in her position without being able to read between the lines and see what's coming several moves ahead. Magnus nodded as he watched Lady Marchbanks finally reach her new seat and take her position, and now that he was closer to her he could get a better look at the new chief witch, and as he did the first thing that caught his attention was her eyes, sharp and focused, couldn't even begin to describe the feeling he got when he saw them, and he knew immediately this was a woman who missed nothing. As things resumed, Ted once more pushed his motion for Sirius to get custody of Harry. Magnus kept a careful eye on the new chief witch, easily catching the small glimmer of amusement in her eye. The woman enjoyed politics and she was enjoying what she was seeing. Yes, thank you, Mr. Tonks, Lady Marchbanks said as Ted finished repeating his motion, but however much you repeat yourself, I'm afraid it doesn't change the fact that while Mr. Dumbledore's concerns may have been of his own doing, it does not change the fact that they are in fact legitimate concerns, and I believe it would be just as inappropriate to place a minor into the care of someone fresh out of Azkaban who has been removed from civilized society for the last decade before it can be ascertained that he is capable of providing for said minor or if he is even of a stable mind to do so. Seeing the opening, Andromeda stood up again. House Black is willing to guarantee both, madam, she announced. I am a registered medwitch and after this trial, I will be taking my cousin under my care to ensure that he is swiftly returned to full health, and in the meantime, both myself and my husband would gladly open our home to the care of young Mr. Potter until the courts are satisfied that my cousin is fit to do so on his own. Magnus noticed the glint in Lady Marchbanks' eyes as she nodded to Andromeda's comment, but before she could speak Lord Malfoy rose from his seat and cleared his throat. That is all well and good, but you are not the only one with a claim to do so, Lucius stated. House Malfoy also opens up its doors to the young Mr. Potter. It would only be proper to offer another option to the cousin of my wife. Sirius went to snap at Lucius for his comment but stopped when Ted gestured to him not to say anything. Lucky the matter was passed over. Then Lady Longbottom rose from her seat as well. And I would be remiss in my duties if I didn't do the same, Augusta stated primly. As my daughter-in-law is young Harry's godmother, it is my responsibility to offer aid where she cannot, she stated. However, as matters stand, I would be more than accepting to share joint custody of the young heir Potter with House Black and aid in his care until his godfather is up to the task. From the visitors' gallery, Dumbledore rose and spoke. I do not see the point in this matter. Young Mr. Potter is perfectly well in his current. He began only for Magnus to rise from his seat. You have no place to speak in these proceedings, Mr. Dumbledore. You are not a currently seated member of this body, nor do you have any claim over my cousin, apart from being the headmaster of the school he and I attend, so be silent or I will request to have you removed from this meeting. Magnus snapped as he glared up at Dumbledore as the aged headmaster looked down on him, giving him his best disappointed grandfather face, which didn't affect Magnus in the slightest and only served to make his glare harden. You are treading on thin ice. It was your mistake that caused all of this in the first place. Test me again and I will petition Madame Bones to investigate your full involvement. Perhaps you will be the next one on trial. That immediately wiped the fake look off the old man's face. How dare! Dumbledore began to bluster before he was cut off. Heir Black is correct, Albus. Please be seated and remain silent, or I will have you removed, Lady Marchbanks voiced from her seat as she looked up at him as well, the amusement gone from her eyes as she fixed him with a hard look. Dumbledore frowned before nodding and sitting back down, and Magnus did the same, though with his fists clenching as he felt his anger fighting against his occlumency shields. Nodding, Lady Marchbanks looked back to those still standing. Andromeda, do you agree with Lady Longbottom's proposal to share joint custody of Heir Potter until your cousin is capable once more of doing so? She inquired. Andromeda nodded. I do. House Black would be more than amenable to such an agreement, she said before nodding to Lady Longbottom as well, who nodded back. Very well. Lady Marchbanks smirked slightly before looking to Lucius. Lord Malfoy, it would seem that while your offer is appreciated, it is not necessary, she said before banging her gavel. This body hereby awards joint custody of the minor, Harry Potter, to Houses Black and Longbottom until such a time that Sirius Black is judged to be well in both body and mind to care for him as his godfather. Thank you, Chief Witch, Ted nodded beside a grinning Sirius. Magnus thought that Sirius looked like a cat who just got the canary. Would a dog who just got the cat be more fitting? He mused to himself as he relaxed slightly in his chair, more than pleased that their plan had worked. Now at least Harry wouldn't have to go back to the Dursleys in the summer. He bet Harry would be happy when he heard about that. But there was apparently no time to relax, as while Sirius was shaking Ted's hand to thank him, Amelia gestured to the Aurors by the door. Bring in the next accused, she commanded. The prosecution will now begin the trial of Peter Pettigrew. At Amelia's words, the doors of the chamber were opened once again as a whimpering Peter was dragged into the room by a pair of Aurors, with two more leading the way to act as buffers. It was a good thing they were there, as the moment Sirius laid eyes upon him he snarled and lunged for him, hands out going for his neck, but was held back by the two Aurors from reaching him as he snapped and raged at the whimpering fat man. Traitor, you conniving little rat, how could you? They trusted you, we trusted you. Sirius yelled at him, practically frothing at the mouth, and he wasn't the only one as others in the pews began to yell abuse at Peter alongside him. Andromeda shook her head beside him as Sirius was restrained by the Aurors. I swear he never changes, ever since he was a boy he's always let his emotions control him, he never really did take to learning occlumency well, she mused. And for the first time, Magnus made the connection, linking what he knew of Sirius to what he knew of the Black family magics. His actions on the night of the deaths of James and Lily made perfect sense to him now that he saw Sirius's rage firsthand. Even if he had been removed from the Black family and his family magic stripped, he was still a Black, and he had seen James and Lily as family. His magic would have been pushing him hard for him to avenge them. He had always wondered just why Sirius would chase after Peter instead of doing his duty as Harry's godfather and taking him away. That explained all of it. Order, order. Lady Marchbanks called from her seat as she tried to get things back under control. Getting no response, she drew her wand and shot a cannon blast that made everyone's ears ring, and Magnus could have sworn he saw a slightly amused smirk on her face as she did so. Sirius was pulled back by the two Aurors who drew their wands on him to keep him back as the room fell silent. Sirius, if you wish to remain for the trial, you must be calm and take a seat, otherwise you will be removed from this chamber and detained, Lady Marchbanks warned as she turned her gaze to the newly freed Black. Sirius for his part was glaring daggers at Peter as if willing the vermin to spontaneously combust, but knowing he couldn't get to him with the two wands trained on him could only growl in frustration before giving a sharp nod and turn to head up the steps at the side of the chamber that lead up to the seating area above, with one of the Aurors following him up alongside Ted, who went up as well. Magnus watched him go. Note to self, try to get Sirius to try and learn occlumency again, hopefully, it will help with both his anger problems and his mental recovery from his time with the Dementors, he thought to himself. With order now restored, the Aurors continued and dragged Peter up to the accused chair and pushed him into it, and it came as no surprise to Magnus when the chains immediately wrapped around Peter, binding him to the body of the chair tightly as he whimpered. Clenching his fists by his sides, Magnus glared down at Peter as he looked around the chamber, fear evident on his face. He didn't know why, but when Peter's gaze met his own, the rat flinched back, but he could care less about why the traitor was afraid of him when he had never said even a single word to him. As the trial began, Magnus' attention was split between both it and keeping his own anger in check. He could feel his magic swelling within him, demanding that he take justice for a member of his house. He could hear the subtle whispers of the air ring on his finger within his mind, urging him to do so as well, quoting his various rights to do so by the old laws, though he pushed his magic down and forced it deeper inside him as he used what occlumency he knew to silence the whispers. Now was not the time to act, not yet. He forced his attention back on the trial, realizing things had apparently progressed further than he had thought when he saw Peter dazed under the effects of viridiserum. His arm was now turned facing up on the arm of the chair, and his shirt sleeve from his elbow down had been cut off, revealing the dark mark for all to see, and judging by the scowls present on most of those present, it was clear that he had spilt everything already as an Auror moved to administer the antidote to the truth. Potion. As Peter came back to himself, he began blubbering once more. I'm sorry, the Dark Lord, he has powers greater than any of you could know. What would any of you have done? What would you have done? He blubbered. I would have died, Sirius yelled from his seat above in the visitors' area. I would have died rather than betrayed my friends like you should have, like we all would have done for you. He raged as he leaned over the railing, his knuckles white as he gripped the railing like he was about to jump down and strangle the miserable little rat. It was only the Auror who had followed him up and Ted that prevented him from doing so with their hands on his shoulders to keep him from going too far. Sirius's yelling, however, had opened the floodgates, as others began to yell at Peter in outrage at what he had done. Clearly even 10 years later the wounds that Voldemort had left were still painful and many still despised him and those who openly supported him. They were quickly silenced however as another cannon blast sounded from Lady Marchbank's wand bringing the chamber back in order as Amelia turned to face the aged witch. The prosecution rests its case, and calls for an immediate vote on all charges presented, Amelia stated, her tone sharp. Lady Marchbanks nodded once, her face set in a stern grimace, all amusement gone from her eyes as she glared down at Peter like he was something foul she'd just smelt. Very well. All those present who find the defendant guilty of all charges presented, please raise and light your wands now, he instructed. Once more the chamber was full of wands being raised and lit, nearly all present did so, save the Aurors and a few staff members who couldn't vote. And those who find against, Lady Marchbanks stated, and almost instantly all lit wands were lowered and not a single one was raised. The vote is unanimous, Lady Marchbanks said in a clipped tone as she raised her gavel, the defendant is hereby found guilty of all charges, and shall be remanded into custody until this body has voted on. She began to say. This was it, now or never, Magnus thought to himself before he rose to his feet and spoke cutting Lady Marchbanks off as he subconsciously channeled his magic into his voice, making it boom as he spoke. As heir of House Black I demand, right of satisfaction. And almost instantly the entire chamber fell deathly silent at his words. Andromeda's head snapped around to look at him so fast it was amazing that she didn't get whiplash, her eyes wide as she stared at him in shock, just like so many present were doing, but Magnus clearly wasn't paying their gazes any attention as he was focused solely on the bound shivering rat in the middle of the chamber. This had been his plan on how to permanently deal with Pettigrew. Magnus knew that the rat had to be dealt with. He remembered reading too many fanfictions where the rat was either thrown in Azkaban or sentenced to death only to escape and go off to find his lord and aid in his return. He couldn't let that happen. This was his plan to well and truly throw Cannon out the window. He wasn't one bit shocked at the silence his demand had garnered him. It was an old law, one his grandfather had mentioned to him during his studies, normally something that lords called upon as a last resort to deal with those who have crossed them and their houses in a serious manner, and he doubted that it was used often, but he had confirmed with Ted before coming that it was still an option. It was in its simplest terms, a duel between the lord who issued the challenge and the offending party to the death, one where the only choice for the challenged party was to accept. Because if they didn't it meant the lord had the right to kill them on the spot. This was his answer, to ensure that Peter had no means of escaping later, was to end the rat himself. Mr. Black! Dumbledore cried as he finally registered that Magnus was serious. Please be reasonable, Mr. Pettigrew has already been found guilty, is it not enough that he will? He began to plead before Magnus silenced him. Be silent! Magnus' voice boomed with his magic raging inside of him. This rat, framed a member of my house for crimes he did not commit, he is the reason he sat unjustly imprisoned for a decade. I will have satisfaction, and you will be silent and be grateful that I do not see fit to turn the wrath of my house upon you for the part you played that allowed this injustice against a member of my house to suffer due to your incompetence. Dumbledore's eyes widened at the threat and his eyes narrowed as he made to respond, but was once more silenced, this time by the booms of a gavel. Mr. Dumbledore, you will be silent, Madame Marchbanks demanded as she fixed Dumbledore with a hard look to silence the man, lest he says something he'd later regret. Dumbledore fumed at being silenced a second time but didn't sit down. Instead, he turned and made for the exit of the upper area, evidently having had enough and deemed it not necessary to remain for the rest of the proceedings. As the doors closed behind Dumbledore's exit, Madame Marchbanks turned her gaze to Magnus, her tone calm and gentle, and if Magnus had to put a feeling behind it, it would be concern. Heir Black, are you certain this is the route that you wish to proceed with? She inquired. It is well within your right to do so, but I must caution you. She went to continue but Magnus raised his hand to speak, halting her next words. Madam, I thank you for your concern. Magnus started with a nod of his head, but this is something I must do. He said as he turned his gaze back on Pettigrew, this filth has wronged a member of the House of Black and has gotten away with it for far too long. I will make him an example to all who think they can do the same. Seeing his mind would not be changed, Madame Marchbanks nodded. Very well, young man, she said before looking to Madame Bones. You may proceed, Madame Bones. Madame Bones, who had been like many others looking at Magnus in shock since his declaration, broke out of her stupor when she was addressed and instantly realized what was to happen and nodded back as she rose. Aurors, clear the room for duel formation. My lords and ladies, please follow the nearest Aurors to the ante-chambers while the chamber is arranged. Heir Black, please go to the far left chamber and wait until you are called. You may bring with you whoever you wish to take time to prepare. Magnus nodded. Thank you, Madam. I request only members of my house be permitted to join me in my preparation time, he said, getting a nod in return before he moved to follow where the Aurors directed him, followed by Andromeda as Ted and Sirius were shown down from the above seating to follow suit as everyone else began to move and follow the various Aurors as well. Keep up to date on all my fanfiction works by following me on Twitter psychopath556.